Grasping Evil Chapter 764 to Chapter 791. Ning Fan walked out of the Golden City and stood on a sand dune for a long time, comprehending the great Tao of time of this place. However, a hint of worry flashed across his eyes. The little demon girl's reminder made his heart feel heavy. When the little demon girl said that Mutu was dangerous, she meant that Mutu was not as simple as he was in the early stages of shedding void. Maybe this Mutu is really more dangerous than I thought. The smart thing to do is to give up the opportunity in the ancient god's cave of time and leave Quicksand Galaxy to escape this dangerous place. But I can't leave. Ning Fan let out a soft sigh. According to his personality, he would not risk his life for an unknown fortune. According to his personality, he knew that Mutu was still hiding something. He should leave the Quicksand Star region as soon as possible to avoid being dragged into danger. Now that the little enchantress had arrived at the Quicksand Galaxy, she would not leave until she had dealt with the demon horde. Ning Fan could not bring himself to leave the little demoness alone in this dangerous place. There are still 2 more jade slips given by the Killing Emperor. If there's no other choice, I might have to use the jade slips to eliminate Mutu. Ning Fan's heart gradually calmed down. He closed his eyes and became one with the night sky and the great Tao of this place. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, he stood there for half a month. That day, when he left the east, a messenger flying sword arrived. It was Mutu's message. In another 7 days, the poisonous fog of the Quicksand Star Ocean would dissipate. It was time to depart for the North Quicksand Star Ocean, where the demon tide was wreaking havoc. It was going to be a great battle. None of the 13 demon monarchs were ordinary people. To Ning Fan, a battle of this level was still too early. Naturally, if he released the Shedding Void puppet, the 13 demon lords would not be afraid. The troublesome thing was that the person he needed to be wary of wasn't the 13 monster lords, but the mysterious Mu Tuesday. Exposing his trump card in front of Mutu was not a wise move. Forget it. In this battle, I will at most follow behind him and will not make a move. Once the wave of demons was quelled, he would immediately leave Quicksand Galaxy. No matter what Mutu is plotting, I don't want to be involved in this conspiracy. I also don't want her to be involved. Ning Fan muttered to himself. The little demon girl's mission was to pacify the Quicksand demons. The only thing he could do now was to try his best to leave the Quicksand Star region safely with the little demoness after the chaos caused by the demons was settled. In Flowing Sand Realm, the cultivator army was ready to go. As the bait to lure the snake out of its hole, Ning Fan and the others took the lead and left the Flowing Sand Realm. Other than Ning Fan, the little demoness and the 3 Dujins of the Alliance who acted as the bait, there were another 50 Life Immortal Realm cultivators who were chosen as the bait. 3 Dujin from the Alliance steered an enormous purple-red star boat towards the northern domain at full speed, carrying a group of cultivators. Ning Fan and the little demoness stood side by side at the bow of the ship. Looking at the broken cultivation planets in the northern region and the floating corpses in the sky, their eyes were extremely solemn. Behind the star boat were powerful experts from the Godly Void sect, as well as the other powerful experts led by Mutu, who had concealed their auras, and followed from afar. Once the violet star skiff was in danger, it wouldn't take them long to come to its rescue. Scattered demon beasts would attack star boats from time to time. Most of these demon beasts were at the Void Fragmentation Realm. There were also quite a number of ferocious beasts at the Life Immortal Realm. There was no need for Ning Fan to personally deal with these ferocious beasts. The 3 Dujin experts stood at the prow of the star boat. Once the star boat was attacked by fierce beasts, they would activate their incantations and kill them with ease. The incantations of true immortals were fundamentally different from those of life immortals. The incantations of true immortals contained the word truth in them. By integrating their true Tao into them, the power of their incantations would increase by several times. Ning Fan could not help but admit that true immortals were very strong. He was not a match for them. Sun Yan was just an exception. He was just the weakest true immortal. He shouldn't be proud of killing Sun Yan. The Violet Star boat flew for a few days and entered the deepest part of the northern region. As soon as they entered the depths of the northern region, the 3 Dujin experts kept the Violet Star boat. Then, they were divided into 4 teams led by Ning Fan and the other 2 Alliance Masters. They set off and began to destroy the demon beast strongholds in the northern region. The little demoness' plan was to provoke the 13 demon lords and draw them out of the quicksand star ocean. The poisonous mist in the quicksand star ocean would only dissipate for 2 hours every month. If they recklessly enter the quicksand star ocean, they would be easily trapped in the poisonous mist. It was undoubtedly safer to lure the demons out. Ning Fan stepped on a blood lotus and held the star compass in his hand. Carrying the little demoness, he flew towards the cultivation planets that were occupied by the demons. Behind him were 12 life immortals, including Kuan Yunzi and Shui Kongzi. There were a total of 49 demon strongholds in the periphery of the quicksand star ocean. The mission of Ning Fan's group of cultivators was to destroy 12 of the demon strongholds. These demon strongholds were not guarded by Du Jin. Naturally, they could not withstand the attack of Ning Fan and the others. The strongest demon beasts in each of the strongholds were just at the mid and late Ghost Realm. There were not many peak Ghost Realm beasts. After devouring the Joss flames of the Quicksand Star clan, Ning Fan's magic power had improved significantly even though he did not break through to the mid Ghost Realm. Compared to the time when he fought against Sun Yan, he was slightly stronger. Since he could even kill Sun Yan, it was certainly not too difficult for him to deal with a mere Ghost Realm demon beast. Every time he arrived at a demon stronghold, Ning Fan would summon the memory-severing Dao sword and set up an illusory sword formation within the territory of the entire cultivation planet. With a single move, he could eliminate all the ferocious beasts on the entire cultivation planet. Ferocious beasts who were not at the peak Ghost Realm could not withstand the illusory sword light of the memory-severing Dao sword at all. If he were to face a peak Ghost Realm ferocious beast, Ning Fan could easily kill it with a single move of his heaven-holding seal. On the first day, Ning Fan conquered 3 strongholds. On the second day, he conquered 5 strongholds. On the third day, Ning Fan conquered 4 strongholds. After conquering 12 strongholds, Ning Fan killed a total of tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts would rather die than submit. Among them, there were a total of 84 ferocious beasts at the second step who would not enter the cycle of reincarnation after death. All of their remnant souls were kept into Ning Fan's spirit wheels, making the spirit wheels much more solid. Every time a stronghold was destroyed and a certain number of demonic beasts were killed, Ning Fan would feel a little uneasy. After eliminating all the strongholds, Ning Fan and the others immediately retreated to the southern region according to the plan. The act of wiping out all the demon strongholds had most likely angered the 13 demon sovereigns. There was less than a day left before the poisonous mist dissipated. When the poisonous mist dissipated, it would be the time for the 13 demon sovereigns to hunt Ning Fan and the others down. The other 3 demon sovereigns had also completed their mission of wiping out the demon strongholds. Just like Ning Fan and the others, they retreated to the direction they came from. On a desolate cultivation planet in the northern region, everyone gathered together, waiting for the upcoming battle. Ning Fan stood on the cultivation planet and waited quietly without saying a word. However, the uneasiness in his heart grew. The face of the little demoness also carried a hint of uneasiness. She also had a vague feeling that something unforeseen would happen. Time passed by. After an unknown period of time, a powerful heartbeat suddenly resounded in the desolate starry sky. Asterisk thump asterisk asterisk thump asterisk asterisk thump asterisk be it Kuan Yunzi, Shui Kongzi, and the other life immortals or the 3 true immortals of the alliance, all of them revealed an excited expression when they heard the heartbeat. It's the ancient heartbeat again. Many old monsters exclaimed in surprise. It was already the 3rd time Ning Fan had heard the heartbeat. He was not sure if it was an illusion, but he felt that the heartbeat was getting stronger and stronger each time. This time, Ning Fan once again heard the murmur of the ancient god in the midst of the heartbeat. Save me, my Lord. Mercy, I don't want to die. Ning Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger the moment he heard the voice. This cry for help and mercy was definitely coming from the direction of the Quicksand Star Ocean. Ning Fan was even more certain that there was a great danger in that direction. He must not go there without permission. I found it. The scoundrels of the human race are all hiding here. Kill. A furious voice that carried the aura force of an early Dujin realm cultivator resounded from the starry sky far away. Just as the voice entered everyone's ears, before it could fade away, several rays of escaping light that were as loud as lightning bolts dashed towards them from afar. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. The incoming group consisted of nearly 100 life immortal realm ferocious beasts led by 3 early Dujin demon monarchs. Kill! The 3 Dujin demon monarchs of the Alliance shouted coldly at the same time. They soared into the sky one after another, summoning their respective magic treasures and Dao weapons and dashed towards the demon army. The enemy only had 3 early Dujin demon monarchs while they had 3 Dujin demon monarchs and Ning Fan on their side. Their chances of winning were still very high. Before the group of demons got close to the cultivation planet, the 3 Dujin demon monarchs summoned their Dao weapons and stopped 3 Dujin demon monarchs. I, Quan Yanzi, would like to have a taste of Purple Fox demon monarch's powerful techniques. A Dujin demon monarch who was holding a fiery red sword laughed and stopped a Dujin demon monarch who was wearing a purple fox fur coat. Rogue cultivator Chintanji, you overestimate yourself. Come and fight against Green Bat demon monarch. A Dujin demon monarch who was dressed in scholarly robes smiled faintly and stood in front of a green-haired demon monarch. I am Daoist Xianxia of the Red Cloud sect. Ghostfish demon monarch, die. A Dujin demon monarch who was brimming with killing intent stood in front of a 4-eyed demon monarch. The 3 Dujin demon monarchs from the Alliance blocked 3 early Dujin demon monarchs while Ning Fan led 50 life immortal realm cultivators and rushed towards the group of life immortal realm ferocious beasts. None of the ferocious beasts below the Dujin demon monarch was a match for Ning Fan. Ning Fan raised his hand and summoned the memory-severing Dao sword. Then, he set up the phantom sword formation. Each of the weaker ferocious beasts immediately lost their lives. You're courting death. When Ghostfish demon monarch saw that none of the ferocious beasts were a match for Ning Fan, his eyes flashed with anger. Black light flashed around his body. Immediately, a black-robed demon shadow that had the same appearance as him walked out of his body. This black-robed demon shadow was a clone that he had just refined. Its strength was infinitely close to the true crossing realm. As soon as the black-robed demon shadow left Ghostfish demon monarch's body, it immediately turned into a ray of traveling light and rushed towards Ning Fan. In his hand, there was a black treasure seal. When the black-robed demon shadow threw the treasure seal towards the sky, it immediately turned into tens of thousands of black meteorites and smashed towards the phantom sword formation. With a loud bang, the phantom sword formation was directly broken by the black-robed demon shadow. He managed to break the formation in time. Only 11 or 12 ferocious beasts were killed by the phantom sword formation. The rest of the ferocious beasts were more or less injured, but their lives were temporarily saved. The ferocious beasts looked at Ning Fan with fear in their eyes. I didn't expect a mere early ghost profound realm cultivator to have such frightening strength. Humph. Let me be your opponent. The black-robed demon shadow raised his hand and pointed at Ning Fan. The treasure seal once again turned into countless black meteorites and smashed towards Ning Fan from all directions. The strength of this black-robed demon shadow was not any weaker than Sun Yan, who had his cultivation base suppressed. Those meteorites came too quickly. Ning Fan only had time to summon the 3 flowers to defend himself before the meteorites landed on his Lotus Shadow's defense. Asterisk boom asterisk asterisk boom asterisk asterisk boom asterisk. Each of the black meteorites was powerful enough to crush a rogue immortal to death. Even an early true crossing realm old monster would be exhausted from dealing with the thousands of meteorites. Ning Fan relied on the powerful defense of the 3 flowers and the Lotus Shadow to protect himself. Thus, he was not injured. Seeing that the meteorites could not hurt Ning Fan, the black-robed demon shadow was slightly surprised. Then, he suddenly sneered. The most powerful thing about the sky-covering black meteorites was not that they could crush their opponents to death. The black-robed demon shadow changed his hand seal and countless black meteorites smashed on Ning Fan's Lotus Shadow, stacking up on top of each other. Very soon, the black meteorites surrounded Ning Fan layer by layer. Looking from afar, it looked like a small black cultivation planet. As for Ning Fan, he was trapped at the center of the cultivation planet and could not get out. Quick! The black-robed demon shadow made another hand seal. The black cultivation planet immediately began to shrink and shrink towards the center. Ning Fan, who was trapped at the center of the cultivation planet, gradually felt the immense pressure coming from the lotus shadow. The more the cultivation planet shrank, the stronger the pressure coming from the lotus shadow. If it wasn't because Ning Fan had already cultivated the 3 flowers to the great perfection of the first flower, he would certainly be injured by this pressure. Seeing that he had trapped Ning Fan with a single technique, the black-robed demon shadow smiled disdainfully. Then, he turned around and wanted to kill the other human cultivators. Just as he turned around, the black cultivation planet behind him suddenly turned into ashes. In the starry sky, the shadow of a purple-black fire dragon flashed across and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The black cultivation planet that trapped Ning Fan was directly incinerated by the fire dragon's breath technique. Impossible. How can an early Ghost Profound Realm Junior break my ghostfish seal? The black-robed demon shadow's expression changed. He raised his hand and waved, collecting the ashes of the meteorites that filled the sky into his palm. Then, he chanted an incantation. Black light flashed on his palm and the ashes once again condensed into a black treasure seal. This seal was his Dao weapon. Now, its power was greatly reduced and it was severely damaged. He opened his mouth and swallowed the Dao weapon into his abdomen. Then, his eyes flashed with ferocious light. He took a step forward and a black ocean immediately appeared beneath his feet. As he changed his hand's seal, a 70,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, large four-eyed ghost fish suddenly flew out from the ocean and swallowed Ning Fan in a single gulp. The fish's stomach was filled with stinky poisonous mist. It had an extremely strong corrosive effect which was enough to melt a peak Ghost Profound Realm cultivator. The lotus shadow circled around Ning Fan's body. No poisonous mist could get close to him. With a wave of his hand, the memory-severing Dao sword appeared in his hand. When he raised his hand, 108,000 sword shadows cut a huge bloody hole on the fish's stomach. As soon as he stepped out of the fish's stomach, Ning Fan lifted his finger and pointed at the sky. Black flames immediately spread crazily in the starry sky, evaporating the entire black ocean. The ghost fish that was hiding in the ocean was also burned into a ball of black chi with a sizzling sound and dissipated. The black-robed demon shadow's expression turned extremely ugly after his ability was broken once again. He wanted to activate his ability to continue fighting, but Ning Fan did not give him the chance. The starlight in the starry sky suddenly disappeared, turning the sky into complete darkness. Only the 7 snow-white stars of the Big Dipper could be seen in the night sky. At this moment, Ning Fan stood under the Big Dipper in the night sky. It was as if the entire world that he saw was going to sink into his Dao sense. Demonizing the dark night and the Dao turning into the Big Dipper. What a strong Dao image. The black-robed demon shadow's expression changed greatly. The expressions of the 3 demon lords who were fighting against the 3 demon lords of the Duzhan Alliance also changed drastically. Ning Fan raised his palm. Black and white rays of light flashed in the center of his palm. Almost no one in this place could see how he attacked, but a gigantic black and white palm descended from the sky and landed on the body of the black-robed demon shadow. All of the demon shadow's defenses collapsed under this palm imprint. Even the Dao sense of the black-robed demon shadow was annihilated by this palm imprint. After killing the black-robed demon shadow, Ning Fan turned around and saw the little demoness and the other Life Immortal Realm experts gradually falling into a disadvantageous position in the battle against the Life Immortal Realm ferocious beasts. 4 of their Life Immortal Realm experts had fallen. The number of their opponents' Life Immortal Realm ferocious beasts was steadily higher than theirs. The little demoness was just an early Profound Human Realm expert. She was being suppressed in this kind of battlefield. At this moment, she was being besieged by 4 Profound Human Realm ferocious beasts. She was in a precarious situation. She gritted her teeth slightly. When she was about to take out a life-saving jade slip from her storage pouch to activate it, her waist suddenly softened. She was already held by someone. Be careful, Ning Fan said indifferently. His eyes flickered with cold light. He raised his hand and took out the memory-severing Dao sword and activated the phantom sword formation. As soon as the 108,000 swords were released, a large number of ferocious beasts fell. From afar, 9 demon lords escaping lights were rushing towards them. When they saw Ning Fan's massacre, they were all enraged. There was even a voice that cursed in anger. Audacious human! How dare you slaughter my fellow demons? You're courting death. As soon as the voice fell, an intermediate truth-crossing realm sword light slashed towards Ning Fan's head. Ning Fan's eyes changed. Without saying a word, he held the little demoness and flew backwards. At the same time, he summoned the 3 flowers converging crown and millions of lotus shadows to protect his body. Unfortunately, under the attack of this intermediate truth-crossing realm cultivator, the millions of lotus shadows only lasted for a few breaths before all of them collapsed. With this period of time, Ning Fan managed to evade the attack of the sword light with the little demoness. His expression was as cold as ice. When he raised his head, he saw a bull-horned man holding a sword not far away, glaring at him. To be continued. The bull-horned burly man could not help but reveal a surprised look when he saw that Ning Fan, who was just an early ghost profound realm cultivator, was able to withstand the destructive power of his mid-cross truth realm sword strike. After a moment of surprise, he sneered and pointed his sword at Ning Fan. So you're the new 5th Alliance Lord of the Human Race Alliance. As soon as they heard the bull-horned muscular man's words, all the other demon lords shifted their gazes towards Ning Fan. No wonder Ning Fan is so strong that only Duzhen can fight him. It turns out that he is the 5th Alliance Lord of the Human Race Alliance. Ning Fan, be careful. This demon is very strong. He is far stronger than Sun Yin. Leaning on Ning Fan's chest, the little demoness eyes were filled with seriousness as she reminded him. Sun Yan was only in the early stage of the crossing truth realm, while the bull-horned man in front of him was in the early stage of the crossing truth realm. Even 6 or 7 Sun Yans might not be a match for the bull-horned man. Ning Fan nodded. He naturally knew that he was no match for the bull-horned burly man. Moreover, there were 8 other demon monarchs behind the bull-horned man. All of them were at least at the early stage of crossing truth realm. Altogether, there were already 12 demon monarchs here. Other than the demon monarch at the peak of true crossing realm, all the other demon monarchs were here. This was no longer a battlefield that Ning Fan could control. Kuang Yanzi, Chen Tongji, and Daoist Xianxia, the 3 Duzhen alliances. Duzhen's faces darkened. The enemy's main force had already arrived, and their mission as bait had basically been completed. Although there was still one more demon lord that had yet to arrive, the plan could not wait any longer. The reinforcements could go to battle. The 3 Duzhens of the alliance activated their own abilities to fight against the monster monarchs, distancing themselves from each other. Then, the 3 of them simultaneously took out their starlight spirit arrows and shot them into the sky, sending out a signal. In the next moment, 8 enormous star boats appeared in the distant starry river. All of them were divine void realm experts, alliance cultivators, and members of the quicksand tribe. In the divine void reinforcements, there were a total of 7 true immortals. In addition to Mutu, there was also the true immortal who had hidden his true cultivation. Their side only had 11 true immortals and Ning Fan, while the other party had 12 demon monarchs. The bull-horned burly man sneered. Just as he was about to swing his sword and chase after Ning Fan, he suddenly stopped. All of a sudden, he heard the sound of 8 star boats approaching. He looked up, and his expression flickered with astonishment and fury. Humph! I didn't expect the human cultivators to invite so many true immortals as reinforcements. From the looks of it, they have long been prepared to lure us demon lords here, wanting to fight to the death with us. Don't be afraid. No matter how many human cultivators come, we will kill them all. A slightly effeminate male voice suddenly resounded in the starry sky, carrying the pressure of the peak of crossing truth. The 13th demon lord had finally arrived. It was a purple-robed man with snake eyes. His aura was cold and sinister, and his face was painted with demonic snake tattoos. He was a demonic cultivator of the snake race. This demon was called the Qi Lian Demon Lord, and he was the strongest demon cultivator in this wave of demons. With the appearance of the Crimson Serpent Demon Lord, the other demon lords and ferocious beasts stopped fighting and gathered behind him. Behind Qi Lian Demon Lord, there were close to 300,000 void fragmentation realm ferocious beasts continuously flying towards him and joining the battle. At the same time, the 8 star boats approached from afar. Powerful human experts jumped off the star boats one after another and lined up in formation. Standing at the forefront was the Godly Void Pavilion's Elder Luo, who was at the peak of Duzhen Peak. Standing side by side with Elder Luo were Mutu and the other 10 perfected immortals. Behind them, there were close to 300 life immortals and 200,000 void fragmentation realm humans. Ning Fan did not stand at the forefront. Instead, he brought the little demoness to stand in the middle of the group. The uneasiness in his heart grew more and more. He was no longer concerned about the outcome of this battle. There was only one thing on his mind, and that was to protect the little demon girl who was by his side. Suddenly, Mutu turned around and his cold eyes met with Ning Fan's eyes. At this moment, the corners of Mutu's mouth curled up into a mysterious smile, as if he was laughing at Ning Fan's cowardice, not daring to join the Battle of Duzhen. At the same time, it seemed like he was laughing at Ning Fan for not being able to escape from his scheme. Ning Fan, I have a bad premonition. We need to leave Quicksand Star region immediately. The little demoness gently broke free from Ning Fan's embrace and stood beside him with a frown. It's too late. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with the azure rain intent. The endless drizzle extended to the distant starry sky. His brows were tightly knitted together. Using the heaven-peering rain technique, he extended his spirit sense to the northern border of Quicksand Star region. Ning Fan discovered that the domain-locking grand formation at the border of Quicksand Star region was opening bit by bit. It was the domain-locking grand formation of a high-grade star region. Once the grand formation is opened, even Shikong would not be able to break through and enter the star region by force. Moreover, it was unknown why the power of the grand formation was still increasing. Perhaps it would be upgraded to the level of the star region locking grand formation of the imperial star region in no time. At that time, no one would be able to break the grand formation and enter Quicksand Star region unless they are immortal emperors. Little friend Ning, when the battle starts later, please protect the mistress well. Don't let her get hurt. Elder Luo suddenly turned around and transmitted his voice to Ning Fan. His expression showed a rare hint of politeness. When the battle starts, he would have to fight the Qi Lian demon lord who was at the peak of Duzhen realm. He was afraid that he would not have the time to protect the little demoness. He noticed Ning Fan's vague intention to avoid the battle. He knew that Ning Fan would not be entangled with the Duzhen demon lord. Thus, he entrusted the task of protecting the little demoness to Ning Fan. Don't worry, Elder Luo. I won't let anything happen to her. Ning Fan nodded and said nothing else. Thank you. Elder Luo nodded with satisfaction. He turned around and stared at the Qi Lian demon lord coldly. His aura force rose sharply and his white hair fluttered in the wind. At the moment when his aura force rose to its peak, he suddenly let out a loud roar. Kill! As soon as his voice fell, Elder Luo took the lead and rushed towards the Qi Lian demon lord with the Dao weapon in his hand. The army of over 200,000 cultivators behind him also rushed towards the army of demonic beasts. The corner of the Qi Lian demon lord's mouth rose slightly with a hint of disdain. With a wave of his hand, the army of demonic beasts behind him also rushed towards the army of human cultivators. As for himself, he turned into a ray of traveling light. A red light condensed in his palm and rushed towards Elder Luo. The other demon lords also fought against the true immortals of the human race. Most of the true immortals of the human race and the demon lords of the demon race fought one-on-one. Only a late true immortal of the godly void pavilion who was half a step away from the peak of Duzhen realm fought against 3 demon lords alone. The battle between the demon lords was temporarily evenly matched. The battle between the void fragmentation realm humans and the demonic beasts was the fiercest. The battle had only lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, but nearly 10,000 cultivators and demonic beasts had already fallen. The stench of blood swept across the starry sky. Mutilated corpses and flesh flew everywhere. The battle between life immortals was not considered fierce, but there were still cultivators and demonic beasts who died from time to time. Ning Fan was protecting the little demoness while being surrounded by 6-peak ghost realm ferocious beasts. It was naturally not easy to deal with the 6-peak ghost realm demonic beasts attacking him at the same time. He had already used the heaven-holding seal once. Half of his magic power had been consumed and it had yet to recover. He could not use the heaven-holding seal again. Otherwise, his magic power would be completely depleted. If he did not use the heaven-holding seal, it would not be easy for him to kill the peak ghost realm demonic beasts, let alone fighting against 6 of them alone. The bodies of the 6 ferocious beasts were as huge as a low-grade cultivation planet. The power of the combined attack of the 6 beasts was not any weaker than a single attack of Du Jin. Ning Fan spread out a million lotus shadows to protect his body and the little demoness within them. One of his hands controlled the memory-severing Dao sword to form an illusory sword formation to attack the 6 beasts. His other hand would occasionally take out 1 or 2 offensive jade slips and forbidden technique jade slips to attack the group of beasts. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan killed the first peak Ghost Realm giant beast. After the time it takes for another incense stick to burn, Ning Fan killed another 2 giant beasts. After killing 3 giant beasts in a row, Ning Fan took out all the Life Immortal Realm offensive jade slips that he had. Countless abilities were thrown at the 3 giant beasts. All of them let out a miserable wail and died. 6 peak Ghost Realm ferocious beasts had died in Ning Fan's hands. The 6 ferocious beasts had died tragically. Before Ning Fan could collect their remnant souls, beast corpses, and demon cores, all of them had mysteriously disappeared in the starry sky. Only now did Ning Fan have the time to observe the entire battlefield. Only now did he realize that every time there was a casualty on the battlefield, the corpses of the deceased would mysteriously disappear in the starry sky. More and more cultivators and ferocious beasts died on the battlefield. More and more corpses disappeared in the starry sky. Dao fruits, storage pouches, broken pieces of magic treasures. Not only the corpses, but all of them were also mysteriously disappearing. The strangeness of this matter was far beyond Ning Fan and the little demoness understanding. Gradually, many people noticed this strange phenomenon, but no one could understand why it was happening. Gradually, some of the cultivators and demonic beasts who were fighting each other let out a miserable wail and disappeared from the starry sky. Elder Luo. I have a very bad premonition. We can't continue this battle. A true immortal of the godly Void Pavilion was fighting against a demon lord while transmitting his voice to Elder Luo. Let's retreat for now. Elder Luo nodded his head with a solemn expression. He had also noticed the strangeness of the battlefield. It was his first time seeing corpses vanishing into thin air. It was even more strange and unsettling for a living person to vanish directly. Qi Lian Demon Lord who was fighting against Elder Luo also frowned and a sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Qi Lian Demon Lord. Something is not right. The 12 Ghost Realm demonic beasts under my command have vanished into thin air. This battle is too strange. We can't continue this battle. A winged demon lord said in an agitated tone and transmitted his voice to Qi Lian Demon Lord. We can't continue this battle. Quickly give the order to retreat to Quicksand Star Sea. As soon as Qi Lian's words fell, his eyes were filled with shock. He saw that the winged demon lord who had transmitted his voice to him suddenly let out a miserable shriek and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. A thick murderous aura immediately spread in all directions, announcing the death of this demon lord. On the demon race's side, the first demon lord to die actually died in such a strange way. How could this be? Qi Lian Demon Lord's eyes were filled with shock. The human race cultivators were also shocked. At the same time when the winged demon lord died, on the human race's side, the alliance leader Quan Yanzi suddenly let out a miserable shriek and disappeared in front of everyone. The corner of Mutu's mouth curled into a cold smile. He sent the demon lord flying with a palm strike and stood in the air, watching the strange scene in front of him coldly. His figure swayed and suddenly disappeared before everyone's eyes. No one knew where he went. At the moment when Mutu disappeared, the entire starry sky of Quicksand Star Sea suddenly trembled violently. At this moment, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the starry sky of Quicksand Star Sea. That black hole spread out from the direction of Quicksand Star Sea and extended to the entire Quicksand Star Sea at a shocking speed. At this moment, tens of thousands of cultivation planets in Quicksand Star Sea were sinking into the black hole one by one. On the cultivation planets of the southern region, there were still many mortals and cultivators living there. At the moment when the cultivation planets were sinking into the black hole of the Star Sea, countless cultivators and mortals on the cultivation planets screamed and lost their lives. On the battlefield, the Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators and Void Fragmentation Realm ferocious beasts were sucked away by the black hole one after another. A black hole that spanned across the entire Star Sea was too eerie and terrifying. A strong suction force was emitted from the black hole. Gradually, even Life Immortal Realm cultivators began to be sucked into the black hole. countless shocked exclamations immediately spread across the entire battlefield, accompanied by the fearful roars of beasts, be it the true immortals of the human race or the demon lords of the demon race. None of them had a good expression on their faces at this moment. The suction force of the black hole under their feet was too strong. Even the true immortals like them found it hard to resist that suction force. The higher one's cultivation base was, the greater the suction force they had to withstand. Asterisk thump. 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 Asterisk the heartbeats of ancient gods could be heard from the black hole. Every time a cultivator or a ferocious beast was sucked into the black hole, the heartbeats would become stronger and stronger. Ning Fan hugged the little demoness tightly and looked at the huge black hole under his feet. His heart was filled with waves of shock. The devouring ability of this black hole was very similar to the spatial vortex technique. However, it was worlds apart from the spatial vortex technique. More and more life immortals began to be sucked into the black hole and lost their lives. Ning Fan circulated his magic power to the maximum to resist the endless suction force from the black hole. The little demoness stared at the black hole with her black gem-like eyes filled with shock and said in a trembling voice, This is one of the strongest divine abilities recorded in the Void Scripture, the Star River Burial Technique. Once this technique is activated, it can devour and bury the entire starry sky. Even the strongest cultivator of the Void Scripture, the Void Sovereign, hasn't mastered this technique. The only person who can use this technique is also locked up in the heavenly prison. Who is actually using this technique? It's me. A cold voice suddenly resounded from the black hole. This voice carried the aura of the fifth eternal tribulation. It was not any weaker than the great elder of the Slaughter Palace, the Dark Sea Immortal King. This voice carried a boundless aura that swept across the entire Quicksand Star region. The moment they sensed the aura of the fifth tribulation Immortal King, all the humans and demons revealed an expression of extreme fear. 3 rays of light flashed out from the black hole and turned into 3 figures, standing on the peak of the starry sky. Among the 3 of them, the one on the left was Mutu. He had completely unleashed his early Shidong Void Realm cultivation base. At this moment, he was no longer afraid of exposing his identity. The one on the right was a heavenly deity who shone with dazzling golden light. He was also an early Shidong Void Realm cultivator. His entire body was bound by chains and his eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. The one standing in the middle was a man in blood-red armor. His red hair danced wildly in the starry sky. His eyes were as cold as ice and the left side of his face was covered with blood-red runes. The moment the red-haired man appeared, the little demoness, Elder Luo, and the other cultivators of the Godly Void Pavilion revealed an extremely shocked expression. Especially Elder Luo, he was trembling and roaring. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You should still be imprisoned in the heavenly prison. How is it possible for you to escape? Escape? I didn't escape from the heavenly prison. I entered the heavenly prison on my own accord. No one can stop me from leaving the heavenly prison. The red-haired man revealed a sinister smile. His smile carried a domineering and arrogant aura that looked down on the entire world. 45 million years ago, he rebelled against the divine Void Pavilion and entered the heavenly prison on his own accord. In the current Godly Void Pavilion, there were very few people who knew what his purpose was. Moreover, there were very few people who knew that he entered the heavenly prison on his own accord. He was one of the 3 greatest criminals in the entire heavenly prison. The Divine Void Emperor and the Divine Void Emperor had personally planted a seal on him, not allowing him to escape from the heavenly prison. However, he still managed to escape secretly. This time, the reason why he left the heavenly prison was to find a kind of power to completely destroy the heavenly prison. Mutu was his second primordial spirit. That golden-armored heavenly god was his third primordial spirit. Who is this person? Ning Fan looked at the red-haired immortal king and a great sense of danger rose in his heart. He is the Sanluo Immortal King, the junior brother of the Void Emperor. He is one of the 3 greatest criminals in the heavenly prison. He is the person with the highest aptitude among the cultivators of the Void Scripture after the Divine Void Ancestor. According to the ancient records, he had once betrayed the Godly Void Pavilion. On that day, half of the experts of the Godly Void Pavilion died in his hands. 107 star regions of the Eastern Heaven Immortal World were destroyed in his hands. He is too dangerous. He is a madman. The usually calm eyes of the little demoness actually revealed a hint of anger for the first time. Her palms were trembling, and that trembling was because of anger. Her name was Xianxia and she was born in the Xiao family of the Godly Void Pavilion. The Xiao family used to be a large family in the Godly Void Pavilion. There was once an immortal king in the family. However, 45 million years ago, the Sun Luo immortal king single-handedly massacred the entire Xiao family. Since then, the Xiao family had declined. Only a few members of the Xiao family who had not returned temporarily escaped the calamity. Madman? Well said. I am a madman. For her, I don't mind being a madman. Being crazy is better than being ruthless like you all. Today, I will use the blood of your corpses to revive the ancient god's heart left by the flowing sand ancestor. With this heart in hand, I will trample the heavenly prison and wash the divine void realm with blood. Star River Burial Technique, devour it for me. The red-haired immortal king laughed maniacally. He raised his hand and the suction force of the black hole suddenly increased by 10 times. Elder Luo, Qi Lian Demon Lord and the others were all sucked into the black hole. Ning Fan could no longer resist the endless suction force. He gritted his teeth and activated the defense of the 3 flowers to its limit. Then, he patted his storage pouch and summoned the ancient devil puppet. He ordered it to stand outside the 3 flowers to protect him. He hugged the little demoness tightly, protecting her with all his might. Then, he began to fall into the black hole. Soon, the entire flowing sand star region was empty. All the cultivators and demonic beasts had been sucked into the black hole. There was not a single cultivation planet in the empty star region. There was not a single starlight. It was dark, silent, and cold. When the golden-armored heavenly deity saw this scene, cold sweat broke out all over his body. He looked at the red-haired immortal king beside him with a pleading expression. Master, I am the 3rd primordial spirit that you painstakingly cultivated. You can't harm my life, humph. What is your life worth? You are an ancient god, the carrier of the flowing sand ancestor's heart. You must devour this heart and help me destroy the heavenly prison. The red-haired immortal king said coldly. Master, you can't do this to me. Even though I am an ancient god, I only managed to open half a divine aperture by chance. It is not enough to absorb the power of the flowing sand heart. If I absorb it by force, I will definitely die. The golden-armored heavenly deity pleaded. Don't worry. I won't let you absorb the power of the flowing sand heart alone. After the red-haired immortal king said coldly, he suddenly looked at Mutu who was standing beside him. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Mutu. Do you know your crime? I don't know. Please tell me, master. Mutu immediately broke out in cold sweat when he heard the red-haired immortal king's question. He was the fake Mutu, the 2nd primordial spirit that the red-haired immortal king cultivated. He had followed the red-haired immortal king for his entire life. Thus, he naturally knew how cold-blooded and bloodthirsty the latter was. After hearing the red-haired immortal king's question, Mutu was so frightened that his knees almost gave way. I asked you to look for the descendants of the ancient gods. How dare you say that you haven't found them yet? That junior named Ning Fan is obviously a 1-aperture ancient god. The red-haired immortal king said sternly. What? That Ning Fan is actually an ancient god? Mutu's expression changed drastically. Forget it. If it wasn't because I have already absorbed half of the power of the flowing sand heart, I wouldn't be able to sense the ancient god bloodline in his body. You have yet to cultivate the divine heart and he has a secret treasure that conceals his qi. It's understandable that you can't sense his identity as an ancient god. You can get a lighter punishment. The red-haired immortal king's expression softened slightly and said. As soon as he heard that he could get a lighter punishment, Mutu immediately felt much more relaxed. He took out a treasure sword that shone with dazzling golden light and pierced it into his dantian. This stab almost caused heavy damage to the primordial spirit in the dantian. Mutu's cultivation immediately plummeted. Originally, he was only 1 step away from breaking through to the middle shedding void realm. However, because of this sword, his cultivation was greatly reduced and he almost fell out of the shedding void realm. This sword was a form of self-punishment. Seeing Mutu sever himself, the red-haired immortal king nodded coldly and said. This time, I've revealed my divine ability. Given the abilities of the Divine Void Emperor and the Divine Void Emperor, they must have sensed the fluctuation of the technique here and guessed that the one I left in the heavenly prison is a fake body. They will definitely find their way to Quicksand Star Field within a day or several days at most. Move. Be quick. The red-haired immortal king's robes fluttered as he brought Mutu and the golden-armored celestial god into the black hole below. Then, the black hole gradually healed, one half, to be continued, East Sea Galaxy, East Sea Planet, Godly Void Pavilion. In a forbidden area on East Ocean, a white-haired immortal emperor with an illusory body suddenly opened his eyes and said in shock, Sun Luo actually escaped from the heavenly prison. What stupid thing does he want to do this time? This white-haired immortal emperor was one of the divine Void twin emperors. Void Great Emperor. In a palace on planet East Sea, a golden-armored immortal emperor bathed in golden divine light suddenly opened his eyes. Killing intent flashed across them. It's Senro again. Humph. I won't let you live this time. This golden armor immortal emperor was the other one of the two emperors, Great Emperor Shen Kong. The moment that Sun Luo immortal king used his supernatural powers, the divine Void Emperor who had placed spells on Sun Luo's body immediately sensed his aura. Without any hesitation, the two of them left their respective forbidden grounds and temporary residences. They glanced at each other, and without saying a word, they rushed towards the Quicksand Star region with all their might. However, the two of them were in completely different moods. The Void Emperor's hair was white, and his expression was complicated. There was a bit of guilt on his face. The Shen Kong Emperor's divine light shone brightly, and killing intent surged. There was even a bit of resentment on his face. When the two emperors appeared, their aura shocked the entire Imperial Star Field and countless Godly Void Pavilion cultivators. Countless cultivators were guessing what had happened to cause the two emperors to leave the Eastern Sea Galaxy together. On the heaven stairway outside the tomb of the god of sin, a blind old man dressed as a low-ranked disciple was sweeping the fallen leaves on the ground with his eyes closed. Those who would clean this heaven stairway were mostly Godly Void Pavilion Jindan and nascent soul cultivators. The old man seemed to be only at the early nascent soul stage. The moment the two emperors left the Eastern Sea Star System, the old man let out a long sigh, and his face grew even older. What an idiot. Luo Air, why do you have to do this? The heaven-suppressing bell isn't something you can destroy, the nascent soul realm disciples next to the old man said with concern after hearing the old man's sigh. Senior brother Xiang, why are you sighing? Could it be that something happened at home? The old man called senior apprentice brother Xiang had always been quite popular among the low-level disciples of the Godly Void Pavilion. Seeing him sigh, many disciples expressed their concern. Yes. The junior in the family has stirred up some trouble again. I'm afraid that child's life will be in danger this time. Old man Xiang sighed and answered. His already blind eyes gradually flowed with turbid tears. This time, that silly disciple was determined to use his life to destroy the heaven-suppressing bell. Sun Luo Meng was determined to die and no one could stop him. Sigh, senior brother Xiang, be more open-minded. Life and death are decreed by fate. You can't force it. Some low-level cultivators consoled him. That's right. Life and death are decreed by fate and cannot be forced. However, that silly child refused to let go. He would rather die than realize it. Alas, alas. The dark and damp cave was filled with the smell of blood. Ning Fan's body was severely injured. His limbs and bones felt like they were about to break apart. The pain was indescribable. He fell to the ground, holding the unconscious little demon girl in his arms, who was completely unharmed. Not far away from him, the ancient fiend puppet was severely damaged. It was unknown how it could be repaired. The moment they were sucked into the black hole, Ning Fan decisively summoned the ancient devil puppet and ordered it to protect him and the little demoness. The strangling power of the black hole was extremely powerful. Even the ancient devil puppet would find it hard to withstand that level of strangling power. The ancient devil puppet was severely damaged. In the end, Ning Fan was also injured by the aftershock of the strangling power. No matter how severe his injuries were, Ning Fan did not let the little demoness suffer any harm. After consuming a healing pill, Ning Fan activated the Black Star Art to heal himself and struggled to sit up from the ground. He let the little demoness rest her head on his thighs. Ning Fan looked around and saw corpses everywhere. There were human corpses and demonic beasts' corpses. Blood was everywhere. The terrain of the cave was slanted. The blood on the ground flowed from high to low, towards the depths of the cave. From time to time, the miserable screams of cultivators' primordial spirits could be heard from the depths of the cave. In that direction, there was a strong and powerful heartbeat that would beat from time to time. No, the heartbeat didn't come from that direction. It came from the entire cave. Every time the heartbeat was heard, the cave would slightly tremble, like a heartbeat. It was as if the entire cave was a beating heart. Every time the cave beat, it would resonate with Ning Fan's divine heart. Without a doubt, this cave was not only a giant heart, but also the heart of an ancient god. The heartbeat of the ancient god that I heard before, did it come from this cave? Ning Fan frowned as he looked at the cave. After a long time, he came to a conclusion. The cave itself was a giant heart that had been petrified. The so-called heartbeat of the ancient god was indeed coming from the entire cave. Gradually, Ning Fan felt that this cave was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. As his thoughts raced, he suddenly thought of something and guessed where this cave was. If I'm not wrong, this is the cave of time of the ancient god. The cave of time itself is a petrified heart that was left behind by an ancient god. However, I was clearly sucked away by the black hole. Why would I appear in this cave? I can't be wrong. This place is most likely the cave of time of the ancient god. Lu Xianxia had found this cave before. She had seen some of the scenery from the outside, and it was exactly the same as what Ning Fan was seeing now. The cave of time of the ancient god, the heartbeat of the ancient god, the quicksand demons, the star river burial technique, the red-haired immortal king, Mu Tu, the golden-armored heavenly god. Ning Fan let out a long sigh. He knew that he had fallen into a huge conspiracy. And the mastermind of that conspiracy was most likely that red-haired immortal king who possessed incredible abilities. Humph. You woke up so quickly? Your life is pretty tough. Even though I didn't use the full power of the Star River burial technique, it is enough to kill an ordinary void abandonment technique. I didn't expect you to have a void abandonment puppet with you. Besides, you're willing to abandon the puppet to protect yourself before you die. You're really a decisive person. As if sensing that Ning Fan had woken up, a cold voice suddenly came from the depths of the cave. It was the voice of the red-haired immortal king. Before his voice faded away, Ning Fan saw a flash of red light in front of his eyes. The red-haired immortal king instantly appeared in front of him. The killing intent of the red-haired immortal king was completely locked onto him. That strong sense of oppression almost suffocated Ning Fan. The corner of the red-haired immortal king's mouth curved into a cold and wild smile and said, "I'll give you two choices. You only have 3 breaths to consider which one you want to choose. The first choice is that you help me complete a great task. I'll spare your life and give you some benefits for the sake of your help. The second choice is that if you refuse to help me, I'll kill you immediately. After you die, the woman in your arms will also die with you." The moment the red-haired immortal king uttered those threatening words, Ning Fan's expression did not change but his heart sank. The red-haired immortal king was a powerful immortal king while he was just a weak profound ghost realm cultivator. However, it did not mean that he had no power to resist the red-haired immortal king. Ning Fan secretly activated the yin-yang locket and took out the second jade slip of Sha Di from the profounding world and hid it in his sleeve. This jade slip could open the heavenly gate and summon the 16 eternal ancient realm spiritual puppets of Sha Di to help him in battle. Even though the red-haired immortal king was strong, if Ning Fan summons the 16 immortal venerables and immortal king puppets, the red-haired immortal king would definitely be in trouble. The moment Ning Fan took out the jade slip, the expression of the red-haired immortal king changed slightly and revealed a look of surprise. At this moment, he actually sensed a sense of danger from Ning Fan, who was just a profound ghost realm junior. The red-haired immortal king did not know what the jade slip in Ning Fan's hand was, but he could vaguely sense a sense of danger from it. This made him very surprised. He could not understand how Ning Fan, who was just an early ghost realm cultivator, could have so many heaven-defying means. The void-abandoning puppet and the jade slip that could make him, a dignified fifth tribulation immortal king, feel danger. He had a wild and arrogant personality. He was never afraid of any danger. If it was in the past, he would certainly not be afraid of Ning Fan. Even an immortal emperor would not be able to make him bow down. However, at this moment, he still had important matters to attend to. He did not want to fight with Ning Fan and waste his time. Moreover, he had already seen through Ning Fan's identity as a one-aperture ancient god. Thus, he wanted to use Ning Fan's strength to do something. Therefore, he did not want to completely fall out with Ning Fan. Seeing that Ning Fan had already decided to break the jade slip and a great battle was about to begin, the red-haired immortal king's eyes darkened. He said again, "My strength is far beyond your expectations. Although I am just a fifth tribulation immortal king, there is no sixth tribulation immortal emperor in the four heavens who can defeat me. Your jade slip might not be able to kill me, but it will kill the woman in your arms. Her void poison has already taken effect. Only I can save her. If you attack me, she will die for sure." Void poison? What do you mean? Ning Fan, who was about to break the jade slip, stopped abruptly when he heard the hidden meaning in the red-haired immortal king's words. He asked with a cold face. He quietly released his five-colored medicine soul and entered the little demoness body. After sensing it, Ning Fan's face became as cold as iron. He did not notice it before. Now, he discovered that the little demoness limbs and bones were filled with an invisible poison. The poison's toxicity was not strong. At most, it could only kill the void-abandoning puppet. However, because it was illusory and had no substance, even an immortal emperor might not be able to remove it. The poison was madly devouring the vitality of the little demoness. Judging from the speed of devouring, the little demoness' vitality would be completely devoured by the poison in less than 3 days and she would die. Are you the one who planted this poison? Ning Fan's eyes were burning with anger. He stared at the red-haired immortal king without any fear. Humph. Who do you think I am? Why would I need to poison a junior? This poison is called the void poison. The reason why this girl was poisoned was because she had consumed the void fruit for a long time. It was a strange fruit that contained poison. However, it could enhance the cultivation method of the void scripture. It was most likely because the people of the godly void pavilion had forced this girl to consume the void fruit for a long time, causing her to accumulate so much poison. The Star River burial technique that I displayed previously contained the void ability. It just happened to trigger the poison in her body. The poison acting up at this time and place was purely coincidental. However, even if it didn't act up this time, the poison would definitely act up within a few thousand years. However, I am very doubtful if she could live for more than a few thousand years as a sacrifice. What is the sacrifice? She is the dignified young master of the godly void pavilion. Why would the godly void pavilion force her to consume a poisonous thing? Ning Fan's eyes changed and asked. You don't know that she is the sacrifice? The red-haired immortal king sneered. I don't know. May I ask Senior what the sacrifice is? Ning Fan wanted to ask again, but the red-haired immortal king showed an impatient look. 3 breaths have already passed. What is your choice? Choice. Ning Fan's eyes fell on the gradually paling face of little demoness and sighed softly. Although he didn't know how much of the red-haired immortal king's words were true and how much was false, he could see that little demoness' life was in danger. The poison that she was afflicted with was really powerful. If no one helped her detoxify the poison, she would die within 3 days. Ning Fan might not be afraid of the red-haired immortal king with the jade slip of the Slayer Emperor, but he was afraid that little demoness would die from the poison. He didn't dare to bet on the authenticity of the red-haired immortal king's words. He could only pray that the red-haired immortal king really had a way to help little demoness detoxify the poison. All right. Junior promises Senior that I will help Senior. However, after this is done, Junior will not ask for any benefits. I only ask Senior to save her and detoxify her. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination and said. The current you doesn't have the qualifications to raise any conditions to me. You must first prove your identity as a one-aperture ancient god. If you can't prove it. Humph. As he said this, the red-haired immortal king's killing intent surged like the sea, drowning Ning Fan. It was as if as long as Ning Fan couldn't prove his identity as an ancient god, he would take action forcefully and kill Ning Fan. He wasn't afraid even if Ning Fan had the jade slip of the Slayer Emperor. Ning Fan's eyes froze when he felt the killing intent of the red-haired immortal king. He had a deeper understanding of this person. This Enluo immortal king is indeed a madman. He knows that I have a jade slip that can threaten his life, but he still dared to show his killing intent to me. His eyes fell on little Demon's pale face. Ning Fan sighed and activated the power of his ancient god bloodline, causing his ancient god heart to make a strong heartbeat. The heartbeat wasn't as strong as the heartbeat of the ancient gods in Quicksand Star Field, but it was still the heartbeat of an ancient god. After confirming Ning Fan's identity as an ancient god, the red-haired immortal king's expression became less cold and he nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed a finger at the little demon girl. A crimson ray immediately entered the little demon girl's body, and her complexion slowly turned better. My finger light can help this girl suppress the poison for a month. With my cultivation base of the void scripture, I can help her detoxify the poison in an instant. However, I won't do it now. You should understand the reason. Junior understands. Junior will do his best to help Senior. I hope that Senior will not forget your promise to help her detoxify the poison after everything is done. If Senior were to go back on today's promise, then Junior will risk everything to make Senior regret it. Ning Fan looked at little Demoness whose complexion was slightly rosy and felt slightly relieved. He then temporarily kept her in the Yuan Yao world to recuperate. Then, he stood up and hid the jade slip in his sleeve. He cupped his fists at the red-haired immortal king and threatened him coldly. He didn't care what the red-haired immortal king wanted to do. All he wanted was to detoxify the poison in little Demoness' body. He understood that the red-haired immortal king would never detoxify the poison in little Demoness' body before everything was done. The red-haired immortal king didn't trust Ning Fan. That was why he threatened Ning Fan with the poison in little Demoness' body. With red-haired immortal king's eyesight, he could tell that the poison in little Demoness' body had a stronger effect on Ning Fan than the mental seal. The red-haired immortal king frowned at Ning Fan's threat. He was obviously displeased, but he didn't say anything. Given his character, he would never tolerate anyone's threat. But now that the important matter was more urgent, he wouldn't care about these minor details. May I know what help Senior needs from me? Although I'm a one-aperture ancient god, my cultivation base is still low. I'm afraid I can't help Senior too much. Ning Fan asked. I need you to be the vessel of my ancient god power. I already have a vessel, but it's just a half-aperture ancient god. It's too weak. You're stronger than him. The process of being the vessel will be dangerous, but the opportunity isn't small either. To you, it's the best time to open your divine aperture. Before the red-haired immortal king could finish his words, a fearful and angry voice suddenly came from the depths of the cave, interrupting his words. That voice was made by Xue Kongzi. Ning Fan's expression changed slightly when he heard Xue Kongzi's angry voice. He initially thought that Xue Kongzi was dead like the others. He didn't expect that Xue Kongzi was still alive. Although Xue Kongzi was still alive, his voice was getting weaker and weaker. The life force in his body seemed to be draining rapidly. It was as if someone was sucking away his life force bit by bit. Needless to say, the person who sucked away Xue Kongzi's life force was most likely the red-haired immortal king or his subordinates. Ning Fan sighed and said, remembering the friendship he had with Xue Kongzi. This person and I are old friends. Can you spare his life? February 2nd, to be continued. This person is an old friend of mine. Can you spare his life? Ning Fan sighed and asked. Even though his friendship with Xue Kongzi was shallow, the latter had helped him before. He could not just watch him die without doing anything. Sun Luo frowned. He did not like Ning Fan's request to him again and again. However, when he thought that he still needed Ning Fan's help to fulfill his wish, he nodded and agreed to Ning Fan's request. With a cold expression, he transmitted his voice to the depths of the cave and gave some instructions. Very soon, Xue Kongzi's cursing voice gradually stopped. I'll make an exception this time and agree to your request. However, there won't be a next time. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Luo clenched his 5 fingers. The spatial power in his hand flowed and suddenly, a bloody primordial spirit appeared out of nowhere. It was Xue Kongzi's primordial spirit. In fact, the physical bodies of the cultivators and demon lords who were sucked into the black hole would be destroyed immediately. Their primordial spirits and demon souls would be sucked into the depths of the cave as nourishment for the resurrection of the ancient god's heart. The primordial spirits of Elder Luo and the other divine void realm experts had already perished, while the demon souls of Qi Lian and the other demon lords had also perished. If Ningfan's request was a little slower, Xue Kongzi's primordial spirit would also perish. Ningfan was weak. It was already a miracle that he could save Xue Kongzi's life. It was impossible for him to save the others. Sun Luo casually tossed Xue Kongzi's primordial spirit to Ningfan and said coldly, "Follow me." Ningfan caught Xue Kongzi's primordial spirit and sighed softly. Even though Xue Kongzi was not dead, his injuries were extremely severe. Even if he had the chance to rebuild his physical body, his cultivation base would probably be greatly damaged. Ningfan took out a tuft of 1,000,000 years old spiritual herb which had the effect of healing primordial spirit injuries. He circulated his magic power and instantly refined the spiritual herb into a medicinal liquid and sprinkled it on Xue Kongzi's primordial spirit. Then, he used the Black Star technique to temporarily seal Xue Kongzi's primordial spirit, suppressing all of his injuries and temporarily putting him into a state of unconsciousness. Then, he put him into his soul pouch. At this moment, Ningfan still had important matters to attend to. After completing the agreement with Sun Luo and leaving this place, he would undo the seal on Xue Kongzi and wake him up. Xue Kongzi had helped him once, and he had saved Xue Kongzi twice. The favor from back then had long been repaid, and he did not owe Xue Kongzi anything. After keeping the severely damaged ancient devil puppet, Ningfan stepped on the flowing blood on the ground and followed behind Sun Luo, walking towards the depths of the stone cave. His spiritual sense penetrated the walls of the cave and extended outwards. Gradually, his eyes revealed a slightly shocked expression. This was the ancient god's cave of time, located in the quicksand star ocean. But now, the entire quicksand star ocean had been swallowed by a black hole. Previously, the black hole had spread out from the direction of quicksand star sea. First, it swallowed quicksand star sea, and in an instant, it swept through the entire quicksand star domain, swallowing all the humans and monsters in the battle, and all the living beings in quicksand star domain. Outside the cave was an endless black hole that was rotating counterclockwise. There were countless cultivation planet fragments floating inside the black hole. This black hole was one of the natal worlds that Sun Luo Immortal King cultivated. It was very similar to Ningfan's natal small kiliacosm, the Void Whirlpool realm. Both of them were worlds used to display spatial abilities. The difference was that the level of this world was much higher than the Void Whirlpool realm. Moreover, the power of the Star River burial technique, which was performed using this black hole as a medium, was also far beyond that of the Void Whirlpool technique. Ningfan had successfully cultivated the Void Whirlpool technique, but he could only be considered as having just learned the basics of spatial abilities. Sun Luo Immortal King's attainments in spatial abilities were the best in the entire Eastern Heaven. Ningfan was no match for him. The entire quicksand star ocean was floating in the black hole world. It was a sea of golden starlight. There were many broken immortal mountains floating on the surface of the sea. They used to be the nests of demons. The poisonous mist had long dissipated in the black hole world. Under the sea of stars, there was a thick layer of reefs. The ancient god's cave of time was hidden in a secret place on the reefs. There was originally a high-grade illusory formation outside the cave. Even true immortals might not be able to discover the existence of this cave. In the past, it was purely by chance that Lu Xian discovered the existence of this cave. The Sea of Stars was boundless. There was more than one ancient god's cave of time at the bottom of the sea. Including the cave that Ningfan was currently in, there were 5 other such caves. There was a total of 6 caves in the Sea of Stars. However, only this cave had the densest time power. Hence, it could be called the Cave of Time. There seemed to be some kind of connection between the 6 caves. Every time an ancient heartbeat sounded, the 6 caves would tremble at the same time. The entire reefs and the entire Sea of Stars were trembling. Could it be? Ningfan scanned the locations of the 6 caves with his spirit sense and suddenly had a guess. He could not help but take a deep breath. At this moment, he seemed to have understood something and retracted his spirit sense. You can tell? The entire quicksand star ocean is transformed by the 6 orifices divine heart of the flowing sand primogenitor. This person is proficient in the technique of time. He has preserved his divine heart by weathering it. Thus, his divinity is not damaged and his heart power is inexhaustible. The 6 caves that you see are all the heart apertures that this person has opened. The flowing sand primogenitor is a 6 orifices ancient god. When he was alive, he could seal the flow of time in the entire quicksand star region with just a finger. Despite being an immortal king, he was able to erase the Tao attainments of an immortal emperor, making the immortal emperor fearful. Seeing that Ning Fan had seen through the clues of the quicksand star ocean, Sun Luo explained. His eyes were filled with fiery red light. What he wanted was the flowing sand primogenitor's unparalleled power of time. Time was time and the world plane was emptiness. If he could control both the power of time and space at the same time, he would have a chance to destroy the heaven-suppressing bell. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. Sun Luo's words confirmed his guess. The entire quicksand star ocean was transformed by the ancient god's heart. The so-called Cave of Time was just a divine aperture that the flowing sand primogenitor had opened on his heart. The Cave of Time had 3 levels in total. In the first level, there was a sea of blood. The blood of all living beings in the entire quicksand star region was in this place. Countless primordial spirits, medicine souls, demon cores, magic treasures and storage pouches were floating in the sea of blood. All of them were being devoured by the sea of blood bit by bit. Mutu was setting up a formation above the sea of blood. The grade of the grand formation that he set up was so high that Ning Fan could not see through it. Other than Ning Fan, the little demoness and Shui Kongzi, all the members of the Quicksand tribe, the cultivators of the Alliance and the Demon Tide army were all dead. Sun Luo was a ruthless person. If it wasn't because Ning Fan was useful to him, he would not spare Shui Kongzi, let alone Ning Fan and the little demoness. He would kill all the enemies in front of him without showing any mercy. As soon as he saw Sun Luo, Mutu's expression immediately changed. He hurriedly went forward to greet him. When he saw that Ning Fan still had some treasures, Mutu was slightly surprised. However, when he saw Ning Fan following closely behind Sun Luo, he tactfully did not ask any questions. Greetings, Master. How long will it take for you to finish setting up the heart offering formation? Sun Luo's eyes flashed with cold light. He stared at Mutu coldly as if he would kill Mutu without any hesitation if the formation took longer than he expected. As soon as he saw Sun Luo's gaze, Mutu was greatly shocked. 2 hours. In another 2 hours, I will certainly finish setting up the grand formation. Very good. Quickly set up the formation. As if he was very satisfied with Mutu's answer, Sun Luo did not say anything else. He brought Ning Fan along and continued flying towards the 2nd level of the Cave of Time. Seeing that Sun Luo did not punish him, Mutu heaved a long sigh of relief. His expression was as terrified as one could imagine. It was no longer as solemn and dignified as when he was in the Quicksand clan. Ning Fan's gaze swept past Mutu and then looked at Sun Luo. His brows were slightly knitted together. In his senses, Mutu was Sun Luo. However, there were some similarities between them. He's my 2nd primordial spirit. Sun Luo only gave a brief explanation and kept his mouth shut. Ning Fan's expression froze. He was surprised once again. It was hard to imagine that Mutu, who was Sun Luo's 2nd primordial spirit, would be afraid of Sun Luo like a tiger. One could imagine just how heartless and cold-blooded Sun Luo was. He did not even have any feelings for the 2nd primordial spirit that he had cultivated. This person was ruthless to others, but he was even more ruthless to himself. The 2nd level of the Cave of Time was a boundless golden lake. The lake was filled with extremely dense time power. Hundreds of golden lotuses were growing on it. The moment Ning Fan saw the lotuses, his eyes widened in shock. Ancient God Heart Lotus. He had seen this item before in an ancient book. He did not know where this item grew. Currently, it no longer existed in the 4 heavens and 9 worlds. The only thing he knew was that this item had an indefinite appearance and the name of the ancient God Heart Lotus. Besides that, it also had the effect of greatly increasing a cultivator's magic power. The only way to identify this lotus was to observe the unique Tao marks on it. There was a strict requirement for plucking this lotus. It was said that only those who were proficient in the 3 flowers converged prominence technique of the ancient gods could pluck this lotus. If the first flower was also cultivated to the grand perfection stage, the cultivator would not be qualified to pluck this lotus. Once the cultivator touches this lotus, the lotus would definitely wither. There were hundreds of ancient god heart lotuses in this place. Among them, more than 10 of them had already withered, as if they had been plucked by someone. According to Ning Fan's estimation, if he could devour all of the ancient god heart lotuses in this place, his magic power would receive an extremely terrifying increase. You want this lotus again? Sun Luo frowned. He looked displeased. He really did not like people who did not know when to stop or when to back off. Seeing Sun Luo's displeasure, Ning Fan sighed slightly and shook his head. Even though this lotus is good, it is not something that I must obtain. I will not ask for things that I shouldn't. Ning Fan did not know whether Sun Luo cared about these ancient god heart lotuses or not. He did not want to anger Sun Luo for some inanimate objects and delay the little demoness detoxification. Seeing that Ning Fan was very sensible, Sun Luo's expression softened and he sneered. This lotus is useless to me, but it is quite useful to you. It can greatly increase your magic power. Unfortunately, you can't take this lotus away. If it isn't a cultivator who has cultivated the first flower to the grand perfection stage of the 3 flowers converged prominence, don't even think about taking this lotus away. Touching it will cause the lotus to wither, swallowing it will cause a backlash. I don't want to cultivate the boring 3 flowers converged prominence technique and I have no interest in this lotus. Mutu and the 3 gods have not cultivated the first flower to the grand perfection stage of the 3 flowers converged prominence. Those withered lotuses were caused by them carelessly touching it. I want this lotus but I can't take it. The weak can't get what they want. In other words, these ancient god heart lotuses are useless to Senior? If I can take them away, will Senior have any objections? Ning Fan's eyes flashed and asked. If you can take them away, it will be considered as your fortune. Anyway, you don't have to ask me to help you. With my cultivation base, even if I don't cultivate the 3 flowers technique, I can still pluck this lotus forcefully. However, I don't want to help you. I don't need Senior's help. As long as Senior doesn't blame me for taking the lotus, it's fine. Ancient God Tao, 3 flowers converged prominence. Human lotus, appear. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan's expression turned serious. He suddenly stomped on the ground and a lead-colored lotus bloomed on the ground. Suddenly, it turned into millions of lead-colored lotus shadows that circled around his body. Then, Ning Fan turned into a few shadows and flew towards the surface of the golden lake. He moved at lightning speed and plucked all the ancient god heart lotuses. A total of 466 ancient god heart lotuses belonged to him. The grand perfection stage of the first flower? It's impossible to cultivate the grand perfection stage of the first flower without billions of Tao crystals. You are just an early ghost profound realm cultivator but you actually managed to cultivate this technique to the grand perfection stage of the first flower. It's really rare. Senluo's expression was still cold, but he gave a rare compliment. His temperament was cold and indifferent. He would never praise others. However, it was rare for him to praise Ning Fan. It was really because the 3-flower technique burned too much money. Even a large power like the Godly Void Pavilion would not be rich enough to burn money to cultivate this kind of abnormal ability. Cultivating the first flower required more than 1 trillion Tao crystals. Cultivating the second flower required at least 100 trillion Tao crystals. No one knew how much it would cost or how many rare spiritual herbs it would take to cultivate the 3rd flower. The first flower was complete, and no one below the true immortal Khanate would be defeated. The second flower was complete, and he was invincible throughout the ages. The consummation of the 3rd flower would allow him to be invincible in the 2nd step realm. As for the specific effect, no one had ever tried it. For a force like the Godly Void Pavilion, there was no way they could come up with enough resources and money to produce a cultivator at the peak of the 3-flower realm. If one was only at the peak of the 2-flower realm or the 1-flower realm, then it would be meaningless to cultivate this technique. It would not be of any use in battles over the ages. After keeping all of the heart lotuses, Ning Fan made a leap and returned to the lakeside. He cupped his fist slightly at Sun Luo as a form of gratitude for his previous compliments. He shifted his gaze to the side and looked at the golden lake. A thought flashed through his mind. This golden lake was extremely special. It was like a cultivator's dantian, able to store and recover magic power. This is the heart origin that can only be developed by a three apertures ancient god. Once the heart origin is developed, the ancient god's magic power can be doubled. At the same time, the recovery speed of the magic power of the heart origin is heaven-defying. Sun Luo remained silent for a moment. No one knew what he was thinking about. All of a sudden, his blood-red eyes flashed. He raised his hand and pointed a finger at Ning Fan. Ning Fan was listening attentively to Sun Luo's explanation. When he saw Sun Luo's attack, all of a sudden, his eyes turned cold and he hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he wanted to crush the jade slip in his sleeve to counterattack. However, he immediately sensed that Sun Luo's finger didn't have any killing intent. Instead, it contained strands of blood-colored starlight. Sun Luo was trying to heal him with the star technique. As his thoughts raced, Ning Fan no longer retreated nor did he resist. Instead, he allowed the scarlet light to enter his body. The moment the finger light entered Ning Fan's body, a tearing pain immediately swept through his entire body. However, despite the pain, his internal injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. As the blood-colored starlight enveloped his body, Ning Fan seemed to have turned into a bloody man. 10 breaths later, all the injuries left by the Star River burial technique were healed. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. His limbs and bones were filled with inexhaustible strength. The blood-red starlight not only healed Ning Fan's injuries but also improved the strength of his physical body by a tiny bit. "Thank you, Senior, for helping me heal my injuries." Ning Fan cupped his fists to express his gratitude. However, his expression became more vigilant. He did not believe that Sun Luo would be so kind as to spend so much effort to heal his injuries. With Sun Luo's cold and detached personality, he would not do meaningless things. "You should know that I won't help you without a purpose. I have already helped you heal your injuries. Besides, I can also help you refine all the ancient god heart lotuses within 2 hours. If you don't have my help, you will need to spend a lot of time to refine these heart lotuses. Moreover, with your current cultivation base, you won't be able to completely absorb the medicinal power of these heart lotuses. Since I have helped you once, you also need to help me once more. This isn't a discussion but an order. You don't have a choice." Sun Luo's aura was extremely stern. He did not allow Ning Fan to reject his request. Ning Fan frowned. Even though he did not know how he could help to become Sun Luo's ancient god vessel, he knew that it would be very dangerous. If it wasn't for the little demoness, Ning Fan would definitely not agree to Sun Luo's request. Today, Sun Luo actually made another request to Ning Fan. Frankly speaking, Ning Fan did not want to agree at all. However, given the current situation, he seemed to have no other choice. He could either agree or fall out with Sun Luo. Once they fall out, Ning Fan had the confidence to protect himself, but he did not have the confidence to cure the void poison of the little demoness. "Senior, why don't you tell me what you need my help with?" Ning Fan said after pondering for a moment. Sun Luo's expression became frighteningly cold when he saw Ning Fan dared to refuse his request. After a long while, he asked in a displeased tone. "Junior, do you know what fireworks are?" "Fireworks?" Ning Fan was stunned. He was preparing himself to deal with Sun Luo's provocation. Unexpectedly, the moment Sun Luo opened his mouth, he actually asked a question that was completely unrelated to the current situation. "You don't know?" Sun Luo's killing intent suddenly gushed out like a tidal wave, as if he would kill Ning Fan if he said that he did not know. "I know. Fireworks are a kind of item made by mortals. Once it is set off, it will be very beautiful. Mortals often set off fireworks during festivals and festivals. If there is a celebration, they will also set off fireworks." Ning Fan did not understand what Sun Luo meant, but he still answered him. "So it's an item made by mortals. No wonder I didn't get any of these things when I massacred the cultivation clans of 107 star regions in the past," Sun Luo sighed in a serious manner. He was born as a cultivator. He was arrogant and looked down on mortals, heavenly geniuses who were at the same level as him, the famous seniors and all dogmas and rules. Why would he care about what fireworks were? Hearing Sun Luo's words, Ning Fan's expression changed. He thought that Sun Luo wouldn't be crazy enough to massacre the cultivation clans of 107 star regions just to find a firework, right? She once said that she likes fireworks, especially those with lotus patterns. She said that she likes those ordinary things. Only by being ordinary can one be beautiful forever. Sun Luo's eyes were filled with reminiscence. After a long time, he regained his senses and said to Ning Fan sternly, "Since you know what fireworks are, I'll give you a task. After you become my ancient god's vessel, I'll arrange a safe place for you and give you enough time to make things like fireworks." Fireworks with lotus patterns. A celebration? My return to the Divine Void Realm is indeed a celebration for the cultivators of the Divine Void Realm. So, I will need a large number of fireworks to liven things up. Sun Luo did not want to talk nonsense with Ning Fan anymore. His expression turned cold and he ordered Ning Fan, "Sit down with your legs crossed and consume the ancient god heart lotus. I will help you quickly make this lotus flower. Remember to cooperate with me and don't waste my time." Ning Fan sat on the ground with his legs crossed and consumed an ancient god heart lotus. While maintaining full vigilance, he quickly refined the ancient god heart lotus with the help of Sun Luo, Immortal King. Ning Fan still found it hard to believe Sun Luo's request. The second favor Sun Luo wanted him to do was to make fireworks. Ning Fan had entered the Tao from the mortal world. Naturally, he knew what fireworks were. With his abilities, making fireworks was a piece of cake. However, he did not understand why a cold-blooded and heartless person like Sun Luo wanted a large number of fireworks with lotus patterns. As for the specific reason, he would not ask Sun Luo about it. Anyway, this favor was very simple. Ning Fan did not mind doing Sun Luo a favor in exchange for his help in refining the ancient god heart lotus. If Ning Fan refined the heart lotus with his current Ghost Profound Realm cultivation base, he would waste at least 70% of the medicinal power, not to mention how much time he would have to spend. Having Sun Luo's help was naturally great. 2 hours passed slowly. With Sun Luo's help, Ning Fan had refined all 466 ancient god heart lotuses. His cultivation base had risen to the peak of early Ghost Profound Realm. He only needed a short period of seclusion and he would be able to break through to mid-Ghost Profound Realm. Last update. I wrote until 4 or 5 o'clock last night but I didn't finish it. I'm not in the right state. I'm sorry. This update was yesterday. At this moment, Ning Fan only needed to go into seclusion once to completely break through the bottleneck of the mid-Ghost Profound Realm. His magic power was comparable to that of a cultivator at the peak of Ghost Mystic Realm. After devouring 466 ancient god heart lotuses, the biggest benefit Ning Fan obtained was not the increase of his illegal power, but the possibility of the initial opening of his second heart acupoint. At this moment, an extremely small golden light spot appeared next to the first divine aperture in his heart. The location of the golden dot was the location of the second divine aperture. At this moment, Ning Fan's understanding of the ancient god's heart had increased by another level. As long as he cultivated enough ancient god divine heart power, he would be able to circulate the divine heart power from the first divine aperture and attack the spot where the light spot was located. Step by step, he would be able to open the second divine aperture. Once the second divine orifice was opened, the effect of devouring heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures to increase his magical power would double. Consuming a Tao fruit or pill would give one 4 times the benefits of an ordinary person. If I have the complete ancient god heart cultivation method, I can cultivate the divine heart power and open the second divine orifice. Unfortunately, I don't have the ancient god heart cultivation method. If I have enough ancient god heart energy, even if I don't have a heart cultivation technique, I can still open the second divine orifice. Looking at the boundless golden lake, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with passion and helplessness from time to time. The golden lake contained some ancient god heart force, but not much. It wasn't enough for him to open the second divine aperture. If what the Enluo Immortal King said was true, then this golden lake was the heart origin that only a 3-orifice ancient god could create. The heart of 3 apertures could form the heart source, the heart of 7 apertures could form the heart realm. A 2-apertured ancient god could increase their dermic power by 4 times as much when consuming pills. A 3-orifice ancient god would have 8 times the effect of consuming elixirs compared to ordinary people. Moreover, once they opened up their heart origin, their magic power would double due to the existence of the heart origin. Heart aperture. Heart source. Heart realm. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. He put away his complicated thoughts and retracted his aura force. Then, he slowly stood up. When Sun Luo saw that Ning Fan's aura force had increased significantly, he nodded and said coldly, "Go to the third floor." The first level of the Cave of Time was a sea of blood. The second level was the Golden Lake, where the ancient god heart essence was. The third layer was a vast and boundless world filled with yellow sand. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, at the edge of the yellow sands, a lonely river could be seen in the distance. There was a pyramid-shaped golden altar on the endless yellow sand. On the golden altar, there was an ancient seven-pointed star formation that emitted a dazzling golden radiance. The gold-armored ancient god, who had the cultivation base of Shikong and had been following Sun Luo before, was now shackled to the center of the heptagram grand formation. His entire body was enveloped by the golden formation light, and his face was contorted with pain, moaning and begging, "Master, spare me. Master, I don't want to die. Master. This subordinate can't bear this ancient god power any longer." The golden ancient god was rolling on the ground and howling. Suddenly sensing Sun Luo's arrival, his eyes immediately became filled with fear. He bit his lips and didn't dare to let out an unnecessary groan. As soon as Ning Fan saw the golden-armored heavenly deity, his face immediately revealed a strange expression. If he didn't hear it wrong, this golden-armored heavenly god who was rolling on the ground and begging for mercy was the ancient god he had heard of before. Sun Luo's cold eyes swept across the golden-armored heavenly deity and said, "This person is a half-aperture ancient god. He didn't have enough luck to open up his first divine aperture. Thus, it's very difficult for him to bear the ancient god power of the quicksand heart. He is my third primordial spirit. His name is Third God. Mutu's original name is Second God." Then, he looked at the world of the Golden Desert and said, "This is the heart world that only a seven-aperture ancient god can open up, the heart world." It was said that during the primordial era, someone had cultivated a heart realm and cultivated it to the extreme realm, causing the heart realm to become a world that would exist as long as one believed in it. Moreover, it could provide the ancient gods with inexhaustible magic power. The second level of the heart origin was opened by the quicksand ancestor. The third level of the heart world was also opened by the quicksand ancestor by chance. Unfortunately, this heart world is incomplete. It can't provide the quicksand ancestor with an endless supply of magic power. However, this heart world contains an incomparably mysterious principle, world, idealism. The three realms are vain, and only one mind can do it. World, idealism. The three realms are vain, and only one mind can do it. Sun Luo's words were like raging waves that turned Ning Fan's heart upside down. It was a simple sentence, but it contained endless profound principles. It was completely different from what Ning Fan had known since he started cultivating the Tao. Idealism, idealism. It was a kind of power that was completely different from the laws that existed in the world. This sentence seemed to be describing everything that existed in this world except for one's own heart. Idealism was the truth. If one's heart is alive, all living things will be alive. If one's heart is destroyed, all living things will be destroyed. If one's heart is able to trace the trajectory of the world, one could create a world. In this world, as long as one believes in it, one could exist. Everything in this world was born from a single thought in one's heart. In this world, idealism was the truth. Materialism was an illusion. Idealism and materialism were two completely opposite concepts. They contained all the opposite great Daos in the world. When Ning Fan heard Sun Luo's words, he felt countless insights rising in his heart. When he wanted to carefully comprehend them, he realized that he did not understand anything. Mutu. This name doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound as good as two gods. While Ning Fan was seriously comprehending the Tao, Sun Luo suddenly frowned and said in a serious tone, "Mutu. Two gods." Ning Fan's expression became strange again. His state of mind was already in a mess and he no longer comprehended the Tao. He did not expect Sun Luo, immortal king, to give his second and third primordial spirits such unpleasant names. Compared to the two gods, Mutu's name was countless times better. At least it was a normal name. Two gods, three gods. There were many cultivators in this world who did not know how to name themselves. 2 hours have passed, but Mutu's grand formation still hasn't been completed. The ancient god power in this heptagram formation is still not strong enough. The cries of the three gods are not tragic enough. This means that the ancient god heart of the flowing sand ancestor has yet to completely awaken. His grand formation has yet to be completed. Humph. Sun Luo's eyes scanned the strength of the formation light of the heptagram formation. He was displeased and let out a cold harumph. Mutu claimed that he could complete the grand formation in 2 hours and completely awaken the flowing sand ancestor. However, he did not fulfill his promise. Thus, he must be punished. Sun Luo's body flashed and he appeared below the sacrificial altar with a gloomy expression. He waited quietly. Ning Fan did not utter a single word from the beginning to the end. He followed closely behind Sun Luo and appeared below the sacrificial altar. Sun Luo was dissatisfied with Mutu's slow progress in setting up the formation, but he had no choice but to continue waiting. Ning Fan stood on the boundless yellow sand. With a thought in his mind, he lifted a finger and a mountain suddenly appeared above the flat sand. It was the illusion of a magic technique. As soon as the mountain appeared, it was already eroded and decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it turned into sand and dust. This place is filled with the power of time. It's so strong. Ning Fan's expression changed. His heart was filled with astonishment. The power of time in this place would attack anyone who was not an ancient god who enters this world. The three gods were half-aperture ancient gods while Ning Fan was a one-aperture ancient god. Sun Luo's heart had no aperture, but he had already forcefully devoured half of the power of the flowing sand ancestor. They would not be attacked by the power of time. However, once other things enter this world, they would face the danger of being eroded by the wind. Do you know what kind of ancient god bloodline the flowing sand ancestor cultivates? Sun Luo suddenly asked Ning Fan, who was beside him. Ning Fan did not expect that Sun Luo would ask him a question. He pondered for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. Is it the time bloodline? No. The time bloodline is also known as the Lost World bloodline. It's the unique ancient god bloodline of the Lost World primogenitor. Currently, there is only one junior who possesses this bloodline in the entire Northern Heaven. He seems to be a member of the Bei family of the Lost World Palace. In Eastern Heaven, no cultivator has ever cultivated the Lost World bloodline. The divine bloodline of the flowing sand ancestor is called the True Sun bloodline. The body of a true god that he cultivated is respectfully known as the God of Sun. Rumor has it that his power of time is born from the true Yang power. Sun Luo, immortal king, said coldly. The True Sun bloodline? The power of time is born from the true Yang power? How is this possible? Ning Fan's eyes widened. With his experience, it was hard for him to understand the connection between the true Yang power and the power of time. One is the power of extreme Yang and the other is the power of time. Where is the connection between the two? Why can the true Yang power give birth to the power of time? True Yang, time. True Yang, time. One Yang and one Yin. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with confusion. He seemed to have gained some enlightenment about the Tao, but he could not see through it. It was unknown if the Sun Luo immortal king felt that the process of waiting was too boring, but he asked again. Have you heard of the heaven-suppressing treasure of the Eastern Heaven immortal world? I have. The heaven-suppressing treasure of the Eastern Heaven immortal world is called the heaven-suppressing bell. It's a treasure left behind by the ancestral emperor of the Eastern Heaven. The power of this bell is boundless. It is said that a single ring from this bell can destroy a world. Ning Fan answered. Of course, he had heard of the famous heaven-suppressing bell. Not only in Eastern Heaven, but also in the Sea of Clouds from Bailey when he was still at the Divine Transformation realm. Come to think of it, the heaven-suppressing bell had quite a lot of connections with the Eastern Ocean bell that Ning Fan had and the bell of Samsara that Yun Hai of the Northern Heavens had. Ring the bell, end the world. Sun Luo immortal king sneered, then asked, have you heard of the Northern Heaven immortal world's heaven-suppressing treasure? No. Ning Fan shook his head. The heaven-suppressing treasure of the Northern Heaven immortal realm is made up of 9 pearls of extreme Yang, called the Yin Fusion 9 pearls. These pearls were originally objects of extreme Yang. Once they were activated, they would be as dazzling as the sun. When the 9 pearls were activated together, they could burn an entire world. However, the most powerful aspect of this bead is not its ability to attack with true Yang energy, but rather its ability to produce Yin energy from the extreme of Yang. Using true yang energy to refine the power of time. Yin fusion 9 pearls. Extreme yang into yin. Ning Fan's expression changed. All of a sudden, he recalled an incantation that Luo Yu had once taught him. There was a day in the northern sea whose name was Yin Rong. When Ning Fan's cultivation base was still low, he had once used the yin fusion power to suppress the true yang power of his enemies time and time again. He had heard of yin fusion before. The heaven-suppressing treasure of the northern heaven was called the yin fusion 9 pearls. Ning Fan wondered what the two words yin fusion had to do with that incantation. In the current 4 heavens, there are very few people who know that there are actually 10 yin fusion pearls instead of 9. The 10th pearl was found by the flowing sand ancestor by chance, and he forcefully devoured and refined it. Among the 10 yin fusion pearls, the first pearl is the weakest and the 10th pearl is the strongest. The flowing sand ancestor cultivated the true yang energy. After devouring the 10th pearl, his extreme yang energy gave birth to yin energy, allowing him to cultivate the strongest power of time in the eastern heaven. His Tao of time is even stronger than the orthodox bloodline of the northern heaven Lost World Palace. Sun Luo Immortal King said. The flowing sand ancestor devoured the 10th yin fusion pearl? Ning Fan's eyes widened. He suddenly recalled the golden statue of the flowing sand ancestor. That statue was holding a pearl that was comparable to a small sun. Could that pearl be the 10th yin fusion pearl? The 10th yin fusion pearl has been refined by the flowing sand ancestor. Perhaps, there is still a fragment of the pearl left. Ning Fan stroked his storage pouch. Inside the pouch, there was a fragment of the pearl that was filled with true yang energy lying quietly. At this moment, Ning Fan was certain that the fragment of the pearl in his hand was the fragment of the 10th yin fusion pearl. The 10th yin fusion pearl was the strongest yin fusion pearl. It was even stronger than the northern heaven-suppressing treasure of the Lost World Palace, the 9 yin fusion pearls. Ning Fan's thoughts raced. Now that he had a fragment of the 10th pearl, he did not know what kind of fortune he would obtain. After keeping the excitement in his heart, Ning Fan began to ponder about the great Tao of turning true yang extreme into time. Vaguely, he already understood that the connection between the true yang energy and the power of time lied in the phrase extreme yang energy gives birth to yin energy. However, it was difficult to understand how the true yang energy and the power of time could be converted into each other. When talking about the strongest Tao of time of the flowing sand ancestor, Sun Luo's eyes became unprecedentedly fervent. His Tao of space was the strongest in the eastern heaven. If he could obtain the strongest Tao of time, his strength would certainly skyrocket. Gradually, his eyes became blood red. Once he obtains that kind of power, he would definitely make the godly void pavilion pay a heavy price this time. Sun Luo gradually calmed down and began to ponder every step of his plan to attack the heavenly prison. Occasionally, he would mutter to himself, which allowed Ning Fan to guess part of Sun Luo's scheme. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was pondering about the truth of the great Tao that Sun Luo Immortal King had inadvertently mentioned. Puzzled, what was the extreme of yang when the extreme of yang transforms into yin? How could the true yang transform into time? In the 3rd level of the desert world, it was already dusk. The sun was setting. Ning Fan stood on the desert under the setting sun. His shadow was very long. In a daze, he lowered his head and saw the shadow under his feet. He raised his head and looked straight at the setting sun in the sky. Then, he looked at the lonely desert river at the horizon. The lonely smoke of the great desert rose straight up, the round sun set in the long river. He looked thoughtfully at the magic mountain that had already turned into sand and dust. He squatted down and scooped up a handful of quicksand. He looked at the quicksand flowing through his fingers and fell into deep thought. Under the sun, there would always be a shadow. No matter how tall a person was on the surface, there would still be a crooked shadow behind him. There was no perfection in this world. After the sun rose, the desert was extremely hot. As the sun set, the desert was bone-chillingly cold. Day and night alternated. Yin and yang converged. The beginning of yang was the time of sunrise. The extreme of yang was the time of sunset. At this moment, the sun turned into a crescent moon and the day turned into the night. At this moment, the extreme of yang turned into yin. This was the principle of yin and yang. This principle could be applied to the transformation of yin and yang. When the true yang transforms into time, it was not as simple as the principle of yin and yang. Ning Fan closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at the setting sun in the west. Suddenly, he understood something. The sun rose, the sun set, the moon rose and the moon set. The sun and the moon alternated. Yin and yang changed. Day after day, year after year. Among them, there was the passing of time and the existence of time. Time, time. The word light represented yang, the sun. The word yin represented yin and the moon. The extreme of yang transforms into yin and the extreme of yin transforms into yang. Only by repeating this cycle could the power of time be produced. It could cause the passage of time and cause the passage of time to corrode everything, erase everything and destroy everything. Ning Fan looked at the sky again. He knew that from day to night, it was not only the transformation of yang and yin, the alternation of day and night, but also the passing of time. Ning Fan held a handful of quicksand in his hands. He knew that the transformation from a mountain to a weathered rock, then to a gravel and dust, was also due to the passage of time. Humans would grow old because of the alternation of yin and yang, the change of the sun and moon and the passage of time. It was the passage of time that changed everything from the blue sea to the mulberry fields. Time was the passage of time, the true yang transformed into time. It was not enough to only have the true yang qi. One must cultivate the true yin qi at the same time and change the yin and yang. Only then could the power of time be produced. The quicksand primogenitor didn't cultivate the true yin energy, so he resorted to trickery by devouring the yin dissolving pearl and borrowing its energy to turn the true yang energy into yang, repeating the process over and over again. In this way, he managed to cultivate the world-shocking time technique. Time was a supreme secret technique. The hardest thing to travel in this world was the heaven and earth. The hardest thing to retain was time. Ning Fan clenched the quicksand in his hand tightly. The tighter he clenched, the bigger the gap between his fingers and the more quicksand disappeared. He couldn't grasp time. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hold it, life in the morning and death in the evening. The dead were like quicksand, unwilling to part with their youth. Time. Ning Fan did not have the profound comprehension of the true Yang Dao like ancestor quicksand, nor did he cultivate the true yin technique systematically. He also did not have the complete yin melting pearl to devour to understand the essence of the change of yin and yang and the wonder of the passage of time. However, he was the holder of the yin-yang locket, the successor of great emperor ancient chaos and the descendant of the yin-yang evil vein. Although his comprehension of the two words yin and yang wasn't profound, it was still considerable. Although it wasn't the most profound, it had a unique feeling. He could already use the power of the yin-yang locket to achieve the transformation of yin and yang. If he had enough true yang qi, he could turn yang into yin and the cycle of yin and yang. If he had enough true yin qi, he could turn yin into yang and the cycle of yin and yang. He had already understood the key to cultivating the power of time. He also had the yin-yang locket, a supreme treasure that could help him cultivate the power of time. What he lacked now was a medium to transform the power of time. He pressed his palm on his storage pouch again and made up his mind. There were 25 red essence stones in his storage pouch. If he refined them, his true yang qi would be greatly enhanced. There were also items that seemed to be fragments of the yin melting pearl in his storage pouch. Once he refined them, his true yang qi would also be greatly enhanced. With these true yang qi and the trace of blood of time in his body, he should be able to cultivate the power of time that was not weak. With this power of time, he should be able to greatly enhance the power of his wind mist finger, giving him another shocking technique. If he had time, he could refine all of these true yang treasures. However, now wasn't the time. Rumble a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from afar. The entire cave of time began to tremble violently. At this moment, Mu Tu, who was on the first level of the cave, had finished setting up the grand formation. He was praying that the Sunluo immortal king would not punish him for being too slow in setting up the formation. At this moment, the second cave at the bottom of the quicksand star ocean suddenly shone with golden light. The power of time suddenly increased and it was comparable to the power of time in the cave of time. At this moment, the three gods who were imprisoned in the center of the heptagram formation suddenly screamed. Their voices were filled with pain. At this moment, Sunluo's blood-red eyes flashed and he ordered Ning Fan sternly. You, quickly enter the heptagram altar and help the three gods to share the power of the ancient god in the grand formation. This ancient god power is too huge. You should refine as much as you can. As for those that you can't, try to store them in your divine heart. After hearing his words, Ningfan wiped away the emotions of Tao enlightenment in his eyes and regained his calm expression. His body flashed and turned into a ray of traveling light, flying towards the heptagram grand formation. He knew that the awakening of the ancestral ancient god's heart had begun. The second divine aperture had been awakened. At the moment when the second divine aperture was awakened, the ancient god power in the heptagram grand formation suddenly doubled. It was not something that the three gods could withstand. Ningfan knew that his current cultivation base was far from being able to refine such a huge amount of ancient god power. He could only refine a portion of it at most. The rest must be stored in his divine heart as a vessel for the Sanluo immortal king to use at any time. He had already heard a lot of plans from the Sanluo immortal king. He thought that he had agreed to temporarily be the vessel for the Sanluo immortal king's ancient god power in exchange for the little demoness antidote. However, there was no turning back now. As soon as he landed on the heptagram altar, the mountain-like ancient god power immediately fell from the sky and pressed down on Ningfan fiercely. The space around him began to tremble. Intense pain immediately spread to his limbs and bones. However, he did not roll on the ground in pain like the three gods. He was not afraid of pain. His face was pale and his body began to show signs of injuries. However, there was no fear in his eyes. Ningfan used the power of the black stars to heal his injuries while looking at the sky. His eyes were filled with a hint of passion. This overwhelming ancient god power was the purest power of the ancient god's divine heart. It was the power of the ancestral ancient god's heart. It could be used to break through the second divine aperture of the ancient god. The massive ancient god heart power flowed into Ningfan's body and was guided into his heart. On his heart, the golden light spot was located and the ancient god power was rapidly rushing into it. A tiny hole was slowly forming, the second aperture of the ancient god. 1/1, no more updates. Let's wash up and sleep. To be continued. Almost 90% of the ancient god power in the seven-pointed star formation surged towards him as soon as he opened a small hole in the second orifice of the ancient god. The three gods felt the pressure on them greatly reduced. They stood up from the ground and looked at Ningfan in disbelief. Currently, the ancient god aura on Ningfan's body was rising rapidly. Ningfan was just an early ghost profound realm expert, but he made the three gods who were at the abandoning void realm feel an invisible pressure, as if they were facing a superior being. That was the pressure that a low-level ancient god would feel when facing a high-level ancient god. It had nothing to do with cultivation base or bloodline grade. It can't be wrong. This is the aura of a two-aperture ancient god. This aura isn't solid. The second ancient god heart aperture that he has opened hasn't completely stabilized yet. The three gods took a deep breath and their eyes were filled with shock. Under the altar, Sanluo immortal king's blood-red eyes flashed, but he didn't show much emotion. Is this kid trying to use the ancient god heart power in the heptagram formation to open the second divine aperture? It's very risky to forcefully open the ancient god heart aperture in this way. If he succeeds, he will become a two-aperture ancient god. If he fails, his heart will be destroyed. He has consumed 466 ancient god heart lotuses. They might have laid the foundation for him to open the second aperture. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to forcefully open the ancient god heart aperture with his personality. Even so, there was only a 50-50 chance that this kid would succeed in opening his heart acupoint. Will he succeed in opening his heart acupoint, or will he fall? Sanluo's eyes darkened. If Ningfan succeeds in becoming a two-aperture ancient god, it would be of great help to him. On the other hand, if Ningfan dies, it would greatly affect the success or failure of his plan. The three gods were useless and Mutu was not fated to become an ancient god. Ningfan was a good helper. In that case, if Ningfan fails to open the heart aperture, it would be better for him to save him. Otherwise, he would lose a good container for the ancient god power. Humph. If this kid really fails to open the heart aperture, I will forcefully stop him from opening it and save him. Sanluo snorted coldly. At the center of the heptagram formation, Ningfan's ancient god chi was soaring and divine light shone brightly. He had already opened the second aperture of the ancient god. Under the continuous impact of the ancient god power, the aperture was expanding little by little. There was no joy in his eyes, only solemnity. At first, the second heart orifice was only the size of a needle hole. Gradually, the hole became bigger and bigger. Gradually, it became the size of a finger hole, the size of the first divine orifice. But the edge of the second heart aperture was still tearing, spreading to his heart and then to his entire body. Suddenly, a black hole the size of a pinhole appeared on his left chest. The hole was already half the size of a pinhole. The second heart acupoint had been opened, but it was on the verge of collapse. The pain and the emptiness of his heart made his eyes. The pain that came from his heart and the feeling of emptiness made his eyes look unprecedentedly solemn. He had truly underestimated the risk of forcibly opening the ancient god's heart aperture. As the saying goes, success is due to Xiaohe, failure is also due to Xiaohe. The reason why he was able to open his second heart orifice in one go was not only because of the enormous medicinal power of the ancient god heart lotus, but also because of the vast ancient god heart force in the 7 stars radiance formation. Because the ancient god power was strong enough, Ning Fan could open the second heart aperture in a short period of time. Because the ancient god power was too strong, the heart aperture was constantly impacted by the ancient god power, causing the heart aperture to collapse. Even his heart was on the verge of collapse. This method of forcefully opening the heart aperture was too risky. Without the help of the ancient god heart lotus, the success rate would be less than 5%. Even if Ning Fan consumed a large amount of the lotus, there was only a 50% chance of opening the second heart aperture. The ancient god power was not cultivated step by step by Ning Fan, so he couldn't control it freely. It was hard to control the power of the heart aperture. It was easy to invite a god, but hard to send one away. The expanding black hole reminded Ning Fan that he must immediately think of a way to suppress the collapse of the heart aperture. If he allowed the black hole to expand, the consequences would be unimaginable. There was only one ending for him. His heart would be destroyed, his body would die, and then he would fall. The opening of the first heart aperture brought Ning Fan endless pain. The opening of the second heart aperture gave him a 50% chance of dying. The heart aperture was indeed not easy to open, but so what? The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer Ning Fan became. He clearly understood that the reason why he was facing such a crisis was because the amount of ancient god heart power that descended on his body was too huge. He alone bore 90% of the ancient god heart power of the sacrificial altar. The 3 gods and 1 person, on the other hand, only had to bear 10% of the heart power. In this case, as long as he diverted the excess ancient god heart power, the crisis would be resolved. Ning Fan raised his head and glanced at the 3 gods at the side. All of a sudden, the 3 gods felt a chill down their spines. They couldn't understand why they would feel flustered when Ning Fan's gaze swept across them while they were obviously shedding space cultivators while Ning Fan was just a profound ghost cultivator. All of this was because Ning Fan's body contained 90% of the ancient god heart power of the sacrificial altar, which naturally gave off a terrifying aura. Suddenly, Ning Fan raised his palm. The enormous ancient god heart power in his body condensed into an extremely dazzling golden ball of light. He flicked his finger towards the 3 gods. This golden ball of light contained almost 40% of the ancient god heart power of the sacrificial altar. To any ancient god, such a huge amount of ancient god heart power was considered as a great fortune. Any ancient god would benefit greatly from refining such a huge amount of ancient god heart power. As soon as the 3 gods saw the ball of light flying towards them, their eyes suddenly became filled with extreme shock and anger. They cursed loudly. Despicable. If you can't bear this ancient god heart power, you threw it to me. Junior, how dare you do this? He did not think that this ball of light was a fortune at all. Instead, he felt that it was a disaster. Even Ning Fan, who was a 2 apertures ancient god, did not have the fortune to enjoy this ancient god heart power. How would he dare to do so? He was just a half aperture ancient god. He could not digest this ancient god heart power, and he did not dare to forcefully open his heart aperture with this heart power. Just bearing the ancient god aura pressure of this place was enough to make him feel unbearable pain. The ball of light flashed and disappeared. It turned into rays of golden light and exploded around the 3 gods at an extremely fast speed. Currently, the 3 gods were chained to the sacrificial altar. How could they avoid these countless rays of golden light? Each of these rays of golden light was the ancient god heart power of the quicksand primogenitor. Ning Fan and the 3 gods who were standing on the sacrificial altar had been bearing a portion of the ancient god heart power. Ning Fan was supposed to bear 90% of the heart power, but he did not hesitate to throw 40% of it to the three gods. At this moment, the ancient god heart power on the sacrificial altar was redistributed. Ning Fan and the three gods each bore 50% of the heart power. The three gods were not real one-aperture ancient gods. They could not bear too much ancient god heart power at all. Immediately, they shrieked in pain. After Ning Fan diverted the excessive ancient god heart power in his body, he felt much more relaxed. The speed of the black hole in his heart was greatly reduced. He nodded with satisfaction. He ignored the cries of the three gods and sat cross-legged at the center of the sacrificial altar. He began to suppress the collapse of the second heart aperture bit by bit. The black hole in his heart shrunk bit by bit. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the black hole in his heart completely disappeared. The size of the second heart aperture also returned to the size of a finger hole. The edges of the aperture were slowly stabilizing. Only now did the second heart aperture was completely opened. It would no longer collapse. Once the heart aperture was stabilized, Ning Fan let out a long breath. He was no longer afraid of the aura pressure brought by the ancient god heart power. He did not forget that he was the vessel of the ancient god heart power of the myriad immortal king. Once the heart aperture was stabilized, Ning Fan changed his hand seals. Using his heart as the vessel, he began to absorb the ancient god heart power from the sacrificial altar. Oh? The second heart aperture has been successfully opened? At this moment, Sun Luo revealed a surprised expression. He glanced at Ning Fan but did not say anything. In any case, Ning Fan, who had become a two-aperture ancient god, would be of great help to his plan. Mutu slowly controlled the grand formation of the first level of the stone cave. In the quicksand star sea, the third, fourth and fifth stone caves gradually turned golden. At the moment when the sixth stone cave turned golden, the divine heart of the quicksand ancestor was completely awakened. The strength of the ancient god heart power in the seven-pointed star altar reached its peak at this moment. Ning Fan sat cross-legged at the center of the sacrificial altar like a grain of corn in the vast ocean. The entire sacrificial altar now contained half of the ancient god heart power of the quicksand ancestor. Outside the sacrificial altar, the body of the myriad immortal king also contained half of the ancient god heart power. It was the part of heart power that he had forcefully seized from the quicksand star sea. Even though Sun Luo's cultivation base was high, he was not an ancient god. It was already his limit to withstand half of the quicksand ancestor's heart power. Because he could not take away all of the heart power, he decided to stay in the quicksand star region and continue to seek for the remaining heart power. Therefore, he needed a vessel, a carrier to help him store the heart power. The three gods were an inferior vessel while Ning Fan was a superior one. Ning Fan kept sealing the vast ancient god heart power in his heart acupoint. After he opened the second heart acupoint, this massive ancient god heart power was no longer of much use to him. With the risk of opening the second heart acupoint, he did not plan to continue opening the third heart acupoint recklessly with the help of such a massive ancient god heart power without any preparation. Even though he had consumed the ancient god heart lotus to lay the foundation for the opening of the second heart acupoint, he still nearly died during the process. He was not prepared for the opening of the third heart acupoint. He did not plan to take a greater risk and risk his life to open the third heart acupoint. He sealed the ancient god heart power in his heart acupoint and did not use it recklessly. Instead, he left it for Sun Luo to use at any time. In Sun Luo's plan, he was just a vessel for the heart power to temporarily store the heart power. When Sun Luo needed it, he would use it all at once. The quicksand ancestor was a 6 apertures ancient god. Sun Luo had forcefully absorbed the heart power of 3 apertures. Ning Fan was already a 2 apertures ancient god. Gradually, both of his heart acupoints were filled with the recovered heart power of the quicksand ancestor. He could not seal any more. Ning Fan's existence was to act as the 2 heart acupoints of Sun Luo. The 3 gods were just half apertures ancient gods. After Ning Fan had sealed countless ancient god heart powers, the ancient god aura pressure on the 7-pointed star altar was reduced by 2/3. The anguished expression on the 3 gods' faces faded away. They stood up again and glared at Ning Fan with extreme resentment. Ning Fan, on the other hand, gave them an indifferent look. "Junior, you better remember what happened just now." The 3 gods were so angry that they laughed and threatened him. Ning Fan acted as if he did not hear their threats. He sat cross-legged on the altar to regulate his breathing. Then, he consumed a pill and closed his eyes without saying a word. Sealing the ancient god heart power had consumed a lot of Ning Fan's magic power. He was busy recovering his magic power. How would he have the time to deal with the three gods? Three gods. It seems like you haven't completed your task yet. Sun Luo, who was outside the altar, suddenly spoke coldly and reminded them. As soon as they heard Sun Luo's words, the three gods' expressions changed drastically. They no longer had the mood to provoke Ning Fan. They immediately sat cross-legged on the ground like Ning Fan and formed hand seals to seal the scattered ancient god heart powers into half of their heart acupoints. His body was bound by countless shackles. Every movement he made would cause the shackles to jingle. Gradually, half of the heart acupoints of the three gods were filled with the ancient god heart powers. There were still a lot of ancient god heart powers flowing above the altar. However, he no longer had the strength to seal them. Master, I have reached my limit. I can't seal any more ancient god heart powers. The three gods looked at Sun Luo and smiled apologetically. 3 apertures, 2 apertures, half apertures, 5.5 apertures, less than 6 apertures, less than 6 apertures. I won't be able to unleash the full power of the Quicksand Ancestor's ability, Sun Luo seemed to be calculating and muttering to himself. He did not even look at the three gods. In a flash, his figure vanished without a trace. At the next moment, he appeared on the altar, standing between Ning Fan and the three gods. He was holding a rhombus-shaped blood-red crystal in his hand. It contained an incomparable aura of vicissitudes. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the crystal and his eyes widened in shock. A memory about this item had appeared in his ancient god bloodline out of nowhere, thus, he recognized this item. It was called the Crystal of the Death God. It was a type of immemorial secret treasure. Each piece of the Crystal of the Death God was made from the hearts of 10,000 ancient gods. It could only be formed after 100,000 years of refinement. In order to form a piece of crystal, one needed to kill 10,000 ancient gods and extract their hearts to refine the crystal. After consuming this crystal, there was a certain chance of directly opening the heart acupoint of an ancient god. However, there was also a certain chance of suffering a backlash. In order to refine this piece of crystal, one needed to kill 10,000 ancient gods. This item used the power of the heart of the death god to provide for the god of life's cultivation. That was why it was called the Crystal of the Death God. Everyone could only consume one piece of the Crystal of the Death God in their lifetime. If one forcefully consumes the second piece, there was a 30% chance that he would die. If one forcefully consumes the third piece, he would die 10,000 times. If one forcefully consumes the fourth piece, he would definitely die. The higher the grade of the Crystal of the Death God, the more prominent the effect of opening the heart acupoint. The more heart acupoints there were, the weaker the effect of consuming the Crystal of the Death God. The grade of the Crystal of the Death God was determined by the grade of the 10,000 hearts of the ancient gods. Holding the Crystal of the Death God in his hand, Sun Luo looked at Ning Fan and the three gods and sneered. This is my third piece of the Crystal of the Death God. It is also my last piece. Three gods, are you willing to consume it to increase the number of heart acupoints of the ancient gods and help me complete the sixth acupoint? Master, please spare my life. When I consumed the first piece of the Crystal of the Death God, I was unlucky enough to suffer a backlash. After consuming the second piece, I could barely open half of the heart acupoint. You must not let me consume the third piece. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. After consuming the third piece of the Crystal of the Death God, I will only be able to successfully open the heart acupoint once after dying 10,000 times. The hope is slim. The hope is slim. When the three gods heard that Sun Luo intended to let them consume the third piece of the Crystal of the Death God, their faces were filled with fear. Half of the heart acupoint was opened by luck because of consuming 2 pieces of the Crystal of the Death God. The Crystal of the Death God was a supreme treasure that Sun Luo Immortal King found by chance. There were originally 5 of them. After he consumed one piece, his luck was not good and he failed to open the heart acupoint. There was a chance that he would die after consuming the second piece. Naturally, he would not consume it again. He gave one piece to Mu Tu, but he failed to open the heart acupoint. After he gave 2 pieces to the 3 gods, they finally opened the heart acupoint. Now, he only had one last piece of the crystal of the death god in his hand. He wanted to use this piece of crystal of the death god to gather the number of 6 acupoints to return to the divine void realm and attack the heavenly prison. Seeing that the 3 gods were timid and did not dare to consume the crystal of the death god, Sun Luo sneered and turned to look at Ning Fan. Sun Luo did not plan to waste this piece of crystal on the 3 gods. His plan was to give it to Ning Fan in order to gather the number of 6 acupoints. When he saw Sun Luo looking at him, Ning Fan naturally understood that Sun Luo wanted to give this treasure to him. However, before Sun Luo could say anything, deafening rumbles suddenly resounded across the entire world of the black hole and spread across the entire quicksand star sea, reaching the ears of everyone in the cave of time. It was the sound of something breaking. The world of the black hole seemed to be suffering from some kind of extremely powerful attack. It was breaking and collapsing bit by bit. Humph. The Divine Void Emperor and the Divine Void Emperor are really fast. They actually came to this star region in less than a day. Sun Luo's eyes turned cold. Then, he revealed an evil sneer and threw the crystal of the death god in his hand to Ning Fan. This item is for you to refine. No mistakes are allowed. Just as his voice fell, Sun Luo had already disappeared without a trace with a piercing whistle. Sun Luo knew that the Divine Void Emperor and the Divine Void Emperor had already arrived at the Quicksand Star region. Now that the 2 emperors were here, he must fight them. He certainly would not avoid this battle. 1-1, sorry for the late update. Go wash and sleep. To be continued. Just as Sun Luo left, 2 traces of extremely ancient aura force suddenly appeared in the world of the black hole and pressed down on the entire world. Ning Fan had just caught the death god crystal. Before he could react, he was suppressed by the aura force. Being caught off guard, he was actually frozen on the spot by the aura force, unable to move. One of the aura force gave people a feeling like the vast starry sky. It was illusory and boundless, unfathomable and unfathomable. The other aura force gave people a domineering feeling. It was like the brightest and most dazzling sunlight. It was scorching, stinging, and dazzling, making people unable to look at it directly. Both of these aura forces were the aura force of immortal emperors. Their ancient aura force was enough to make the entire galaxy tremble. It's the Divine Void Emperor duo. They have caught up to us. This is bad. Even though Master is strong, he isn't a match for them. I don't want to be locked up in the heavenly prison again. In the first level of the Cave of Time, Mu Tu's expression changed drastically after being intimidated by the aura force of the 2 emperors. Divine Void Emperor duo. How did they catch up to us so quickly? On the 3rd level of the sacrificial altar, the 3 divine eyes were filled with fear. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. The Divine Void Emperor duo, huh? Ning Fan secretly activated the aura force of his ancestral grade demon blood and devil blood and slightly activated the ghost face spirit equipment's ability to resist the aura force. Only then did he manage to resist the aura force of the 2 emperors slightly and regain his mobility. Ning Fan's eyes became more and more solemn as he scanned the world of the black hole outside the cave with his spirit sense. The boundless world of the black hole was forcefully broken open by someone. From that opening, one could see the empty scenery of the Quicksand Star region outside. At the opening, 2 immortal emperors who were emitting 7-colored light shattered the world of the black hole and stepped into the world at the same time. Currently, Ning Fan was already a 2nd-step cultivator. However, he still could not see the faces of the 2 immortal emperors clearly. He could only vaguely see that one of them was a white-haired old man who was standing on an illusory silver dragon soul. His face could not be seen clearly. That person was the Void Emperor. The other immortal emperor was clad in golden armor. His body was tall and sturdy. Even though Ning Fan could not see his face clearly, he seemed to be able to sense his domineering and arrogant gaze. This immortal emperor was standing on a golden cloud, and there were 6 golden orbs of light around him. One could vaguely sense that there was a treasure protecting him within the orbs of light, but one couldn't see what it was. This person was Emperor Shen Kong. Sun Luo, long time no see. How have you been? Emperor Shen Kong sneered and looked forward. In that direction, a crimson-haired figure slowly appeared. It was Senro. Junior brother. The Void Emperor sighed and looked at Sun Luo, not knowing what to say. Sun Luo laughed coldly. He did not even look at Emperor Shen Kong and completely ignored him. His gaze met the Void Emperor's, and Sun Luo's expression turned even colder. Senior brother, are you here to capture me and bring me back to the heavenly prison? Junior brother, follow me back to the heaven prison. Don't kill anymore. The Void Sovereign closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Kill more? Heh, senior brother's words are quite interesting. The number of people that senior brother has killed might not be less than mine. When you kill people, you are enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. When I kill people, I am killing more. What a joke. Sun Luo laughed loudly, and his expression was full of disdain. The spatial monarch frowned and let out a sigh. Emperor Shen Kong snorted coldly and said to the Void Sovereign sternly, why bother talking nonsense with this evil creature? Just capture him and bring him back to the heaven prison. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Shen Kong took a step forward. As he took a step, a large amount of golden divine light swept out from his body and turned into a golden seal that pressed down on Sun Luo's head. The momentum of this golden seal was earth-shattering, and it created countless golden ravines in the void. Like a swimming dragon, it flew in all directions. Divine King Seal. I wasn't afraid of your Divine King Seal back then. Now, I won't be afraid either. Sun Luo's expression was cold, and he exuded endless chilliness. He took a huge step forward, and his body was surrounded by crimson rainbows. His red hair danced in the wind. He was an immortal king who had passed the 5th tribulation, while Emperor Shen Kong was an immortal king who had passed the 8th tribulation. The difference in their cultivation was huge, but Sun Luo wasn't afraid of Shen Kong at all. As the golden seal fell, Sun Luo didn't run or hide. He just waved his sleeves, and millions of crimson stars appeared in the void. The golden seal pulled in all the forces of the heaven and earth, and it turned into millions of crimson stars that fell on Sun Luo like rain. It gave off a deafening sound, and countless void storms were set off. The power of each golden print smashing down was comparable to the power of a low-level cultivation planet exploding. While bathed in the crimson starlight, Sun Luo's eyes remained cold. Although the golden seal was powerful, his crimson star's self-recovery ability was stronger. The Divine King Seal couldn't hurt him, Sun Luo smiled disdainfully. He suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the void in front of him. The force of this grab caused an unimaginable collapse of the void. The millions of golden seal shadows in the void collapsed and scattered. Heh, the Divine King Seal is just SOSO. Sun Luo said disdainfully. Shameless boasting. Emperor Shen Kong's spell was broken, and his expression turned extremely ugly. He waved his sleeves angrily, and the 6 golden balls of light around him revealed their true forms. They were 6 golden skulls. These 6 golden skulls were refined from the skulls of cultivators. They were at least the skulls of 3rd or 4th tribulation celestial kings. There were naturally skulls of 5th tribulation celestial kings as well. One of the skulls was even refined from the skull of a sub-emperor. Emperor Shen Kong raised his hand and pointed. A golden ray of light shot out from his finger, which split into 6 and entered the 6 skulls. At this moment, the shadow of a huge golden tombstone appeared behind Emperor Shen Kong. The appearance of the tombstone was somewhat similar to the steel of sun and moon, but it wasn't exactly the same. The 6 skulls flashed and turned into 6 withered skeleton cultivators in golden robes. These 6 withered skeleton cultivators were all celestial kings, and their cultivation ranged from 3rd tribulation to sub-emperor. Once the 6 of them appeared, they immediately charged towards Sun Luo emotionlessly. Tombstone Technique. This technique is one of the strongest spells of the Divine Space Scripture. Unfortunately, with your aptitude, I'm afraid you will never be able to cultivate this technique to the realm of Summon Emperor Bone. The 6 King Bones is already your limit. The disdain in Sun Luo's eyes intensified. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out 8 rays of blood light. The 8 rays of blood light circled around him and revealed their true forms, which were the shadows of 8 blood-red skulls. These 8 blood-red skulls were the skulls of sub-emperors. At this moment, a huge shadow of a blood-red tombstone appeared behind Sun Luo. The 8 skulls of sub-emperors shone with blood light and turned into 8 withered skeleton cultivators in blood-red robes. These 8 people were all sub-emperors. When the 8 of them joined forces, they could even fight against a 6th tribulation celestial emperor. Impossible. You have never received the orthodox inheritance of the divine space scripture. How could you cultivate this technique to the realm of 8 king bones? The Shin Space Thearch's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The Void Thearch sighed again. He knew that his junior brother's aptitude was high and that he was the best in the Divine Void realm. After the ancestor of the Divine Void realm, there was no one who could surpass him. Sunluo had not received the orthodox inheritance of the Divine Space Scripture, but even the Tao of Divine Space, the Arch of the Divine Space, the Arch was not as powerful as Sunluo. Sunluo had received the orthodox inheritance of the Divine Space Scripture. After the ancestor of the Divine Void realm, no one could surpass Sunluo in the Tao of Void. This person's aptitude was too high and shocking. If it was not for the fact that he could not get rid of his obsession, he would have already broken through and become an emperor, even though he had not entered the 6th tribulation of eternity and had not entered the emperor realm. Sunluo's strength was enough to sweep away all 6th tribulation celestial emperors. His realm was the same as the great elder of the slaughter hall, the Nether Sea immortal king. However, his strength was not comparable to Nether Sea. The 6 golden-robed immortal kings and the 8 blood-robed quasi-emperors fought against each other, and soon, the outcome of the battle was decided. The 8 people summoned by Sunluo had won. The figures of the golden-robed immortal kings were crushed by the blood-robed quasi-emperors. The Shin Space Thearch's expression became uglier and the murderous intent in his golden eyes became sharper. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden flame pearl. With a change of hand seal, the golden flame pearl immediately turned into billions of golden flames and suns and bombarded Sunluo. Connate treasure. Fire immunity pearl? Back then, you used this to sneak attack me and I was injured badly. Now, this thing can't hurt me. Roar. Sunluo suddenly raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. He did not use much magic power in this roar. What he used the most was his murderous aura and a lifetime of demonic thoughts. Endless blood-red flames spread out from under Sunluo's feet and swept across the void in all directions, turning into a sea of blood-red flames. The blood-red flames were the flames of his murderous aura and they were formed by Sunluo's killing. His roar carried a blood-red sound circle that shook the void in all directions. The crazy roar and countless blood-red ripples reverberated throughout heaven and earth. At this moment, the demonic thoughts on Sunluo's body were monstrous and his aura was terrifying. At this moment, Sunluo's eyes looked down on everything. His demonic roar contained a great magical power that could incinerate and melt everything. Under this demonic roar, even the starry sky would tremble. Even heaven and earth would have to yield to it. Boom. Boom. Boom, circles of blood-red ripples swept across the fire immunity pearl. Every time they swept across, the fire immunity pearl would tremble violently and let out an earth-shattering roar. A crack appeared on it. After a few breaths, the fire immunity pearl shook violently and broke into 2 halves from the middle. It was almost destroyed. The demonic roar still reverberated in the void for a long time. The Shin Space Thearch turned pale with fright and hurriedly formed a hand seal to retrieve the fire immunity pearl. He was afraid that the fire immunity pearl would be completely destroyed and could no longer be repaired. At this moment, his ears were still reverberating with a buzzing sound. The demonic roar entered his body and messed up his breathing. He was forced to retreat a few hundred steps in the void before he could stabilize his body. Every step he took would cause the entire heaven and earth to tremble. Shin Space, you alone won't be able to take him down. The Void Thearch sighed. He rode the silver dragon and flew to the side of the Shin Space Thearch. His murky eyes suddenly shone brightly. With a wave of his sleeves, the demonic roar that filled the entire heaven and earth was dispersed. The Void Thearch had finally decided to join the battle. Although he and the Shin Space Thearch seemed to be united, they were actually divided. However, when it came to matters of right and wrong, the Shin Space Thearch and the Shin Space Thearch had always been on the same side. He had the best relationship with his junior brother. However, because of what happened in the past, the crack between them could no longer be mended and his junior brother would never turn back. The only thing he could do was to forcefully take down Sunluo and send him back to the heaven prison. Only then would he be able to avoid making more mistakes. Forget it. Let's work together and capture this evil creature back to the heaven prison. The Shin Space Thearch snorted coldly. The current Sunluo was much stronger than he was in the past. The various divine abilities of the Shin Space Thearch were restrained by Sunluo. Although his cultivation base was high, it was hard for him to make full use of the advantage of his realm. It would not be easy for him to take down Sun Luo alone. However, if the God Void the Arch and the Shin Space the Arch joined forces, no matter how strong Sun Luo was, he would still be defeated. Senior brother, you must capture me back to the Heaven Prison. Is that so? Sun Luo said coldly. Yes. The Void the Arch sighed. However, his eyes were even more resolute. Hearing this, the corner of Sun Luo's mouth curled up and he revealed an evil sneer. Heaven Prison, I will go back. However, not now, and not in this way. If I am not willing, even if the two of you come together, what can you do to me? Emperor Technique, Dark Prison. Sun Luo suddenly raised his finger and pointed at the God Void the Arch and the Shin Space the Arch. The endless black hole world collapsed completely at this moment and turned into countless black fragments. After the fragments collapsed, they reformed and turned into two black cages. They were airtight and sealed the God Void the Arch and the Shin Space the Arch in the cages. What? This bastard has even successfully cultivated the Void Scripture's dark prison technique. The God Void the Arch exclaimed in shock. Even the Void the Arch revealed a look of disbelief. The two Thearchs simultaneously attacked and tried to break the black cages imprisoning the two of them. However, they discovered that even with their cultivation, they were unable to break the cages in a short period of time. The dark prison isolated the two of them from the rest of the world. This dark prison technique could be used to attack and imprison powerful enemies. When used for defense, it could even block the attacks of an 8 Tribulation Immortal Emperor. The two Thearchs continued to use their techniques but were unable to break the dark prison technique. Naturally, with the defense of the dark prison technique, Sun Luo could not harm the two of them. Seeing that the two Thearchs were trapped, Sun Luo sneered and swallowed the entire quicksand star sea into his stomach. At this moment, the black hole world had collapsed, and the final step of the Sun Luo plan was nearing completion. It was time to return to the God Void the Arch. Taking out the East Sea Star plate, Sun Luo's blood-red eyes flashed coldly. He identified a direction and turned into a shocking blood-red light that charged toward the East Sea Star region. Along the way, the domain-locking formations of the star regions were all broken by Sun Luo. Any cultivation planet that blocked his way was shattered by Sun Luo's fist. Any cultivator that blocked his way was directly smashed into a bloody pulp by Sun Luo's light. The life immortals and perfected immortals along the way had already sensed Sun Luo's monstrous demonic aura and were all horrified. In the eastern sky, some thought-shattering old monsters, celestial sovereigns, and celestial kings that had lived for a very long time were horrified when they sensed Sun Luo's aura. Those that recognized Sun Luo's aura and weren't celestial emperors all revealed expressions of fear. Sun Luo was a devil that caused chaos in the eastern sky 45 million years ago. With the power of one person, this devil covered half of the God Void the Arch and destroyed 107 high-grade star regions. During that era, 1/10 of the perfected immortals in the eastern sky died at his hands. The number of life immortals and first-step cultivators he killed was innumerable. The number of cultivation planets he destroyed was even more innumerable. He was still alive. There was a dimensional world inside Sun Luo Immortal King's body. The entire quicksand star sea was swallowed by him. Ningfan's face was filled with astonishment. In the past, he only thought that Sun Luo was very strong and was comparable to the Nether Sea Immortal King. However, he didn't know that Sun Luo's strength was actually far stronger than the Nether Sea Immortal King. He had even surpassed many 6th Tribulation Immortal Emperors and was comparable to the 7th Tribulation Immortal Emperors. Even the Divine Void Immortal Emperors could not capture Sun Luo in one go. Instead, their abilities were broken by Sun Luo and they were trapped in the quicksand star region. In that case, the second Jade Slip could not cause too much trouble to Sun Luo at all. Only the third Jade Slip could summon the Slaughter Emperor and subdue Sun Luo. Fortunately, judging from the current situation, Sun Luo did not have any killing intent towards Ningfan. The two of them used each other and lived in harmony. The various abilities of Sun Luo replayed in his mind. Ningfan let out a devil roar and his eyes were filled with astonishment. He always felt that Sun Luo's abilities had many things that were worth comprehending. While he was pondering, Sun Luo's displeased voice suddenly resounded in his ears. "Junior, have you seen enough? If you have, quickly refine the Death God Crystal and help me fight the Divine Void Immortal Realm." After being reminded by Sun Luo, Ning Fan remembered that he still had a piece of Death God crystal in his hand. Yes, his top priority was to refine the Death God crystal instead of comprehending Sun Luo's abilities and secret techniques. He did not have a good impression of the Divine Void Pavilion because of the poison in Little Demonist's body. He did not have any opinion on Sun Luo's plan to destroy the Divine Void Immortal Realm and attack the Heavenly Prison. There was only one thing in his mind, to refine the Death God crystal and help Sun Luo accomplish his goal. After that, he would ask Sun Luo to cure Little Demonist's poison. He did not have a good impression of Sun Luo, nor did he have a bad impression of him. He did not want to get involved in the grudge between Sun Luo and the Divine Void Immortal Realm. He was just a bystander. After refining the Death God crystal, make some fireworks for me. I want those with lotus patterns. Sun Luo ordered again. All right. Then, he swallowed the crystal of the Death God and slowly refined it. At the side, the three gods who were chained swallowed their saliva. Their hearts were filled with lingering fear when they saw Ning Fan swallowing the Death God crystal. He had consumed the Death God crystal twice. He understood how dangerous and painful the process of refining it was. This kid is just a ghost profound realm expert after all. Perhaps he can't withstand the heart-devouring myriad deities of the Death God crystal. The three gods shook their heads in disdain. They looked at Ning Fan quietly, trying to see the pain on his face and hear the wails from his mouth. However, they were disappointed. After consuming the Death God crystal, Ning Fan closed his eyes and sat cross-legged without saying a word. He did not show any emotion, nor did he make any sound. It was as if he had never consumed the Death God crystal. How is this possible? The pain of the heart-devouring myriad deities is so dangerous that even I can't bear it. How can he endure it so calmly? The astonishment in the three gods' eyes grew. They could feel that the ancient god aura pressure in Ning Fan's body had begun to increase. In his mind, Ning Fan was standing in a world that was reversed from the normal world. It was a strange world that he did not know. The sky was below and the earth was above. He was walking in this world. It was desolate and dead silent. All of a sudden, countless killing intent came from the end of the earth. From all directions, there were countless giants who were as tall as the sky. They were walking towards him with ancient footsteps. Each of the giants had a black hole in their chest. Their hearts were no longer there. Heart. Give me your heart. One by one, the giants came from all directions and approached Ning Fan. All of a sudden, a giant rotten hand broke out from the ground and reached out towards Ning Fan. January 1st, there are no more updates. Let's wash up and sleep. To be continued. All of a sudden, a giant rotten hand broke out from the ground and reached out towards Ning Fan. A putrid grey chi spread out from the giant hand, making one feel nauseous just by smelling it. A strong gust of wind blew and the grey chi turned into a giant grey dragon. It opened its mouth and swallowed Ning Fan. Ning Fan's body turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared from his original spot. At the next moment, he appeared in the sky. He raised his palm and pressed it against the grey dragon. Then, he looked down at the ground with a grim expression. The ground kept cracking and giant rotten corpses crawled out from the ground. All of the rotten corpses had black holes in their chests. None of them had a heart. Each of the rotten corpses had an extremely dense ancient god chi. They were the corpses of ancient gods. Among the group of ancient corpses, there was an ancient god corpse with dragon horns on its head. Its body was surrounded by dragon-shaped grey chi. Its aura force was like a mountain, carrying an unusually vast pressure. It was completely different from the corpses of ordinary ancient gods. Roar. The giant corpses crawled out from the ground and roared at the sky. Their voices were filled with endless resentment. Some of the giant corpses began to wave their fists at the sky. Heaven and earth were instantly filled with countless ancient divine lights. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan turned into green smoke again and evaded the fists. His eyes were fixed on the ancient corpse with dragon horns and he remained silent. All of a sudden, several spatial cracks appeared in the sky. Giant rotten hands reached out from the cracks and grabbed at Ning Fan when he least expected it. Among the countless giant hands, there were countless traces of grey chi which turned into the demon form of a grey fire sparrow. It attacked Ning Fan ferociously like the wind. Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. Without saying a word, he summoned the memory-severing Tao sword. The sword produced countless illusory sword lights and killed the grey demonic sparrow. Then, he raised his hand and cut off the countless giant rotten hands. After a series of loud noises, countless giant hands were cut into pieces by the sword lights and exploded into countless traces of grey qi. Then, the giant corpses whose arms were cut off walked out from the spatial cracks one after another. They roared at Ning Fan furiously as if they resented him for cutting off their arms. Among this group of giant corpses, there was an ancient god corpse with grey fire wings. Its aura force was extremely vast, which was completely different from ordinary ancient corpses. On the ground in all directions, countless giant rotten corpses were approaching Ning Fan step by step. In just a few breaths, the ancient corpses in the distance had all closed in. Among this group of ancient corpses, there were two giant ancient gods with exceptionally vast auras. One of them had the head of a tiger and the lower body of a human. The other person was a fat giant who carried a huge turtle shell on his back. Underground, in the sky, in the cracks in space, there were ancient god corpses everywhere. However, only the four ancient corpses could give him a sense of danger. Ancient dragonhorn corpse. Flamewing ancient corpse. Tiger-headed ancient corpses. Ancient tortoise-shelled corpse. Among these ancient god corpses, most of them were one-apertured ancient gods, a small number of them were two-apertured ancient gods, and a small number of them were three-apertured ancient gods. Most of the ancient god corpses with one aperture possessed void fragmentation realm cultivation base. Most of the ancient god corpses had the cultivation of life immortals. Most of the ancient god corpses with three orifices had the cultivation of the crossing truth realm. There were only four ancient corpses here, and they were the corpses of three-apertured ancient gods. Ning Fan's figure flickered continuously in the sky. He used his spirit sense to scan the surroundings and his expression turned grim. After a rough count, he found out that there were 10,000 one-apertured ancient gods, 81 two-apertured ancient gods and 4 three-apertured ancient gods. 10,000 one-apertured ancient god corpses waved their fists at Ning Fan at the same time. Divine light dazzled the world and the light from their fists shook the heavens. Large areas of the hollow space collapsed one after another. The ground could not stop trembling. For some unknown reason, the 81 two-apertured ancient gods and the 4 three-apertured ancient gods did not immediately join in the attack. Since they were just attacks from one-apertured ancient gods, Ning Fan was not afraid no matter how many ancient gods there were. Ning Fan raised his hand and summoned the memory-severing Tao sword. He made a hand seal and the sword turned into 108,000 sword shadows, setting up a sword formation. Rays of illusory sword light began to rampage and kill in the sword formation. Groups of one-apertured ancient gods were killed by the sword light, exploding into traces of grey qi. Every time an ancient god was killed, a trace of grey qi would fly out from the black hole in the ancient god's chest and enter Ning Fan's body. Once the grey qi entered his body, it would rush to his heart, causing an excruciating pain as if his heart was being torn apart. At the same time, it would deprive his heart of its life force bit by bit. Ning Fan used the illusory sword formation to kill all one-apertured ancient gods. Immediately, 10,000 traces of grey qi appeared in his body. Boundless pain assaulted him. Ning Fan's breathing became sluggish. His face immediately turned abnormally red and his qi began to become slightly chaotic. His heart was tainted by countless traces of grey qi. At the moment when the grey qi appeared, Ning Fan lost control of his mind. He almost wanted to break free from this illusory realm. This was one of the reasons why countless people failed to open up their divine apertures after consuming the Death God's crystal. A fragile heart could not resist the corrosion of the grey qi at all. The strength of one's heart had nothing to do with one's cultivation level. It was closely related to one's ancient god realm. Cultivators who were not ancient gods would immediately be corroded by the grey qi once they come into contact with it. They would be forced to break free from the illusory realm forcefully, causing the refinement of the Death God's crystal to fail. Even ordinary one-apertured ancient gods would not be able to resist the corrosion of 10,000 traces of grey qi at the same time. Those who are heartless will die. Those who are heartless will die. Those who are heartless will die. We are unwilling to accept this. The remaining 81 two-apertured ancient gods' corpses and 4 three-apertured ancient gods' corpses roared furiously. Ning Fan's mind gradually lost control. The illusory realm in front of him split into two and then into four. As the number of changes increased, he could no longer see anything clearly. Heaven and earth seemed to be shaking, and everything began to blur. At this moment, it was not the heaven and earth or the illusory realm that was wavering. It was Ning Fan's heart. At this moment, it was also Ning Fan's heart that might suffer the backlash. The roars of the ancient gods' corpses echoed in his ears. Suddenly, Ning Fan realized that the gray qi in his body was growing bit by bit. The amount of gray qi was increasing and it contained endless negative emotions. Resentment, anger, unwillingness, jealousy, greed, fear, despair, sorrow. Ning Fan vaguely had an epiphany. His eyes turned sharp and he shouted coldly. His divine heart emitted countless rays of divine light, slightly dispersing part of the gray qi. His eyes regained some clarity. As expected, this gray qi is the combination of all the negative emotions of the fallen ancient gods. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold and he muttered to himself. To open the first aperture of an ancient god, he relied on the opportunity given by Ancestor Yu. It was not the right way. To open the first aperture, he had to endure the pain of severing his heart for 1,000 years. After that, he opened the first heart aperture and his heart became even more persevering. He was no longer afraid of any pain. Even though he used the ancient god heart lotus to build a good foundation for opening the second aperture, he was still on the verge of danger. Fortunately, he was calm and decisive in the face of danger. He abandoned the excess ancient god heart force to ensure the success of opening the heart aperture. After opening the second aperture, his heart became calmer. The more serious the situation was, the more he could calm himself down and not lose his composure. The third aperture was the divine aperture that Ning Fan was trying to open by consuming the death god crystal. The process was filled with endless negative emotions. Those were all the emotions left behind by the 10,000 ancient gods after they lost their divine hearts. I must eliminate all these negative emotions. The divine light on Ning Fan's body became stronger and stronger. That divine light came from his heart. He was a two-aperture ancient god. His heart was already strong enough to suppress all these negative emotions. The gray qi in his divine heart gradually disappeared amidst a sizzling sound. The gray qi was not expelled from Ning Fan's body. Instead, it was forcefully refined by him. Why would he be afraid of these negative emotions? Every time he refined a bit of gray qi, his divine heart would become stronger. After refining 10,000 traces of gray qi, a gray light spot slowly appeared above his divine heart. That light spot was right beside the second divine aperture. That spot was the location to open the third divine aperture. I can obtain gray qi by killing the ancient god corpses in the illusory realm. Refining this gray qi might increase the ancient god heart force and help me open the heart aperture. All of this is just a possibility. It's not absolute. Ning Fan's eyes were now completely clear. He understood the key to refining the death god crystal. He already understood why this death god heart could help people open the heart aperture. Killing 10,000 ancient gods and extracting their hearts was not as simple as extracting their heart force. Instead, one had to kill these ancient gods using incomparably cruel methods, causing their hearts to be filled with all kinds of negative emotions before they died. The stronger the divine heart of an ancient god was, the less likely it was for them to have negative emotions. However, once negative emotions are produced, those emotions would be even more ingrained and indelible. It would make people unable to extricate themselves and sink deep into the mud. Killing these ancient gods, extracting their hearts, and refining them into crystals. The death god crystal was the amalgamation of countless negative emotions. When a cultivator consumes it to resist the negative emotions within, it could temper their heart and improve the power of their divine heart. If the grade of the death god crystal is too low, it would not have much of an effect. If the grade of the death god crystal is too high and the negative emotions are too strong, the cultivator who consumes the crystal would not be able to resist it. Hence, the refinement process would usually fail. Mutu and the three gods had failed to refine the crystal because they could not resist the negative emotions. As for Sun Luo, it was because even though he was not an ancient god, he had always been obsessed with evil thoughts and had an extremely tough will. What he refined was just a second-grade death god crystal which was far from enough to open the heart aperture. The grade of the death god crystal that Ning Fan obtained was neither too high nor too low. It was just right for him to use. The power of the Grey Qi could make him lose himself for a moment, but it was not enough to make him sink completely. It was still within the range of his refinement ability. Standing in the sky, Ning Fan scanned his surroundings with his spirit sense. When he saw the remaining ancient god corpses, his eyes flashed with determination. The negative emotions of 10,001 aperture ancient gods were not enough to help him open the third heart aperture. He needed more Grey Qi. At the moment when Ning Fan scanned them with his spirit sense, the 81 two-aperture ancient gods moved. These two-aperture ancient gods at the ghost profound realm let out deafening roars. Some of them flew into the sky while some of them were already in the sky. All of them were closing in on Ning Fan. At a certain moment, the 81 ancient gods suddenly stretched out their palms in unison. The Grey Qi around their bodies condensed into longbows which were held in their palms. Amidst the thunderous roars, the 81 ancient gods drew their bows and released their arrows. 81 whistling giant arrows made of grey light pierced through the sky towards Ning Fan. Each of the grey arrow light had the destructive power of a ghost profound realm attack. Among the 81 arrows, 6 or 7 of them even had the destructive power of a peak ghost profound realm attack. The arrows fell at the same time. Grey Qi covered the sky. This piece of land that was already upside down was once again turned upside down. Before the arrows could get close to him, Ning Fan immediately lifted one of his feet and stepped on the sky. Immediately, a huge ravine with lead-colored light appeared in the sky. Within the ravine, a gigantic lead-colored lotus grew. At the next moment, millions of lotus shadows appeared in the sky. Divine light illuminated the world. The arrows bombarded the defense of the 3 flowers but failed to break it. To be honest, the strength of Ning Fan's 3 flowers technique was not enough to defend against the joint attacks of 81 life immortal realm experts. However, in this illusory realm, Ning Fan's 3 flowers technique seemed to have undergone some changes. The natal lead lotus that he summoned was the human lotus. It was actually born from the countless ravines. It was a humongous object that was as large as a mountain. Unknowingly, the defense of his 3 flowers converging prominence technique had greatly improved. When his first flower was cultivated to the great perfection realm, it was enough to defend against the destructive power of an early truth-crossing realm expert. However, at this moment, under the full defense of this technique, even a mid-truth-crossing realm expert might not be able to destroy or break through the lotus shadows that filled the sky. The power of the 3 flowers converging prominence technique has increased. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with surprise at first. Then, he seemed to have understood something. The reason why the technique's power increased might be related to the act of consuming the ancient god heart lotus. The 3 flowers converging prominence was a divine technique of the ancient gods. It was a necessary technique to pluck the ancient god heart lotus. It was not impossible that consuming the ancient god heart lotus could increase the power of the technique. While Ning Fan was surprised by the increase in the power of the 3 flowers technique, all of the ancient gods' corpses revealed a look of terror the moment they saw the lead lotus. The era where these ancient gods fell was too long ago. It was so long ago that the 3 flowers technique had not been created by a powerful ancient god yet. During that era, an ancient god appeared out of nowhere and created the 3 flowers converging prominence technique. This ancient god was cruel by nature. He loved to kill other divine races the most. He used the divine hearts of others to refine the death god crystal. His title was Death Ancestor. The Death Ancestor was the murderer who snatched the hearts of these ancient gods. Even though these ancient gods' corpses had lost their spiritual intelligence, they still instinctively feared the Death Ancestor. That fear was evoked by Ning Fan's 3 flowers technique. Run! The moment they saw the lotus shadows that filled the sky, the 81 2 apertures ancient gods and 6 3 apertures ancient gods turned and fled without exception. Ning Fan was slightly surprised when he saw the remaining 2 and 3 apertures of the god corpses fleeing without putting up a fight. Millions of lotus shadows coiled around his body. In a flash, he chased after them. In order to open his third heart aperture, he needed the Grey Qi inside these god corpses. The enemy had 81 life immortal realm experts and 4 Dujin realm experts. If Ning Fan were to fight them head-on, it would not be easy for him to kill all of them. Now that these god corpses fled without putting up a fight, it couldn't be better for Ning Fan. After chasing after the god corpses, Ning Fan raised his hand and summoned the memory-severing Dao sword. creating large areas of illusory sword formations to block the path of the god corpses. Those 2 orifices god corpses with weak cultivation bases died under Ning Fan's illusory sword formations one after another. In those layers of illusions, they saw their own memories when they were still alive. Happy, sad, fearful. In the end, they died in the illusions. The 2 orifices god corpses were killed by the sword shadows one after another. Traces of grey qi went into Ning Fan's body. These 2 orifices god corpses were in a panic. They did not defend themselves against Ning Fan's attacks at all. They just instinctively ran for their lives, afraid of the lotus shadows around Ning Fan. Even the peak ghost profound realm 2 orifices god corpses gradually died in Ning Fan's hands. Only 4 3 orifices god corpses with different appearances were still running for their lives. After killing 81 2 orifices god corpses, 81 traces of grey qi appeared in Ning Fan's body. These grey qi were condensed from the negative emotions of 2 orifices ancient gods. A single trace of grey qi was equivalent to hundreds of traces of 1 orifice ancient god's grey qi. When the grey qi entered his heart, Ning Fan felt a sharp pain. His traveling light immediately became stagnant and he almost fell off the clouds. Countless layers of illusions appeared in front of his eyes. In these illusions, there was a giant in black robes who was holding a sickle. He was cruelly slaughtering the ancient gods one after another, seizing their hearts and refining them into the death god crystal. This giant in black robes was surrounded by countless lotus shadows of 3 colors. He was called the Death Ancestor by the ancient gods. The aura of this giant in black robes was terrifyingly strong. Even though it was not as strong as immortal sovereign Zido, it was much stronger than immortal Emperor Mo Zhong whom Ning Fan had met before. The Death Ancestor. He is the one who refined the Death God Crystal. Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. He gritted his teeth and activated his heart force. Divine light shone around his body, dispelling the illusions one after another. His eyes regained their clarity. After stabilizing his qi, Ning Fan used the Black Devil escape art continuously in a flash of light and continued his pursuit. After absorbing the grey qi of 81 2 apertures ancient gods, Ning Fan had already opened up half of his 3rd heart orifice. Ning Fan knew that as long as he could kill the 4 3 apertures ancient gods in front of him and seize the grey qi in their bodies, he would have a chance to open up his 3rd heart orifice. Sensing that Ning Fan was still chasing after them, the 4 god corpses suddenly changed their escaping light and fled in 4 different directions. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly serious. Then, he identified one of them and chased after him. He was chasing the tiger-headed god corpse with the weakest aura among the 4 god corpses. It was obvious that this tiger-headed god's corpse cultivated a godly cultivation method with the body of a monster. Because his monster cultivation method hadn't completely dissipated, the tiger head didn't disappear. His divine path cultivation method was not pure, so he was the weakest of the 4 corpses. Although he was at the early stage of the crossing truth realm, his strength was about the same as Sun Yan. Seeing that Ning Fan was chasing after him, the tiger-headed divine corpse's expression was filled with terror and he fled even faster. Ning Fan's eyes turned grim. He continuously used the Black Devil escape for more than 10 times and forcefully arrived in front of the tiger-headed divine corpse. Then, he pointed a sword ray at his finger and split the void space apart, blocking the divine corpse's escape light. At the moment he blocked the tiger-headed divine corpse, Ning Fan summoned his true body's Tao image without saying a word. The day suddenly turned into night and the sky was filled with 7 stars. The black and white heaven-holding imprint instantly condensed in his palm. Without any hesitation, he directly slammed it at the tiger-headed divine corpse. A palm imprint that blotted out the sky descended. The tiger-headed divine corpse's expression changed drastically. With a sway of his body, he created 1 million illusory figures which collided with the gigantic palm imprint. This was a divine ability that used the illusory figures as a human wall for defense. The 1 million illusory figures were destroyed by the palm imprint one after another, reducing the power of the heaven-holding imprint by 50%. The remaining palm imprint continued to fall from the sky. As for the tiger-headed divine corpse, he did not have much magic power left after using the illusory body defense technique. Under the threat of danger, the tiger-headed divine corpse's body swayed and disappeared from his original spot. In an instant, he appeared 1,000,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, away. That palm imprint also disappeared in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it appeared 1,000,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, away from the head of the tiger-headed divine corpse. The edge of the heaven-holding imprint faintly glowed with a faint purple-golden light. The tiger-headed divine corpse did not expect that he would not be able to avoid the palm imprint. He let out a miserable shriek and was struck by the palm imprint. Then, he fell from the sky with severe injuries. On the ground, large patches of black flames had already appeared unknowingly. As soon as the tiger-headed divine corpse fell to the ground, it was immediately engulfed in the sea of flames. It let out an earth-shattering shriek. Ning Fan followed closely behind it. He descended slightly and changed his hand seal. The black flames immediately condensed into a gigantic black cauldron, trapping the tiger-headed divine corpse in it and burning it desperately. Gradually, the cries of the tiger-headed divine corpse stopped. With a loud bang, the body of the tiger-headed divine corpse in the cauldron collapsed and turned into countless traces of grey qi. Ning Fan opened his mouth and swallowed all of the grey qi into his body. Then, he retracted the black flames and sat cross-legged on the ground to refine the grey qi. His third heart acupoint had been slightly opened. Ning Fan could clearly feel that the recovery speed of his magic power was getting faster and faster. The heart of an ancient god could not only increase the cultivation level of an ancient god by a few times or even tens of times, but it could also help an ancient god recover their magic power quickly. Currently, Ning Fan was close to opening his third heart acupoint. The recovery speed of his magic power was almost comparable to the recovery speed when he consumed pills in the past. Ning Fan had consumed a lot of his magic power to kill the tiger-headed divine corpse. After his magic power had recovered to its peak state, he used the rain technique in this illusory world and began to search for the whereabouts of the other 3 divine corpses. Ning Fan stood still in the drizzle for a long time and found out the location of the 3 divine corpses. The dragonhorn divine corpse was hiding in a barren forest. The flaming-winged divine corpse was hiding in the crater of a volcano. The tortoise-shelled divine corpse was hiding in a huge swamp. After pondering for a moment, Ning Fan flew towards the huge swamp where the tortoise-shelled divine corpse was hiding. 10 days later, Ning Fan left the huge swamp and headed towards the direction of the flaming-winged divine corpse. 1 month later, Ning Fan walked out of the barren forest where the dragonhorn divine corpse was hiding. Another month later, Ning Fan successfully killed the dragonhorn divine corpse. These divine corpses with 3 orifices were not weak. All of them had a cultivation base comparable to the early crossing truth realm. However, they had already grown fearful of Ning Fan, which greatly reduced their combat power. Therefore, it was not difficult for them to divide and conquer them. The 4 divine corpses were killed by Ning Fan one after another. The illusory realm was then destroyed. On the 7-pointed star sacrificial altar, Ning Fan was as still as a mountain. His third heart orifice was about to open. At this moment, a vortex seemed to have formed in his heart. Traces of magic power were being produced from that vortex. That vortex was called the heart origin. It was the source of the ancient god's heart. Only 3 orifices ancient gods could open their heart origin. Once they opened their heart origin, their magic power would be doubled. The magic power of second-step cultivators would flow through their immortal veins and be stored in their primordial spirit in their dantian. To 3 orifices ancient gods, the divine heart that had opened its heart origin was equivalent to another container for magic power. It could contain the same amount of magic power as the primordial spirit. The third heart orifice was opening and stabilizing bit by bit. The heart origin was constantly producing magic power. The bottleneck of the mid-ghost profound realm was also breaking through bit by bit. The 3 deities were watching Ning Fan from the side. The astonishment in their eyes became more and more obvious. They could clearly feel that the ancient god Qi on Ning Fan's body had almost reached the 3rd aperture realm. It was extremely powerful. It was not something that they who had just opened their half-aperture realm could contend against. This young man has succeeded in refining his crystal. Not long after he opened the 2nd heart orifice, he actually opened the 3rd heart orifice. The 3 deities muttered to themselves in disbelief. He had heard from his master that it was not easy to open the 3rd heart orifice even in the era of the ancient gods. To the ancient gods, the first heart orifice was just considered as the entry point. The second heart orifice was just considered as the foundation building. The third heart orifice was extremely difficult to open. That was why he was not that shocked when he saw Ning Fan opening the second heart orifice. However, when he saw Ning Fan opening the third heart orifice, he could not help but feel astonished. A 3 orifices ancient god with 8 times the speed of magic power increase, with the help of 3 heart orifices, Ning Fan's future was naturally limitless. Bang suddenly, a loud sound came from Ning Fan's body, startling the 3 deities. Large patches of divine light emerged from Ning Fan's body. Ning Fan sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes without saying a word. He looked like an ancient god. At this moment, Ning Fan's third heart orifice was completely opened. His cultivation base had finally broken through to the mid-ghost profound realm. The upper limit of Ning Fan's magic power was already higher than ordinary people. After breaking through to the mid-ghost profound realm, the amount of magic power in his primordial spirit was comparable to that of a peak ghost profound realm cultivator. Now that he had opened the heart origin, Ning Fan's magic power had doubled. The total amount of magic power in his body was not any weaker than Sun Yan's in the past, even though his cultivation base had yet to reach the true crossing realm. His magic power had already reached the true crossing realm. In the illusory realm of his mind, Ning Fan had spent several months to kill all the divine corpses. However, in the outside world, only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn had passed. After withdrawing the divine light around his body and opening his eyes, Ning Fan stood up. When he sensed the vastness of his magic power, he could not help but nod in satisfaction. Currently, he was already a 3 orifices ancient god, a mid-ghost profound realm cultivator. His magic power was comparable to an ordinary true crossing realm cultivator. This trip to the Quicksand Star region was not in vain. The opportunities he had were indeed great. Of course, there were also many dangers. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He did not forget that he was currently following behind Sun Luo and accompanying him in his madness. Sun Luo was a madman. Although there were many opportunities following behind him, there were also many dangers. A moment of carelessness just now had caused his ancient devil puppet to be severely damaged. If he were to be careless again, he might even lose his life. Oh? You've opened the third heart orifice? Very good. If that's the case, it's enough for me to have you as the vessel for my ancient god power. I don't need these 3 inferior vessels anymore. Suddenly, a cold voice resounded on the 7-pointed star altar. It was Sun Luo's voice. At the same time, the remaining ancient god power on the 7-pointed star altar flowed into Ning Fan's divine heart. As for the ancient god power that was originally stored in the bodies of the 3 divine beings, it was also transferred to Ning Fan's body. Sun Luo's body contained half of the Quicksand ancestor's divine power while Ning Fan also contained half of it. Sun Luo relied on his cultivation base while Ning Fan relied on his ancient god heart orifice. When the ancient god power flowed into his divine heart, Ning Fan did not resist. Since he had promised to be Sun Luo's vessel for his divine power, he would not go back on his words. He only hoped that Sun Luo would fulfill his promise and cure the little demoness of her poison. The scenery in front of him suddenly changed. Ning Fan could feel a powerful divine ability that was moving him to another place. After a few breaths, Ning Fan left the 7-pointed star altar and appeared in a world filled with twinkling starlight. This place is... Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He had some guesses but also some disbelief. This is my divine star space. The star you are on is the 9th star in my glabella. You can see the scenery of the outside world from here. If necessary, you can even help me in a battle. You can make fireworks for me here. Of course, you can also comprehend my Tao of Void here. Sun Luo's cold voice resounded in Ning Fan's ears, confirming his guess. This place was indeed Sun Luo's divine star space. Moreover, it was where Sun Luo's strongest star was located, the 9th star. This place was filled with Sun Luo's divine ability and Tao power. In this place, Ning Fan could feel the Tao of Void in Sun Luo's 9th star without any reservations. However, Ning Fan could not believe that Sun Luo would actually keep him in his divine star space without any worries. Divine star, demon star and devil star. Ning Fan had already stopped cultivating them a long time ago. To cultivators of the divine Tao, cultivating divine stars was the best way to increase their strength. The divine star was located in the glabella of a profound cultivator. Normally, only profound cultivators at the nascent soul realm could cultivate the first divine star. At the divine transformation realm, they could cultivate the second, the void refinement realm, the third and the void fragmentation realm. At the extreme life immortal realm, they could cultivate the fifth divine star. At the Duzhen realm, Shikong realm and broken thought realm, they could cultivate the sixth, seventh and eighth divine stars respectively. Only at the eternal ancient realm could they cultivate the ninth divine star. Divine stars could nurture divine abilities. Many profound cultivators' trump cards required divine stars to perform their techniques. Ning Fan's knowledge was vast and varied. He did not cultivate many divine stars. As for Sun Luo, he cultivated them step by step. The ninth star was condensed after Sun Luo's immemorial time. The divine ability it contained was Sun Luo's star burial technique. Ning Fan stood on the ninth star of Sun Luo. Countless light balls that were engraved with flowing shadows were floating in the air. Ning Fan casually summoned a light ball and held it in his hand. Then, he spread his spirit sense into the light ball and read the information in it. These light balls contained the entire process of Sun Luo Immortal King's cultivation of the star burial technique. They also contained his comprehension towards the Tao of the Void. Ning Fan would definitely obtain great benefits from browsing through these light balls. He could not believe that Sun Luo, who was cold and indifferent, would give him such a great opportunity to comprehend the Tao of the Void for no reason. Not far away from him stood an oval blood-red star door. Once he stepped through this door, he would be able to leave this starry space and return to the outside world to regain his freedom. Through this door, he could see everything that was happening in the outside world. Ning Fan's vigilance gradually rose. He had a feeling that Sun Luo had an ulterior motive for doing this. Just as you expected, I didn't give this ninth star to you for nothing. I want to use this Tao comprehension to exchange for one of your divine abilities. Sun Luo's voice resounded again. Exchange for my divine ability? Ning Fan was surprised. That's right. I want to use my comprehension here to exchange for your Spirit Blast technique. Spirit Blast technique? Ning Fan was stunned. After remaining silent for a while, he suddenly patted his storage pouch and took out a jade slip. Then, he engraved the Spirit Blast technique into it. Just as the jade slip was engraved, blood-red starlight flashed and the jade slip vanished into thin air. Sun Luo had taken it away. In the void outside, Sun Luo was browsing through the jade slip in his hand while traveling across star regions. After a long time, he nodded with satisfaction and said, "Not a bad divine ability. As long as there are enough primordial spirits of cultivators, even the Divine Void Emperor and the Divine Void Emperor would find it hard to resist this technique. I didn't expect that when I was imprisoned in the heavenly prison, there was actually a junior in the Eastern Heaven who had created such a mysterious divine ability." Having comprehended the essence of this technique, Sun Luo crushed the jade slip in his hand. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Suddenly, he stopped outside a star region where the cold wind was blowing. It was an imperial star region in the Eastern Heaven immortal world called the Nine Nether Star region. The strongest force in this star region was the Nine Nether sect. Behind the Nine Nether sect was a Sixth Tribulation immortal emperor, Great Sovereign Nine Nether. Currently, Ning Fan was hiding in Sun Luo's ninth star. Through the star door not far away, he could clearly see the Nine Nether Star region in the outside world. The location of the Nine Nether Star region was completely different from the Eastern Sea Star region where the Godly Void Pavilion was located. Ning Fan recognized the Nine Nether Star region. His eyes could not help but reveal a hint of confusion. It seems like this Sun Luo Immortal King isn't in a hurry to go to the Eastern Sea Star region. He actually changed his route and came to this Nine Nether Star region. I wonder what is his purpose for coming here. Ning Fan shook his head. He released the little demoness from the Yuanya world and placed her flat on the ground. Seeing that the little demoness was still sleeping peacefully and the remaining poison in her body had yet to be cured, Ning Fan could not help but sigh. Then, he sat down cross-legged on the ground again and took out a lot of materials to make fireworks in the mortal world. He did not forget that Sun Luo also gave him another task, which was to make fireworks. His hands did not stop making fireworks. His eyes, however, were fixed outside the star door, observing Sun Luo's every move. He saw Sun Luo standing outside the 9 Nether Star region for a long time. At first, his eyes were filled with nostalgia. In the end, his gaze became colder and colder. All of a sudden, he raised his hand and pressed one of his fingers at the 9 Nether Star region. As soon as he pressed his finger, the grand formation of the entire 9 Nether Star region shattered. The sound of it collapsing shocked all the second-step cultivators in the entire star region. On the 9 Nether Star, at the bottom of an icy abyss, an old man wearing a purple python robe suddenly opened his silver pupils. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he exclaimed, "It's Sun Luo. He's actually not dead yet." Without any hesitation, the purple-robed old man suddenly rose to his feet. His body swayed and covered the sky with divine light. In an instant, he disappeared from the icy abyss and reappeared in the vast starry sky. This person stood in the starry sky, causing the galaxies to tremble. Suddenly, an incomparably gigantic golden shadow appeared behind him. It was the shadow of an emperor. This person was the emperor of the 9 Nether Star region, the 9 Nether Great Emperor. However, the eyes of the 9 Nether Great Emperor, who was supposed to be high and mighty, were filled with incomparable solemnity and fear. He stared at the blood-haired man in the void space in front of him as if he was facing a formidable enemy. "Luo Jiao. In the past, you followed Emperor Shen's space and ambushed me with a finger. Today, I will return the favor." The corner of Sun Luo's mouth curved into a cold smile. He suddenly raised his hand and pressed his finger down at the 9 Nether Great Emperor. This finger contained the monstrous devil intent of the Sun Luo Immortal King. It was as if he wanted to refine everything in front of him into that finger of darkness. The moment the Sun Luo Immortal King displayed this technique, a gigantic shadow of a black sun suddenly appeared behind him. It emitted an evil black light. At the moment the Sun Luo Immortal King raised his finger, the 9 Nether Great Emperor's face suddenly turned pale. This is the Dark Obsidian Finger. The Emperor technique of the Dark Race that is not passed down to others. Only a few immortal emperors of the Dark Race can learn it. How did you obtain this technique? Could it be that you are so audacious as to kill an immortal emperor of the Dark Race and snatch this technique? You're a madman. How dare you touch a member of the 10 great secret races? Before his voice died away, the 9 Nether Great Emperor turned around and tried to flee. Even though he was a 6 Tribulation Immortal Emperor whose cultivation realm was higher than Sun Luo, who was a 5 Tribulation Immortal King, he knew how strong Sun Luo was and how vicious the Dark Obsidian Finger was. Sun Luo's finger was definitely enough to severely injure him. Dark Race? Emperor Technique? Dark Obsidian Finger? On the 9th star, Ning Fan witnessed everything that was happening in the outside world. His heart was in turmoil. It was his first time hearing about the 10 great secret races. It turned out that there was a race called the Dark Race among the 10 great secret races. It was his first time seeing Sun Luo display the Dark Obsidian Finger. He felt that this ability was extremely evil and its power was even more terrifying. Ning Fan could not help but raise his hand and imitate the Tao essence of Sun Luo's Dark Obsidian Finger. However, he could not replicate the essence of that finger no matter how hard he tried. In the outside world, when Sun Luo saw the 9 Nether Great Emperor turning around to flee, he let out a disdainful snort. Then, he pressed his finger even faster. "You can't escape. You can't escape." Sun Luo let out a cold snort and pressed his finger even faster. The giant black sun behind him shattered into countless black flames that turned into countless black fire crows. The fire crows all gathered together and let out ominous cries. They formed a giant finger that was even larger than a low-rank star system. It was filled with evil energy and pressed down toward 9 Nether Emperor. The finger was covered in black flames. The black flames weren't real flames but formed by the power of extreme darkness. The dark aura that came from the giant finger quickly spread to the dozens of planets. The creatures on those planets immediately melted into black blood. In the end, even those cultivation planets collapsed. The thousands of cultivation planets in the distance were affected by the evil aura. Their spiritual energy became polluted and the cultivators' cultivation levels began to drop. At this moment, countless cultivators in the 9 Nether Star system revealed expressions of fear. They could feel that a peerless powerhouse was using a destructive spell in the 9 Nether Star System. All the ice in the 9 Nether Star System melted into black water at this moment. Endless black gas came from the giant finger and swept toward 9 Nether Emperor. The 9th Underworld Emperor was greatly shocked. He knew how terrifying and vicious the luminous finger was. It was capable of harming one's cultivation and ruining one's Tao, and it wasn't something he could go against. If he were to suffer this finger, then his cultivation would definitely suffer a great loss, so it was best to avoid this finger. He waved his hand and tore open a silver ice door before him. He stepped inside and disappeared without a trace. The giant finger trembled and shattered countless cracks in the void before disappearing without a trace. A moment later, the entire 9 Nether Star System began to tremble violently. Following that, countless spatial cracks exploded in the starry sky, and countless icy ravines extended wildly in the starry sky. In the end, there was a loud bang and a silver ice door appeared out of nowhere. As soon as the silver ice gate appeared, it immediately exploded into countless ice shards. A purple-robed old man in ragged clothes fell out with a black aura covering his face. His complexion was extremely weak. Not only was his cultivation greatly damaged, almost falling from the Emperor realm, even one of his arms had been strangely cut off from the crook of his arm. Black blood flowed out from the cut. The 9th Nether Great Sovereign, the 6th tribulation of all eternity, was actually severely injured by a single finger of the Sunluo Immortal King. Ningfan's face was filled with astonishment as he witnessed everything in front of him from the 9th star. Sunluo's strength was still beyond Ningfan's estimation. The Netherworld Great Emperor, a 6th tribulation Immortal Emperor, was no match for Sunluo. The 9 Nether Emperor's face was ashen as he coughed. He looked at Sunluo with deep fear in his eyes. After that fear, there was also a hint of viciousness. There were too many grievances between him and Sunluo, so it was unlikely for them to be on good terms. A battle was unavoidable. With a resolute look in his eyes, he placed his remaining hand on his storage bag and took out a huge silver-colored dragon skeleton. He raised it into the air. It was the dragon skeleton of a demon dragon that had fallen countless years ago. Judging from the chi of this dragon skeleton, this dragon's cultivation base was at least at the 6th tribulation realm. The 9 Nether Emperor's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He wanted to use this dragon skeleton to summon the remnant soul of this demon dragon and join forces with it to fight against Sunluo. He changed his hand seal and the dragon skeleton began to move with a cracking sound, emitting a frosty dragon's breath. 2 balls of silver flames suddenly flashed in his empty eye sockets. He glared at Sunluo fiercely and suddenly let out a dragon roar that shocked the entire star region. As soon as the dragon roar was heard, a huge sea of rainbow-colored lightning immediately appeared in the starry sky. Countless rainbow-colored lightning zigzagged like snakes and struck at Sunluo with thunderous roars. The remains of a flowing dragon, huh? When Xianxia was still alive, she had once praised the holiness and beauty of the flowing dragon. The flowing dragon was the most beautiful type of dragon among the demons of the dragon clan. I didn't expect that it was just an ugly skeleton after its death. Sunluo's usual cold eyes flashed with nostalgia again. Then, his lips curled into a disdainful smile. He looked at the sea of lightning in the sky and didn't run or avoid it. He raised his hand and a small axe immediately appeared in his hand. The entire axe was transparent as if it was carved from a blood-colored crystal. There was a poem carved on the small axe. The words were rough and wild. It was Sunluo's handwriting, but the poem was graceful and elegant. It was definitely not something that Sunluo could write. The first flower is good, don't teach me to hate Xiao. The second full moon, don't teach me to let down Chanwan. The best is for a good family to be happy together. This life and this night, Chang'an. It was a poem that was casually recited by a woman. It was carved on Sunluo's axe and also in Sunluo's heart. However, the Xiao she was waiting for was not him. However, he couldn't give her Chang'an. The only thing he could do was to make everyone who had let her down pay the price. The blood-colored axe in his hand suddenly became huge. It was as tall as a person and was firmly held in Sunluo's hand. That blood-colored axe was his Dao weapon. The name of the axe was Chang'an. At this moment, the reminiscence in Sunluo's eyes turned into anger and madness. He roared towards the heavens, Chang'an. Chang'an. If I don't give you 10,000 green leaves, I will make them wither for a lifetime. From now on, Eastern Sky can forget about having a good time. If I don't give you a bright moon, I will make it forever incomplete. From now on, Eastern Sky can forget about having a full moon. I will make rivers of blood flow in the divine void realm. I will make Sky Prison never have peace. I will make Eastern Sky never have Chang'an. Chi, facing the Sea of Thunder, Sun Luo's axe chopped down. The axe light flashed and the boundless blood-colored flames immediately spread out along with the axe light like a swimming dragon, swallowing up the Sea of Thunder. The first axe strike destroyed the Sea of Thunder. Sun Luo raised his hand and raised the axe again. Without any hesitation, he chopped down at the broken bone of the flowing dragon. With the second axe strike, the empty starry sky was immediately split in two by the blood-colored axe light. Large swathes of the starry sky collapsed. The broken bone of the flowing dragon was struck by the axe light. It immediately let out a heaven-shaking scream. Within the blood-colored light, it shattered into countless pieces of bone powder. Ninth Nether Emperor was shocked. He never thought that Sun Luo would take out the Chang and axe against him. He and Sun Luo had been friends for countless years, so he had a good understanding of Sun Luo's various supernatural powers. Chang and axe. Ninth Nether Emperor understood Sun Luo. He knew that if he took out this axe, he must be determined to kill the enemy. The Chang'an axe was a ferocious Dao weapon. Every attack needed to consume Sun Luo's blood essence in order to display 100% of its power. And once it was taken out, it would be difficult to put it back into one's body without killing the enemy and drinking the enemy's blood. Back then, this old man only sneak attacked him once, and he actually wants to kill this old man? Ninth Nether Emperor was shocked. Seeing Sun Luo raise the axe again and chopping down in his direction for the third time, Ninth Nether Emperor gritted his teeth. His figure flashed and turned into millions of silver flowing lights that fled in millions of directions. These millions of flowing lights were his unique escape technique. Logically speaking, only one of them was his real body. At this moment, Ninth Nether Emperor was heavily injured by the luminous finger, and his cultivation was greatly damaged. He wasn't a match for Sun Luo in the first place, and he was even less of a match for Sun Luo now. Moreover, when he saw Sun Luo take out the Chang'an axe, he naturally didn't dare to face it head-on. Sun Luo sneered without end as he looked at Ninth Nether Emperor who was escaping by trick. He didn't stop the millions of flowing lights from fleeing, and the light of the axe slanted and chopped down towards an empty place. As the axe chopped down, the river of stars instantly collapsed, and an extremely sorry figure fell out from the cracks. Shockingly, it was Ninth Nether Emperor. Ninth Nether Emperor didn't hide in the flowing light at all. Instead, he slyly hid here and prepared to stay here to watch. If there was a chance, he would wait for an opportunity to sneak attack Sun Luo. Those millions of flowing lights were just a distraction. Even though this person's idea was good, he was unfortunately seen through by Sun Luo, and he immediately coughed up blood and retreated in the starry sky. After he stabilized his figure with great difficulty, there wasn't a single piece of uninjured flesh on his body, and he was covered in wounds left by the bloody axe light. Sun Luo. In any case, I've known you for many years. In the past, I was just blinded by greed and sneakily attacked you with one finger. Do you really want to fight to the death with me? Ninth Nether Emperor roared furiously. Luo Jiao, you've injured my finger. Considering our past friendship, I'll only return you one finger and let it go. However, you shouldn't have drunk that bowl of primordial spirit wine. Since you've betrayed me, I'll cut off all ties with you. Since you've injured Xianxia, I'll turn you into ashes. Heaven sealing technique. Sun Luo was so angry that he laughed. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed a finger at Ninth Nether Emperor. Countless black lines in the void immediately fixed Ninth Nether Emperor in the starry sky. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with surprise. He never expected that Sun Luo would actually know how to use the heaven sealing technique. When he took a closer look, he realized that the heaven sealing technique was just a pseudo-divine ability that Sun Luo imitated. It wasn't the real heaven sealing technique. Only then did his astonishment lessen. Being fixed in the starry sky by Sun Luo, the Ninth Nether Emperor had nowhere to run or hide. He couldn't even move or resist. He was greatly shocked. Impossible. What you've just used is obviously not the real heaven sealing technique. How can it actually stop me? Humph. So what if it's not the orthodox technique? Asterisk chi asterisk asterisk chi asterisk asterisk chi asterisk. Sun Luo let out a cold snort. He pinned Ninth Nether Emperor with one of his fingers while holding the axe in his other hand. 1 axe, 2 axes, 3 axes, 10 axes, 100 axes, 1,000 axes, one after another, the axes that shook the entire galaxy landed on Ninth Nether Emperor's body, constantly creating destructive waves. Ninth Nether Emperor's injuries became more and more severe. His physical body gradually collapsed, leaving only his golden primordial spirit. The reason why his primordial spirit was golden was because it was protected by his Emperor Qi. Even though the axes were powerful and kept severely injuring and weakening the power of Ninth Nether Emperor's primordial spirit, it still couldn't completely destroy this golden primordial spirit. Witnessing this scene, Ning Fan was deeply shocked. He had once read from an ancient book that immortal emperors who had emperor shadows could rely on their Emperor Qi to protect their primordial spirit. They were indestructible and difficult to kill. Even though Ninth Nether Emperor was no match for Sun Luo, it was also difficult for Sun Luo to kill him. Not to mention Sun Luo, even the 2 emperors of the 8th tribulation of eternity, the divine and void emperors, could not easily destroy an immortal emperor's primordial spirit. Sun Luo. Even though you are strong, you still can't kill me. I advise you to quickly let me go. Otherwise. Ninth Nether Emperor's golden primordial spirit sneered. Just as he was about to threaten him, his expression changed abruptly at the next moment. Luo Jiu, do you really think I can't kill you? The corner of Sun Luo's mouth curved into a mocking smile. He suddenly kept his axe back into his body. Then, he raised his hand and made a grabbing motion in the direction of Ninth Nether Emperor. This grab contained the power of the void which Sun Luo was famous for and the power of time which he obtained from the flowing sand primogenitor. When the power of time and the power of the void intersected, time and space seemed to have frozen at this moment, the Tao of life and death, the Tao of true void and the Tao of time and space. After that, it was samsara. Along the way, Sun Luo had comprehended life and death in the first step of cultivation. In the second step of cultivation, he comprehended the true void, comprehended the power of space and obtained the power of time. At this moment, his hand was actually surrounded by a genuine power of samsara. Unlike the power of samsara which Ning Fan had just obtained, this power of samsara was powerful and terrifying. It was enough to wipe out Ninth Nether Emperor's primordial spirit, therefore, Ninth Nether Emperor really began to feel fear. Samsara. Power of samsara. This is the legendary power that only saints at the 3rd step of Tao cultivation can master. How can you display it? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Ninth Nether Emperor roared in shock and fear. You don't need to know. Destroy. Sun Luo clenched his fist fiercely. 5 rays of samsara finger light immediately turned into claw shadows, tearing the starry sky and shredding Ninth Nether Emperor's primordial spirit with ease. On this day, in the Eastern Heaven immortal world, a great emperor whose name shook the entire galaxy fell in Sun Luo's hands. However, Ninth Nether Emperor was not the only great emperor who fell in the chaos of Eastern Heaven this time. After killing Ninth Nether Emperor, Sun Luo stood in the 9 Nether Star region for a long time. However, he did not start a massacre in this star region. He raised his hand and sucked the fragments of Ninth Nether Emperor's golden primordial spirit into his hand. After studying them carefully, he shook his head and said, even though the Spirit Blast technique is amazing, it can't use the primordial spirit of immortal emperors as a catalyst. Even though this technique is powerful, it still has its limits. Luo Jiu, even though you have betrayed me and even hurt Xianxia, your brother has died in order to save me. Regarding the grudge between you and me, I will only kill you alone. I won't implicate your clansmen. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Luo swallowed those primordial spirit fragments and suddenly turned around, flying in another direction. It was a rampage, a complete rampage. After traveling in the starry sky for an unknown period of time, Sun Luo stopped at another star region. Imperial Star Region, Jinyuan Star Region. Outside this star region, a grand formation had already been set up and countless experts were guarding it. At the center of those experts stood a white-browed child. He was dressed in a Taoist robe and his aura force was terrifying. He was actually another immortal emperor who had passed the 6th tribulation. I heard that you killed ninth Nether Emperor. Is that true? The white-browed child snorted coldly and asked Sun Luo angrily. Obviously, he had already obtained all kinds of information about Sun Luo. However, deep down, he still did not believe it. Sun Luo sneered. He did not answer him directly. Instead, he raised one of his hands and swiped across the void space. Layers of cold chi immediately appeared in the void space. Within the cold chi, an extremely cold silver sword floated in front of Sun Luo. This sword was not a precious Dao weapon but a manifestation of a divine ability. This technique was one of ninth Nether Emperor's trump cards, the Dark Ice Sword. Unfortunately, before Sun Luo, the ninth Hell Emperor didn't even have the chance to execute this technique before perishing with hatred in his heart. Ning Fan's eyes became more and more solemn as he observed the sword in the ninth star sphere. He felt that this sword was extremely cold. A single strike from it was enough to freeze an entire mid-grade star region. However, he did not know that this technique was ninth Nether Emperor's divine ability. The white-browed child, on the other hand, knew about this technique. As soon as he saw Sun Luo display ninth Nether Emperor's divine ability, he immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. You really killed ninth Nether Emperor and devoured his primordial spirit with the Dao seizing from the void technique and seized his divine ability and secret technique. Impossible. You're just an immortal king. How could you destroy an immortal emperor's primordial spirit? What answered the white-browed child was rays of cold sword light. Without saying anything, Sun Luo directly held the Dark Ice Sword and pointed it at the Zhenyuan star region. All of a sudden, the Zhenyuan star region began to freeze. Countless cultivators who were guarding outside the star region were directly frozen to death. In the 9 Nether Star region, Sun Luo still gave some face to the cultivators of the star region because he was 9th Nether Emperor's elder brother. However, in this place, he did not need to show any mercy to anyone. Hand over the 12 heaven-piercing arrows and I can spare your life. Otherwise, die. Sun Luo stared at the white-browed child coldly. The white-browed child's name was Great Emperor Zhenyuan. He was one of the 16 emperors of Eastern Heaven who guarded the Zhenyuan star region. 1/2, to be continued. Did you come here to snatch the sky-piercing arrow? The white-browed boy gradually put away his surprise and sneered disdainfully. With a fierce flick of his sleeve, the sword light and frost that had been spreading through the starry sky were collected. He raised his hand again, and a black and blue array diagram appeared. In the next instant, thousands of immortal cultivators immediately surrounded Sun Luo with array flags in hand. The immortals waved the array flags and immediately triggered the power of the starry sky to set up another boundless array diagram. A tree grew out of the diagram, and the tree turned into thousands of strands of blue light that trapped Sun Luo inside the array light. Green wisteria with barbs grew out of the array light continuously and swept towards Sun Luo. This array light was no weaker than the black prison barrier that Sun Luo had used to imprison the divine void emperors. Mysterious Pine 8 array diagram. Sun Luo frowned slightly and then snorted coldly. He dispersed the Dark Eye Sword divine ability, and boundless blood flames appeared around him to burn the green wisteria that tried to get close to him. His red hair danced wildly. Killing Emperor Joyo was an old grudge. He didn't have any old grudges with Emperor Zhenyuan, but he had heard that the sky-piercing arrow was extremely sharp and could break congenital treasures and the defense of an immortal emperor, which might help his plan. Sun Luo knew that Emperor Zhenyuan was proficient in a primordial spirit life-saving secret technique. Given his strength, it wouldn't be hard for him to defeat Zhenyuan, but killing him would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The sky-piercing arrow was a supreme treasure that Emperor Zhenyuan had refined for many years, so he naturally wouldn't give it to Sun Luo for nothing. Sun Luo understood that if he didn't beat Zhenyuan into fear today, the other party wouldn't obediently hand over the sky-piercing arrow. With a flip of his hand, a blood-colored ring suddenly appeared in Sun Luo's hand. This was a medium-sized domain treasure called the Fiend Ring, which contained a fiend domain. It was covered in seals, and some kind of vicious creature was sealed inside. Fiend domain, open. With a cold shout, the ring on Sun Luo's finger immediately emitted a faint blood light, and a giant flaming blood gate appeared out of thin air in the starry sky in front of him. The giant gate was only a third of the way open when it suddenly shattered as if it had been hit by a fierce attack. In the next instant, a black-scaled behemoth with 4 short legs, a huge head, and a purple horn on its head suddenly rushed out of the giant door and appeared in the starry sky. As soon as the beast appeared, it revealed a ferocious glint in its eyes. It swept its surroundings and let out a world-shaking roar. Its aura was comparable to that of a three-tribulation celestial king. It raised its purple horn and charged furiously at Sun Luo. The sharpness of its purple horn was probably something even some Khanate treasures couldn't compare to. Although it was only a third tribulation celestial king, if its horn collided with a fourth tribulation or fifth tribulation celestial king, it would be enough to injure them. Sun Luo sighed when he saw the violet-horned ink-scaled colossal beast roaring furiously as it charged towards him, but he didn't dodge. He just raised his hand and slapped it towards the ink-scaled colossal beast, forcefully stopping its charge, and feigned indifference as he spoke. You were originally the Shao clan's guardian demonic beast. Back then, I slaughtered the entire Shao clan and forcefully subdued you. It's only natural that you hate me. You attacked me several times, but I didn't pursue the matter because in the entire Shao clan, you were the only one who treated Xianxia well. Today, I came to this star domain to seize the sky-piercing arrow, unseal Xianxia's remnant soul, and fulfill her last wish. Are you willing to help me seize the sky-piercing arrow? After saying this, Sun Luo didn't say anything else. As he casually broke the array light attack in the 8 formation diagram, he looked quietly at the ink-scaled beast. When the vicious beast, which had been roaring furiously, heard Sun Luo's words, the ferocious light in its eyes froze and gradually disappeared. She most likely wants to see you. Are you going to sky prison with me to see her? Sun Luo asked again. Roar, the ink-scaled beast roared, and its eyes were suddenly filled with even more intense fury than before. This fury wasn't directed at Sun Luo. Seeing its expression, Sun Luo knew that the beast had already agreed to help him. Sun Luo nodded in satisfaction and sent a few more telepathic messages to the ink-scaled colossal beast. His gaze swept over the green array light around them, and a cold light gradually appeared in his eyes as he sneered. Xingyuan, although your primordial mystic soul separation technique is powerful, you might not be able to escape this beast's pursuit. Since you won't hand over the sky-piercing arrow obediently, don't blame me for being ruthless. Emperor technique, space split. Sun Luo abruptly raised his foot and stomped down on the array diagram under his feet. The air around them instantly twisted violently, and then the space around them started to twist as well. Under the extreme distortion, the momentum was thrown into chaos, and the array light collapsed. Sun Luo's hands tore at the air, and the space that couldn't be touched by his hands was like a thin piece of paper as it was torn apart with a hiss. The void was torn to shreds, and the great array completely collapsed. The power of the black and green array diagram was greatly reduced, and it flew back into the white-browed boy's hands. The thousands of immortal cultivators who had set up the array suffered severe backlash and retreated with serious injuries. This is one of the strongest divine abilities of the void scripture, the space split technique. Distorting space, forcefully breaking momentum, and even trapping you in the 8 formation diagram, the white-browed boy's eyes were extremely solemn. He put away the black pine 8 formation diagram and took out a navy blue bronze hammer, which he abruptly raised into the sky. The hammer grew with the wind. Once it rose into the air, it immediately shone with divine light and smashed down at Sun Luo with the power of a Khanate spirit. The fighting hammer, the corners of Sun Luo's eyes narrowed. He abruptly raised his hand and made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers, and the space twisted once more. The Khanate hammer's attack was immediately reversed, and it smashed toward countless immortal cultivators on the side. Most of these immortal cultivators were life immortals, but there were also some crossing truth immortals. There were very few skulls, and there were only 3 thought-shattering immortals. When the hammer smashed down, hundreds of life immortals were immediately smashed into meat paste and fell into the starry sky. More than 10 crossing truth immortals died, and 2 skulls lost their bodies, leaving only their primordial spirits. Seeing that so many of his own people had been killed by the hammer, the white-browed boy's face turned extremely ugly. He hurriedly raised his hand to put away the treasure hammer, then took out a golden bow with a golden crystal arrow knocked on it, and aimed at Sun Luo. Sun Luo's space-splitting technique could change the attack direction of most magical treasures, but it certainly couldn't change the direction of this arrow. This arrow was one of the 12 heaven-breaking arrows that Sun Luo had been dreaming of. Without any hesitation, the white-browed boy drew the bow and shot the arrow at Sun Luo. However, a golden light flashed, and the arrow disappeared. Before Sun Luo could react, he felt a pain in his chest. The arrow had already pierced through his dantian and his primordial spirit. Even Sun Luo, who had a cold temperament, couldn't help but be slightly surprised at this moment, and the next moment, that surprise turned into passion. Sure enough, with this arrow, the chance of destroying the bell has increased a bit. This seed is taking this arrow. Soul extraction. Sun Luo raised his head and laughed, then raised his hand to grab the entire galaxy. Extract the soul of the earth, the soul of the void, and the soul of the sun, moon, and stars. Sun Luo's soul extraction technique could only extract star souls, but the star souls he extracted were not from a single cultivation planet, but from countless cultivation planets in the entire Xianxia star zone. In the entire eastern heaven immortal realm, there was only one cultivator who could extract the star souls of an entire imperial star zone. After extracting the star souls of the entire Imperial Star Zone, Sun Luo's aura suddenly skyrocketed, and in an instant, his aura reached the realm of the sixth eternal tribulation. Before he extracted the soul of the Imperial Star Zone, he could already kill the ninth nether heavenly emperor. Now that he had used a secret technique, his cultivation had reached the sixth eternal tribulation, and he could even defeat the seventh eternal tribulation cultivators. The white-browed boy in front of him was nothing to be afraid of. Since you don't want to hand over the heaven-breaking arrow, I'll take it by force. Roar. At this moment, Sun Luo raised his head and let out a heaven-shaking roar. The blood-red flame around him spread wildly in the starry sky, turning into a blood-red sea of fire. The blood-red sound circle shook fiercely in all directions. Thousands of immortal cultivators who were struck by the blood-red sound circle trembled, and then they let out shrill cries before exploding into clouds of blood mist and perishing. When the demonic roar entered the white-browed boy's ears, it immediately caused him to feel dizzy and tinnitus. His chi and blood were in chaos, and the demonic will invaded his body. He forcefully activated his secret technique to stabilize his aura. Before the white-browed boy could react, he discovered to his shock that Sun Luo had already vanished without a trace. He did not know where he had gone to. Only the ferocious beast that Sun Luo had summoned was still staring at him coldly in the air. Not good. The white-browed boy immediately felt a sense of danger. Without saying a word, his body shook and scattered into 49 rays of divine light that fled in 49 different directions. The ink-scaled behemoth, which had been motionless like a mountain, suddenly shot out divine light from its eyes and swept toward the 49 rays of divine light formed by the white-browed boy. Every time it swept through a ray of divine light, a scream would come from the ray of divine light. 49 shrill cries rang out, and 49 rays of divine light shattered. The white-browed boy's figure shook, and he reappeared in the starry sky in a sorry state. His face was pale and bloodless, and he seemed to be extremely weak. He glared furiously at the ink-scaled behemoth. Once this old man uses the mysterious origin soul separation technique, I can escape from danger. Even an 8 tribulation celestial emperor can't catch me. I didn't expect this technique to be broken by you, you evil creature. So that's how it is. I didn't expect this old man to be blind and not see that you're a destruction beast that has cultivated the destruction divine light. As the white-browed boy spoke, he clenched his fist and punched toward the void to his left. In that direction, Sun Luo suddenly appeared. Without saying a word, he punched out and collided with the white-browed boy's fist. When the fists collided, Sun Luo didn't retreat even half a step, but the white-browed boy coughed out blood and retreated. Sun Luo looked at the unsteady white-browed boy and sneered. His hands tore the space in front of him, and the space immediately distorted. The white-browed boy felt pain all over his body. The distorted space heavily injured his body again. He angrily stared at Sun Luo, who was approaching step by step. Under that anger, there was finally some fear. He could tell that he couldn't win against Sun Luo. If they fought again, he might die at Sun Luo's hands, just like the 9 Nether Emperor. Forget it. I'll give you 6 heaven-piercing arrows. Let me go. If you force me into a corner, I'll fight you to the death. You won't have an easy time either. The white-browed boy gritted his teeth and said. 12 arrows. If you lose one, don't even think about living today. Sun Luo snorted coldly. You. The white-browed boy glared at Sun Luo. In truth, he still had a life-risking technique that could trade life for life and heavily injure Sun Luo. However, if it was possible, he wouldn't use this life-risking technique. On second thought, even if he lost the heaven-piercing arrows, he could still make more. Although the materials used were all supreme treasures, it was not impossible to make 12 more arrows. If he was killed by Sun Luo for a few heaven-piercing arrows, the loss would outweigh the gain. The white-browed boy gritted his teeth and nodded bitterly. Fine, I can give you all the heaven-piercing arrows, but you have to swear that you will never offend my Xianxia star area again. As for how you commit crimes in other eastern sky star areas, I won't ask. I don't have the habit of swearing. But if you give me the heaven-piercing arrows, I promise you that I will never offend your Xianxia star area again, Sun Luo said coldly. He waved his hand to undo the space distortion. Well. Fine, the white-browed boy sighed. He knew that he couldn't force Sun Luo to swear. But he also knew that Sun Luo would never go back on his words. With a flick of his sleeve, 12 small golden needles with hooks appeared in his hand out of nowhere. If one looked closely, they would find that these 12 small needles were miniature versions of the heaven-piercing arrows. The white-browed boy looked at the thin needles in his hand reluctantly. He raised his hand and threw the 12 golden lights to Sun Luo. Sun Luo took the 12 golden lights with a flick of his sleeve. Without saying a word, he moved and stood on the giant head of the ink-scaled behemoth. Xianxia, let's go to the primal core star area. Roar. The giant beast seemed extremely dissatisfied with Sun Luo calling it that. After all, it was a name given by Qianyu. How could an outsider call it that? Although it was dissatisfied with Sun Luo's title, the giant beast didn't disobey Sun Luo's order. It turned into a streak of light and dashed toward the primal core star area. After Sun Luo and the ink-scaled behemoth left, the periphery of the Xianxia star area was left with countless ruins, broken corpses, storage bags, broken Dharma treasures, and the white-browed boy, who looked worried. The white-browed boy's subordinates were all dead, and he himself was severely injured. He had also lost the heaven-piercing arrows that he had painstakingly refined, but he still managed to keep his life. He was still worried, but when he suddenly heard that Sun Luo wanted to go to the primal core star area, he was immediately shocked. The primal core star area was a superior star area, but it was extremely extraordinary. Although it wasn't an imperial star, there was a secret place called the Supreme Dan Sacred Region. The master of the Supreme Dan Sacred Region was a mysterious great emperor with a strange temperament. He didn't live in the imperial star, but kept a low profile and guarded the Supreme Dan Sacred Region. Few people in the world knew about this person. Only the old monsters of the ancient times had heard of him. This person was a 7 Tribulation immortal emperor. He rarely fought and was called the Primal Core Great Emperor. He was one of the 16 emperors of the East Sky. Sun Luo is going to look for trouble with the Primal Core Old Man again? I wonder what the outcome of the battle between him and the Primal Core Old Man will be. Cough, cough, cough. The white-browed child had the intention to go to the primal core star area to take a look and fish in troubled waters. However, he was too heavily injured at the moment. Every time he spoke, he would cough out blood. It seemed like he couldn't get involved in the affairs of the primal core star area. Thus, he decided to go into seclusion first. Someone, clean up the battlefield and bury the cultivators who died in battle. The white-browed child gave the battlefield a complicated look and ordered the vast galaxy. Countless subordinates immediately flew out from each of the cultivation planets to carry out the order. As for him, he quietly flew to the Xianxia star and decided to go into seclusion to heal his injuries. In the 9th star area, Ning Fan was making fireworks while replaying the scenes of the battles between Sun Luo's emperors in his mind. It was a great opportunity for him to observe the battles between Sun Luo and the immortal emperors. It was a great benefit to Ning Fan to increase his experience in fights of magical power. Ning Fan traced the Tao essence of Sun Luo's star souls. Gradually, he understood something. It hurts. The little demoness who had been lying quietly beside him suddenly let out a moan and opened her eyes slightly. The moment she opened her eyes and saw the unfamiliar environment of the 9th star area, she immediately put on an unprecedented vigilance. When she realized that Ning Fan was also beside her, she lowered her vigilance and sat up slightly. Looking at the fireworks on the ground, she asked doubtfully. "Where are we?" "Ugh. Husband. What are you doing?" "This is the 9th star area of Sun Luo." Many things happened while you were unconscious. I can tell you everything. This is the star area of Xianxia, Immortal King. All of a sudden, the little demoness' black eyes were filled with astonishment. After the initial shock, her face was filled with anger and hatred. Before Ning Fan could explain everything in detail, she suddenly felt a sharp pain from the void poison. Her whole body went limp and she fell on Ning Fan's knees. Her clothes slipped, revealing her snow-white shoulder. Ning Fan immediately reached out his hand and touched her forehead. He felt that it was scalding hot and his face immediately turned gloomy. The void poison had acted up again. February 2nd, there's no more updates. Let's wash up and sleep. To be continued. This time, the void poison flared up quickly and violently. The feeling of numbness and powerlessness dissipated in an instant and was replaced by unimaginable pain. At this moment, the little demoness was half leaning in Ning Fan's arms. Her chest was still heaving up and down rapidly. She felt as if every inch of her body was being torn apart by something. In a short period of time, her body was completely soaked in sweat as if she had gone through a catastrophe. The black dress made of Xianxia silk clung tightly to her body, outlining her exquisite curves. Every inch of her skin emitted a faint fragrance of tea. This fragrance was left behind by the little demoness when she brewed the tea every day. The fragrance of the tea was somewhat refreshing, causing Ning Fan to be momentarily dazed. It reminded him of the past when he brewed the Qilin tea with the little demoness. The dazed feeling disappeared in an instant and was replaced by nervousness. Ning Fan could not help but hug the little demoness tightly, as if he was worried that she would be tortured to death by the void poison. The delicate body that was within his reach was so cold, as if it would lose all warmth and die at any moment. His magical power crazily entered the little demoness body, as if he wanted to suppress the void poison in her body. Even though he knew that he could not help her suppress the void poison, Ning Fan continued to try. At this moment, the little demoness' consciousness was already blurred. In her confusion, she felt as if she had fallen into a bottomless void. It was cold and lonely. Suddenly, a warm magical power entered her body, causing her to wake up slightly. In her daze, she saw Ning Fan's burning eyes looking at her anxiously. In her drowsy state, she gradually felt more comfortable. Gradually, a blood-red light was activated in her body, expelling all the discomfort. 2 hours later, the little demoness woke up from her coma. At this moment, she was lying in Ning Fan's arms with a white satin cloak draped over her body. As for Ning Fan, he was looking at her nervously. When he realized that she had woken up, his expression became slightly better. Luckily, Xianxia did not lie to me. His finger light really had the miraculous effect of suppressing the void poison. If it wasn't for this finger light, she might have already died from the void poison. Ning Fan heaved a sigh of relief. When he discovered that the little demon girl's void poison was acting up again, his heart was filled with despair because the void poison was too powerful. It was not something he could dispel. Fortunately, Xianxia had already planted a ray of finger light in the little demon girl's body. Only then did he manage to suppress the poison in the little demon girl's body. In front of the void poison, Ning Fan once again felt how weak he was. This made his confidence that had risen along with his strength gradually recede. Little Fan, you're hugging me so tightly. The little demoness gradually regained her consciousness and calmed her breathing. She smilingly looked at Ning Fan and struggled to get up from his embrace. The moment she sat up, her eyebrows knitted together. She naturally knew why she had fainted. Just because she was poisoned by the void poison, just because the void poison was acting up at this moment. This was the poison accumulated from eating the void fruit for a long period of time. Once it flared up, it would be the end of her life. But to her surprise, it didn't seem to be the first time the void poison in her body acted up. This time, the void poison had clearly acted up, but it was suppressed by another red light in her body. With the intelligence of the little demon girl, countless thoughts came to her mind very quickly. When she first found out that she was in the space of the 9th star of Xianxia, she lost control of her emotions and was slightly at a loss. But after being disturbed by the void poison, her heart calmed down. Her eyes were like water as she carefully examined the red light in her body. After falling into the black hole, she had been unconscious. She didn't know when this red light appeared in her body. In this red light, there was an indescribable void Dao rhyme, which was enough to temporarily suppress the void poison. In this red light, there was Sun Luo's qi. Obviously, it was Sun Luo who helped her to suppress the void poison. One should know that even the Divine Void Emperor and Divine Void Emperor were powerless to suppress the void poison. However, Sun Luo was able to suppress the poison, which really surprised the little demon girl. What surprised her even more was that Sun Luo, who had always been indifferent to others, actually showed mercy and saved her. Sun Luo, Immortal King, is a great enemy of the Divine Void Emperor and a powerful devil of the Eastern Heaven. With his position, it's impossible for him to save me for no reason. There must be a reason why he helped me suppress the void poison. Could it be that all of this is related to little Fan Fan? The little demon girl's black gemstone flashed slightly. She seemed to have come to a conclusion. Suddenly, she asked with a faint smile. Little Fan Fan, was it you who asked Sun Luo, Immortal King, to help me suppress the void poison? Ning Fan nodded his head, answering the little demoness question. He released his medicine soul power and confirmed that the little demon girl was fine after the void poison flared up. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. After thinking for a while, he decided to simplify the things that happened to her after she fell unconscious. Mutu, the three gods, Sun Luo, the flowing sand primogenitor's heart, the death of the 9 Nether Emperor and the severe injuries of Emperor Xin Yuan, other than breaking through to the 3-aperture ancient god realm, Ning Fan also told her everything about being the ancient god's vessel. Ning Fan's narration was not fast. While he was talking, he was making fireworks. When he finished telling her everything, he put down the last fireworks in his hand. There were about a few thousand fireworks on the ground. It was more or less enough for Sun Luo. After keeping all the fireworks on the ground into his storage pouch, Ning Fan shifted his gaze to the side. Only then did he notice that the little demon girl was staring at him blankly without saying a word. In the space of the 9th star, the starlight spiraled in the air like a tassel. Under the starlight, the little demon girl's eyes were still a little dazed and she was at a loss. Ning Fan's words really shocked her. Whether it was the fall of the 9 Nether Great Emperor or the conspiracy of Sun Luo, all of them shocked her. However, what she found the most unbelievable was that Ning Fan actually made a deal with Sun Luo in order to cure her of the poison. He became the vessel for Sun Luo's ancient god power and made fireworks for him. In 7 Apricot City, during the auction of the Godly Void Pavilion, she peeked at him from the crowd, but her heart had never been moved. Outside the Heaven Separation sect, she giggled and asked him to hug her. Otherwise, she would expose his secret. At that moment, her heart was not moved at all. She left the rain world and returned. When they met again, she gradually lost her heart after a cup of tea. They were called Tao companions in the demon world. In the immemorial abyss, she lost her virginity again. Even though it was a dream, how could it not be real? When they met again in the Eastern Heaven, it was the calamity of the flowing sand star region. He killed Sun Yan for her. After that, he made a deal with Sun Luo in order to cure her of the poison. At this moment, how could she not be shocked? How could she not be moved? It should be said that in her seemingly respectable life, there was no one else who treated her with such sincerity like Ning Fan. She who had always been good at disguising her true feelings with a smile was now at a loss because of her emotions. She lost her usual sense of propriety. For a moment, she was speechless and did not know what to say. Be it the Eastern Heaven Demoness or the Divine Void Young Lord, she was just a woman after all. There would always be times when she would be at a loss. Ning Fan could not help but laugh. It was his first time seeing the little demon girl in such a daze. She did not have her usual craftiness and quick-wittedness. He was really not used to it. However, when he thought of the reason why she was poisoned, he frowned again. He opened his mouth and was about to ask her why she ate the void fruit. Before he could ask the question, the little demoness had already seen through his thoughts and interrupted him. Little Fan Fan, do you have something to ask me? The little demon girl calmed her mind and revealed a playful smile again. She asked with a beaming smile. Yes. Sorry, I have no comment on your question. The little demon girl raised the corner of her mouth and added. You helped me suppress the void poison. I am very grateful. The question you want to ask me, I can more or less guess it. It is just that the matter of eating the void fruit involves the secrets of the Divine Void Pavilion and is of great importance. I cannot tell you anything related to this matter. Even if you ask, it would be a waste of time. Have you heard of the Divine Void Pavilion's strongest intent restriction, the Eastern Profound God restriction? The little demon girl smiled and pointed at the space between her eyebrows. There was a bit of helplessness in her smile. When Ning Fan heard the words Eastern Profound God restriction, he first revealed a shocked expression. Then, he reached out his palm and caressed the little demon girl's forehead. His eyes suddenly widened with hidden anger. After a long time, he withdrew his palm. The anger in his eyes became even more intense as he coldly said, Eastern Profound God restriction. What a good Eastern Profound God restriction. It was not that Ning Fan did not get angry, but at this time, he was truly enraged. According to Ning Fan's perception, the little demon girl's sea of consciousness was planted with an extremely powerful restriction. Once the little demon girl revealed any great secrets of the divine void realm, or if someone searched the little demon girl's memories, it would trigger the restriction. Even if the little demon girl had the slightest thought of betraying the restriction, she would also be attacked by the restriction. At that time, the little demon girl's sea of consciousness would instantly burn into ashes. Her primordial spirit would also instantly vanish. Ning Fan had never thought that the young master of the godly void pavilion, who seemed to have a respectable status, would actually be planted with such a vicious and famous restriction. Eastern Profound God restriction. The strongest intent restriction in the four heavens. It was one of the supreme secret techniques of the divine void pavilion. It was also a supreme divine ability of the immortal emperor level. This technique had always been in the hands of the divine void emperor, but why would it be planted on the little demon girl? It seemed that the little demon girl's situation in the divine void pavilion was not as good as he imagined. The so-called divine void young master actually received such treatment. His mind suddenly recalled Sun Luo's words. Ning Fan's heart sank as he asked. I heard from Sun Luo that your identity is a sacrificial offering of the divine void. What is a sacrificial offering? Hearing that Ning Fan knew that she was a sacrificial offering, the little demon girl's expression immediately became a bit unnatural. However, she still smiled and pointed at the space between her eyebrows and answered, this topic. I can't say. Ning Fan's eyes changed. He was even more certain that the little demon girl's life in the divine void pavilion was not good. Even though there were countless doubts in his heart, he was unable to seek answers from the little demon girl's mouth. After thinking for a bit, Ning Fan asked a few more questions. As long as the questions were related to the secrets of the divine void pavilion, the little demon girl could not answer them. There were even many questions related to the little demon girl herself that she could not answer. If he forcefully answered, he would turn into ashes. Ning Fan sighed and did not continue asking questions. He fell into a short period of silence. After a moment of silence, he suddenly raised his palm and stroked the little demon girl's long hair. He firmly said, You can't answer me these questions. I have my own methods to find out the answer. Master once taught me a sentence. Do you know what it is? Your master? Han Yuanji? What kind of messy things did he teach you? The little demon girl casually asked. Master said, as a man, you must protect the woman that you have slept with to death. If you are in trouble, I will not turn a blind eye to it. Even though Ning Fan's words were not serious, his expression was unprecedentedly serious. The little demon girl's heart skipped a beat for no reason. For a moment, she had a feeling that she wanted to be protected by Ning Fan. However, she had always relied on her own hands to do things and never relied on the help of others. That feeling was instantly suppressed by her. Instead, she revealed her usual unruly smile and said, Don't take advantage of me. Even though I call you husband, I have never done the deed of a husband and wife with you. I don't need you to protect me. Even though I am a sacrificial offering, I have a good life. I will not encounter any great calamity, so you don't need to protect me. The little demon girl had not finished speaking when the entire space of the ninth star suddenly shook violently. Tens of thousands of purple flying insects suddenly flew into the space of the ninth star. They buzzed and rushed towards Ning Fan and the little demon girl. Before the little demon girl could react, Ning Fan had already hugged her waist and retreated. Ning Fan's eyes looked at the purple flying insects in the ninth star and the boundless starry sky outside the giant door. If he was not mistaken, these purple flying insects were transformed from the power of his medicine soul. It was a type of battle soul technique that could use the medicine soul's power to attack the enemy without leaving a trace. If one's medicine soul was not strong enough, they would not be able to see the attacks of these flying insects. Flying insects transformed from the battle soul technique. Destroy. Ning Fan also released the power of his medicine soul. Countless black butterflies appeared in the ninth star and rushed towards the purple flying insects. The black butterflies were the forms of Ning Fan's medicine soul. Their number was 10 times more than the purple flying insects, but they could only fight evenly with them. After the purple insects and the black butterflies collided, they turned into purple snowflakes and scattered. They piled up strangely and formed a purple snowman. The black butterflies broke their wings and dispersed. In the end, all the purple flying insects turned into purple snowflakes while 90% of the black butterflies were destroyed. After Ning Fan retreated, he stopped moving. Even though he had defeated tens of thousands of purple flying insects, he did not relax at all. With a sigh, he kept the power of his medicine soul and raised his hand. The memory-severing Dao sword was already in his hand. Without saying a word, he slashed at the purple snowman. Ning Fan sighed because he realized that the power of his medicine soul was far less powerful than the medicine soul of the owner of the purple flying insects. He could not eliminate the purple flying insects with his medicine soul. This slash used 120% of his divine ability, gathering the 108,000 illusory sword radiance in one slash. With Ning Fan's mid-ghost profound realm cultivation base, even an ordinary peak ghost profound realm cultivator would have a hard time withstanding the power of this slash. After this slash, the entire ninth star was immediately filled with countless illusory swords, and all of them rushed towards the purple snowman. Just as the empty eyes of the snowman lit up with some spiritual light, it was hit by the countless sword rays. It let out a low roar and was finally destroyed by the sword rays, turning into specks of purple light and dispersing. At this moment, Ning Fan finally heaved a sigh of relief. He kept the memory-severing Dao sword back into his body and looked at the starry sky outside the giant door with a solemn expression. These purple flying insects had flown in from the outside. Could that ability just now be a battle soul technique? Speaking of which, little Fan, when did you break through to the mid-ghost profound realm? Why don't I know about it? The little demoness nestled in Ning Fan's arms, but her heart was beating rapidly. She was not a pill refinement master and did not have a strong medicine soul. Thus, she could not see those purple flying insects clearly. However, she could sense the power of those flying insects. If it wasn't for Ning Fan's swift actions that killed those flying insects and the snowman that they transformed into, she would certainly be severely injured by them. That ability of those flying insects is indeed a battle soul technique. It was performed by a pill refinement cultivator in the Primal Pill Star region. Sun Luo has already arrived at the Primal Pill Star region. Perhaps, there will be a tough battle here. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he did not say anything else. The little demoness knitted her brows and also looked at the starry sky outside the giant door. At this moment, Sun Luo had already arrived outside the Primal Pill Star region. There were nearly 10 million cultivators standing in the surrounding starry sky. All of them were the troops of the Primal Pill Star region. Among this group of cultivators, the lowest cultivation base was at the Void Fragmentation realm. There were more than 100 true Immortal Realm cultivators. Among this group of cultivators, 30 to 40% of them were pill refinement masters. In the center of the group of cultivators, there was an elderly man with red eyebrows. He wore purple robes and was sitting on a purplish-red rhinoceros. He was holding a horsetail whisk magic treasure. The tip of the horsetail whisk was not made of hemp but flowing with purple flames. His body was surrounded by purple snowflakes which were formed by the power of his medicine soul. The tens of thousands of purple flying insects that had just entered the ninth star space were cast by this person. However, it was just a small part of his ability. This elderly man with red eyebrows had the cultivation base of the fourth tribulation of the eternal era. His name was Do Shi and he was quite famous in the Eastern Heaven immortal world. Wherever his eyes could see, the starry sky was filled with countless purple flying insects. There were not just hundreds of millions, billions, or even tens of billions of them. Fortunately, it was only tens of thousands of flying insects that attacked Ning Fan. He was still able to resist them. If it was all the flying insects, Ning Fan would probably die under this person's battle soul ability, If all the flying insects in this starry sky attacked at the same time, no one below the immortal Emperor realm would be able to resist it. The primal Pale Star region is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Sun Luo. Even though you are strong, you are not a pill refinement master. You may not be able to resist my Extembora returns to snow technique. As soon as Doshi saw Sun Luo, his eyes turned cold. He raised his hand and pointed at Sun Luo with the horsetail whisk in his hand. Stembora returns to snow. Are you referring to these annoying flies? Sun Luo snorted disdainfully. He suddenly jumped off the destruction beast and stepped on the blood-red flames. A devil roar soared to the sky. This devil roar contained the devil intent of his entire life. As soon as the blood-red sound circle spread out, a large number of primal core realm cultivators immediately died. There were even countless flying insects that died under Sun Luo's devil roar amidst the buzzing sound circle. After being hit by the blood-red sound circle, Immortal King Doshi's face immediately turned unnaturally red. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. He coughed out blood and fell off the rhinoceros. His eyes were filled with shock. The snowflakes that were circling around him also collapsed. Impossible. You were definitely not strong to this extent back then. Are you here today to destroy the Supreme Pale Star region again? If that's the case, even if I die, I will protect the Supreme Pale Star region and fight to the death with you. Doshi swallowed his blood and glared at Sun Luo angrily. He did not show much fear. The corners of Sun Luo's mouth curled up. He did not attack to kill Doshi. He just stood where he was, under the horrified gazes of millions of cultivators. He snorted coldly and sent a voice transmission to Doshi. Doshi, you were not my match back then. Now, you are even less of a match for me. Ask your master to come out and see me. I have an agreement with him. I have already found part of what he wants. I am here today for this. As soon as he heard that Sun Luo had found what his master wanted, Doshi's eyes immediately changed. After pondering for a while, Doshi made a decision. He sent a voice transmission to the cultivators around him, ordering them to disperse in the starry sky and make way for him to enter the primal Pale Star region. Then, he gritted his teeth and cupped his fists at Sun Luo. Since you have already found what my master wants, you are a friend and not an enemy. Come with me to see my master. As soon as he finished speaking, Doshi got on his rhinoceros and gave Sun Luo a deep look. With a leap, he flew towards the central region of the primal Pale Star region. However, he was not looking at Sun Luo. Instead, he was looking at Ning Fan, who was in the 9th star of the Sun Luo. Previously, when he used the Stembora returns to snow technique, it seemed like he was attacking Sun Luo by force. In fact, he had already sent a few purple insects into the space of the 9th star of the Sun Luo, intending to ambush Sun Luo and give him a fatal blow. He did not expect that there were actually 2 immortal cultivators hiding in the space of the 9th star of the Sun Luo. One of them was at the early mortal profound realm while the other was at the mid-ghost profound realm. The mid-ghost profound realm cultivator was quite powerful. He actually killed all the tens of thousands of purple insects that he had sent into the 9th star of the Sun Luo. One should know that even an ordinary early crossing truth realm cultivator would not be able to kill tens of thousands of flying insects in one go. Since when did a ghost profound realm cultivator who could match Duzhen appear in the Eastern Heaven immortal world? Doshi muttered to himself. After a while, he put this matter to the back of his mind. After all, no matter how powerful that ghost profound realm cultivator was, he was not worthy of an immortal king like him paying too much attention to him. Sun Luo jumped onto the destruction beast expressionlessly and followed behind Doshi. They flew towards the central region of the primal Pale Star region. His lips curled into a faint smile. He had really underestimated Doshi. He did not expect that he would actually be plotted against by this person and send tens of thousands of purple insects into the 9th star. If Ning Fan did not help him, he would probably also be plotted against by this person and suffer some injuries. I never owe favors. Since he helped me, no matter what his motive is, I owe him a favor. He seems to be a pill refinement master. If that's the case, I can ask for some things from that primal Pale Star realm old man and give them to him to repay his favor. Sun Luo thought. The direction that Sun Luo and Doshi were heading towards was the central region of the primal Pale Star region. Through the giant door, Ning Fan looked at the distant starry sky. In that direction, there was a sea of stars that was formed by the convergence of scarlet starlight. At the center of that sea of stars, there were ancient ruins that floated in the middle of the sea of stars. Among the countless ancient cities, there was only one that was still flowing with immortal divine light. There was an ancient altar on it which could open up a passage of time and space that led directly to an ancient secret place. Ning Fan had long heard of the name of that secret place. Its name was the Supreme Pill Sacred Region. At this moment, in that ancient divine city, a purplish golden round pill was hovering quietly in the middle of the divine palace. That pill was 1,000,000 zhang * 333 m per zhang, in size. It was hard to imagine what kind of giant the pill refinement master who concocted this pill was to actually be able to concoct such a gigantic pill. All of a sudden, the purplish golden pill flashed and disappeared without a trace. Inside the divine palace, an elderly man with purple hair and long ears was left. His body was sometimes surrounded by monstrous devil qi and sometimes by dense immortal qi. The long-eared elderly man's eyes were filled with joy. Through the divine palace, he looked at Dou Shi and Sun Luo who were outside the boundless void space with a smile on his face. I didn't expect that little Sun Luo could really find the 3 items that I need. I just don't know which one he found. Is it the pill god's fragment of the immemorial pill devil? Or is it the beginning, nirvana and desolate 3 qi of the ancient immortal saint? Or, the yin-yang locket which contains one of the 9 great secret keys of the ancient heavenly desolate ancient realm? If the first item can help me break through the shackles of my pill devil body and attain a higher cultivation realm, it will naturally be the best. If it's the second item, I will have the chance to step into the legendary 3rd step of Tao cultivation, which is to return to immortality and become a saint. But if it's the 3rd item... As he spoke, the long-eared elderly man's eyes suddenly burned with passion. That passion was even more fervent than when he mentioned the first 2 items. If there's the 3rd item, I can summon one of the 9 great secret keys and use the hidden ancient sacred passage of the Supreme Pill Sacred Region to cross to one of the 9 great secret realms of the ancient heavenly desolate ancient realm. If that's the case, then The long-eared elderly man suddenly stopped speaking and looked out of the divine palace. Far away from the divine city. In the sky above the sea of stars, the Dou Shi and Sun Luo had already arrived outside the divine city. Hee, after so many years, little friend, you are still as elegant as ever. The long-eared elderly man chuckled. His figure flashed and appeared outside the divine city. He stood in the starry sky with his hands behind his back, looking at Sun Luo with a smile. Sun Luo also smiled, but it was a sneer. He said that he found one of the 3 items that the long-eared elderly man needed, but it was just a lie. He did find the fragment of the pill god left behind by the immemorial pill devil, but the spirituality of the fragment had already withered and was no longer useful. This item might not be enough to fulfill his wish. Even if he really found the item that the long-eared elderly man needed, he might not be able to fulfill his wish. This long-eared elderly man had always been good at turning his back on people. If he wanted to fulfill his wish, he would most likely need to use force. I wonder which treasure little friend has found this time. The long-eared elderly man chuckled and asked. Sun Luo didn't say much. He flipped his hand and took out a brocade box and threw it to the long-eared elderly man. The long-eared elderly man caught the brocade box and didn't open it. He only released the power of his medicine soul and sensed the item inside through countless profound restrictions. His expression was overjoyed at first, but after a moment, it became extremely gloomy. With a sneer, the aura of the 7th eternal tribulation swept out and snorted at Sun Luo. Is this the sincerity that you were talking about? Are you toying with this old man? Do you really think that because you are from the godly void pavilion, this old man won't dare to touch you? Under that pressure, not to mention the battle rhino immortal king, the purple flame rhinoceros under him and the destruction beast under Sun Luo's feet, their aura became chaotic. Only Sun Luo's aura remained still, unafraid of the long-eared elderly man's aura. Primal pill, I've already brought the thing you wanted. Where is the thing I want? To be continued. As soon as he heard Sun Luo's question, the long-eared old man was so angry that he laughed instead. You used this item to make a fool out of me. How dare you try to borrow my devil sealing board? What wishful thinking you have. Even though this item is a fragment of the immemorial pill devil's god of pills, its spiritual nature has been greatly damaged. It can no longer be used. Forget it. Leave this item and you can get lost. For the sake of this item, I won't hold you accountable for making a fool out of me. As soon as he finished speaking, the long-eared old man flipped his hand and kept the brocade box that contained the fragment of the god of pills. Then, he flicked his sleeve at Sun Luo. All of a sudden, the figure of a gigantic white ape appeared behind him. Without saying a word, it threw a punch at Sun Luo. In the ninth star, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He clearly recognized that the gigantic white ape was the manifestation of the long-eared old man's medicine soul power. The strength of the ape's attack contained the vast aura force of the seventh tribulation immortal emperor. The starry sky outside the divine city trembled violently in an instant. The force of the attack gathered towards the gigantic ape's fist, which carried traces of silver rainbow light. As soon as the rhinoceros saw its master attacking in anger, its expression changed. It immediately rode the fire rhinoceros away from Sun Luo's side and went behind its master. Its eyes were filled with fear and respect as it was afraid of being affected by the attack. The destruction beast's eyes became nervous. With its cultivation base, it could naturally see how terrifying the attack of the gigantic ape was. It could easily negate the power of this galaxy. Sun Luo was the only one who remained unmoved. It was as if he had already expected that the long-eared old man would devour his god of pills fragment and attack to chase him away. As soon as the gigantic ape's punch was thrown, a series of deafening sonic booms immediately resounded in the boundless starry sky. Silver light covered the sky and covered the earth. Sun Luo's entire body was engulfed by the light of the fist. However, he merely raised his hand and his eyes turned cold. Then, he clawed down with his 5 fingers. The force of his claw immediately turned into a sea of blood-red flames that could destroy heaven and earth. The blood-red flames then turned into a gigantic blood-red hand with sharp fingernails which glowed with blood-red devil light. It clawed at the incoming fist light and shattered it. The moment the fist light was shattered, an earth-shattering wave swept across all directions. Many ruins and ancient cities that were floating in the starry sky were directly destroyed by that terrifying wave. Sun Luo stood proudly on the destruction beast and sneered at the long-eared old man. The long-eared old man's eyes were shocked at first, and then he revealed a gloomy expression and snorted coldly. "I didn't expect you to be so powerful after so many years. It's a pity that you lost all your emperor chi back then and can't break through to the immortal emperor realm in this life. If it wasn't for that, this old man would really be wary of you. You are not. Even Jing Yuan and Jing Yuan are not your match. But unfortunately, I is. I, Sun Luo, I can't. It's impossible for me to lend you the demon sealing roll. If you still have some self-awareness, get out of the primal core star zone now. Don't anger me, otherwise." Humph. The long-eared as, of the Sen, of the Li, as, the giant apes, the old man said. However, just as he turned around, his bag of holding trembled slightly. Then, the long-eared old man's expression changed dramatically, revealing a look of disbelief. He stopped in his tracks, his lips moved, but no sound came out. He was transmitting his voice, but it was unknown who he was transmitting it to. After, the old man. After, he. Lu, the. And. He turned around and looked at Sun Luo. His eyes were no longer as gloomy as before. He said with a kind smile. "Little friend, you are joking with me. I was careless and almost fell out with you. Since you found the Yin Yang locket, why didn't you take it out earlier? Why tease me with this broken pill god's fragment? Forget it, since you found the Yin Yang locket, this old man will borrow your demon sealing board. What's wrong with that? Give me the Yin Yang locket." The long-eared old man's eyes were full of enthusiasm. He had an item with him. It reminded him that Sun Luo had the aura of the Yin Yang locket. The Yin Yang locket had recognized Ning Fan as its master. Ning Fan kept it in his dantian. Even the long-eared old man couldn't sense the locket. However, the item in the long-eared old man's body was related to the Yin Yang locket. It could sense the locket's aura on Sun Luo. It was just that it couldn't find where Sun Luo hid it. The long-eared old man only knew that the yin-yang locket was on Sun Luo. He didn't know that the locket was hidden in Ning Fan's body, and Ning Fan was hiding in Sun Luo's ninth star. Sun Luo saw the long-eared old man change from arrogance to humility and asked for the yin-yang locket. His eyes didn't change, but his heart was full of doubts. He didn't remember having the yin-yang locket. With Sun Luo's intelligence, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He didn't think that the long-eared old man's words were baseless. If the long-eared old man said that he had the yin-yang locket, then he most likely had it. To be precise, it wasn't on him. It was on either Ning Fan or the little demoness. He suddenly remembered the information that Mutu gave him. It mentioned that Ning Fan was a cultivator of the yin-yang transformation. In a split second, Sun Luo was very sure that the yin-yang locket was on Ning Fan. I didn't expect the legendary ancient Chaos Emperor treasure to be on this child. With this treasure, the yin-yang transformation is no longer an inferior merit law. It is the best merit law. This child is the inheritor of the ancient Chaos Emperor. Interesting. Although Sun Luo was an enemy of the Godly Void Pavilion for some reason, he was still a cultivator of the Godly Void Pavilion. He naturally knew the entanglement between the Godly Void ancestor and the ancient Chaos Emperor. He knew that the yin-yang locket was the emperor treasure of the ancient Chaos Emperor. It was helpful in cultivating the yin-yang transformation. However, he didn't know that the yin-yang locket hid an ancient secret that only the long-eared old man knew. He didn't know why the long-eared old man wanted the yin-yang locket, but he didn't care. He didn't plan to give the locket to the long-eared old man. There were two reasons. First, Sun Luo knew the long-eared old man's personality well. Even if he took the yin-yang locket from Ning Fan and gave it to the long-eared old man might not keep his promise and give him the devil sealing board. Second, to Sun Luo, the devil sealing board wasn't the most important thing to attack the heavenly prison. Ning Fan was his most important ancient god vassal. If he took away Ning Fan's yin-yang locket, he would definitely fall out with Ning Fan. Without the help of a three apertures ancient god, the chances of him achieving his goal would be slim. After weighing the pros and cons, even if Sun Luo guessed that Ning Fan had the yin-yang locket, he wouldn't take it away and give it to the long-eared old man. I don't have the yin-yang locket with me and I don't plan to talk nonsense with you anymore. I have already brought you the immemorial pill devil's pill god's fragment. I will definitely take this devil sealing board today. You have to give it to me whether you want to or not. As soon as Sun Luo finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and clawed at the starry sky, displaying the soul extraction technique. Even though there were galaxies in this starry sky, there were no cultivation planets. There were only ancient cities floating in the sky. Logically speaking, it was impossible to extract the star soul in this place. However, Sun Luo displayed the soul extraction technique in this place. What he extracted was not the star soul but the starry sky soul. Starry sky. It was just a difference of one word, but the meaning was completely different. Above the four heavens, there were many immortal cultivators who could extract the star soul, but there were very few who could extract the starry sky soul. It was because the stars had form while the starry sky had no form. Only Sun Luo, who had a deep understanding of the Tao of Void, could extract the star soul from the void of the starry sky. At the moment when Sun Luo extracted the entire starry sky soul, the starry sky of this star region instantly lost its spirituality. All the stars in the sky actually stopped moving. After swallowing the starry sky soul in one gulp, Sun Luo's aura force suddenly skyrocketed, soaring all the way to the seventh tribulation of the eternal era. Extracting the starry sky soul? How is this possible? The long-eared elderly man, the battle rhino immortal king and the little demoness were shocked. Even Ning Fan was deeply shocked. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's understanding of the soul extraction technique actually improved tremendously. The soul extraction technique was divided into different levels. There were Earth soul extraction, Void soul extraction, Sun Moon Star soul extraction and Heavenly Tao soul extraction. However, each level of the soul extraction technique had its own cultivation realm. For example, when Ning Fan was corroded by Great Emperor Mo Luo in the past, Lightning Emperor Tai Su saved him and imparted him his cultivation realm. At that time, Mo Luo displayed the ability to extract the Heavenly Tao soul while Ning Fan used Tai Su's magic power to display the ability to extract the sixth Tao soul. The sixth Tao soul and the heavenly Tao soul were essentially the same level of the soul extraction technique. The only difference was that the heavenly Tao only had one soul while the sixth Tao soul had more souls. The sixth Tao soul extraction technique could be seen as an even stronger ability that was derived from using the heavenly Tao soul extraction technique to its limit. It was the same for the starry sky soul extraction technique. The great momentum of the sun, moon, and stars was not only contained in the cultivation planet itself but also hidden in the orbit of the cultivation planet. In the vast starry sky, the orbit of the sun, moon, and stars were hidden as well as the souls of the sun, moon, and stars. Extracting the souls from the cultivation planet would only extract a small number of the souls. By extracting the souls from the starry sky, one could extract all the souls in one go, making it impossible for the cultivation planet to even move in a circular orbit. Traces of enlightenment filled Ning Fan's mind, but he forcefully suppressed them. He knew that this was not the right time to comprehend the soul extraction technique. There were still some doubts in his mind that he had yet to get an answer to. He really wanted to know how the long-eared old man sensed the chi of the yin-yang locket. Just now, when the long-eared old man sensed the yin-yang locket, the locket actually trembled slightly. Ning Fan could not help but suspect that the long-eared old man had some kind of ability or secret treasure that allowed him to locate the locket. To Ning Fan, this was a bad news. The long-eared old man was obviously determined to get his hands on the yin-yang locket, and he even had a way to sense the locket's existence. Fortunately, Ning Fan was currently hiding in the ninth star and did not directly reveal himself. Otherwise, the long-eared old man would definitely attack him for the yin-yang locket and snatch it away. The long-eared old man was actually a great emperor with a mysterious background. A primal core great emperor. Before this, Ning Fan never knew that such a great emperor was hiding in the eastern heaven. How did the primal core great emperor sense that I have the yin-yang locket on me? What's his purpose for wanting the yin-yang locket so badly? With Sun Luo's intelligence, he most likely guessed that I have the yin-yang locket with me. However, he did not snatch it from me. Is it because I still have some value to him and he can't afford to offend me? In the future, will he make things difficult for me because of the yin-yang locket? Countless questions flashed across Ning Fan's mind. His eyes gradually filled with vigilance. This yin-yang locket had been with him for his entire life. No matter who comes to snatch it from him, he would never hand it over. In the galaxy, Sun Luo's aura skyrocketed after he absorbed all the souls of the galaxy. He stared coldly at the long-eared old man. At this moment, his cultivation base was no longer weaker than the long-eared old man. Thus, he was naturally not afraid of the latter at all. Today, he was here to obtain the Devil Conferment ranking. Since the long-eared old man was unwilling to hand over the item obediently, he could not blame him for taking it away by force. Sun Luo leaped off the destruction beast. His eyes turned sharp and his body shone with a blood-red light. The entire galaxy was illuminated by the boundless blood-red light. In the entire star region, all the cultivators who were illuminated by the blood-red light immediately raised their eyes and pointed at the sky in a frenzy. This was the Tao image, staining the galaxy with blood. Sun Luo's Tao was slaughter, destruction, madness, and staining the world with blood. Seeing Sun Luo's Tao image and his expression as if he was going to fight with all his might, the long-eared old man grunted and also took a step forward, releasing an earth-shattering Tao image. Above the galaxy, a silver light suddenly shone brightly. The shadow of an ancient giant ape wearing silver armor and holding a silver rod appeared. As soon as the giant ape shadow appeared, it let out a demonic roar, its battle intent shocking the heavens. This battle intent quickly swept across the entire primal core star region. The cultivators who were pointing at the sky and shouting suddenly woke up at this moment. Their eyes became clear. After they woke up, their eyes gradually filled with battle intent. It was as if they had been infected by the long-eared old man's Tao image. This was the Tao image, battle ape splitting the heavens. At this moment, the long-eared old man's Tao image was full of battle intent. He was not afraid of death. He was like an ancient god of war. Sun Luo's killing intent soared into the sky. His demonic will was unparalleled. He summoned the Chang'an blood axe and chopped large areas of the ancient cities into pieces. The divine light in the long-eared old man's eyes faded. At the next moment, his demonic will also soared into the sky. His body swayed and turned into a 10 million zhang asterisk 3. 33 M per zhang, tall purple golden giant devil. He shattered the axe light with his fists. The true form of a primal core great sovereign is actually a pill devil. Ning Fan's eyes widened in surprise. The giant devil body that the long-eared old man had transformed into was the body of a pill devil. Sun Luo was strong, but the long-eared old man was not weak either. He had achieved the immortal emperor realm with the body of a pill devil. He was already stronger than ordinary immortal emperors who had undergone the seventh tribulation of the eternal era. He could even put up a fight against an immortal emperor who had undergone the eighth tribulation of the eternal era. Even the god and void god emperors had to be wary of him. When he fought Sun Luo, they were evenly matched, and they were evenly matched. No one could intervene in this battle. Even the battle rhino immortal king and the destruction beast had already fled far away. Ning Fan and the little demoness naturally would not be able to intervene. The primal core star region was just a high-grade star region. How could it withstand the attacks of two immortal emperors? Every time Sun Luo and the long-eared old man exchanged blows, the shockwaves from their battle would directly shatter a few cultivation planets that were extremely far away. The time it took for an incense stick to burn passed. 2 hours had passed. The two of them had yet to determine the victor. However, the primal core star region was almost half destroyed. At this moment, the long-eared old man was panting heavily. His heart was filled with deep astonishment. He could not believe that Sun Luo had already become so powerful after 45 million years. In this battle, he was actually at a slight disadvantage. That little Sun Luo has dispersed his emperor qi. He will never be able to become an immortal emperor in this life, but he still has the strength to fight against an 8 tribulation immortal emperor. I can't believe he is so powerful. If he did not disperse his emperor qi in the past, even if he is not a 7 tribulation immortal emperor now, he would certainly be a peak 6 tribulation immortal emperor. I'm definitely not his match. This young man's strength is far beyond my expectations. The wise move is to lend him the devil conferral board and make peace with him. In this way, even if I lose the devil conferral board and the opening of the supreme pill sacred region will be delayed for 100 years, it won't be a problem. However, this young man has the yin-yang locket. In order to obtain this item, I must fight with him today no matter what. The long-eared old man's eyes became ruthless. He pushed Sun Luo back with a punch and retreated from his pill devil body. With a flip of his hand, he took out a black iron token, gritted his teeth, and sent a seal into the token. In the next instant, the ancient city that he was hiding in suddenly emitted a divine light that shot into the sky. Within the divine light, a golden devil conferral board with monstrous demonic aura suddenly appeared and suddenly expanded in the starry sky. The devil conferral board was filled with ancient demonic characters that were as small as tadpoles. Once it expanded, tens of thousands of rays of demonic light immediately swept towards Sun Luo's head. In the starry sky, countless ancient demonic roars immediately sounded, and all of them came from the devil conferral board. After being swept by the demonic light, Sun Luo felt intense pain all over his body. In just an instant, countless injuries appeared on his body. He was not angry, but happy. What a great devil conferral board. That primal core old man clearly only has one list, but he was able to injure me. With 10 lists in hand, demons can be sealed at the top. This rumor doesn't seem to be false. Sun Luo sneered, and his figure moved, avoiding the tens of thousands of rays of demonic light. He raised his hand and pointed to the sky, and millions of blood-colored stars appeared, quickly healing his injuries. Seeing that his attack was successful, the long-eared old man nodded in satisfaction. Taking out the devil conferral board from the seal of the temple would delay the opening of the Supreme Dance Sanctuary for 100 years. But if he could use this treasure to severely injure Sun Luo and seize the yin-yang locket, so what if it delayed the opening of the sanctuary? Sun Luo, I'll give you one last chance. Quickly hand over the yin-yang locket. Don't force me to kill you, the long-eared old man threatened in a low voice. Kill you? With just you? Sun Luo snorted disdainfully. He could not stand being threatened by others. The devil conferral board had a great origin. Legend had it that there was a saint in ancient times who created 10 great devil conferrals. If they were combined, it would be the weapon of a saint, and if they were separated, it would be the supreme treasure of an emperor. Now that the long-eared old man had this treasure, even if it was only one list, Sun Luo had to admit that if he did not use his trump card, it would be difficult for him to defeat the long-eared old man. With a decision in his mind, Sun Luo suddenly took a step forward and activated the Quicksand Ancestor's 3 apertures divine power in his body. In an instant, a time Dao connotation that could erode everything was emitted from Sun Luo's body. The time Dao connotation blended with Sun Luo's void Dao, separating life and death, freeing the real from the void, and immediately turned into an unimaginably powerful force. At this moment, Sun Luo's magic power was still at the level of the eternal 7th tribulation, but his aura was strong enough to make the long-eared old man tremble. That aura was not something a cultivator at the 2nd step could possess, it was an aura that could sever reincarnation, an aura that only an ancient sage could possess. Behind Endless Forest, a faintly discernible ring was slowly forming, step by step. This ring was called the Original Saint Ring, and it was a phenomenon that could only be triggered by an ancient sage. Now, it was accidentally triggered by Sun Luo. A strong sense of shock immediately rose in the long-eared old man's eyes. Before he could react, Sun Luo had already appeared beside the long-eared old man with a speed that was almost ghostly. He raised his hand, and before anyone could see how he did it, he had already snatched the demon sealing board away. His fist was covered in blood. On the other hand, a bloody hole suddenly appeared on the long-eared old man's chest, as if he had been punched by someone. What terrified the long-eared old man was that even he didn't see clearly when he was injured by Sun Luo. If Sun Luo wanted to, he would have directly killed his pill god. The long-eared old man covered the bloody hole in his chest and retreated in the starry sky, trembling all over. The fear in his eyes couldn't be concealed anymore. I originally didn't believe that Sun Luo could kill the 9th Nether Emperor. After all, the nascent soul of an immortal emperor is extremely difficult to kill. But now, it seems that he really killed the 9th Nether Emperor. If he has the ability, he can kill me. Sun Luo turned his gaze and looked coldly at the long-eared old man. He said, "My power of time is limited, and the amount of reincarnation energy that I can synthesize is also limited. I don't want to waste it on you. Do you understand?" This sentence was honest and also a threat. Sun Luo understood that if he wanted to kill the long-eared old man, he would have to waste a large amount of the power of time. That power was limited. Every time he used it, it would decrease a little. He wanted to save it for something more important. Compared to that matter, the long-eared old man's life or death was not important to him at all. What was important was that he had already obtained the Devil Conferral ranking. That was enough. The long-eared old man immediately broke out in cold sweat after being stared at by Sun Luo. Just now, he still dared to call Sun Luo a kid. But now, he was afraid of offending Sun Luo by looking at him directly. He understood that Sun Luo had just used his trump card. That power was very limited, but it allowed him to display the power of a saint. Such a Sun Luo was in existence that he didn't dare to provoke. Even though Sun Luo had taken away his Devil Conferral ranking, he would never dare to take it back. The Yin-Yang locket isn't in my hands. What you sensed earlier is wrong, Sun Luo said coldly. He said that just to get rid of some trouble. Perhaps, he was trying to help Ning Fan get rid of the trouble. What? The Yin-Yang locket isn't in your hands? The long-eared old man looked at Sun Luo in disbelief. Even though he believed that his perception was not wrong, he believed that Sun Luo wouldn't lie even more. A person like Sun Luo wouldn't deny any evil deeds he had done. It was impossible for him to lie. Since he said that the locket wasn't in his hands, it must not be in his hands. Damn it. Yin Ji must have sensed wrongly. The Yin-Yang locket isn't in Sun Luo's hands. Why did I fight with Sun Luo to the death just now? The long-eared old man didn't know that Sun Luo was deliberately misleading him even though he didn't lie. The Yin-Yang locket wasn't in Sun Luo's hands, but it was in his 9th star. It belonged to Ning Fan. This sentence instantly dispelled the long-eared old man's desire to covet the Yin-Yang locket. In this way, even if I die under the heaven-suppressing bell, I won't implicate this kid. I don't owe favors in this life and I won't owe favors in death. Sun Luo kept the devil sealing chart and leaped back to the destruction beast. Then, he turned into a rainbow and left. Looking at Sun Luo's departing light, the long-eared old man's eyes were still filled with fear. He didn't stop Sun Luo. Suddenly, he saw Sun Luo's light turn again and return. The long-eared old man immediately complained and asked with a bitter smile. I wonder why fellow Taoist Sun Luo returned. I heard that you have a few pills called soul-refining pills. They can increase the efficacy of a pill refinement master's medicine soul. Just leave them to me. Sun Luo's face was expressionless, but the long-eared old man complained again. He did have a lot of soul-refining pills in the past. However, he had consumed all of them in order to cultivate. Now, he only had a few pills left in his hands. I wonder if the remaining few soul-refining pills can satisfy Sun Luo's request. To be continued. Amidst the starry sky, Sun Luo's red hair danced in the wind. He seemed to be lost in thought as he rode the Annihilation Beast away from the Primal Core Star region and headed toward the East Sea Star region. Along the way, he had traveled through almost a quarter of the Eastern Heaven Immortal world. Only now did he head to the Eastern Sea. Naturally, he had made thorough preparations. He was still rampaging through the starry sky. He had beheaded the 9 underworlds, injured Xianxia, and obtained the Origin Shocking Pill's frightening battle achievements. Among the Eastern Sky's powerhouses, this news was crazily circulating. Each and every one of the Eastern Sky's powerhouses, who in the past hadn't been shaken by anything, were now endlessly shocked. Among the 16 emperors of the Eastern Sky, Sha Di had not appeared in the world for a long time, Jiao Yu had already perished, and Jin Yuan Di was seriously injured and was currently in seclusion in his cave to suppress his injuries. Emperor Yuan Dan was not one of the 16 emperors that the world knew. Apart from the God and Void emperors, the other 11 Eastern Sky Big emperors all had grave expressions on their faces. The 8 and 9 Tribulation Immortal emperors might not be too afraid of Sun Luo, but the 6 and 7 Tribulation Immortal emperors were shocked and fearful after hearing about Sun Luo's shocking achievements. After the fear passed, many great emperors lived in seclusion, not daring to leave their cave dwellings without permission in order to avoid stirring up trouble. But there were also several great emperors who left their star fields and rushed towards the Hollow God realm. Some wanted to go to the East Ocean Star region to watch the show and fish in troubled waters. Others wanted to besiege Sun Luo and settle their old grudges. At this moment, the ordinary cultivators of the Eastern Sky might not have noticed the upheaval in the Eastern Sky caused by Sun Luo. However, those almighties were all disturbed by Sun Luo. In the 9th star, Ning Fan held a jade pill bottle in his hand. His eyes were filled with passion and hesitation while his brows were tightly knitted together. There were 5 9 Revolution medicinal pills in the bottle, and all of them were gold pills of the 9 Revolution medicinal pills. Normally, only old monsters above the thought-fragmenting realm would need to consume the 9 transformations golden pill. However, because there were very few 9th Revolution pill masters in the 4 heavens, the 9 transformations golden pill was usually priceless. The 5 9 Revolution golden pills in the bottle were called soul-refining pills. They had the miraculous effect of improving an alchemist's medicine soul. This pill was requested by Sun Luo and he then gave it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan held the pill bottle in his hand and remained silent. To him, the effect of these 5 soul-refining pills was excellent. It could greatly enhance the level of his medicine soul, which in turn, would raise the level of his alchemy technique. Hee. I didn't expect that the cold-blooded and heartless Sun Luo Immortal King would give you a pill. This is unbelievable. The little demoness looked at Ning Fan's with a meaningful smile. The Shao clan had been destroyed by Sun Luo, but that was countless years ago and had little to do with the little demon girl. Even though the little demoness didn't like Sun Luo, she wouldn't stop Ning Fan's from obtaining the fortune from Sun Luo for this reason. You have a grudge against Sun Luo? Every time you mention his name, there is hatred in your eyes. Even though it's very faint, I can still see some of it. Ning Fan asked. It's not a grudge, it's just something that happened 45 million years ago. Even if there is a grudge, what does it have to do with me? It's just that the Shao clan declined because of this person. If it wasn't for the decline of the Shao clan, I wouldn't have chosen this path. In my heart, there is still hatred towards this person. The little demoness' eyes dimmed, then finally revealed a hint of worry. Sun Luo rampaged in the Eastern Sky and fought with 3 immortal emperors. At this moment, he went straight to the Godly Void Pavilion. To the little demoness, whether Sun Luo destroyed the Godly Void Pavilion or not, she didn't care. What she cared about was whether this battle with Sun Luo would implicate the Shao clan that had declined for a long time again. The little demoness was worried, but how could Ning Fan not be worried? What he was worried about was how to deal with the aftermath. If he helped Sun Luo to create chaos, would the experts of the Eastern Sky bear a grudge against him? Would the Godly Void Pavilion put him on the wanted list because of this? He made a deal with Sun Luo. Would he be able to make Sun Luo fulfill his promise, and would he be able to leave Sun Luo's evil clutches safely? Thinking of this, Ning Fan couldn't help but sigh. He promised to help Sun Luo become the vessel of the ancient gods. Now, Sun Luo had already publicly become the enemy of the Godly Void Pavilion. Moreover, he had also caused chaos in the Eastern Sky and offended several immortal emperors. His enemies were everywhere in the Eastern Sky. Therefore, he must never let the world know that he had once helped Sun Luo. Once he was mistaken as Sun Luo's accomplice, it would certainly attract the pursuit of a large number of old monsters. He had an agreement with Sun Luo that he would be Sun Luo's vessel of the ancient gods. After that, Sun Luo would help the little demoness cure the poison. After witnessing Sun Luo's strength time and time again, Ning Fan's fear towards him grew deeper and deeper. The jade slips that were hidden in his sleeves had already been secretly changed. It was no longer the jade slips that summoned the 16 ancient puppets. Instead, it was the jade slips that summoned Xiadi to descend. Before Sun Luo fought against the Divine Void Two Emperors, Ning Fan still treated Sun Luo as an ordinary immortal king. He thought that the 16 ancient puppets were enough to suppress Sun Luo. At this moment, Ning Fan had a deep understanding of Sun Luo's strength. Even the 8th Tribulation Immortal Emperor might not necessarily be able to stop him. With just the 16 ancient puppets of Xiadi, it was impossible for him to win against this person. If by any chance he would fall out with Sun Luo, he could only summon Xiadi to descend to save his life. Sun Luo's cultivation base is only at the 5th Tribulation Immortal Emperor realm, but he could already defeat all the emperors in Eastern Heaven. If I also reach the 5th Tribulation Immortal Emperor realm one day, would I have a way to be as strong as Sun Luo? Ning Fan sighed with emotion. Time passed in the blink of an eye. One day had passed. On this day, Ning Fan was not in a hurry to consume the soul-refining pill. Instead, he carefully guarded the little demoness beside him. His eyes were fixed on the starry sky outside the giant door, waiting for the arrival of the great battle. Within a day, Sun Luo's group traveled across nearly 100,000 star regions. In those low-grade star regions, there were no second-step cultivators guarding them. Almost no one knew about Sun Luo's existence. The cultivators of the low-grade star regions could only hear about the news that the grand formation of the domain-locking star region was destroyed by a terrifying ray of traveling light. However, they could not find out who the person who destroyed the formation was. In mid-grade star regions, there were usually only Life Immortal Realm experts guarding them. Life Immortal Realm old monsters did not receive the news quickly. Very few people knew that Sun Luo was rushing towards the Eastern Sea Star region. When these Life Immortal Realm old monsters saw Sun Luo's terrifying traveling light, all of them were terrified. It was hard for them to imagine what kind of powerful devil lord the owner of this traveling light was. He could actually destroy the grand formation of a mid-grade star region with just a ray of traveling light. In high-grade star regions, there were true immortals guarding them. However, whenever Sun Luo passed by a high-grade star region, there would definitely be a true immortal realm cultivator leading a group of cultivators to make way for him. No one dared to stand in his way. The main stars of some high-grade star regions happened to be right in front of Sun Luo's traveling light. In order to prevent their main star from being destroyed by Sun Luo, those star lords had no choice but to carry out meticulous calculations. After that, they exerted all of their abilities to change the star orbit of their main star. The star maps of many high-grade star regions had undergone great changes due to the movement of their main star. The closer they got to the Eastern Sea Star region, the colder Sun Luo's eyes became. As for the destruction beast beneath his feet, its eyes finally became complicated. It let out a soft cry as if it was unwilling to get involved in the dispute between Sun Luo and the Divine Void Realm. Xianxia, since you are unwilling to go against the Divine Void Realm, I will naturally not force you. After we attack the heaven-suppressing bell, I will find a way to let you meet with Qianyu. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Luo stroked the thumb ring on his finger and kept the destruction beast. Then, he flew forward alone with a slightly desolate expression. His silhouette was like that of a lone wolf. It was as if he had been wreaking havoc all by himself since a long time ago. The grand formations of each star region were destroyed by Sanluo mercilessly. The eastern sea star region where the godly void pavilion was located was finally right in front of him. At this moment, the grand formations of the eastern sea star region were tightly opened. Its power was also activated to the maximum. Inside the grand formation, countless divine void realm cultivators were guarding it. The moment Sanluo arrived, countless warning spiritual arrows were shot into the starry sky. At the next moment, the entire eastern sea star region was filled with the sound of drums. That drum was a war drum. The sound of the drum carried immortal divinity. It actually had a shocking restraining effect on devil sense and baleful chi. It was the unique ancient divine drum of the godly void pavilion. It could produce the sound of an ancient god that could intimidate devil cultivators. In the ninth star, when Ning Fan suddenly heard the sound of the drum, the baleful chi in his body suddenly showed signs of going out of control. His ancient devil bloodline, on the other hand, felt slightly suppressed by the sound of the drum. However, his ancient god heart gradually became excited under the sound of the drum. The innate ghost mask that he had refined into his body displayed its power at this moment and instantly stabilized Ning Fan's uncontrollable baleful chi. Ning Fan simply waved his hand and wiped it across his face, summoning the innate ghost mask. His black hair instantly turned silver. The sound of the drum could no longer disturb his mind. The unique ghost mask spiritual equipment of the Slaughter Palace? You actually became one of the ghost mask assassins of the Slaughter Palace. When the little demoness saw Ning Fan summoning the ghost mask, she was instantly surprised. She could not see through the strength of the innate ghost mask. Even so, it was enough to surprise her. After all, according to what she knew, in order to become one of the 800 ghost masks of the Slaughter Palace, one must at least be a true immortal realm expert. Before Du Zhen, there were very few people who could obtain the ghost mask as a reward. It was really not easy for Ning Fan to make an exception and obtain the ghost mask. Interesting. It's actually an innate spiritual equipment. After summoning the ghost mask, even I can't accurately judge his cultivation base. As for his appearance, I can't see through him at all. This kid is just a ghost profound realm expert, but he actually has so many heaven-defying means. When I was a ghost profound realm expert, I was far inferior to him. Sanluo thought. This thought only appeared for a moment before it was put away by Sanluo. He would not pay too much attention to Ning Fan. After all, there was only one person who could move his heart. The sonorous sound of the divine drum reverberated in his ears, causing him to involuntarily recall some of the past events. That year was 45 million years ago. That year, he dyed the eastern country with blood under the similar sound of the drum. That year, he caused his master to destroy both of his eyes. Therefore, in order to repay his master's kindness, he punished himself in the heavenly prison and imprisoned himself for 45 million years. His master had raised him for 450,000 years. He wanted to repay his master 100 times. Now that he had repaid his master's kindness, he only wanted to fulfill his last wish this time. This time, no one would be able to stop his madness. In the eastern sea star region, the shadows of two emperors slowly appeared in the grand formation of the domain. Through the formation light, they stared at Sanluo. One of them was filled with anger while the other one was sighing. They were the divine void emperor who had rushed back to the eastern sea star region after escaping from Sanluo's dark prison technique. When Sanluo's eyes met with the void emperor's, the madness in his eyes became even more violent. He said coldly, "Senior brother, if you hand over the heaven-suppressing bell, I can spare the eastern sea from turning into a river of blood." The void emperor closed his eyes and sighed. "It's impossible for me to give you the heaven-suppressing bell. I also won't watch you continue to make mistakes." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to walk out of the grand formation to fight against Sanluo. However, he was stopped by Divine Void Emperor. Divine Void Emperor harumphed coldly. "Void, you don't have to do it yourself. At this moment, Sanluo has already arrived in the territory of my eastern sea star region. I alone am enough to capture him alive." As soon as he finished speaking, Divine Void Emperor suddenly pointed forward. A huge golden war drum immediately appeared in the starry sky before him. With a wave of his hand, the golden light turned into drumsticks and landed in Divine Void Emperor's hand. Without a word, he hammered down on the war drum. The moment the drumsticks landed, the domain-locking grand formation of the entire Eastern Sea Star region shone with golden light and the roars of heavenly devils could be heard. In the starry sky, Divine Void Emperor's cold voice suddenly rang out. Demon Ceiling, appear! Before Divine Void Emperor's voice had even faded, Sun Luo had already taken a huge step forward. With one step, he stomped on the empty starry sky. The power of this stomp seemed to have stepped on the veins of the entire Eastern Sea Star region. Immediately, countless blood flames spread out along the mysterious veins in the starry sky. With just one stomp, the entire Eastern Sea Star region began to tremble violently. Countless cracks appeared on the domain-locking grand formation and it began to crumble bit by bit. With just one stomp, hundreds of cultivation planets in the Eastern Sea Star region suddenly shattered without any warning. The devil roars that came from the domain-locking grand formation just now immediately turned into cries of pain and shock. Now, many devil creatures had directly lost their lives under Sun Luo's stomp. With just one stomp, he stomped on the Eastern Sea Star region and turned the sky and earth upside down. Divine Void Emperor's expression changed. He raised the drumsticks again and hammered the war drum with great force. In the starry sky, countless devil creatures that were as large as stars slowly appeared. Their bodies were bound by scarlet golden chains. There were only slightly more than 300 devil creatures. However, among these 300 devil creatures, there were actually 12 devil creatures that were comparable to devil emperors. Ning Fan was originally paying attention to the battlefield. However, when he saw one of the 12 devil creatures, his expression suddenly changed. That devil creature actually had 2 horns on its head, 6 wings on its back and a pair of ghost eyes between its brows. Its appearance was almost the same as Great Emperor Mo Luo. Just as Ning Fan was observing that devil creature, the devil creature also glanced at him and muttered to itself with a puzzled look. Why do I feel like I can sense that Junior's chi? Is it an illusion? While the quasi-emperor devil that looked like Great Emperor Mo Luo was muttering to himself, Shin Space Emperor's drumming suddenly became more rapid. Along with the rapid drumming, mysterious runes appeared on the golden chains on the devil's bodies. Their eyes immediately turned blank as if they were being controlled by someone. The devil that looked like Mo Luo let out a muffled groan and its eyes instantly turned blank. In the 9th star, Ning Fan's expression became gloomy. When his eyes met the quasi-emperor devil's, he clearly noticed the doubt in its eyes. There's no mistake. Even if this devil isn't the true body of Great Emperor Mo Luo, it must have some kind of connection with Mo Luo. Otherwise, it's impossible for it to look in my direction with a doubtful expression. Judging from its expression, it clearly sensed my chi. When the little demoness saw all the devils coming out and the strongest of them were at the quasi-emperor realm, she immediately exclaimed. My ancestor has given the order that the immortal king realm devils in the divine tomb must never be used. How would Shin Space Emperor dare to go against his ancestor's order and summon the quasi-emperor realm devils in the divine tomb to defend against the enemies? These devils were summoned from the divine tomb. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. There's a well of contract in the divine tomb. As long as you pay a certain price, you can summon devils from the devil abyss. It is said that devils come from the 9 great ancient devil abysses. However, we can't determine which devil abyss they come from exactly. After saying that, the little demoness shook her head and no longer dared to say anything else. The existence of the well of contract was not a secret. However, if she continues to talk about it, it might expose the secret of the Shin Space Emperor. Ning Fan's eyes slightly narrowed. At this moment, he had a vague guess. According to rumors, the 9 great devil abysses were respectively suppressing the 9 great ancient devils and devil ancestors. The devil that looked like Mo Luo probably came from the devil abyss that was suppressing Mo Luo. It was not that Shin Space Emperor had paid a certain price to make these devils obey him. Kill! Shin Space Emperor suddenly shouted coldly. 300 devils wearing chains stepped on the starry sky and surrounded Sun Luo. Those devils with lower cultivation bases surrounded the periphery and formed a devil formation. Devil chi gathered and turned into a purplish-black skull formation diagram. The 12 quasi-emperor realm devils stepped on the formation diagram and their aura force skyrocketed. All of a sudden, they raised their hands and the golden chains on their bodies were thrown from 12 different directions, binding Sun Luo tightly. The joint attack of the 12 demons was so fast that even a 7 tribulation immortal emperor would not be able to dodge it. The golden chain had the ability to suppress and subdue demons. It was called the primordial lock, and it was also a treasure. Once bound by this shackle, the more powerful the devil cultivator, the greater the suppression. The 12 quasi-emperor demonic creatures continued to transmit their magic power into the golden lock from afar, causing the binding force of the primordial chaos lock to grow stronger and stronger, gradually binding Sinluo's flesh and blood. Shin Space Emperor nodded his head in satisfaction. He did not think that Sinluo had the ability to break free of these 12 golden chains. Once we take down Sinluo, I'll have to trouble the Void Emperor to lock him back into the sky prison. I hope you can borrow the power of the demons to take him down in one fell swoop, otherwise, the Void Emperor shook his head and sighed. Suddenly, his old eyes widened and he shouted at the Shin Space Emperor in disbelief, "Not good. Quickly recall the demons and remove the primordial chaos lock. Quick!" Unfortunately, when the Void Emperor spoke, he was already a step too late. Although Sinluo was bound by the primordial chaos lock, there was no fear in his eyes. Whether it was the demons or the primordial chaos lock, everything was within his expectations. He opened his mouth slightly and 10,000 feet of demonic light immediately shot out from his mouth. It flew high up into the starry sky and turned into a treasure that shone with 10,000 feet of black light. It was a black demon list that was covered with tadpole-like ancient demonic characters. Once it was taken out, it immediately released a sea of demonic aura and evolved into 12 ink-colored bonefish. They were incomparably huge and descended from the sky. They opened their huge mouths and swallowed the 12 quasi-emperor demonic creatures. The aura of the bonefish was like that of a demon, and it was erratic. Its mouth was not big, but it seemed to be able to swallow the entire galaxy. Demon Sealing Carp. This treasure is the Demon Sealing List. Impossible, why does Sinluo have such a powerful treasure? The Shin Space Emperor's expression changed drastically. Without a second word, he wanted to remove the war drum and recall the demons, but it was too late. Regardless of whether it was the 12 quasi-emperor demonic creatures or the other 300 demonic creatures, all of them instinctively revealed a look of fear. That fear originated from their instinctive fear towards the Demon Sealing List. In front of the Demon Sealing List, it was as if all the demons in the world were restrained by it and were unable to resist it. 3 quasi-emperor demonic creatures were swallowed alive by the flying ink bonefish, while 5 quasi-emperor demonic creatures were bitten to death by the flying ink bonefish and torn to pieces. The remaining 4 quasi-emperor demonic creatures attacked together and clashed with the flying ink bonefish. They suffered varying degrees of injuries and then turned to flee. The quasi-emperor demonic creature that looked like Mo Luo was among the 4 that turned to flee. A bright light flashed in Sinluo's eyes, and with a jolt of his magic power, he broke free of the mixed yuan chains that were binding him. With a flip of his hand, he grabbed the 12 mixed yuan chains in his hand and threw them toward the 4 fleeing quasi-emperor demonic creatures without a word. The 4 demons were bound and unable to escape. The 12 flying ink bonefish immediately bit down on the 4 demons that were unable to move and tore them to pieces. After killing the 12 quasi-emperor demonic creatures, the flying ink bonefish immediately charged toward the other demonic creatures. In the blink of an eye, they had already torn the 300 demonic creatures to pieces. As the group of devils was annihilated, the devil diagram collapsed with a loud bang. The battle drum in front of Divine Emperor Shin Space was also destroyed. The grand formation of the Eastern Ocean Star region had also completely collapsed. The 300 demonic creatures died in an extremely short period of time. The black blood rain carried the fallen devil corpses and fell towards countless cultivation planets in the Eastern Ocean Star region. When the devil creature that looked like Great Emperor Mo Luo died, its physical body exploded into a mist of blood. A fist-sized devil chi crystal was peeled off from its body and mixed with the other devil corpses and fell towards a certain cultivation planet in the Eastern Ocean Star region. No one paid attention to it. Ning Fan was the only one who saw that devil chi crystal and identified the direction where it was falling. His eyes flashed and he secretly memorized the location of the planet. If he still has a chance after this battle, he would not mind searching for that devil chi crystal. Each of the Divine Void Realm experts was drenched in the black blood rain. All of them wore terrified expressions. The weakest of the 300 demonic creatures was at the true immortal realm while the strongest was at the quasi-emperor realm. However, all of them died in Sun Luo's hands in just a short period of time. Before this, they had never seen a large number of true immortals or quasi-emperors falling. Today, however, they witnessed the deaths of 300 true immortals and 12 quasi-emperors at once. They had witnessed how terrifying Sun Luo was. Not good. The Grand Formation has been destroyed. This devil is going to invade the Eastern Ocean Star region. No one knew who shouted. At the next moment, all the Divine Void Realm cultivators began to feel terrified to varying degrees. Amidst the blood rain, Sun Luo raised his hand and kept the devil conferral board. His cold eyes swept across the group of Divine Void Realm cultivators, the Void Space Emperor who was sighing and the Shin Space Emperor who was in shock. At the next moment, he raised his hand and grabbed at the starry sky of the entire Eastern Ocean Star region. He extracted the soul of the starry sky and swallowed it. In an instant, his aura skyrocketed to the 7th Tribulation Realm. Without giving the group of Divine Void Realm cultivators any time to react, Sun Luo suddenly roared at the sky. Boundless blood-red flames spread out from under his feet. Circles of blood-red sound waves spread out from his body and spread far away in the starry sky. This roar carried the ferocious might of killing 300 demonic creatures. It was much stronger than the devil intent it had ever contained in the past. Its killing intent was boundless, with Sun Luo as the center. The starry sky collapsed in circles, setting off bolts of blood-red lightning. All the Divine Void Realm experts in the area of collapse, whether they were first-step cultivators, second-step life immortals, or Dujin cultivators, had their physical bodies disintegrate and died under Sun Luo's roar. Among these people who died, there were even 11 or 12 disciples of the Shin Space Emperor. Golden flames of anger shot out of the Shin Space Emperor's eyes. The disciple he favored the most had just died at Sun Luo's hands. Sun Luo! You deserve to die. The Shin Space Emperor roared angrily into the sky. He flipped his hand and took out a golden pagoda. This golden pagoda was his Tao soldier. Shin Space Emperor raised his hand and raised the pagoda. Immediately, more than 40,000 rays of reddish gold light shot out from the pagoda. His Tao soldier was called the Creation Pagoda. It could repair damaged treasures and shoot out countless treasures as hidden weapons. These 40,000 rays of reddish gold light were all 12 Nirvana-acquired immortal treasures. The 40,000 treasures were shot out by the Shin Space Emperor as hidden weapons. They had the power to destroy heaven and earth. However, in Sun Luo's eyes, they were so disdainful. The 3 orifices flowing sand power that was hidden in his body was activated at this moment. Behind him, an extremely exaggerated Genesis Saint ring suddenly appeared. An extremely powerful aura suddenly burst forth from his body. It was as if an invisible mountain had collapsed and pressed down on the entire East Sea galaxy. The aura seemed to have returned to its original state, but it was so powerful that it made everyone tremble. Sun Luo looked up angrily at the sky. His gaze was so powerful that it could destroy the galaxy. More than 40,000 12 Nirvana immortal treasures that hit his body were all turned into dust by the rebounding force. He stepped on the galaxy and smiled coldly at the Shin Space Emperor. The Shin Space Emperor looked at Sun Luo in disbelief. He could not believe the scene in front of him. The Genesis Saint ring. How could this item appear behind Sun Luo? He did not believe it. In the next instant, the Creation Pagoda hovered above the Shin Space Emperor's head to protect him. Riding a golden cloud, his body turned into a golden rainbow that shot towards Sun Luo. He wanted to destroy Sun Luo's fake Genesis Saint ring. Shin Space Emperor, wait, the Void Emperor cried out in shock. However, he could not stop the Shin Space Emperor's rainbow. Behind the Shin Space Emperor, a gigantic golden emperor's shadow gradually appeared. In front of the emperor's shadow, Sun Luo was so small. However, the Shin Space Emperor suddenly stopped tens of thousands of feet away from Sun Luo. The emperor's shadow appeared in front of Sun Luo in an instant. It lifted its foot and stepped on Sun Luo. Its eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. That was the emperor's instinctive emotion. He looked down on Sun Luo. The power of this step was enough to severely injure a celestial king and instantly kill a celestial prime. However, Sun Luo's expression did not change. His eyes were as cold as ice. He lifted the sky with one hand and casually received the emperor's step. With one hand, he lifted Shin Space Emperor's golden foot that was even larger than the galaxy. It was as if he was holding up the entire galaxy. In the next instant, a sharp murderous intent rose in Sun Luo's eyes. Sun Luo pressed his 5 fingers together, and an indescribable force immediately rushed towards Shin Space Emperor's giant foot. In an instant, the Emperor's shadow was crushed into dust. The Emperor's shadow collapsed, and even the Shin Space Emperor himself felt a hole in his chest. He coughed out blood. A low grunt immediately came out of the Shin Space Emperor's mouth. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. With a flip of his hand, a green gold treasure immediately shot out from the creation pagoda above his head. It was an awl that was made from beast bones. Its aura was extremely restrained, but it seemed to contain a sharpness that could pierce through anything. The Shin Space Emperor pointed and the green gold bone all immediately pierced the space between Sun Luo's eyebrows. However, Sun Luo only let out a disdainful grunt. Insignificant tricks. Sun Luo grabbed out with his large hand. Before the green gold bone all could get close to him, it was destroyed by Sun Luo and turned into dust. The Shin Space Emperor's eyes were filled with shock again. Immediately, 3,000 wisps of Emperor's aura appeared around him. The Emperor's aura covered his entire body and turned into a golden divine flame. It was as if he had turned into a man of fire. With a shake of the pagoda in his hand, it changed into a golden divine spear. 45 million years ago, the Shin Space Emperor had relied on a divine spear that had been infused with Emperor's aura to severely injure Sun Luo. Today, he wanted to use the same trick again. Thick disdain and anger flashed in Sun Luo's eyes. He was different from back then. He was no longer the same. This time, he had come prepared. This time, he wanted to make all those who had wronged Xianxia pay with their blood. He also took a big step forward. In an instant, his right arm was covered with reincarnation power. Unafraid of the sharpness of the spear, he met the Shin Space Emperor's golden flame divine spear head-on. He raised his hand and punched out. It was obvious that the divine spear was sharper and that Sun Luo's fist bone was weaker. However, after this clash, the situation was beyond the Shin Space Emperor's expectations. A wave of reincarnation power that could destroy everything immediately flowed along Sun Luo's fist bone and spread throughout the body of the golden flame spear. In an instant, the entire golden flame spear turned into dust and dissipated. The weathering was not only caused by the flow of time. Instead, it was caused by the reincarnation's erosion. The Shin Space Emperor's consciousness seemed to freeze at this moment. The golden flames that were burning on his body were extinguished at this moment. A violent force traveled from his arm to his chest. Before the Shin Space Emperor could react, he was already heavily injured by Sun Luo's punch. He spat out blood and retreated. A dignified 8th Tribulation Celestial Emperor was actually unable to block a single punch from Sun Luo. Sun Luo closed in once again. In an instant, he landed hundreds and thousands of punches, shattering the golden armor on his body and creating numerous bloody holes on his body. The Shin Space Emperor was beaten to the point that he no longer looked human. His primordial spirit was also unprecedentedly weak. At this moment, the Shin Space Emperor was extremely terrified. In front of Sun Luo, this was the first time he had no power to resist. The Sun Luo at this moment had used the reincarnation power and possessed the Origin Saint Ring. Even the 9th Tribulation Celestial Emperor might not be able to defeat Sun Luo. At this moment, the Shin Space Emperor actually had a feeling that he was on the verge of death. This feeling had rarely appeared in his long life. This Origin Saint Ring is actually not fake. This Sun Luo is actually so powerful. This thought grew wildly in the Shin Space Emperor's heart. The injuries on his body also became more and more serious. The Shin Void cultivators looked at the battle in front of them in shock. They found it hard to believe that the Shin Space Emperor, one of the 2 divine Void Emperors, would actually be beaten like a dog and be unable to fight back. Was this still the powerful Shin Space Emperor that they knew? The 8th Tribulation Celestial Emperor was actually being beaten up one-sidedly by someone. Sun Luo's fist radiance was ruthless and forced the Shin Space Emperor to retreat. He then flipped his hand and summoned the Chang'an axe to destroy the physical body of the Shin Space Emperor. Suddenly, he felt a sharp aura slashing towards his back. Sun Luo could not help but frown. He gave up on the idea of continuing to attack the Shin Space Emperor. With a shake of his body, he disappeared from his original spot. It was the Void Emperor who saw that the Shin Space Emperor was in danger and had no choice but to forcefully take action. He took out his Tao soldier and saved the Shin Space Emperor. Sun Luo appeared at the side. He lifted his gaze and glanced coldly at the Void Emperor and the severely injured Shin Space Emperor. Among the hundreds and thousands of punches, it was not that he did not have the ability to kill the Shin Space Emperor. It was a pity that the Shin Space Emperor's cultivation realm was too high. If he wanted to kill the Shin Space Emperor, he would almost exhaust the remaining power of time in his body. The gains did not make up for the losses. Thank you. Cough cough cough. As the Shin Space Emperor coughed out blood, he stepped on the golden cloud and retreated to the side of the Void Emperor. He still looked fearful. Why are you thanking me? Let's attack together and take down this evil person. The Void Emperor sighed. He held an illusory black light in his hand. It was unknown what kind of weapon it was. He stepped on the silver dragon soul and charged towards Sun Luo. On the other side, the Shin Space Emperor suppressed his emotions and swallowed a medicinal pill to forcefully stabilize his severe injuries. He clenched his teeth and followed closely behind the Void Emperor to attack Sun Luo. At this moment, the Shin Space Emperor and the Shin Space Emperor joined forces. They could even fight against the 9 Tribulations Immortal Emperor. Sun Luo frowned. He raised his hand and punched his chest heavily. He coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood and forcefully activated the secret technique. To him, unless he exhausted the power of time in the quicksand, he could forget about killing the Shin Space Emperor and the Shin Space Emperor. The limited power of time had to be used wisely. He could not waste it here. Hence, he could only use the method of surrounding the Shin Space Emperor and the Shin Space Emperor. In the Milky Way, where he had nowhere to stand, a huge black hole formed by the power of void suddenly appeared. The black hole appeared under Sun Luo's feet and extended into the distance rapidly. This black hole was Sun Luo's most proficient technique, Burial of the Milky Way. Burial of the Milky Way? Although the attack range of this technique is wide, its power is not strong enough to seriously injure an immortal emperor. It seems that you want to use the same trick again and trap the two of us with this technique. Unfortunately, the two of us were careless last time and were trapped by your dark prison technique. This time, we will not be trapped by your Burial of the Milky Way. The Void Emperor shook his head and continued to rush forward. He did not care about the black hole under his feet. The Shin Space Emperor's eyes narrowed. He also did not fear this technique. The suction force of the black hole was not strong. With the strength of the Shin Space Emperor and the Shin Space Emperor, it was not strange that they did not fear this technique. Sun Luo smiled strangely. He was using the Shin Space Emperor and the Shin Space Emperor's underestimation of him. Suddenly, the word Lin Lin came out of his mouth. Second burial. As soon as he said this, black blood suddenly flowed out of Sun Luo's left eye. Outside the black hole, between the Milky Way, a second, even larger black hole appeared and contained the small black hole. The two black holes overlapped and the suction force multiplied. It was as if everything within Sun Luo's sight was sucked into the black hole. The appearance of the second black hole was far beyond the Shin Space Emperor and the Shin Space Emperor's expectations. Before the two emperors could react, Sun Luo coldly said, Third burial. Fourth burial. Fifth burial. When the 5 black holes overlapped, the suction force produced far surpassed the Shin Space Emperor and the Shin Space Emperor's imagination. Although the Void Emperor also cultivated the Void Scripture, he did not know that the Star River burial technique could be used like this. The 5th burial was Sun Luo's current limit. Without the help of the Genesis Sacred Ring, he would not have been able to evolve this technique to this level. Even with the help of the Genesis Sacred Ring, he had received a heavy backlash from using this technique. His limbs and bones were all damaged. Not good. The Void Emperor's complexion was ugly. The silver dragon soul beneath his feet was sucked into the 5-layered black hole. The Shin Space Emperor was heavily wounded and he was not as skilled in the Void technique as the Void Emperor. He was not able to resist the suction force of this technique and was directly sucked into the black hole. Sun Luo clenched his teeth and swallowed the sweet blood in his throat. He lifted a foot and the black hole closed. Like this, the Shin Space Emperor and the Shin Space Emperor were trapped once more. The Shin Space Emperor and the Shin Space Emperor were shocked. They could not believe that Sun Luo alone had trapped the Shin Space Emperor and the Shin Space Emperor. If the Shin Space Emperor and the Shin Space Emperor did not escape, they did not know who else in the East Ocean Star region could stop Sun Luo. Sun Luo's divine sense spread out crazily, sweeping through the entire East Ocean Star region. Killing intent rose in his eyes. His figure flickered and he turned into a streak of light that charged through the Shin Space Emperor and the Shin Space Emperor. The Shin Space Emperor and the Shin Space Emperor who tried to stop him were all killed by him. His light was too fast, so fast that almost no one could catch up to him, see him clearly, and block him. The two Shin Space Immortal Sovereigns gritted their teeth and tried to block Sun Luo's light. Sun Luo sneered. His light did not slow down, and he directly charged toward the two Immortal Sovereigns. Before the two Immortal Kings could react, they were hit by Sun Luo's light. They vomited blood and were sent flying. Sun Luo's hands tore apart the bodies of the two Immortal Sovereigns, leaving behind their primordial spirits to use the Soul Blast technique. The hundreds of thousands of Shin Space Emperor cultivators formed a large formation in an attempt to slightly stop Sun Luo. Sun Luo sneered disdainfully. He lifted a hand and pointed forward. The bodies of the hundreds of thousands of Shin Space Emperor cultivators began to corrode and decay. After their bodies were destroyed, only their primordial spirits remained. They tried to flee in all directions, but Sun Luo collected them all. There was no one left alive. There were only a small number of Shin Space Emperor cultivators lying in ambush in the East Ocean Star region. Most of the powerhouses were waiting for Sun Luo's arrival on East Ocean Star region. The Genesis Sacred Ring could not be maintained for a long time, so Sun Luo temporarily put it away. He withdrew his shocking aura and quietly flew away. In just a few breaths of time, he arrived outside of East Ocean Star region. The news of the Shin Space Emperor and Shin Space Emperor's defeat had yet to reach this place. When Sun Luo arrived on East Ocean Star region, almost no one knew that he had arrived. According to what the Shin Space Emperor and Shin Space Emperor knew, the Shin Space Emperor and Shin Space Emperor should have intercepted Sun Luo outside of East Ocean Star region. Who would have thought that Limitless would be able to trap the Divine Void Emperor duo all by himself and kill off all the Divine Void cultivators who had ambushed him? Then, he quietly arrived at the East Sea Star. East Sea Star was the main star of the East Sea Star field, but there were two other stars around it. They were the two secret locations of the Godly Void Pavilion, as well as the two forbidden palaces of the Immortal Emperor. One of them had a divine tomb built on it, which was called the Divine Space Star. The other had a heavenly prison, which was called the Void Star. Sun Luo's target was the Sky Prison, but he did not look at the Void Star first. Instead, he looked in the direction of the Divine Space Star. His gaze was filled with recollection and self-blame. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and knelt down in the void. They were kneeling in the direction of the tomb of the god of sin. The world would not understand why Sun Luo was kneeling. Only on the Divine Space Star, a blind old man who was sweeping the floor seemed to have sensed Sun Luo's kneeling. However, his face was filled with sadness and he forcefully retracted his foot that was about to take a step forward. No one stopped him during this process. A long time later, Sun Luo stood up, and his gaze was resolute as he looked towards Star Void and sent a voice transmission. Disciple has returned this time. 3 people must die, and 1 bell must be destroyed. I hope Master will not stop me. After this matter is over, Disciple will give Master an explanation. After saying that, Sun Luo's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. He appeared on the Void Star and walked towards the heavenly prison step by step. On the main star of East Sea Star, there were only a few experts guarding it. On the Divine Space Star, there were not many experts either. The experts of the Godly Void Pavilion mostly cultivated on the Void Star. Void Star, heavenly prison, it was a door of light with lightning intertwining. On the other side of the door of light, it led to a space called the heavenly prison. The heavenly prison was divided into 2 realms. One was called the Heaven Realm. The Heaven-Earth Spirit Chi there was 10 times more than the outside world. It was the best place for secluded cultivation. Most of the old monsters of the Godly Void Pavilion liked to seclude themselves in the Heaven Realm. The experts of the immemorial era almost always cultivated there. Most of the true immortal forces also built their clans in the Heaven Realm. The other realm was called the Prison Realm. It was the place where the serious criminals of the eastern sky were imprisoned. Sun Luo had been imprisoned in the prison realm before. This time, Sun Luo's destination was naturally not the prison realm. His destination was the heaven realm. To be more precise, it was the bell offering platform in the heaven realm, seeing that Sun Luo did not go to the East Sea Star region to carry out a large-scale massacre. The little demoness who was in the ninth star felt relieved. The declining Shao clan did not have the qualification to stay in the heaven realm. They did not even have the qualification to stay in the East Sea Star region. The current Shao clan was built in the outer star region of the East Sea Star region. The cultivation level of the members of the Shao clan was low. None of them participated in the ambush of Sun Luo. Naturally, they did not suffer any losses. This time, the little demoness heaved a sigh of relief when Sun Luo's war did not reach the Shao clan. However, when she saw Sun Luo invading outside the heavenly prison, she still felt a little concerned as the young pavilion lord of the godly void pavilion. Ning Fan, on the other hand, had other thoughts in his mind. He could not understand why Sun Luo knelt down. Who is Sun Luo kneeling to? Outside the heavenly prison lightning door, groups of patrolling cultivators were already killed by Sun Luo before they could even notice him. Sun Luo slowly stepped into the lightning door. There were two paths of light inside the lightning door. One of the paths of light led to the prison realm. All the gates of the prison were currently sealed. Only the Void Emperor had the token to pass through. The other path of light led to the heavenly realm, but it was passable. Sun Luo walked on the path of light step by step. The coldness in his eyes became brighter and brighter. That year, he had also walked on this path of light. However, he was powerless to change anything. Step by step, he crushed his memories. Next, he stepped into the entrance of the heaven realm. Sun Luo's spirit sense spread out crazily. All of a sudden, it shocked countless divine void realm old monsters who were in seclusion in the heaven realm. Before anyone could react, he had already appeared below the altar of the bell. He glanced at the ancient bell on the high platform of the 9th-floored Yuan Hill. Then, he sneered at the group of guards who were rushing towards him. At first, the guards only thought that someone had trespassed into the altar of the bell. When they saw the appearance of the intruder, all of them were scared out of their wits. Sun Luo, Immortal King. Not good. He actually bypassed the encirclement of the Divine Void Emperor and sneaked into this place. Quickly send a message to the two emperors and ask for reinforcements. Don't panic. Old devil Sun Luo is nothing. This old man will act on behalf of the two emperors and take him down. Just when the guards were panicking, an extremely arrogant voice that carried the aura force of the fourth eternal tribulation came from afar. Before the voice stopped, a bright yellow flying sword suddenly pierced through the air and slashed towards Sun Luo's head. To be continued. The bright yellow flying sword was not made of metal, but a wooden sword that carried the fragrance of pears. The sword was not sharp, and the attacker was only a fourth tribulation immortal king. However, Sun Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not underestimate the attacker. He did not take the sword light head-on, but disappeared from the spot and appeared on the other side of the bell altar, avoiding the sword. When the guards under the bell altar saw the appearance of the immortal king who came to help, their expressions changed drastically. They were inexplicably terrified and did not feel happy at all. There was even a life immortal guard who was scared out of his wits. He pointed at the immortal king who came to help in the sky and was tongue-tied. Plague King LV Feng. Why did he come out of seclusion? Ah. As soon as the man mentioned LV Feng's name, a painful expression appeared on his face. He screamed and clutched his neck tightly with both hands. He foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground. With a sizzling sound, his body began to rot without any warning. In just an instant, he had turned into a pool of bubbling yellowish-green pus and blood. Hee, is this old man's name something that a junior like you can mention? In the sky, a fat old man wearing a mink fur hat snorted disdainfully. He summoned the bright yellow flying sword into his hand and landed on the ground. He strode towards Sun Luo who was on the other side of the bell altar. Because he was too fat, he walked unsteadily like a roly-poly doll, which was comical. His slightly squinted eyes looked kind, but those who knew his personality would feel that his smile was too gloomy. LV Feng, if you leave within 3 breaths, I won't hold you accountable. Sun Luo's tone was as cold as ever, but the fear in his eyes was not concealed. LV Feng was still smiling, as if he did not take Sun Luo's words seriously. He put away the bright yellow wooden sword and took out a black mud-shaped treasure from his sleeve. He threw it toward the sky. As soon as the treasure rose into the sky, it immediately turned into a poisonous black smoke that descended and spread to a radius of 10 miles. 10 miles didn't seem wide, but the plants within 10 miles withered in an instant. The guards screamed and foamed at the mouth. They fell to the ground and did not wake up. Their bodies were rotting bit by bit. Sun Luo did not dodge. He only released his aura, and the black smoke could not get within 3 feet of him. This is the plague technique. In the 9th star, Ning Fan's expression changed as he recognized the various abilities that LV Feng used. The plague technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. If the cultivator fails, he or she would die from the backlash of the technique. The plague art was extremely difficult to cultivate. Those who cultivated the plague art would die from the backlash of the plague art if they did not succeed. Among millions of people, only one would be lucky enough to cultivate this technique. Once this technique was successfully cultivated, its lethality would naturally be extremely terrifying, and it would be even more difficult to guard against when harming and killing people. When the little demon girl saw LV Feng, her eyes could not help but reveal a hint of annoyance. This Lu Feng was a Divine Void Pavilion cultivator, but he had a terrible reputation within the Divine Void Pavilion. He was cold-blooded and bloodthirsty, and Divine Void disciples often avoided him like scorpions or snakes. This little witch was no exception. LV Feng was a cultivator of the Godly Void Pavilion. However, he had a bad reputation in the Godly Void Pavilion. He was known to be cold-blooded and bloodthirsty. The disciples of the Godly Void Pavilion usually avoided him like a snake or a scorpion. The little demoness was no exception. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed, and a black sun appeared behind him. The black sun collapsed and turned into black fire crows that filled the sky. The fire crows transformed into a giant finger made of black flames that covered the sky. Without any mercy, the fire crows pressed down on Lu Bu. All of a sudden, LV Feng's expression changed drastically. Without saying anything, he turned around and ran away while complaining incessantly. Dark obsidian finger. Why didn't anyone tell me that old devil Sun Luo knows the secret technique of the dark race? As soon as he finished his words, everything within his sight fell into the attack of Sun Luo's finger. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The black flame spread unscrupulously on the ground, tearing it apart. The entire place was plunged into darkness. Only the sound of ancient bells could be heard from the surroundings of the altar. The black flames could not get close to the altar at all. LV Feng screamed in pain as he fell into the attack of the black flames. He was extremely shocked. The black obsidian finger was a secret technique of the dark race. Not only was it infinitely powerful, but it could also use the power of darkness to corrupt one's cultivation and destroy one's Tao. The 7 layers of blue light protecting LV Feng's body were bitterly resisting the black flames. Countless cracks had already appeared on the blue light. The black flames broke through the blue light and invaded LV Feng's body. In just half a breath of time, LV Feng's injuries worsened and his cultivation began to rapidly fall. LV Feng's cultivation was originally close to the peak of the 4th eternal tribulation. But now, it rapidly fell to the edge of the 4th eternal tribulation and continued to fall to the 3rd eternal tribulation. This was because Sun Luo was too lazy to kill him. Otherwise, Sun Luo's black obsidian finger would have been more than enough to instantly kill LV Feng. Scram! A gust of wind ruthlessly swept out from Sun Luo's sleeve. It was like a dragon sweeping through the skies as it smashed into LV Feng's chest. LV Feng was sent flying backwards like a meteor as he was blasted out of the range of the black flames. The horrified LV Feng retreated continuously in the sky. He finally stabilized his momentum and landed on the ground. He was already kneeling on the ground with severe injuries. He coughed out blood incessantly and his aura was extremely weak. At this moment, LV Feng no longer had any of his previous arrogance. He stood up unwillingly and looked in Sun Luo's direction. His eyes were filled with deep reverence and confusion. Then, he gritted his teeth and turned to flee. He was in awe of Sun Luo's strength, which was far beyond his imagination. He didn't understand why Sun Luo, who had always been cold-blooded, would be so merciful to spare his life. It was the first time in his life that LV Feng felt so close to death when he fell into the black obsidian finger. As long as Sun Luo willed it, he would die. Strange, strange. This old demon Sun Luo has always been cold-blooded and heartless. Why would he spare my life? How unlucky, how unlucky. This old man had clearly divined that there was someone here who was destined to be my benefactor. Someone who could help me fulfill my dream of becoming an emperor. I didn't expect this divination to be wrong. There was clearly only Sun Luo here, and he clearly looked like he was about to die. He was definitely going to die. There was no one here who was destined to be my benefactor. This divination had misled me too much. Although old demon Sun Luo didn't kill me, this old man's cultivation had fallen to the third eternal tribulation. To hell with the divination. LV Feng sighed and fled with a long face. The heaven realm was vast and incomparably vast. LV Feng was only the one closest to the bell altar among all the experts in the godly void pavilion. Far away, there were still many old monsters who sensed Sun Luo's arrival. They rushed towards the bell altar without stopping to help. The black flames gradually dissipated. The ground was full of holes and was in ruins. Only the bell altar was protected by the mysterious bell and remained undamaged. Sun Luo stepped on the ruins and stood below the bell altar with his hands behind his back. He looked at the giant golden bell on the 9-layered Yuan mound and muttered to himself coldly. Xianxia, when you encountered danger in the Kuan mountain vestige, it was LV Feng who happened to pass by and saved your life. He didn't know that he saved you once. Today, I helped him once. We don't owe each other anything. Even though Sun Luo had destroyed one of LV Feng's tribulations, he had unknowingly paved the way for him to break through the fifth eternal tribulation. LV Feng could only blame himself for killing countless people in order to break through the fourth eternal tribulation. There were too many hidden dangers in his magic power. If he doesn't destroy his cultivation base and recultivate, he would never be able to break through the fifth eternal tribulation. Besides, if he forcefully breaks through to the next realm, only death awaits him. Although Sun Luo seemed to have injured LV Feng severely, he had actually helped him. LV Feng naturally could not understand this. He actually let LV Feng go. In the 9th star, the little demoness could not believe the scene in front of her. Ning Fan, on the other hand, wore a thoughtful look. He possessed a 5-colored medicine soul and he was located in the 9th star of the Sun Luo universe. His senses were especially sharp. He could vaguely feel that after LV Feng's cultivation base was destroyed, the flow of his magic power became much smoother and less sluggish. Even though his cultivation base had dropped, his strength did not seem to have decreased but increased instead. Could it be that Sun Luo has made an exception and helped LV Feng? Ning Fan pondered. In the outside world, Sun Luo stared at the heaven-suppressing bell. After a long time, he finally moved his feet and stepped onto the first floor of the 9-floored Xianxia on the stage. As soon as he took his first step, a wave of aura force that could suppress heaven and earth immediately spread out from the heaven-suppressing bell and pressed down on Sun Luo. The strength of this aura force was comparable to the aura force of the first immortal venerated immortal of all times. Under the impact of the aura force, Sun Luo's footsteps actually slowed down and he remained silent for a while. He touched the fiery ring and opened the giant blood-red door. Then, he summoned the destruction beast and ordered. Xianxia, stay below the stage and protect me. The destruction beast was naturally unwilling to obey Sun Luo's order. However, when it saw the heaven-suppressing bell, its eyes suddenly became sorrowful. It lowered its head and let out a low roar as if it had agreed to Sun Luo's order. Sun Luo nodded his head in satisfaction. He walked up the stone stairs step by step. The aura force became stronger with each step he took. However, Sun Luo remained unmoved. His eyes were sometimes cold and emotionless and sometimes filled with a rare gentleness. That gentleness was an expression that was rarely seen in the long river of his life. He seemed to have recalled the day when he and Xianxia first met. He had helped her kill all of her enemies but she was not happy about it. She said, Sun Luo, the blood sea of cultivation is not the life I yearn for. You don't understand. Yes, he would never understand what Xianxia wanted in his entire life. The second layer, Xianxia, was comparable to a second tribulation immortal venerated immortal. The third layer, Xianxia, was comparable to a third tribulation immortal king. The fourth layer, Xianxia, was comparable to a fourth tribulation immortal king. At this point, Sun Luo was still unmoved by the aura force. However, his expression gradually frowned as he recalled some unhappy past events. That year, he became the #1 cultivator below the true immortal realm in the Eastern Heaven immortal realm with his peak spirit profound cultivation level. With the divine ability of the void scripture, he even killed a mid-stage true enlightenment realm cultivator. That year, the realm war between the demon spirit land and the four heavens immortal realm began once again. He shuttled between thousands of demons alone and killed them. He was regarded as the best candidate to be the next void emperor by the experts of the four heavens. While he was slaying the demon, Xianxia was silently playing chess with her senior brother. Their gazes would occasionally meet, and it stung his eyes deeply. When he first revealed his feelings to her, she tactfully rejected him. Sun Luo, you are a natural cultivator, but I am not. We are not suitable for each other. You don't understand what I want. The fifth layer, Xianxia, was comparable to a fifth tribulation immortal king. The sixth layer, Xianxia, was comparable to a sixth tribulation immortal emperor. The seventh layer, Xianxia, was comparable to a seventh tribulation immortal emperor. Originally, only women who were chosen as sacrifices could ignore the pressure of the heaven-suppressing bell and go all the way to the ninth layer, Xianxia. In addition, only the ninth tribulation immortal emperor could resist the pressure of the heaven-suppressing bell and reach the top of Xianxia. Sun Luo stepped on the seventh layer, and his pace slowed down for the first time. If he didn't summon the incipient Saint Ring, he could only resist the pressure of the seventh layer at most with his cultivation level. He couldn't go to the eighth layer, but he was much stronger than he was in the past. Legend had it that the heaven-suppressing bell contained a great secret left by the Eastern Sky Ancestor Emperor. As for what the secret was, only the Divine Void Emperor and the others didn't know. For this secret, the Godly Void Pavilion would hold a bell sacrifice every few years to choose suitable sacrifices and offer them to the heaven-suppressing bell in an attempt to obtain the great secret of the bell. Even if they didn't obtain the great secret, after the bell sacrifice, the primordial spirit of the sacrifice would be purified by the sound of the bell. Once it was brewed into wine, it would become primordial spirit wine, which was a supreme tonic for the cultivators of the ancient times. That year, the Shao clan's patriarch chose Xianxia as a sacrifice and offered her to the heaven-suppressing bell. That year, Xianxia willingly became a sacrifice and brewed the primordial spirit of the first tribulation of eternity into wine. It was said that it was this wine that saved the seriously injured and dying young Emperor Su Kong. Not only did it cure his dying primordial spirit, but it also made the young Emperor Su Kong's cultivation level improve greatly, allowing him to break through the sixth tribulation of eternity and succeed as the true Void Emperor. That year, Sun Luo was still in seclusion. The moment he came out, he received a cup of primordial spirit wine and a letter. In the letter, there was only one sentence: "I'm sure you don't understand my choice." Sun Luo's expression was wooden. He didn't say a word and tore the letter. He caught a thought-shatterer expert of the Shao clan and forcibly searched his soul and memory to understand the truth. He didn't believe that Xianxia would sacrifice herself for his senior brother. From the memory of the Shao clan's patriarch, Sun Luo saw that on the eve of the bell sacrifice, an immortal king from the 10 great secret races came to the Shao clan and made a deal with the Shao clan's patriarch. This deal was the reason why Xianxia was willing to become a sacrifice. In fact, the Void Emperor had never drunk Xianxia's primordial spirit wine. His injuries were healed because of other opportunities. The immortal emperors of the 10 great secret races were from the dark race. He found that immortal king of the dark race and killed him, but he couldn't find much useful information from his memory. He couldn't understand what kind of deal Xianxia had made for her to become a sacrifice for the bell sacrifice. The only thing he knew was that the dark race also needed Xianxia's primordial spirit wine. It was said that her primordial spirit was different from others and had a special effect on a great emperor of the dark race. Xianxia's primordial spirit and even her corpse were put into the wine. There were many people who shared the wine, not just the dark race, so Sun Luo went crazy and killed his way into the dark race. He risked his monarch chi and finally killed a 6th tribulation great emperor of the dark race who had drunk the wine. He even took a secret treasure of the dark race. Sun Luo was seriously injured and chased by the dark race, but he didn't care. He rushed back to the East Sea Star region and went straight to the bell altar in the heavenly prison realm. With the secret treasure of the dark race, he swore to destroy the heaven-suppressing bell and take back the remnant Tao left by Qianyu. The remnant Tao of an immortal didn't disappear, so it wasn't really dead. As long as there was enough reincarnation power of a saint, the remnant Tao could be reborn. He only had one wish, and that was to bring Qianyu back to life. Unfortunately, his crazy behavior was stopped by the entire godly void pavilion. Unfortunately, with his 5 tribulation immortal king Cultivation, he couldn't rush to the 9th level of the bell altar. He didn't even have the chance to touch the heaven-suppressing bell. That day, he was besieged by a group of divine void cultivators and learned a shocking fact from his senior brother. Qianyu's death was caused by the dark race and the godly void pavilion. Both sides gained great benefits from it. Even the Eastern Sky experts drank the primordial spirit wine and gained benefits. That day, the Void Emperor told Sun Luo, "Junior brother, you are wrong. You shouldn't have killed the dark race cultivators and caused a disaster for the divine void." At that moment, Sun Luo looked at the Void Emperor in disbelief. He only felt that his senior brother was so strange, as if he had never known him before. "You don't love her?" Sun Luo asked. "How could you have such a stupid idea?" The Void Emperor was surprised. At that moment, Sun Luo looked up to the sky and laughed. He fell into a trance and his black hair turned red. "Good. You don't love her, I do. The world doesn't care about her, I cherish her." Therefore, he started a massacre in the divine void. The people he killed were all people who betrayed Qianyu for the primordial spirit wine. Among them, there were even many old monsters from the Xiao family. Therefore, he started a massacre in the entire eastern sky, overturning 107 star fields. No one knew that his motive for killing people was just for a cup of primordial spirit wine. Looking for fireworks was just a side goal. Later, he was besieged by the dark race and was on the verge of death. Later, his master paid a huge price to appease the dark race and let him go. And he was imprisoned in the heavenly prison for 45 million years until today. His biggest regret was that he didn't kill the 3 old monsters who drank the primordial spirit wine, including the Netherworld Emperor. Those were the cultivators he had to kill when he returned to the eastern sky. Until today, he still didn't understand Qianyu's heart and didn't know the truth of that year. He was still looking for an answer. He was still obsessed with killing 3 people and destroying 1 bell. What he was even more obsessed with was using the power of time to gather the power of reincarnation. He wanted to use the power of reincarnation to revive Qianyu's broken Tao. In order to achieve this goal, he could give up everything and kill everything in front of him. He came to destroy the heaven-suppressing bell with the determination to die. He wanted to use his hot blood to exchange for Qianyu to open her eyes again and see the prosperity of the eastern sky immortal world. Mutu is my 2nd primordial spirit, and Xianxia is my 3rd primordial spirit. If I want to set foot on the 8th layer of Xianxia, I won't hesitate to destroy my own primordial spirit. Burn. The word burn contained a world-shaking determination. Sun Luo suddenly raised his hand and made a hand seal. 2 figures suddenly appeared beside him. One was Mutu, and the other was Xianxia. Both of their eyes were resolute and burning at the same time. Both of them slowly burned into ashes, but no one showed a look of fear. Of these 2 primordial spirits, one was meticulous, and the other was timid and shriveled, but both of them integrated with Sun Luo's emotions. They might have different ideas from Sun Luo on other matters, but when it came to saving Qianyu, they had the same determination. They weren't afraid of death. When the 2 primordial spirits burned into ashes, Sun Luo's momentum suddenly rose, and he stepped on the 8th layer of Xianxia. This layer of Xianxia could only be reached by a few 8 tribulation immortal emperors. There was still quite a distance to the 9th layer of Xianxia. Sun Luo's eyes sharpened, and he ignited the primordial spirit of his main body and walked toward the 9th layer of Xianxia step by step. Burn. 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 His eyes were filled with boundless obsession and insanity. He had already deduced this scene millions of times. Step by step, he climbed the 9th layer of Xianxia, and step by step, he walked to the foot of the heaven-suppressing bell. The heaven-suppressing bell was one of the relics of the Eastern Sky Ancestor Emperor. It had the power to destroy heaven and earth, and when the bell rang, the world would be destroyed. Looking at the giant golden bell that was close at hand, Sun Luo looked up to the sky and roared. The blood flame under his feet scattered along with his roar. He raised his hand and punched heavily on the heaven-suppressing bell. Dong, an ancient bell sound came from the heaven-suppressing bell and spread to the entire heaven realm. The bell sound was mixed with a huge rebounding force, and it bombarded the bones of Senluo's right arm, causing the flesh and blood of his entire right arm to rot in an instant, revealing the ghastly white bones. The rebounding bell sound was comparable to the full force attack of an eternal nine tribulation immortal emperor, and it quickly spread to Senluo's entire body, causing him serious injuries. Senluo retreated in a sorry state before he stabilized his body. His aura was already in chaos, and there was regret in his eyes, but he was even more determined. Unfortunately, the power of this punch did not cause the slightest bit of damage to the heaven-suppressing bell. No matter what, he had to achieve his long-cherished wish today, no matter what. Senluo brat. You slaughtered my Xiao family back then, and today, this old man will make you pay with your blood. Several eternal ancient realm escape lights rushed over, and the owner of one of the escape lights let out a shocking roar towards the direction of the bell platform. That person claimed to be a cultivator of the Xiao family. That person was one of the 3 fish that escaped the net back then. He is the ancestor of the Xiao family. There is a portrait of him in the clan temple. How is this possible? Why is he still alive? If he is really alive, why does he never care about the lives of the Xiao family's descendants? In the 9th star, the little demon girl suddenly exclaimed in disbelief. Senluo's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. He flipped his hand and took out 12 secret treasures that were as thin as golden needles, and threw all of them at the approaching person. His words were filled with shocking killing intent. Xiao Mu. You are the second person I must kill. To be continued. The second batch of reinforcements consisted of 4 people, all in the primordial realm. There were 3 immortal sovereigns and 1 immortal king. The 3 immortal exalts were all at the first tribulation of eternity. The streaks of light were slightly behind the immortal king, and they seemed to be following the immortal king's orders. That immortal king had a cultivation base of the 5th tribulation. His white hair fluttered in the wind and he was clad in silver-scaled battle armor. His entire body radiated an intense aura of death and rot. His body was stiff like a zombie. His eyes had long since decayed, and 2 balls of white light flickered in his empty eye sockets, as if they could replace his eyes. This celestial king was the one who had spoken rudely to Senluo before. He was the head of the Xiao clan that Senluo had spoken of. Xiao Mu, the Xiao clan of the Eastern Sea Star region, used to be one of the elder forces of the Godly Void Pavilion. However, 45 million years ago, the Xiao clan's patriarch, Xiao Mu, died in battle in the Eastern Sea Star region. All the experts of the clan died and the Xiao clan declined from then on. What the world didn't know was that the Xiao clan's clan head didn't die at that time. He was merely heavily injured and had secluded himself in seclusion ever since. The little demon girl did not know about this. Even in the Godly Void Pavilion, only the ancient monsters knew about it, and Senluo was one of them. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. The moment Xiaomu sensed Senluo's aura appearing in the heaven realm, he immediately rushed over. He swore to kill Senluo to vent his anger and avenge the destruction of the Xiao clan. Back then, Xiaomu was only slightly weaker than Senluo. By relying on his Dao tool's heaven-defying defense, he could even fight Senluo to a draw, barely not losing. 45 million years had passed, and Xiaomu was even stronger than before. He believed that he had already surpassed Senluo. Therefore, in the beginning, Xiaomu didn't fear Senluo. He didn't believe the rumors about Senluo's accomplishments. Earlier, when he was still far away, he had angrily roared and called Senluo a brat with a bit of disdain. After a furious roar, Xiaomu approached the area. He turned around and saw the shocking aura that far exceeded his expectations. It was impossible for him not to be shocked. Senluo first extracted the starry sky soul, and then burned his primordial spirit. At this moment, the power of his aura was not something Xiaomu could imagine. However, Xiaomu thought of the power of his Dao soldier armor, and a strong desire to fight rose in him again. He looked at the 12 golden lights coming at him with disdain and activated the divine light of the silver scale armor to the extreme. This battle armor was called the Kunwa battle armor, and it was his Dao tool that was cultivated using an ancient secret technique. Armor-type Dao soldiers were rare to begin with, and the Kunwa battle armor was a famous Dao soldier from the ancient times. Its defensive power was extremely terrifying, and even an immortal emperor with the 8th tribulation might not be able to break through its defense. Xiaomu wasn't good at offense, but he was good at defense. It was because of this Dao tool that Xiaomu was able to escape Sun Luo's pursuit during the Great Battle back then. With the protection of the Kunwu armor, Xiaomu did not pay too much attention to Sun Luo's 12 golden rays. He snorted coldly and confidently said to the 3 immortal venerables behind him, "Fellow Taoists, please hide behind this old man and let this old man block these 12 flying needles." As he finished speaking, Xiaomu raised his finger again and pointed. The vast mana on his body spread out like a waterfall. Circles of divine light sprinkled in the sky and swept toward the 12 golden rays. This divine light was the result of his painstaking cultivation, and it had the ability to defend. The 12 golden rays trembled, and for a moment, they were blocked by the divine light in the sky, unable to advance any further. Seeing that these 12 golden needles were so weak that even his divine light couldn't break through, Xiaomu was stunned at first, and then he laughed disdainfully. "I didn't expect that after not seeing each other for 45 million years, Sun Luo is actually so weak. He even has the nerve to take out this kind of trash Dharma treasure to make a fool of himself. When I first saw this needle, I thought it was some kind of powerful Dharma treasure, but it seems that I misjudged it." Hearing this, one of the immortal venerables behind Xiaomu immediately laughed and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao is very powerful. I admire you. It's not that Sun Luo's Dharma treasure is weak, it's clearly that fellow Taoist Xiao's defense is too shocking." Another immortal venerable said respectfully, "Fellow Taoist Xiao's supreme with divine light is really powerful. With fellow Taoist Xiao here, Sun Luo will naturally be unable to escape today." The last immortal venerable nodded and said with a smile, "The 4 of us only need to block Sun Luo here, and wait for the other fellow Taoists and the 2 emperors to come to the rescue. That will be a great merit, and we can easily obtain it." At first, these 3 immortal venerables were quite afraid of Sun Luo, but after seeing Sun Luo's Dharma treasure blocked, they couldn't help but feel contempt for Sun Luo. In addition, they were convinced that the Divine Void Emperor and the 2 emperors would come to the rescue soon, and the 4 of them had the advantage in numbers, so they no longer feared Sun Luo. No one thought that Sun Luo's ascension to the 9th level of the altar was inappropriate. In their opinion, Sun Luo had burned his primordial spirit to self-destruct in order to reach such a height, and he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, not worth mentioning. No one feared Sun Luo's glorious achievements, because they didn't believe it. No one cared about the 12 golden needles, because they didn't know the origin of these golden needles. The corners of Sun Luo's mouth curled into a mocking sneer. The 4 people in front of him actually dared to underestimate the power of the 12 golden needles. There was only one ending for them, and that was death. These 12 golden needles were the 12 sky-piercing arrows that the Primal Core Emperor had given to Sun Luo. It was just that they hadn't displayed their power yet, so it wasn't surprising that they couldn't break through Xiaomu's defense. Once they displayed their power, one sky-piercing arrow was enough to injure Sun Luo, who was fully focused on defense. The combined power of the 12 sky-piercing arrows was something that Xiaomu and the others couldn't resist at all. Xiaomu's protective divine light couldn't block the sky-piercing arrows, and his Kunwu armor couldn't block the sky-piercing arrows either. In the past, Sun Luo couldn't break through this armor. Now, with the incomparably sharp sky-piercing arrows in his hands, it was easy for Sun Luo to pierce through this armor. If he wanted to kill Xiaomu, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Sun Luo's eyes burst with a strong murderous intent. The woman he deeply loved was named Xianxia, and she was the niece of the Xiao family patriarch, Xiaomu. The Xiao family patriarch, Xiaomu, did not hesitate to sacrifice his niece in order to obtain a cup of primordial spirit wine to increase his cultivation. If it was an outsider who harmed Xiao Qianyu, Sun Luo wouldn't be so angry. However, it was Xiao Qianyu's family who harmed her the most. This was something that Sun Luo couldn't forgive. The 12 golden needles were infused with Sun Luo's shocking murderous intent. With a change of Sun Luo's hand seal, they immediately turned into 12 giant golden arrows. The triangular arrowheads swept with divine light and immediately pierced 12 holes in Xiaomu's protective divine light. With a flash, the arrows tore through the air and pierced through the bodies of Xiaomu and the other 3 eternal cultivators. Before the 3 first tribulation celestial venerables could react, each of them had been seriously injured by a sky-piercing arrow. Once their bodies were pierced by the sky-piercing arrows, their entire bodies ignited with golden flames, and they were severely injured in an instant. The 3 of them were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. They couldn't imagine that the inconspicuous 12 golden needles could be so powerful. Without any hesitation, they immediately abandoned their bodies, and their primordial spirits swept up their respective storage bags. Without a word, they turned around and fled. Xiaomu was wearing the Kunwu armor. At this moment, there were a total of 9 holes on the armor, and rotten blood was flowing out. The wounds were also burning with golden flames, and as time passed, the golden flames gradually burned his entire body. At this moment, Xiaomu's eyes were full of shock. He never thought that his Kunwu armor would be so easily broken by Sun Luo. A thought flashed through Xiaomu's mind, and he suddenly understood something. His face instantly turned pale. He finally recognized the origin of the 12 golden needles. Sky-piercing arrow. It's the sky-piercing arrow of a primordial core emperor. This treasure specializes in destroying Dharma treasures and breaking the defense of treasured armor. If the person hit by the arrow is not strong enough, the arrow wound will ignite with golden flames and destroy the body instantly. Why does Sun Luo have the sky-piercing arrow, and there are 12 of them? Could it be that the rumor that he killed the Abyss Emperor and severely injured the Xianyuan Emperor is true? Could it be that the news of him winning the battle with a primordial core emperor is also true? Could it be that? At this moment, Xiaomu's mind was already blank. If all these rumors were true, he would not dare to fight with Sun Luo no matter how bold he was. He was not arrogant enough to block a mad demon who could kill an immortal emperor with just a Dao weapon armor. When the 3 immortal supremes turned to escape, Xiaomu made the same decision. He gritted his teeth, abandoned his body, and rolled up his storage bag. Then, he turned into a beam of light and fled. With his cultivation of the 5th eternal tribulation, he would not have to abandon his body if he had only been hit by 1 sky-piercing arrow. However, his body had been pierced by 9 sky-piercing arrows at the same time, so he had to abandon his body. You want to leave? Can you? Sun Luo did not look at the 3 fleeing immortal supremes. His divine consciousness was only locked on Xiaomu. To him, he could kill the 3 immortal supremes or not. However, he had to kill Xiaomu. Die. Sun Luo stood on the 9th level of the bell altar and roared angrily, his devil chi soaring into the sky. As Sun Luo roared, the 12 sky-piercing arrow lights suddenly shattered and turned into a golden autumn wind that swept toward Xiaomu. Xiaomu escaped quickly, but the autumn wind formed by the arrow lights blew even faster. Xiaomu's primordial spirit felt pain when the arrow lights and autumn wind swept past him. In the next moment, countless thin golden threads pierced his primordial spirit. What was the meaning of the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves? This was it. Xiaomu's primordial spirit was like a withered leaf that was constantly attacked by the sword lights and autumn wind. It became more and more dispirited. Finally, like a fallen leaf, it fell from the sky and smashed on the ground, barely breathing. Sun Luo had finally reached the 9th level of the bell altar, so he naturally would not leave. He ordered the destruction beast that was guarding below the stage. Qianshuan, go and eat Xiaomu's primordial spirit to avenge Qianyu. Hearing this, the destruction beast immediately revealed a troubled expression, indicating that it could not do anything to the former head of the Xiao clan. After all, it was once the Xiao clan's guardian divine beast. Xiaomu immediately cursed when he saw Sun Luo ordering the destruction beast. At this moment, his primordial spirit was seriously injured and had fallen to the enemy's side. He could not move for a while. If he was really eaten by the destruction beast, he would not be able to resist. Damn bastard! You were originally the Xiao clan's guardian divine beast. How dare you betray the Xiao clan for Xiao Qianyu and join the enemy's side? You deserve to die. It would have been fine if Xiaomu did not mention Xiao Qianyu, but the moment he did, the destruction beast's eyes immediately emitted a monstrous ferocity. Without any hesitation, it opened its mouth and swallowed Xiaomu's primordial spirit along with his storage bag into its stomach. Seeing this, Sun Luo nodded in satisfaction and looked at the sky again. In that direction, there were still many experts rushing to help. Most of them were perfected immortals. For the time being, there were no ancient cultivators coming. Qianshuan, next, I will do my best to retrieve Qianyu's remnant Dao from the heaven-suppressing bell and revive her with the reincarnation power. Once this process begins, no one can stop it. You will be the one to stop the invaders. After Sun Luo gave the order, the destruction beast's eyes flashed. Although it was unwilling to work with Sun Luo, it still nodded. With a stomp of his 4 feet, he soared into the air and flew towards some black dots on the horizon to block the incoming enemies. Sun Luo turned around and stared at the giant bell in front of him. He activated his dermic power, and flesh grew back on his rotting arm. With a wave of his hand, the 12 sky-piercing arrows flew back and circled around his body. Sun Luo looked at the heaven-suppressing bell, and the coldness in his eyes intensified. He knew that this heaven-suppressing bell had a big secret, and this secret was crucial to the godly Void Pavilion's prosperity. The bell's sacrifice was to uncover this big secret. Even if it failed, they could still obtain the primordial spirit wine from the dead. To the ancient cultivators, the primordial spirit wine was a great tonic. To the cultivators with lower cultivation, the benefits of the primordial spirit wine were immeasurable. He knew all of this. The only thing he could not bear was to use Xianxia as a sacrifice. If it did not concern him, he would let it go. However, if the sacrifice was someone he cared about, it would be different. They are willing to sacrifice you just because they don't care about you. But I can't bear it, and only I can't bear it. At this moment, even though Sun Luo's eyes were cold, his tone was filled with sorrow. He was a heinous devil lord, but even so, he still had a heart and a heart. For some reason, Sun Luo asked Ning Fan a question. Ning Fan, if one day, the person you love is used as a sacrifice to the heaven-suppressing bell. If one day, the person you care about is killed by someone, and both her primordial spirit and corpse are brewed into wine, what would you do? This voice was transmitted. Only Ning Fan could hear it, but the little demoness could not. Ning Fan's eyes were solemn, and he did not answer Sun Luo's question. He gradually understood the reason why Sun Luo attacked the godly Void Pavilion. It was because the heart of his beloved was used as a sacrifice to the heaven-suppressing bell. To be honest, Ning Fan did not have a good impression of Sun Luo, nor did he hate him. It was just the attitude of a stranger. However, at this moment, Ning Fan seemed to feel Sun Luo's sorrow. Sacrifice, sacrifice, these 2 words resounded in Ning Fan's ears. He remembered Sun Luo saying that the little demoness was a sacrifice. Could it be that the little demoness would be used as a sacrifice to the heaven-suppressing bell one day? Could it be that the little demoness' primordial spirit and corpse would be brewed and eaten by someone on that day? Ning Fan knew that he absolutely could not tolerate such a thing. He would stop it no matter what. As for Sun Luo, he must have tried to stop it crazily before, but he was powerless to do so. Even though Sun Luo asked the question, he did not expect Ning Fan to give an answer. As if he already knew how Ning Fan would answer, he said again. How about I ask you to do one more thing? The reward is something that is rather useful to you. What is it? Ning Fan's eyes flickered and asked. I will rescue a woman from the heaven-suppressing bell. You will be responsible for lighting up the fireworks outside East Ocean Planet for me. I want her to see these fireworks. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Luo suddenly began to crazily mobilize the time power of the quicksand in his body. The time power stored in Ning Fan's 3 apertures also converged into Sun Luo's body. At this moment, Ning Fan's vessel mission was finally completed. Even when he was fighting against the Divine Void Emperor duo, Sun Luo had never used all of his time power. However, at this very moment, he was going to use this power. This brocade box is the first reward that I promised you. This divine token is the reward for lighting up the fireworks. Take it. It's hard to predict whether I will succeed or fail in destroying the heaven-suppressing bell. I will send you away from this place first. If I destroy the heaven-suppressing bell, it will also save you a lot of trouble. If I don't fulfill my long-cherished wish, perhaps one day, you will also follow my path. Sun Luo suddenly took out a jade box and a golden token. He raised his hand and flicked them. The 2 items immediately turned into rays of light and disappeared. In the 9th star, Ning Fan turned his hand and caught them. A jade box and a golden token appeared in his hand. A black ball of light was sealed inside the jade box. That ball of light contained Sun Luo's void power. It had the miraculous effect of dispelling the poison of the void. Ning Fan only took a glance at the ball of light and he was convinced that it could help the little demoness resolve the danger of the poison of the void. The word void was engraved on the golden token. It was written in divine seal script. This is the void token. With this token, even without Great Emperor Shen Kong's help, you will still have the chance to enter the third level of the Divine Tomb. Do you have the chance to look for the other inheritance of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos? The little demoness' black eyes flashed as she transmitted her voice to Ning Fan to remind him. Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. He remained silent for a while. Before he could give a reply, Sun Luo had already activated his ability. Layers of void power wrapped around him and sent him out of the ninth star, out of the heaven world and to an abandoned star that was extremely far away from Dongming planet. Sun Luo would face the following matters alone. He did not need Ning Fan to continue interfering. Besides, he did not want Ning Fan to disturb his reunion with Qianyu. Of course, he was also disdainful to do anything to Ning Fan. It was because he was a prideful person. He disdained to break his promise and also disdained to attack a junior of the Ghost Profound Realm who had done him a favor. On the abandoned star, Ning Fan frowned slightly. He kept the void token and did not say anything. He just nodded at the little demoness. Sun Luo had already forced the void token into his hands. If he does not help Sun Luo to set off some fireworks, he would be letting the token down. Speaking of which, this void token might really be of great use to him. Normally, entering the third level of the Divine Tomb would require Great Emperor Shen Kong's approval. Since Ning Fan had killed Sun Yin, Great Emperor Shen Kong certainly did not have a good impression of him. Thus, he would not be kind enough to let him enter the third level of the Divine Tomb to seek his fortune. If this void token could really help him enter the third level, it would be for the best. Since he had already decided to accept this token, he would certainly set off some fireworks for Sun Luo outside Dongming planet in exchange for it. Setting off fireworks might seem easy, but doing such a suspicious and eye-catching thing at the critical moment when Sun Luo was attacking the Divine Void Realm would very likely cause him to be captured and interrogated by Divine Void Realm experts. This matter was indeed risky, but Ning Fan was not afraid. He had the innate ghost face to conceal his identity. Even if his whereabouts are exposed and he is discovered, he still has a way to run away. Even if someone sees his ghost face, they would at most suspect that he was one of the 800 ghost faces of the Slaughter Palace. They would not be able to find out his true identity. Even though the ghost face was the symbol of the Slaughter Palace, it did not mean that cultivators who were not part of the Slaughter Palace could not produce or purchase ghost face spiritual equipment. The ghost face could not prove anything. No one would go to the Slaughter Palace to interrogate him just because he set off fireworks and wore a ghost face. The Slaughter Palace was not weaker than the Godly Void Pavilion. Ning Fan did not use his identity as a disciple of the Slaughter Palace to commit murder in public. Thus, this matter would certainly not implicate the Slaughter Palace. Do you really want to help Sun Luo Immortal King set off the fireworks? In this Eastern Ocean star region that is filled with war? Little Demoness' black eyes were deep and serene. No one knew what she was thinking about. Various incidents had really affected her a lot. Ning Fan nodded his head. His snow-white ghost face was ferocious and emotionless. His silver hair danced wildly in the starry sky. He had taken someone's money to eliminate disasters. Since he had obtained the void token, he would naturally complete the task of setting off the fireworks. This had nothing to do with his attitude towards Sun Luo. What do you think about Sun Luo Immortal King's character? Little Demoness' eyes were filled with confusion and she suddenly asked. She once harbored hatred towards Sun Luo. However, when she learned that the reason why he committed all kinds of crimes was to destroy the heaven-suppressing bell and save the person he loved, she was naturally deeply touched. It was because she was also just a sacrificial offering. Sun Luo's character is too cruel. He has a stubborn character and the things he has done are unpardonable. Even though he has a grateful heart, it is difficult for him to make up for his mistakes. He is too similar to me but also different. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. However, his mind was thinking about another matter. If Sun Luo did not destroy the heaven-suppressing bell, if the little demoness was sacrificed to the bell one day, what would happen to him on that day? Moreover, there was another matter that Ning Fan was very concerned about. Previously, when he was hiding in the ninth star of Sun Luo, he entered the heaven world and approached the heaven-suppressing bell. At that moment, the Eastern Ocean bell in his storage pouch trembled slightly, as if it had some kind of special connection with the bell. Only when he left the heaven world did the trembling of the bell stop. The Eastern Ocean Bell was left behind by the ancestral emperor of the Eastern Sky. From its appearance, one could tell that it was made from an imitation of the heaven-suppressing bell. The Eastern Ocean Bell contained the prestige word formula, and it had some kind of connection with the heaven-suppressing bell. Hee. I didn't expect to meet a friend from the Slaughter Palace here. My name is Lu Feng. May I know how to address you? Why did you come to my eastern country when my godly void pavilion is in a state of martial law? Could it be that you are in cahoots with that Sun Luo? Just as Ning Fan was in deep thought, a voice full of probing sounded from behind him. The owner of the voice was none other than the Plague King Lu Feng, who left with severe injuries just now. Lu Feng landed on the abandoned star. He narrowed his eyes dangerously and smiled. He walked towards Ning Fan step by step. His tone was full of probing. He was guessing if Ning Fan was a member of the Slaughter Palace. He was also guessing Ning Fan's cultivation base. Ning Fan was wearing the innate ghost mask which completely concealed his qi. Thus, Lu Feng could not see through Ning Fan at all. Previously, he only sensed the qi of the little demoness on this star, but he did not sense that there was another Ning Fan here. Currently, Ning Fan was wearing the innate ghost mask. His qi was almost completely concealed. Within a short period of time, Lu Feng released his spirit sense a total of 12 times in an attempt to find out Ning Fan's cultivation base. However, due to the concealment of the innate ghost mask, he actually could not see through Ning Fan's cultivation base even once. This ghost mask spiritual equipment is really impressive. Could it be an innate spiritual equipment? I have never heard of anyone in the Slaughter Palace possessing such a powerful ghost mask. This person is at least an ancient monster. Otherwise, how could he possess such a powerful spiritual equipment? Who exactly is this person and what is his cultivation base? Why is he staying together with the young pavilion master of my godly void pavilion? After I was injured by Sun Luo, I divined another divination. I divined that I would be able to meet a benefactor who could help me suppress my injuries and even obtain the hope of reconstructing my cultivation base. Could it be this person? Lu Feng's eyes were filled with fear. Suddenly, his expression changed. At this moment, he sensed something from Ning Fan's body. He was not sure whether Ning Fan was his benefactor before this. Now, however, he was somewhat certain. It was because Lu Feng sensed the qi of an extremely familiar token from Ning Fan's body. This is the qi of the Gu token. How could this be? Could this person be a member of one of the 10 great secret clans, the Southern Clan? The Southern tribe has 4 divisions: Gu, Plague, Shaman, and Barbarian. Since this person possesses the Gu command, could it be that he's a member of the Gu division? I can't be wrong. My Plague token has sent a response. 60 million years have passed since this old man was expelled from the Southern tribe. Finally, someone from the Southern tribe has come to see this old man. Lu Feng was naturally overjoyed. How could he not be overjoyed? No one knew that when he was young, he used to be a cultivator of the Plague division of the Southern tribe. Because he made a huge mistake and offended the Southern tribe's ancestor, he was banished from the tribe. After that, he painstakingly cultivated and experienced life and death. Finally, he succeeded in his cultivation step by step and finally joined the Godly Void Pavilion. For the Southern tribe to send someone here, it was most likely that they had plans to bring him back into their tribe. If he could return to the Southern tribe, not only would he be able to reconstruct his cultivation, he would even be able to become a martial emperor. If Ning Fan is really a member of the Southern clan, it was certainly impossible for him to be a cultivator of the Slaughter Palace. It was also impossible for him to be related to Sun Luo. As for why Ning Fan was together with the little demoness, it was not something that Lu Feng cared about. Before Ning Fan could answer Lu Feng's first question, Lu Feng had already calmed himself down. He cupped his fists at Ning Fan and gave him a flattering smile. His previous hostility and speculations towards Ning Fan had already been thrown to the back of his mind. I didn't expect fellow Daoist to be a member of the Southern tribe. I hope fellow Daoist can forgive me if I have been rude to you in the past. May I know which sovereign lord of the Plague division are you serving? At this moment, Ning Fan's face was as calm as still water. No one could see his expression through the ghost mask. He had never thought that he would meet the immortal King Lu Feng of the Godly Void Pavilion on this abandoned star. Moreover, it was such an inopportune moment. Furthermore, LV Feng's words baffled him even more. What is the southern tribe? What is the plague division? Seeing that Ning Fan did not say a word, Lu Feng only thought that he had a cold and indifferent personality. Thus, he did not mind it at all. He rubbed his hands and said with a smile. It's my fault for being rude. I have already been expelled from the southern tribe. Asking fellow Taoist these questions at this moment is a little out of line. If fellow Taoist is unwilling to tell me, I will not force you. However, I still hope to see fellow Taoist's Gu token with my own eyes in order to confirm your identity. Hee. I wonder if fellow Taoist can. What he meant was that he had to see Ning Fan's Gu token. Ning Fan's eyes flickered slightly, but he still did not say anything. Lu Feng's expression instantly turned cold and he said with grief and indignation. Humph. I didn't expect that you aren't here to accept me back into your tribe but to kill me. If that's the case, do it. Your southern tribe is powerful, but I am not someone who will bow down and wait for death. This old man will fight it out with you. To be continued. He could not help but feel sad and indignant. In fact, Ning Fan's unwillingness to show the token to LV Feng was considered as a signal to the southern clan. It was a signal to declare war. If the old ancestor of the southern clan sends an envoy to look for a sinner of the clan, there would usually be two reasons. Either it was because the clan lacked manpower and decided to accept some exiled sinners back into the clan and integrate them into the 4 divisions, or it was because they felt that the sinner's sins were too heavy and they did not want to spare his life and wanted to eliminate him. Normally, if the envoy came to kill someone, he would not show the token to the sinner. This was the rule of the southern clan. LV Feng firmly believed that Ning Fan was the envoy of the southern clan. When he saw Ning Fan's cold attitude and his unwillingness to show the token, he naturally believed that Ning Fan was here to kill him. His expression was filled with grief and indignation. One should know that he had been banished by the southern clan for 60 million years. For the past 60 million years, he had been waiting for the envoy of the southern clan to appear and bring him back to the clan. Now that the envoy had finally come, the envoy actually came to kill him. How could he not feel aggrieved and indignant? What kind of unforgivable crime had he committed? Why did the old ancestor of the southern clan still want to kill him even after 60 million years? Nan Tianhua. Nan Tianhua, you're really something. You're the ancestor of the Gu tribe. You're bullying the weak. You didn't keep your word. In the past, I just lost control of my magic technique and killed a few of your innate spiritual herbs. Then, you ruthlessly banished me from the clan. 60 million years have passed, but you still refuse to let me go. You even sent someone to kill me. You've gone too far. You've gone too far. LV Feng cursed while gnashing his teeth. At the same time, he waved his hand and a bright yellow pearwood sword with a pear fragrance appeared in his palm. He glared at Ning Fan angrily. Beneath his anger, there was also deep fear. He could not see through Ning Fan's cultivation base, but he firmly believed that Ning Fan's strength was terrifying. Even though Ning Fan's cultivation base was not as strong as LV Feng's, he had seen too many grand occasions. Thus, he remained calm and composed while facing LV Feng. The calmer Ning Fan was, the more LV Feng felt that he was fearless. LV Feng held the bright yellow pearwood sword in his hand. He wanted to summon his courage to fight Ning Fan, but he did not dare to. His hand was trembling. He couldn't sense Ning Fan's chi, so how could he know that Ning Fan was just a ghost profound junior? The hand in Ning Fan's sleeve quietly pressed on the jade slip. He took a small step forward, slightly shielding the little demoness behind him. He exchanged glances with the little demon girl and asked about the southern tribe and the Gu division through telepathy. The little demon girl shook her head slightly. It was obvious that she did not know what these two terms meant. His heart sank. When he sensed a certain item in the storage pouch trembled slightly, Ning Fan suddenly had a guess. Seeing Ning Fan taking a step forward, Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat. He thought that Ning Fan was going to attack him. Instinctively, he took half a step back, weakening his aura. After imagining the battle with Ning Fan thousands of times, he only felt that he had zero chance of winning. He was already afraid before the battle even started. He wanted to escape, but he knew that according to the rules of the southern clan, if he escaped, he would definitely be hunted down by more people. Eventually, he wouldn't be able to escape death. He could only go all out, seeing that a great battle was about to erupt, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold and he made up his mind. With a flip of his hand, he took out a token that was as translucent as jade. This token was the treasure he had obtained in the Star Ocean back then, the Poison King's token. This token had the ability to cure poison. It had once helped Yuan Yao to cure her poison. The power of this token was not strong. To Ning Fan, it was already useless. However, at this moment, Ning Fan took it out without any hesitation. The token was trembling slightly in his storage pouch. Perhaps, it was the Poison King's token that Lu Feng wanted to see. At this moment, the token was glowing faintly. That light slowly condensed into 2 words on the surface of the token. It was Zhao Jian. Presumably, the previous owner of this token was called Zhao Jian. If it wasn't because Ning Fan met Lu Feng and their tokens could sense each other, these 2 words would never appear. Ning Fan glanced at the token in his hand. Then, he shifted his gaze to Lu Feng and said coldly, "I'm not here to kill you." Ning Fan certainly did not know what kind of clan the Southern Clan was and what kind of clan the Gu Clan was. He also did not know why Lu Feng would turn hostile so quickly. Perhaps, this token was the Poison King's token that Lu Feng mentioned. Perhaps, it wasn't. Perhaps, taking out this token could calm Lu Feng's anger. Perhaps, it couldn't. Even though Ning Fan had the jade slip that Sha Di gave him to protect himself, it was really a little inappropriate to use the jade slip to fight against Lu Feng in the territory of the Godly Void Pavilion. Since Lu Feng wanted to see this token, Ning Fan would let him see it. Lu Feng seemed to have misunderstood that he was an enemy. Thus, Ning Fan also explained that he was not here to kill him. If doing these things still could not calm Lu Feng's inexplicable anger and killing intent, Ning Fan could only find another way to deal with it. All in all, Ning Fan was not willing to fight Lu Feng to the death in the territory of the Godly Void Pavilion. If it really does not work, Ning Fan could only bring little Demoness and flee while concealing himself. Ning Fan's eyes became calmer. Facing Lu Feng, who could attack him at any time, he actually did not have much fear. He had seen his fair share of great storms and waves. Even though Lu Feng was evil, he could not scare him. He stood in front of little Demoness like a mountain, giving her an incomparably strong sense of security. Because of Lu Feng's sudden appearance and killing intent, little Demoness was originally worried about Ning Fan. However, after seeing Ning Fan's expression, she could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Little Fan Fan does not seem to be afraid of Lu Feng. It must be because he has a way to deal with him. Speaking of which, little Fan Fan is really calm. He is only a profound ghost cultivator, but even when facing Sun Luo and Lu Feng, he could still remain calm. I wonder how he will deal with Lu Feng. The corner of little Demoness' mouth rose. She quietly looked at Ning Fan's broad back. No one knew what she was thinking. Seeing that Ning Fan took out the Gu token and claimed that he was not here to kill him, Lu Feng was startled at first, then he said with great joy, "Is this true? Fellow Daoist is really not here to kill me?" "No," Ning Fan answered. "Then, is fellow Daoist following the old ancestor's order to bring me back to the Southern Clan?" Lu Feng's tone was excited and his eyes were filled with hope. Ning Fan was silent for a while and said, "No," he did not follow Lu Feng's words and admit that he was here to bring Lu Feng back to the clan. At this moment, even though Ning Fan did not know what the Southern Clan was, he could guess that it must be an extremely terrifying force. How could the Southern Clan be weak if it could make an immortal king look forward to returning to the clan? It was even possible that the Southern Clan was one of the 10 great secret clans in the legends. This Gu King token is most likely the token of the Southern Clan. This Lu Feng probably misunderstood my intention because I have the token. If I pretend to be a member of the Southern Clan, I will most likely incur the wrath of the Southern Clan. I'm not a cultivator of the Southern Clan, but I have the token of the Southern Clan. If this matter is spread out, it won't be appropriate. I'm afraid that some people will suspect that I killed a cultivator of the Southern Clan to obtain this token. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He had made up his mind. The only thing he could do was to not admit that he was a member of the Southern Clan but also not deny it. He would let Lu Feng speculate on his own and observe the situation quietly. As soon as he heard Ning Fan's words, Lu Feng could not help but feel disappointed. Of course, he did not expect that Ning Fan was not here to kill him nor to bring him back to the clan. In other words, Ning Fan was not here to look for him at all. It was his own misunderstanding. Fellow Daoist, are you really not here to bring me back to the clan? Lu Feng asked with disappointment. No. Ning Fan's tone was indifferent. He purposely knitted his brows and his eyes turned slightly cold. He was sure that Lu Feng could not see through his cultivation base and probably thought that he was the 10,000 ancient monster. Thus, he decided to play the role of the 10,000 ancient monster according to Lu Feng's speculation. His every word and action was very similar to the cold and emotionless Sun Luo. Sigh. So fellow Daoist is just passing by and not here to look for me. Fellow Daoist's Gu token. Lu Feng let out a long sigh and shook his head. Suddenly, he looked at the Gu King token in Ning Fan's hand. What he saw caused him to be greatly shocked. Previously, he did not look at the token in detail. Now that he looked at it, he realized that Ning Fan's token was a little strange. Ning Fan's Gu King token was indeed an authentic one. However, its appearance was slightly different from ordinary tokens. Such tokens were usually owned by cultivators who were carrying out special missions in the Southern Clan. I see. Fellow Daoist is actually here to carry out a special mission? Lu Feng exclaimed in surprise. Then, he immediately realized that he had made a slip of the tongue. There were not only him and Ning Fan in this place. There was also the little demoness who was an outsider. There were some things that he could not say. Since Ning Fan was here to carry out a special mission, this matter was naturally of great importance and must be kept confidential. Since Ning Fan appeared in the Eastern Sea Star region, perhaps this mission was related to the Godly Void Pavilion. Could it be that the old ancestor of the clan is scheming against the Godly Void Pavilion? That's why he sent someone here. If that's the case. As he thought of this, Lu Feng's eyes turned cold. His killing intent was revealed as he looked at the little demoness behind Ning Fan and said apologetically. I'm sorry. I lost my composure for a moment and said the wrong thing. I will help fellow Daoist eliminate this trouble and kill this woman. As he finished speaking, Lu Feng turned the tip of his sword and aimed it at the little demoness. It was as if he was going to kill her in the next moment. There's no need to kill her. This woman is useful to me. Ning Fan's eyes changed and he immediately stopped him. This sentence was a disguised form of admitting that he was here to carry out a mission. How could he watch Lu Feng kill the little demoness without doing anything? The little demoness was not afraid of Lu Feng. She looked at Ning Fan with a faint smile and felt that it was interesting. Seeing Ning Fan pretending to be a cultivator of the Southern Clan to protect her made her mood even better. Lu Feng was startled. He kept the pearwood sword and let out a few dry coughs. Then, he smiled awkwardly at Ning Fan. Since this woman is useful to fellow Daoist, I naturally won't dare to attack her. Fellow Daoist's name is Zhao Jian. Could it be that you're the descendant of the Zhao clan's monarch of the Gu department? Ning Fan remained silent and did not answer. Lu Feng, on the other hand, looked at Ning Fan as if he had understood something and said with a chuckle. Look at my mouth. I'm talking too much again. I wonder if fellow Daoist Zhao needs my help on this trip. If you do, just tell me. I will certainly not decline. Of course, when fellow Daoist returns to the clan in the future, please put in a few good words for me in front of the old ancestors and see when they will accept me back to the Southern Clan. No matter what, I'm now an immortal king. Returning to the clan will also be beneficial to our clan. No need. If fellow Daoist Lu has nothing else, can you leave first? I still have something important to do here. Ning Fan said with a frown. Alright. Since fellow Daoist Zhao still has something to do, I won't disturb you any longer. If fellow Daoist Zhao needs my help, you can come and find me directly. I'm an elder of the Godly Void Pavilion after all. I can at least provide you with some help. Hee. This is just a small gift to show my respect. Please accept it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Feng took out an exquisite storage pouch and passed it to Ning Fan with both hands. Then, he cupped his fists and left an array of light. He was still busy looking for a place to stabilize his injuries. Leaving was also what he wanted. Only when Lu Feng's ray of light disappeared did Ning Fan put away his expression. He scanned the storage pouch with his spirit sense and found out that there were 100 billion Dao crystals inside. Well, it was not a small gift. From the beginning to the end, Lu Feng never doubted Ning Fan's identity because no cultivator of the southern clan had lost their token in the past 4 days. However, Lu Feng did not know that Ning Fan's token was found in the lower world. It was left behind by a cultivator of the southern clan who went out to carry out a mission. After keeping the 100 billion Dao crystals and keeping the Goop King's token in his Yin-Yang world, Ning Fan remained silent for a while. Then, he held the little demoness' slender waist and flew towards Eastern Ming planet at a moderate pace. The news of Sun Luo's arrival had already spread across the entire Eastern Ming planet. Currently, there were almost no cultivators flying in the starry sky in the Eastern Ming planet. The Void Fragmentation Realm and Immortal Realm cultivators of various forces were all in seclusion on their respective cultivation planets. They did not want to get involved in any trouble. On the other hand, there were many cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the battle and secretly flew in the starry sky. Occasionally, they would cross paths with Ning Fan's ray of light. However, they just glanced at each other without saying a word. Those cultivators who released their spirit sense to sense Ning Fan became extremely fearful when they realized how powerful his ghost face was. Some of the cultivators who saw Ning Fan traveling with the little demoness, the young pavilion lord of the godly void realm, were slightly startled. However, they did not meddle in their business. The little demoness nestled in Ning Fan's arms. Her slightly depressed mood had already become relaxed because of LV Feng's matter. She looked at Ning Fan with a smile and suddenly said, "If I'm not mistaken, the Southern Clan is probably one of the 10 great secret clans. That LV Feng was willing to betray the godly void pavilion for the Southern Clan. He actually dared to kill me in broad daylight. I'm afraid the only force that could make him do such a thing is the 10 great secret clans, which are even more powerful than the godly void pavilion. Little Fan, that LV Feng has already regarded you as a cultivator of the Southern Clan. Why don't you take the opportunity to extort him? If you ask him, I'm sure he will also give you his storage pouch with both hands." Ning Fan shook his head and said, "Going too far is as bad as not going far enough." Without further explanation, Ning Fan flew all the way to a certain place in the starry sky near Eastern Ming planet. He put down the little demoness and stood side by side with her. There were a few cultivators who were hiding in this place. Most of them were here to take advantage of the situation in the battlefield. Most of them were not Divine Void Realm cultivators. The battle between Sun Luo and the Divine Void Realm might bring them some opportunities. Among these cultivators who were hiding in the dark, many of them were at the Life Immortal Realm or True Immortal Realm. Occasionally, there would be a few extremely powerful spirit sense that came out of nowhere and swept towards Ning Fan. When they realized that they could not sense his exact cultivation base, they were frightened by the power of his innate ghost mask. All of them withdrew their spirit sense and did not probe further, afraid that they would anger Ning Fan. Previously, when Ning Fan was staying in Sun Luo's 9th star, he could not accurately sense the cultivators who were hiding in the outside world. Now, however, he could. There are many old monsters hiding in this place. Little Fan, you are traveling with me and you are wearing a ghost mask. Won't you attract too much attention by setting off fireworks in this place? Speaking of which, what level is your ghost mask exactly? It seems like even LV Feng could not see your true appearance. Such a powerful ghost mask is not something an ordinary ghost mask assassin of the Slaughter Palace can possess." The little demoness asked with a smile. Ning Fan smiled and did not answer her question. Instead, he scanned the void star beside Eastern Ming planet with his spirit sense and waited quietly. Sun Luo had invited him to set off fireworks. Of course, the fireworks needed to be seen by others. Sun Luo had yet to bring his beloved woman out. Naturally, it was not the time for the fireworks to be set off yet. "Little Fan, call me Aci from now on. In my memory, my mother used to call me that before she passed away." The little demoness was still smiling. However, there was a hint of nostalgia in her smile. In the past, she would not ask Ning Fan to call her that. Today, however, some things were different. "All right. I will call you Aci from now on." Ning Fan nodded and stood in the starry sky with his hands clasped behind his back. He did not reveal any of his chi, but anyone who tried to peek at him would not dare to underestimate him. He already had the temperament of a natural grandmaster. Could this person be one of the 800 ghost masks of the Slaughter Palace? However, I never knew that there is someone in the Slaughter Palace who has such a powerful ghost mask. In the starry sky, an old monster who was hiding said in surprise. Innate ghost mask. This person must be an ancient monster. Otherwise, how could he have such a powerful ghost mask? An old monster who was half a step into the ancient realm who was hiding in the starry sky scanned Ning Fan with his spirit sense. The more powerful the old monster was, the more they could see the power of the innate ghost mask and the more they would be afraid of Ning Fan. Because they could not see through him, they were afraid of him. Because they were ignorant, they were terrifying. This was the first time Ning Fan appeared in front of the cultivators of the Eastern Heaven in the form of a silver-haired ghost mask. However, it was definitely not the last time. Asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk. After an unknown period of time, a series of earth-shattering explosions came from the giant gate on the void star. At the next moment, the giant gate was shattered. A gigantic golden bell that was as large as a star slowly appeared in the starry sky. Under the gigantic bell stood a man. He held the bell with one hand and stood proudly. His red hair fluttered in the wind. It was Sun Luo. At the moment, 12 heaven-piercing arrows that had exhausted their spiritual power were hovering around Sun Luo's body. There was a treasure hanging above his head. It was the Devil Conferral Board. Its spiritual power had been completely destroyed. His body was covered with cuts and bruises. Blood flowed continuously, but his eyes were filled with satisfaction. The heaven-suppressing bell was covered with cracks that were as thin as spider webs. They were all caused by Sun Luo. There are already cracks on this bell. I will continue to attack it. When the time is right, you will be responsible for setting off the fireworks. Sun Luo's lips moved. No one knew who he was talking to. In the next moment, he threw the giant bell high up into the sky. Under the gazes of countless cultivators on East Ocean Star, Divine Space Star and Void Star, he punched the heaven-suppressing bell repeatedly. Beside him, the Destruction Beast's eyes were filled with anxiety. There were many injuries on its body which seemed to be caused by the previous battle. The cracks on the heaven-suppressing bell increased bit by bit. Sun Luo's injuries were also getting worse. The sound of the bell resounded across the entire star region, shocking everyone. Those who had good eyesight could see that Sun Luo was going to sacrifice his life to destroy the heaven-suppressing bell. He was a madman. Stop. Sun Luo. A broken black hole suddenly appeared in the void space. 2 God Void Emperors leaped out of the black hole and roared at Sun Luo angrily. They had finally escaped, but it seemed like it was already too late. The heaven-suppressing bell had already been damaged by Sun Luo. There are many who want to stop me. However, can any of you stop me? Sun Luo roared at the sky. With this roar, a blood-colored sound wave spread through the stars. Countless old monsters hiding here were forced out of their hiding places. Among them were life immortals and true immortals who had come to pick up scraps. There were also 7 old monsters covered in 7-colored light. All of them were celestial emperors. Aside from the divine void emperors, there were also 7 eastern sky celestial emperors. They had come with ill intentions. Some of them had a grudge against Sun Luo while others had come to watch the show. Sun Luo. I won't ask what grudge you have with the Divine Void Pavilion, but you must return the Thunder King seal you stole from my 3000th underworld. A silver-haired beautiful woman with lightning wings shrouded in colorful light walked towards Sun Luo and Heaven Suppression Bell step by step after saying faintly. This person was the master of the 3000th underworld of the Eastern Sky. This generation's White Emperor had the cultivation of the 7th Eternal Tribulation. Her name was Lan Yunxian. Sun Luo. You killed this old man's beloved disciple back then. Today, this old man will settle things with you. Then, a giant emperor with 3 heads and 8 arms roared as he walked towards Sun Luo. He was filled with killing intent. His name was Yellow Turban Great Emperor. He was one of the Eastern Sky's 16 emperors. He had the cultivation of the 6th Eternal Tribulation. With the strength of his body, he was almost invincible among the 6 tribulations. This old man has some friendship with the 9th Underworld Emperor. He died at your hands, so this old man has to get justice for him no matter what. Another three-eyed great emperor snorted coldly and flew out on his cloud. He said he was here to get justice for the ninth underworld emperor. However, there wasn't much sadness in his eyes. It was obvious that taking revenge for the ninth underworld emperor was just an excuse. This person had the cultivation of the sixth eternal tribulation. His name was Great Emperor Maha. Besides these three celestial emperors, there were 4 other celestial emperors. They were silent and surrounded Sun Luo. Including the divine void emperors, there were a total of 9 celestial emperors surrounding Sun Luo. Sun Luo's red hair fluttered in the wind. He faced the 9 celestial emperors alone without fear. Good, good, good. The third person I want to kill is also here. Since that is the case, then all of you can attack together. I have nothing to fear. The 6 apertures ancient god's power of time was completely activated by Sun Luo at this moment. An aura stronger than the combined aura of the 9 celestial emperors appeared behind Sun Luo. At this moment, Sun Luo had the Genesis Saint ring formed by the power of time from the 6 apertures. He was stronger than ever. The expressions of the 9 martial monarchs changed drastically at that instant. Before anyone could react, Sun Luo's figure had already faded. The expression of one of the celestial emperors changed greatly. A cultivation planet under his feet suddenly exploded and a giant, blood-colored hand appeared out of nowhere. It only had 4 fingers, but it was powerful enough to tear the sky and reach toward him. Even with his cultivation of the 7th eternal tribulation, he couldn't move for a moment. Xianxia, you are the third person I must kill. Spit out the primordial spirit wine that you drank. To be continued. This roar contained all of Sun Luo's demonic thoughts, and with the support of the Genesis Saint ring, it contained great power. The Xianxia Emperor was about to defend himself when he heard Sun Luo's roar. He immediately felt pain in his sea of consciousness, and his magic power stagnated, causing him to fall down. The giant hand that had suddenly attacked from below immediately doubled in size under the Senra demon's roar. The giant hand was covered in blood mist, and the snake coiled around it, hissing as it flicked its tongue. The 4 fingers of the giant hand streaked across the starry sky, leaving behind traces of blood trails. Those trails were Tao trajectories. Those blood-colored lines were the lines of Tao laws, the expressions of the 8 celestial emperors, including the divine void emperor and celestial emperor, changed greatly. Some were shocked speechless, and some immediately tried to save the Xianxia Emperor. At this moment, a black hole surrounded by blood light appeared under the feet of each of the 8 emperors. The moment it appeared, the 8 emperors immediately fell into the black hole. These 8 black holes were all miniature versions of the galaxy burial technique. With Sun Luo using his full power, it was impossible to defend against. The moment the 8 celestial emperors were trapped in the black hole, the Xianxia Emperor let out a miserable scream. His body was torn to pieces by the blood hand, and only his origin soul escaped with his storage bag. The blood hand dissipated, and Sun Luo appeared. He coldly looked at the Xianxia Emperor's terrified origin soul, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Sun Luo pointed at him, and the Genesis Saint ring flashed. The Xianxia Emperor's origin soul was locked in place by Sun Luo. Unable to escape, Sun Luo waved his hand, and the Xianxia Emperor's origin soul fell helplessly into Sun Luo's hand. Shock immediately appeared in the hearts of all the cultivators here, whether it was the cultivators here who were picking up scraps or the experts of the Divine Void Pavilion on planet East Ocean. Everyone was shocked and afraid. Who would have thought that Sun Luo would be this strong? He could instantly trap 8 celestial emperors and take the opportunity to seriously injure and capture a 7 tribulation celestial emperor. Not good. Once we are trapped, the Xianxia Emperor will definitely be in trouble. We must attack together and shatter this black hole as fast as possible to save Xianxia. Emperor Shen Kong's expression was extremely ugly as he spoke to the other celestial emperors trapped within the black hole. Then, he immediately attacked the black hole barrier with the other celestial emperors. This was the 3rd time he had been trapped by Sun Luo. This time, he had been on guard against Sun Luo at all times, but he was still trapped within the black hole, causing him to feel even more humiliated. He had thought that Senro was already in his strongest form when he summoned the primitive holiness ring. Only now did he realize that Senro could be even stronger. They both summoned the primordial saint ring, but this time, the aura of the primordial saint ring was more than twice as strong as the last time. With the increase in strength, the power of the divine ability would naturally increase. Even though Shen Kongdi was prepared, he was still unable to escape from the entrapment of this technique, but so what? This time, the 16 emperors of the eastern sky have dispatched a total of 9 people. No matter how strong Sun Luo is, how can he be a match for us? He will undoubtedly die. I believe that Sun Luo won't be able to cause too much damage to Hongzhi Emperor during the short period of time that we are trapped here. Shen Space Emperor thought. The 8 emperors attacked at the same time and immediately created a crack in the black hole of endless forest, allowing them to escape. As soon as they returned to the outside world, they immediately saw the scene of Sun Luo capturing the primordial spirit of Great Emperor Hongzhi with his palm. Naturally, everyone was shocked. How is this possible? We were only trapped by the black hole for a few breaths, but Sun Luo actually destroyed Great Emperor Hongzhi's physical body and captured his primordial spirit in just a few breaths. How is this possible? Among the 8 emperors, a valiant-looking old man in a scholar's robe said in shock. This was Great Emperor Han Yun, who had the cultivation of the 6th eternal tribulation. Sun Luo is very strong. As long as this ring isn't destroyed, his strength is stronger than the 9 tribulations and weaker than the saints. Among the 8 emperors, a handsome young man in green clothes said with a frown. There was a cinnabar dot between his eyebrows that was flashing with a strange light. This person was called Emperor Tsong. Although he had the body of a young man, he was actually an old monster who was even older than the divine Void Emperor and had the cultivation of the 8th eternal tribulation. Sun Luo. Release Hongzhi quickly. You have already killed the 9 Nether Emperor. If you kill Hongzhi as well, the strength of my Eastern Heaven immortal world will be greatly damaged. You must not do this. Give this old man some face and release Hongzhi. Let's talk this out. Among the 8 emperors, a grey-robed old man wearing a conical bamboo hat said nervously. This was Great Emperor Chonghe, who had the cultivation of the 6th eternal tribulation. Great Emperor Chonghe's cultivation wasn't the highest among all the emperors, but he was the oldest. His bone age was even older than Emperor Tsong. To him, all the emperors of Eastern Heaven were his juniors. His words carried a lot of weight. If he spoke, ordinary immortal emperors would give him some face. Unfortunately, he was facing Sun Luo. Who was Sun Luo? Why would he give him face? Sun Luo snorted coldly. The power of the Saint Genesis ring behind him suddenly decreased by a quarter of the power of the Saint Genesis ring was gathered in Sun Luo's palm and he clenched it hard. In order to kill an immortal emperor of the 7th eternal tribulation, Sun Luo had used a quarter of the power of the quicksand in one go. At this moment, if he released all the power in his clenched fist, it was enough to destroy half of Eastern Sea. This power was completely condensed in his palm. Not even half of it flowed out. It was all pressed down on Hongzhi Emperor's primordial spirit. Hongzhi Emperor's primordial spirit, which was captured by Sun Luo, didn't even have time to beg for mercy before it was crushed into countless primordial spirit fragments. Like stars, they scattered in the starry sky. His primordial spirit, his remnant thoughts, and his remnant Tao were all destroyed under Sun Luo's clenched fist. Not a single drop remained. Even an immortal emperor couldn't escape reincarnation. Around the primordial spirit fragments, there were many magic treasure fragments floating in the air. They were the magic treasures in Hongzhi Emperor's storage bag. His storage bag was also crushed by Sun Luo's palm, and all the secret treasures turned into fragments. The moment the Hongzhi heavenly sovereign fell, a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering baleful aura swept across the entire starry sky. Sun Luo stood in the center of the blood flame. His palm was still dripping with golden emperor blood. That blood belonged to Hongzhi Emperor who had just fallen. Sun Luo knew that when he killed Hongzhi Emperor, he won by using the power of reincarnation and launching a sneak attack. When he faced the other 8 emperors in the future, he wouldn't be able to waste the power of reincarnation anymore and he wouldn't be able to launch a sneak attack anymore. If he wanted to win against the 8 emperors alone, he would most likely have to risk his life. Especially when the cultivators of the 4 main sects had already arrived. The situation was even more disadvantageous to him. When Great Emperor Chonghe saw that Sun Luo still killed Hongzhi Emperor despite his persuasion, his face immediately turned red. He felt that he had lost a lot of face. Just as he was about to rebuke Sun Luo, his expression suddenly changed. Great Emperor Chonghe was extremely experienced. He was also the best in sensing. After Sun Luo, he was the first among the 8 emperors to notice the change. Even though the other Eastern Heaven Immortal emperors were slower than Great Emperor Chonghe, they also noticed the change. In the boundless starry sky, a square-shaped golden sea of light suddenly appeared. At the center of the sea of light, millions of cultivators suddenly emerged. The lowest cultivation base was at the void fragmentation realm, while the highest cultivation base was at the eternal ancient realm. All of them wore white robes with purple gold epiphyllum insignia sewn on them. After most of the cultivators appeared, they immediately flew towards the entire Eastern God battlefield. At the 4 corners of the Sea of Light, 4 giant coffins appeared. They were golden and over 1,000,000 feet tall. In these 4 giant coffins it also had the epiphyllum emblem. The 1,000,000 cultivators that appeared out of the Sea of Light was led by an old man surrounded by green lightning. He was the immortal king of the eternal 5th tribulation. This person stood in front of the group of cultivators. His expression was wild and untamed, and his gaze swept over Sun Luo and the eastern sky's 8 emperors below the Sea of Light. His expression didn't change, and he was still full of arrogance. But when this person looked at the 4 giant coffins, he instantly revealed an extremely respectful expression. He bowed to the 4 coffins and said in a clear voice, "The 28 Thunder Division's battle cultivators have already gathered in the eastern sky. For ancient emperors, please give the order." After this person finished speaking, he still didn't dare to straighten up. He maintained the posture of cupping his fists and lowered his head, as if waiting for the giant coffin to reply to him. While they were waiting, neither the Sun Luo nor the 8 emperors continued to attack. They were also waiting for the giant coffin to speak. Not long after, a hoarse and aged voice sounded from the giant coffin, ordering, "The heaven suppression bell is the treasure of East suppressing heaven, it cannot be destroyed. Sun Luo has already killed 2 emperors, and this devil is too strong. This old man and the other 4 constellations will personally attack and capture this devil. You all form a formation outside and protect the East Sky cultivators." "Yes." Once he received the order from the expert in the coffin, the old man with green lightning immediately led the remaining cultivators to scatter in all directions. Then, the old man with green lightning took out a command flag and waved it in the air. The square golden sea of light immediately crazily spread, covering the area where the Sun Luo and the eastern sky's 8 emperors were. Above the sea of light, a light wall rose, and the top instantly closed. Sun Luo, the 4 giant coffins, the 8 eastern sky immortal emperors, the heaven suppression bell, and the destruction beast were all surrounded by the light wall. The outside world couldn't clearly see what was happening inside. On East Sea Star, Divine Space Star, and Void Star, more and more divine void cultivators escaped into the starry sky. Many of the cultivators' eyes were filled with disbelief. The 4 Phoenixes sect had never interfered in the eastern sky's affairs, but now they had sent out 4 ancient constellation emperors to help the eastern sky. This action was truly inconceivable. The ancient constellation emperors, the lowest cultivation level was an immortal emperor. With these 4 people joining the battle, it would be difficult for the Sun Luo to escape defeat no matter how strong he was. The 1,000,000 cultivators from the 4 Phoenixes sect dispersed into the starry sky. The starry sky that was initially empty was now densely packed with human figures. Ning Fan and the little demoness stood on the starry sky. They were no longer as eye-catching as before. Each of the white-robed cultivators stood guard outside the Sea of Light, as if they were sealing the battlefield, not allowing the divine void cultivators and other cultivators to intervene. Ning Fan's mind raced. It was his first time seeing the cultivators of the 4 Phoenixes sect coming to the eastern sky on a large scale. Moreover, their purpose was not to seek justice for the 2 fallen immortal emperors but to protect the heaven suppression bell, the treasure of the eastern heaven immortal world. What is the significance of this item? It actually made the 4 Phoenixes sect, the ruler of the 4 heavens, attach so much importance to it, are the ones hiding in the 4 giant coffins 4 of the 28 great emperors of the 4 Phoenixes sect. I can vaguely sense the chi of 4 great emperors from the 4 giant coffins. 2 of them are on par with the divine void emperor duo. They should also be 8 tribulation great emperors. The chi of the other 2, however, are much stronger than the divine void emperor duo. They should be the 9 tribulation great emperors. Looks like Sun Luo is in trouble. Under the ghost mask, Ning Fan's eyes were suddenly filled with a hint of confusion. At this moment, Ning Fan suddenly realized that when Sun Luo was in trouble and might be in danger, he actually felt a little sorry for him. It had nothing to do with good or evil. It was just a feeling that arose spontaneously. Perhaps, he was touched by Sun Luo's obsession. Unfortunately, Ning Fan's words carried little weight. He could not help Sun Luo in any way. The only thing he could do was to set off the fireworks. The cultivators of the Four Phoenixes sect stood guard outside the Sea of Light. They chased all the cultivators 1,000,000 li * 500 m per li, away from the Sea of Light and ordered everyone to stay away from the battlefield. Near Ning Fan, there was also a little girl in snow-white robes who was chasing the cultivators away. She seemed to be around 11 or 12 years old. One of her hands was holding a black gold longsword which was placed horizontally in front of her chest. She looked rather comical. Her other hand was holding a piece of piping hot 8 treasures cake which she was eating with great relish. Step back. Everyone, step back. No one is allowed to get close to the Sea of Light. Otherwise, don't blame me if you get hurt or die. Even the Imperial Monarch can't blame me for this. Oh my, it's so hot. The little girl in white robes was following behind a few cultivators of the Four Phoenixes sect indifferently. She was shouting at the cultivators to stay away from the battlefield with a clear and melodious voice. All of a sudden, the little girl in white robes seemed to have sensed something. Her eyes suddenly turned towards Ning Fan's direction. Her early truth crossing realm spirit sense swept towards Ning Fan like a tidal wave. After checking Ning Fan, the little girl withdrew her spirit sense. Her brows were slightly knitted together and she pouted her lips. Strange. Is it an illusion? I thought I saw that hateful Ning Fan here. Pfft. That Ning Fan is probably still at the void fragmentation realm now. He is staying in the rain world to cultivate diligently. Sure enough, I am still too sensitive. Why would I think that he is here? The little girl in white robes shook her head disapprovingly. She took a bite of the 8 treasures cake and continued to move in another direction to guard the Sea of Light. Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. Obviously, he had recognized the identity of the little girl in white robes. However, what Ning Fan did not expect was that the little girl had an overly strong Fu Li Qi. Even though it was sealed by someone, how could it hide from Ning Fan, who was the old ancestor of the Fu Li sect? It's her. That little girl of the Heavenly Tao. Why is she here? Why is she one of the old monsters of the Four Profound sect, Du Jin? Ning Fan thought to himself. Who is it? Who is calling me a little girl of the Heavenly Tao? Don't you know? I have secretly learned the Imperial Monarch's heart-questioning divine ability. Within 10 li * 500 m per li, as long as someone thinks about something related to me, I will be able to hear it. Humph. I hate it when someone calls me a little girl the most. Besides, I haven't been a Tao spirit for many years. The little girl in white robes suddenly heard a voice and stopped in her tracks. Her clear eyes swept across the little demoness beside Ning Fan. However, she did not stop and continued to move towards Ning Fan. In the end, she glared at Ning Fan with dissatisfaction. Are you the one who called me a little girl? Take off your mask and let me see who you are. Don't you know the rules? Don't you know that you should call me elder sister? I took a leave in September and October due to some matters, so the updates were not stable. Today, I have basically finished all my work. Starting from the 13th, I can resume updating. This little girl who was walking towards Ning Fan step by step was none other than the Tao spirit of the Heavenly Tao of the lower world who sent the tribulation to Ning Fan in the past. With Ning Fan's current experience, he more or less knew that the tribulation of the Heavenly Tao of the 4 heavens and 9 worlds could be slightly interfered by a certain great sovereign to control the tribulation of the Heavenly Tao. The great emperor who could set up the Tao spirit of the Heavenly Tao and interfere with the heavenly tribulation was from the Purple Mansion Academy in the Southern Heaven Celestial Realm. Her name was Tribulation Master Emperor, and it was said that she was an empress. Because this monarch was in charge of the tribulations, many ancient monsters would seek help from this monarch when they couldn't withstand the heavenly tribulations. It was also because of this that this emperor's network was extremely good, and he had friends all over the 4 heavens. He was respected by countless experts, and his reputation had spread far and wide. With Ning Fan's information network, he could occasionally hear some information about the immortal emperor wielding tribulation. It was said that this emperor had helped a certain old monster to delay his tribulation again. Speaking of which, Ning Fan had once heard the voice of the calamity-wielding great sovereign from the heavenly Tao ring. He had met this white-robed little girl several times. He had once seized this little girl's heavenly law puppet, and he had also turned hostility into friendship with this little girl. Now that he had reunited with the Tao spirit of the heavenly Tao who had once descended a tribulation on him in the eastern heaven, he naturally felt sentimental about how things had changed with the passage of time. However, he knew that now was not the time to feel sentimental. In Ning Fan's memory, the white-robed little girl in front of him had expressed her goodwill to him several times. She gave him all kinds of pastries, embroidered shoes, and undergarments. Naturally, he no longer had any hostility towards this girl. If it wasn't for the special situation at this moment, where he was waiting to complete the mission Sun Luo gave him with Ghostface, he would have been very happy to greet this little girl. But he couldn't do that now. He had revealed his innate ghost mask in front of many cultivators, and if he removed the mask, it would imperceptibly reveal his true cultivation level and identity. What Ning Fan was most concerned about was the Fu Li Qi on her body and the strange feeling that he sensed earlier. Ning Fan cultivated the mind-reading technique which allowed him to read a woman's mind. Just now, when he was facing this woman, he actually had a feeling that his mind was being read. It wasn't until he activated the yin-yang locket that the feeling disappeared. After all, the yin-yang locket also had the ability to pry into one's mind, so they could cancel each other out. When he deliberately activated the mind-reading technique to pry into the little girl's thoughts, he found that there was a powerful seal in her body, so he couldn't pry into her thoughts at all. At this moment, I can't meet this woman with my true appearance. But I didn't expect that the heavenly Dao spirit who was forced to retreat by my sword in the past was actually not at the void fragmentation realm but at the Duzhen realm. Presumably, when she was the heavenly Dao spirit, her cultivation base was sealed. To be able to control the heavenly Tao of a world, if one's cultivation was too low, it would probably be impossible. But why does this girl have such a strong Fu Li aura? If I'm not wrong, there shouldn't be any Fu Li demon blood in her body. She's not from the Fu Li clan, but she has some kind of fate with the Fu Li clan. While Ning Fan's mind was racing, the white-robed little girl had already walked to a distance of 3 zhang away from him. She stopped there with a slightly surprised expression on her face. When she gradually got closer to Ning Fan, the Fu Li Qi that was sealed in her body actually felt like it was boiling. It was as if it was excited, which gave her an indescribable feeling. As for the heart-questioning technique that she had always been proud of, she could no longer sense Ning Fan's inner thoughts. One should know that with her cultivation base, after she successfully cultivated the heart-questioning technique, almost no cultivator below the Shikong realm could resist her heart-questioning technique. All of a sudden, the little girl made a judgment in her mind. She guessed that Ning Fan was at least a Shikong realm old monster. It couldn't be helped. With her eyesight, she could not see through the power of the innate ghost mask. If she could, she would probably overestimate Ning Fan's cultivation base even more. I asked you to remove your ghost mask and show me your true appearance. Why didn't you remove it? Could it be that you think I'm not qualified to see your true appearance because I don't have the Duzhen realm cultivation base? Or are you so ugly that you don't dare to show your true appearance? The little girl took a bite of the 8 treasures cake and said to Ning Fan fearlessly. Even though she guessed that Ning Fan was an Shikong realm old monster, she was not afraid of him. She was the Tao spirit of the heavenly Tao under the Calamity Sovereign Zhang. Due to the special identity of the Calamity Sovereign, she had a lot of connections. She had also met many powerful old monsters in her daily life. Those old monsters were quite kind to her. Even some old monsters in the 4 Fish sect were quite polite to her. Some Duzhen old monsters who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years even addressed her as elder sister according to her preference and often tried to make her happy. She had met many Shikong realm old monsters. Thus, she was naturally not afraid of them. Moreover, the Fu Li Qi in her body was in a mess because of Ning Fan. Thus, her desire to see his true appearance became even stronger. However, it was impossible for Ning Fan to remove his ghost mask and show it to others just like that. He and this girl could be considered to have some karma. However, at this moment, he did not plan to get too involved with her. Just as he was about to say something to her to make her leave temporarily, the little demoness beside him spoke first. She smiled at the little girl in white robes and said, "Little dummy, it has been 1,000 years since we last met. You've become bolder after not seeing your elder sister Xiao for 1,000 years. You don't even know how to greet her when you see her." In other words, this little demoness seemed to be familiar with the little girl of the heavenly Tao. This made Ning Fan slightly stunned and he swallowed the words that he wanted to say. The little girl in white robes was originally only paying attention to Ning Fan. She did not notice the little demoness beside Ning Fan. At this moment, she suddenly heard the voice of the little demoness. She hurriedly turned to look at her. When she saw who it was, she revealed a flustered expression. She subconsciously took half a step back and said weakly, Elder sister Xianxia, why are you here? I didn't mean to not greet you. I didn't see you here just now. If I saw you, I wouldn't have come." This dignified white-robed Tao spirit of the Duzhen realm seemed to be very scared when she saw the little demoness. However, the way she addressed the little demoness seemed to be very intimate. This greatly exceeded Ning Fan's expectation. He could not help but guess the relationship between the two girls curiously. "Heh. I am the young lord of the divine void realm. What's so strange about me appearing in the divine void realm? As for you, why didn't you become a Tao spirit of the heavenly Tao? Why did you go to the Four Majestic sect to create trouble? Could it be that you missed me? That's why you returned to the Four Heavens and came to meet me." The corner of the little demoness' mouth curled up slightly. There was a faint smile on her face which made her look somewhat evil. The white-robed little girl hurriedly shook her head after hearing her words. "I won't miss you." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt that what she said was very inappropriate. She hurriedly changed her words. No. I don't dare to miss you. It's not like that. How can I not miss you? You're still so interesting. Don't be afraid. I won't eat you. If you have nothing else to do, stay here and talk to me." Before the little demoness could finish her words, the white-robed little girl's small hand trembled. The 8 treasures cake that she was chewing on almost fell from her mouth. She said weakly, "Elder sister Xianxia, I still have a mission to protect the Sea of Light. I don't have time to talk to you. I'll leave first." As soon as she finished speaking, the white-robed little girl directly left the place without saying a word to chase away the other cultivators, as if she was avoiding a tiger or a wolf. Even though she was curious about the mystery of Ning Fan's body that could make her Fu Li Qi become chaotic, she did not continue to investigate Ning Fan because she was afraid of the little demoness. After the girl left, Ning Fan asked curiously, "Do you know this girl?" She was once one of the Tao spirits of the heavenly Tao in the lower world. She also had another identity, which was the disciple of the immortal Emperor Xianxia. "I once followed the Void Sovereign to the Purple Palace of Southern Heaven due to some matters. I met this girl once and some small matters happened. That's why even though this girl has a high cultivation base, she is afraid of me like a tiger. It's very interesting. What did you do to her? Why is she so afraid of you?" Ning Fan asked in surprise. "It's a secret." The corner of the little demoness' mouth curled upwards. Suddenly, she smiled at Ning Fan and said, "This little idiot wants to see your true appearance. I helped you to chase her away. How are you going to thank me? You don't mean what you say. You're afraid that I will attack her. Don't worry. She and I are considered as old acquaintances. I won't do anything to her." "Is that so?" The little demoness looked at Ning Fan meaningfully. No one knew what she was thinking. All the emotions that Sun Luo and the patriarch of the Xiao family brought to her slightly subsided due to the appearance of the white-robed little girl. Ning Fan's eyes stared at the distant battlefield in the Sea of Light. On that battlefield, Sun Luo was engaged in a bitter battle with 12 immortal emperors. He was probably going to die. The emperors of the Eastern Heaven had joined the battle. Even the Four Fish sect was involved. To Ning Fan, it was still too early for him to step into a battlefield of this level. The battle in the Sea of Light lasted for 7 days. During these 7 days, the aftermath of magic techniques constantly spread out from the battlefield. Even though it was blocked by the barrier of the Sea of Light, there were still loud explosions that shocked many of the old monsters of the eastern heaven and the cultivators of the four fish. There were also many old monsters of the eastern heaven who rushed to this place after hearing that Sun Luo was trapped. Some of them were the subordinates of the emperors who were fighting there. There were also other cultivators who belonged to various forces of the eastern heaven. Other than the divine void realm cultivators and the four fish sect cultivators, there were also millions of cultivators from the eastern heaven. Moreover, Ning Fan even saw a cultivator who also wore a ghost mask. He should be the assassin of the Slaughter Palace. He was secretly engraving information jade slips and sending it to the Slaughter Palace. When they saw Ning Fan wearing the ghost mask, the expressions of most of them changed slightly. However, they did not come over to talk to him. Even the people of the Slaughter Palace have appeared here. Ning Fan muttered to himself. The fact that Sun Luo was trapped by the 12 emperors had affected the nerves of the entire Eastern Heaven immortal world. Countless people were paying close attention to the battle. It was undeniable that Sun Luo was powerful and successful. He made the entire Eastern Heaven fear his devil name. 7 days passed. The fluctuations of the battle in the Sea of Light gradually weakened. Presumably, the outcome of the battle between the 12 emperors and Sun Luo had already been decided. On the 8th day, the countless light walls above the Sea of Light suddenly exploded and shattered. The 1 million cultivators of the four fish sect were shocked. They immediately retreated in a hurry, trying to avoid the fluctuations caused by the explosion of the light walls. However, there were still a few of them who died under the fluctuations. As soon as the light walls were destroyed, the figures of the 12 emperors and Sun Luo appeared in front of the cultivators once again. At this moment, 4 of the 12 emperors had their physical bodies destroyed. The rest of them were also severely injured. On the other side, Sun Luo had already died in battle. His physical body was destroyed and his primordial spirit was shattered. His head was hanging high up in the air, his head was tightly shut with black blood flowing out of its eyes. It was hanging high up on a golden light pillar. Below his head, the destruction beast was lying on the ground with severe injuries. It looked at Sun Luo's head with its beady eyes. Sun Luo was defeated in the end. No matter how strong he was not a match for the 12 emperors. After all, among the 12 emperors, there were even 2 4-darkness grade emperors who were part of the 9th tribulation of eternity. Of course, the main reason why he was defeated was that he was reluctant to use the remaining power of time and quicksand to form samsara. Otherwise, even if he was no match for the 12 emperors, he could still kill several low-level immortal emperors with the remaining power of samsara in his hands before he was defeated. Old devil Sun Luo is dead. Good. Good. Countless divine void realm cultivators and eastern heaven cultivators cheered. From their point of view, as long as Sun Luo is alive, the eastern heaven will not be at peace. Among these cheering cultivators, there were no cultivators from the eternal era. As for the 12 emperors, none of them showed any expression of joy. On the contrary, all of their expressions were solemn and fearful. Sun Luo is not dead. Ning Fan's eyes shone brightly. He had cultivated the power of samsara before. Even though his comprehension of it was low, he could vaguely sense that there was a terrifying power of samsara flowing inside Sun Luo's head that was hanging high up in the sky. This power of samsara was even 2 times stronger than the power contained in the ring of the incipient Saint Ring. Moreover, it had a different quality. The previous power of samsara was the result of Sun Luo forcefully merging the power of time and quicksand into the great Tao of void. Both of them intertwined with each other, separating the void from the real. Life and death followed each other, thus forming the cycle of samsara. The current power of samsara was formed after Sun Luo's death. It had Sun Luo's persistence in dying 100 times without any regrets. Since Sun Luo was already dead, the coincidentally formed power of samsara began to fill up and become complete. Sun Luo was dead but his head was still alive. That was what Ning Fan firmly believed. There was one thing that Ning Fan did not know. The most terrifying thing about a third-step cultivator who was also known as a sage was that they were difficult to destroy. Even if a sage's primordial spirit was destroyed and he lost his life, as long as his incomplete body and Tao remained, he could still fight until the last moment. Even if his blood was spilled and his body was incomplete, as long as his remnant consciousness remained, he could still fight until the end. At the moment, Sun Luo was in such a situation. It was also a kind of realm that he had deliberately reached. He fought until the last moment and was left with only one head. In the end, he died, but he was not afraid. That was his goal. He wanted to use his last remaining body to unleash the complete power of samsara. Currently, Ningfan could not see through all the key points, but he gained great enlightenment. All of these enlightenment were related to samsara. When countless divine void realm cultivators and the old monsters of the eastern sky were celebrating Sanluo's death, Sanluo's head that was hanging high up in the sky opened its hollow eyes. That pair of empty eyes suddenly became lively, crazed, and stubborn. There was no longer any sign of life inside the head, but it had an aura force that made everyone tremble. No one knew that even though Sanluo was dead at this moment, his head was the head of a real sage. That was Sanluo's original goal, and he had achieved it. Xianxia, I want you to open your eyes again and witness a beautiful scene. Even if I only have one head left, so what? What is there to be afraid of? Roar. Boundless blood-red flames spread out from under Sanluo's head. An earth-shaking devil roar suddenly came from Sanluo's mouth. At this moment, Sanluo's head flew high up into the sky. At this moment, a blood-red halo that made the 12 great emperors' expressions change suddenly spread across heaven and earth. It was Sanluo's devil roar after his death. The depth of his remnant consciousness was countless times greater than when he was alive. The killing intent that the blood-red halo contained was enough to kill the 4 great emperors who had lost their physical bodies and severely injure the rest of the immortal emperors. That force spread in a frenzy, causing the 12 great emperors' expressions to change, and they retreated frantically. However, the strange thing was that after the blood-red halo spread to a certain distance, it suddenly stopped moving and was forcibly fixed on the Star River. The blood-red halo did not continue to attack the 12 emperors. However, any cultivator who stepped into the range of the halo or tried to attack Sanluo's head would be attacked by the halo. Among the 12 emperors, no one could block the power of the halo, and no one dared to step into its range. Within the halo, only the cracked heaven-suppressing bell floated in the Star River, only the destruction beast was on its last breath, and only Sanluo's head floated silently. At this moment, it was as if only the hanging head was left between heaven and earth. Sanluo glared fiercely at the heaven-suppressing bell. Finally, no one could stop him from destroying the bell to save his life. Finally, his remaining head suddenly shone with a demonic light. He roared crazily and used his remaining head to slam against the heaven-suppressing bell. The force of this collision was indescribable. Even the 2 great emperors of the 4 Meridians sect, who were outside the halo and had cultivation bases of the eternal 9 calamities, were shocked by this force. In their eyes, although this collision seemed ordinary, its power had already exceeded the scope of the second step. No second-step cultivator could withstand the force of this collision. This collision caused the cracks on the heaven-suppressing bell to spread rapidly. Almost 1/6 of the bell was directly destroyed, turning into thousands of golden fragments that fell in all directions. This collision caused the heaven-suppressing bell to tremble even more violently, turning into rolling bell sounds that reflected back at Sanluo's head. Immediately, blood flowed from Sanluo's head, but there was no pain in his eyes. He was already dead, so how could he feel pain? 1/6 of the heaven-suppressing bell had already been destroyed. The demonic light in his eyes changed, and the power of reincarnation poured out like water. Part of the heaven-suppressing bell had already been destroyed, and Xianyu's remnant Tao was flowing out of the bell bit by bit. Under the control of Sanluo's reincarnation power, phantoms flew out of the heaven-suppressing bell. There were birds and beasts, dharma treasures, and divine abilities. There were humans and immortals. All the living beings that died under the heaven-suppressing bell, the secret treasures that were destroyed under the heaven-suppressing bell, those with Daos, and the remnant Daos left behind some and were stored in the bell. Among those phantoms, there was a phantom of a woman with hollow eyes that attracted all of Sanluo's attention. At this moment, Sanluo only wanted to do one thing, and that was to use all the reincarnation power in his head to revive this woman's remnant Dao phantom and let her be reborn in the eastern sky, because she was his one and only true love. That year, I stood in front of 10,000 enemies. I didn't seek victory or defeat, I only wanted to hold your warmth tightly. That life, I traveled the 100,000 galaxies. I didn't cultivate for the next life, I only wanted to meet you along the way. That day, my head was hanging high up, but my heart was calm. Xianyu, wake up, Xianyu, wake up. Roar. The hanging head once again let out a shocking demonic roar. This time, the Tao essence contained in the roar was completely different from before. It wasn't killing but redemption. It wasn't just longing, but also persistence. One half, I'm going home late, but there will be updates. I'll try to update 2 times tonight. To be continued. Legend had it that a third step saint could resurrect a cultivator who only had an incomplete Tao. It was just a legend. No one in the 4 heavens and 9 worlds had witnessed it with their own eyes. However, the cultivators who came to this place today were fortunate enough to witness such a rare scene. When Sun Luo was still alive, he did not know if his samsara power could resurrect Xianxia. However, he did not hesitate to give it a try even if he had to sacrifice his own life. Even if he was already a dead man when he resurrects Qianyu, he would not regret it. Even if he lost his consciousness and could no longer look at her, he would not regret it. He was such a stubborn devil. Even if he had to fight till his last drop of blood, he would never change his Tao. His love might not be able to touch Ning Fan and make up for his mistakes. However, even if Ning Fan had a heart of steel and stone, he would still be moved by his madness and persistence in his Tao heart. It was because Ning Fan was still a person who pursued the Tao in the end. Sun Luo's hanging head carried a great meaning to Ning Fan. Ning Fan's Tao was stubbornness. What else in the world could be more stubborn than Sun Luo's hanging head? He would not regret it even if he died 100 times. At this moment, Ning Fan had a deeper understanding of the Tao of stubbornness. To Sun Luo, stubbornness meant not caring about anything and everything. If he is overcautious and indecisive, he would no longer be Sun Luo. On the divine space star, the blind old man who was standing on the long stairs suddenly shed tears. His expression was bitter and he sighed softly. Foolish child. Foolish child, his heart ached for the passing of his disciple. However, he did not stop him in the end. Sun Luo's Tao was not confused. No matter what was right or wrong, he did not stop him. He would help him clean up the mess. The eyes of Senro's remaining head suddenly flashed with a resolute, demonic light. All of the power of reincarnation poured down like a rainbow. It was as light as a feather and poured toward the woman's shadow without reservation. I will use my entire life of samsara in exchange for you opening your eyes. Can you? The flesh and blood of Sun Luo's head turned into blood and flowed away bit by bit. Gradually, only a dead skull was left. It was decayed and dark. There was no longer any life force or samsara power left. All of his samsara power and his remaining life force were given to the woman in front of him. Otherwise, even if he was left with only his skull, he would still maintain his will and fight to the death. With a cracking sound, Sun Luo's skull shattered into 6 pieces and fell into the starry sky. Among the 12 martial emperors, 3 of them immediately dashed toward the 6 skulls, as if they were going to fight for the 6 skulls. In their opinion, Senro's skull was probably useful. At this moment, when the 12 emperors confirmed that Sun Luo had really perished, their expressions eased up slightly. The other martial monarchs were stunned. He looked thoughtfully at the phantom of a woman who walked out of the bell. He watched as the woman's body condensed bit by bit. Her clothes fluttered as she appeared gracefully in front of the world. Apart from the woman's incomplete Taoist phantom, the other incomplete Taoist phantoms that had flown out of the heaven-suppressing bell vanished from the world. How beautiful was this woman! Her eyes were like 1,000 raindrops descending into the mortal world, yet they were untainted by a speck of dust, aloof from the world. The Void Emperor's expression was the most complicated. The moment he saw the woman, his expression darkened and he closed his eyes. His junior brother had died, but Xiao Qianyu had come back to life. It wasn't that he wasn't interested in that woman, but he wasn't like Sun Luo, who didn't care much about love. He was a true immortal emperor. Since ancient times, emperors had always been heartless. I want to see Sun Luo. But who is Sun Luo? Who am I? Who are all of you? The woman's eyes were filled with confusion as she murmured to herself. Suddenly, she glanced to the side and saw the 3 martial monarchs who were fighting for Sun Luo's skull. Among the 3 martial monarchs, 2 were 6th and 7th tribulation martial monarchs, and 1 was an 8th tribulation martial monarch of the Four Meats sect. The moment Xiao Qianyu's eyes saw Sun Luo's skull, she couldn't help but tear up. Her heart felt like it was pierced by thousands of arrows, and the pain was indescribable. Whose skull was that? Why did she feel so sad and care about it so much? She didn't recognize the skull at all. Even if she did, she wouldn't be able to remember it. She raised her finger and channeled her magic power like rain, pressing it towards the 3 martial monarchs. She didn't want them to touch the skull. It was hers, and it could only be hers. Although she didn't know why. Her body originally didn't release any aura, but when her finger pressed down, it immediately activated all the magic power in her body. This magic power contained the magic power she had when she was alive, and also the cultivation that Sun Luo had given her. At this moment, her cultivation was no longer at the thought fragmentation realm when she was alive, but the 8th tribulation eternal realm. This cultivation was clearly different from her cultivation when she was alive. When her finger pressed down, her eyes immediately became confused. She couldn't remember when she had broken through to the immortal emperor realm. She had even forgotten who she was, but she still felt that this magic power didn't belong to her. However, she didn't reject the aura of this magic power. It was very warm, very warm. Who is it? This magic power that doesn't belong to me, who is its owner? Her finger turned into a golden rain of light that filled the sky, forming 3 rain vortexes in the starry sky, sprinkling towards the 3 martial monarchs. Every drop of the golden rain was as heavy as a mountain, and it had the power to destroy a low-grade cultivation planet. Under the heavy curtain of rain, even the 3 martial monarchs' expressions changed. They hurriedly retreated and used their divine abilities, summoning their magic treasures to block the light rain that filled the sky. The 3 of them looked indignant as they glared at Xianxia. One of them even scolded, "When you were alive, you must have been a divine void martial monarch. Why did you attack us for no reason?" It was obvious that the person who spoke did not know Xianxia's identity and cultivation when she was alive. Xianxia took the opportunity to wave her sleeves, taking the 6 skull fragments into her hands, and slowly pieced them together to form a complete skull. Looking at the complete skull, her heart ached again. She couldn't explain it, and she couldn't understand why. However, her tears had already become a poem. What's going on? Xianxia was only at the thought fragmentation realm before she died. Why did she break through to the 8th tribulation eternal realm after she was resurrected? Divine Void Martial Monarch's expression changed. He had vaguely guessed the reason why Sun Luo had destroyed the heaven-suppressing bell, and he had personally witnessed Xianxia's broken Dao resurrection. Seeing Xianxia's resurrection, he wasn't that surprised. After all, he had heard that a 3rd-step saint could resurrect a 2nd-step cultivator's broken Dao. Although it was the first time he had seen a broken Dao cultivator resurrect, he wasn't surprised. However, seeing Xianxia's cultivation level skyrocket to such a realm, he couldn't accept it no matter what. Divine Void Martial Monarch couldn't understand how the woman in front of him could obtain such a high cultivation level just by dying once. She was now at the same level as him. Could it be that all broken Dao cultivators who were resurrected by the reincarnation force could obtain a huge increase in their cultivation level? No, that was obviously impossible. There were no similar records in the ancient books. Normally, even if it was a broken Dao cultivator who was resurrected by a saint, before they completely returned to their original state, their cultivation level would drop drastically. He was Divine Void Martial Monarch, and he had cultivated for countless years to reach the 8th tribulation eternal realm cultivation level. However, Xianxia had reached this realm so easily. This was really frustrating for him. 8th tribulation eternal realm. This Void Martial Monarch suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Xianxia in disbelief. It was obvious that he was also shocked by Xianxia's cultivation level. Among the other celestial emperors, there were a few who knew Xianxia's cultivation level before she died, and they were all shocked. This was the first time they had seen the reincarnation force resurrect a broken Dao cultivator. It was reasonable that they couldn't understand. The reason why this woman's cultivation level was higher than when she was alive after she was resurrected was because the method of her resurrection was different from ordinary people. Her resurrection this time wasn't a normal resurrection. It should be said that according to the normal method, even if Sun Luo used the Genesis Saint Samsara ring, he still wouldn't be able to resurrect this woman. This woman wasn't resurrected at all. It was obvious that Sun Luo had sacrificed himself to help this woman. Interesting. I didn't expect that a mere immortal king of the 5th tribulation eternal realm would be able to wreak havoc in the eastern heaven. Moreover, with his heaven-shaking methods, he sacrificed himself to resurrect a broken Dao cultivator, and even increased the cultivation level of the person who was resurrected. This was something that was rarely seen since ancient times. This old man wants this person's skull. A sudden voice suddenly resounded in Eastern Sea Star Field, shocking countless cultivators and even the 12 great emperors. No one knew who this person was or when he had appeared. However, when they felt the heaven-shaking aura contained in this person's words, no one dared to ignore his existence. It was a purple-robed old man surrounded by 7-colored light. His body was illusory as he suddenly appeared in the starry sky. His aura was like the sky as he stared coldly at Xianxia, who had just been resurrected. He wasn't a third-step cultivator. His cultivation level was still at the second step, but there was a hint of the 8th color in the 7-colored light around him. Although his cultivation level was still at the 9th tribulation eternal realm, it was far from being comparable to the 9 tribulation immortal emperors of the 4 demonic sect. There was a qualitative difference between them. "Give me the skull in your hand," the illusory old man said coldly. His voice contained a shocking aura that spread in all directions like an invisible sound wave. Xianxia was the first to bear the brunt of it. Xianxia, who had the cultivation level of the 8th tribulation eternal realm, was hit by the sound wave. Her aura instantly became chaotic. Her beautiful face changed and she quickly retreated. The cultivators who felt the pressure from this person all had their Tao hearts tremble. Those with slightly lower cultivation levels felt their aura suppressed and fell from the starry sky, as if they were being crushed by a huge mountain. Even the expressions of the other immortal emperors changed. One of the 9 tribulation immortal emperors of the 4 demonic sect changed his expression and immediately warned the other 3 immortal emperors of the 4 demonic sect. "Don't offend this person. He's a quasi-saint from a secret race." His voice wasn't loud, but it spread across the galaxy almost instantly. The words quasi-saint and secret race were like the collapse of the sky and the earth, making the hearts of all cultivators who heard it tremble. Quasi-saint. Everyone who heard these words had a shocked expression on their faces. In this era where there were no saints, a quasi-saint was the supreme being. Ordinary immortal emperors couldn't be compared to them, and no one dared to offend them. Xianxia's beautiful eyes were filled with fear when she faced this quasi-saint who had appeared out of nowhere. She instinctively knew that she had no chance of winning against this person, but she was unwilling to hand over the skull in her hand to this person. She felt that the skull was very important to her, even if she couldn't remember or know who the owner of the skull was. "No matter who you are, I won't hand over this skull to you." Xianxia's voice was cold and resolute. Her resoluteness vaguely resembled Sun Luo. She had obtained all of Sun Luo's power, including his persistence and Tao sense. From then on, Sun Luo would live in her life. However, she didn't know it. "You can't keep what I've set my eyes on. Give it to me." The purple-robed old man let out a cold snort and waved his hand. Immediately, countless purple straws fell from the sky. Those straws were illusory and ethereal. However, they contained an indescribably great divine ability which seemed to possess heaven-shaking power. "He's from the Purple Clan." All of a sudden, the 12 emperors guessed the origin of the old man. There were also many old monsters who explained the old man's origin based on the divine ability of the purple straws. A quasi-saint of the Purple Clan. He had heard about the name of the Purple Clan from Yuan Yao before. He had also injured an abandoned member of the Purple Clan during the Starsea Demon War. He remembered that the member was called Zichuan or something. However, he did not expect to see a quasi-saint of the Purple Clan here today. Although they were both in the 9th tribulation of the Eternal Era, a quasi-saint was in existence who had half a step into the 3rd step. He was not an existence that ordinary great emperors of the 9 tribulations of the Eternal Era could compare to, let alone Xianxia. Seeing that the purple straws that filled the sky were about to turn into a divine ability and hurt Xianxia, a blind old man suddenly stepped out from the divine space star and appeared in the starry sky. He stood in front of Xianxia and blocked her way. His expression was blank but his aura force that no one could ignore. "I can give you the skull of my disciple. However, you can't touch this girl." The blind old man's body was surrounded by 7-colored light. Among the 7 colors, there was also a trace of the 8th color. Thus, none of the cultivators whose cultivation bases were lower than the Eternal Era realm could see his true appearance. Ning Fan, of course, could not see his true appearance. However, he was shocked by his powerful aura force. The aura force of the blind old man was not any weaker than that quasi-saint of the Purple Clan. How could Ning Fan expect that the godly Void Pavilion did not only have the 2 divine Void Emperors but also a quasi-saint who had been living in seclusion? The little demoness was equally shocked. She had the identity of the Divine Void Pavilion's young lord. Thus, she knew many secrets of the godly Void Pavilion. However, she did not know that there was a third immortal emperor in the godly Void Pavilion. Moreover, this immortal emperor was actually a quasi-saint. Master. The Void Sovereign's eyes flashed, but he felt slightly relieved. With his master here, there was nothing to worry about even if a quasi-saint of the secret race comes. As soon as the quasi-saint in purple robes saw the blind old man, he immediately narrowed his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he dispersed the sky-covering straws. As for the blind old man, he remained indifferent and did not say a word. No one saw how he did it, but he had already taken the Sanluo skull from Xianxia's hands. After a moment of hesitation, he still handed the skull to the person who came. Who are you? Return that skull to me. That is. Xianxia felt pain in her heart. She looked at the blind old man indignantly. She just felt that this person was very familiar, but she just could not remember who he was. Do you know whose skull it is? The blind old man asked in a stupefied manner. I don't know and I don't remember. Xianxia felt a stabbing pain in her heart and said sorrowfully. Although she didn't know, her heart ached. Why was it like this? Since you don't know, then you should never know. Luo'er's lifelong wish is only you. You must live well. Don't provoke a murderous calamity just for a skull. Don't let his painstaking efforts go to waste. As soon as he finished speaking, the blind old man's vast spirit sense swept across the starry sky and finally fell on the quasi-saint of the Purple Clan. The chaos in Eastern Heaven ends here. People of the secret race, quickly leave my Eastern Sea Star region. His words contained the same unyielding aura as Sanluo's. It did not allow anyone to refuse, even if the opponent was a person of the secret race or a quasi-saint. The quasi-saint of the Purple Clan looked displeased, as if he was very dissatisfied with the tone of the blind old man. However, after weighing the Sanluo skull in his hand, he did not want to fight with the blind old man here. His eyes flashed slightly, but he finally snorted coldly and fled. The quasi-saint of the secret race was actually forced to retreat by the quasi-saint of Divine Void. This shock rose in the hearts of countless Eastern Heaven cultivators. Within 4 days, there were not many people who could make a cultivator of the secret race suffer a loss. Moreover, the opponent was a quasi-saint. My godly Void Pavilion actually has a quasi-saint overseeing it. The cultivators of the godly Void Pavilion were all greatly shocked. Xianxia, you were a person of Divine Void when you were alive, but you have already died once for Divine Void. After your rebirth, if you want to continue staying in Divine Void, this old man will naturally protect your safety. If you want to leave, this old man will not stop you. No one in Divine Void would dare to stop you. The blind old man sent 2 spirit senses in the direction of Emperor Shen Void and Emperor Shen Void, as if telling them how to treat Xianxia well. After that, he let out a long sigh and his figure flashed, disappearing without a trace. He returned to Divine Void Star and stood alone on the long stairs. The autumn wind was bleak, making him look even more lonely. Sanluo's death made him sad. He needed a good time to calm down. Xianxia was left alone standing on the starry sky. She was at a loss and tears were streaming down her face. Xianxia could not remember who the owner of the skull was. However, when the skull was taken by someone else and she was powerless to stop it, she felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. Roar! A low roar of a beast suddenly entered Xianxia's ears. It was the voice of the destruction beast. It was so familiar, yet so strange. You are. Xianxia's light flashed and appeared in front of the destruction beast. Looking at the destruction beast, she only felt that it was familiar, yet so strange. No matter how hard she tried, she could not remember anything about this beast. She just stretched out her hand in a daze and stroked the destruction beast's huge body, which was like a cultivation planet, with tears at the corner of her eyes. The chaos in Eastern Heaven had ended here. Among the 4 immortal emperors of the 4 Meridian sect, an 8 tribulation immortal emperor had his body smashed by Sanluo with a punch. Among the immortal emperors of Eastern Heaven, Han Yun Great Emperor, Yellow Turban Great Emperor, and Maha Great Emperor had lost their bodies. It would not be easy for these immortal emperors who had their bodies destroyed by Sanluo to rebuild their bodies. The other immortal emperors had also suffered serious injuries. they all needed to immediately go into seclusion to heal. Although they were badly injured by Sun Luo, they were much luckier than Abyss Great Emperor and Hengze Great Emperor who had died in this chaos. Even after the great battle, the expressions of the immortal emperors changed when they talked about Sun Luo. 2 of the 16 immortal emperors of Eastern Heaven had fallen. From now on, there were only 14 famous immortal emperors in Eastern Heaven. The immortal emperors left with their subordinates. The cultivators of the Four Freaks sect were temporarily stationed in Eastern Sea Star region to deal with the aftermath of the heaven-suppressing bell. The heaven-suppressing bell was badly damaged. 1/6 of its body was destroyed by Sun Luo. This bell was of great significance. It must not be destroyed easily. It must be repaired properly. The future bell offering ceremony must also continue. More and more Divine Void Realm cultivators set foot on the Star River and began to clean up the battlefield. The cultivators who did not belong to the Four Freaks sect or the Godly Void Pavilion were considered as outsiders. It was about time for them to leave. At this moment, the sound of fireworks suddenly resounded above the Star River. Colorful lotus-shaped fireworks bloomed in the dead silence of the Star River. They were like fireworks in winter. It was so quiet, so beautiful, and so lonely. The one who set off the fireworks was Ning Fan. At this moment, after waving his hand to set off the fireworks, he temporarily bid farewell to little Demoness and gave Xianxia a deep look. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. The chaos in Eastern Heaven had ended. All the Divine Void Realm cultivators had come out. Little Demoness would not be in any trouble. Ning Fan had also fulfilled Sun Luo's last wish by setting off all the fireworks in the sky. Since his mission was completed, he naturally had to retreat. It was too dangerous to do this in front of countless old monsters to attract attention. Fortunately, most of the people were paying attention to other things. Not many of them paid attention to Ning Fan. Not many people cared about his departure. Even though his act of setting off fireworks was strange and made people suspicious, no one was willing to investigate it. After Ning Fan concealed himself, he flew towards the outer region of Eastern Sea Star region. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he could not help but feel relieved. He had already given the jade box that Sun Luo gave to little Demoness. She could refine the black ball of light on her own. It would not be difficult for her to get rid of the void poison in her body. At this moment, Ning Fan was flying towards the outer region of Eastern Sea Star region with a heavy heart. This direction was the direction to leave Eastern Sea Star region. It was also the place where the Devil Chi crystal left behind by the heavenly devil who looked like Mo Luo had fallen. At this moment, Ning Fan did not notice that there was a hidden shadow of a ball of light following him silently. That shadow of the ball of light was one of the many shadows of the broken Tao that flew out from the heaven-suppressing bell when Sun Luo destroyed it. The reason why it was following Ning Fan was because it instinctively sensed a trace of the Eastern Sea Bell's reaction from Ning Fan's storage pouch. This shadow of the ball of light was neither in the shape of a human nor a bird or a beast. It was also not in the form of a magic treasure. This ball of light that was left behind by an unknown object was tailing Ning Fan all the way. No one knew about it, not even the emperors of the Divine Void Realm. Only when Ning Fan had flown far away from Eastern Sea Star did he vaguely feel that he was being followed by something. This feeling of being followed caused his heart to sink. However, the other party did not seem to have any hostility towards him. Instead, it kept giving him a friendly aura which made him feel strange. What is following me? Ning Fan's heart sank. All of a sudden, his body flashed and entered the profounding world, trying to avoid being followed. To his surprise, the mysterious ball of light that was hiding its tracks suddenly revealed itself. With a flash, it directly entered the profounding world and appeared in front of Ning Fan. This scene caused Ning Fan's expression to change. Many immortal emperors had treasures that belonged to the middle kiliacosm. Even though the profounding world was just a middle kiliacosm and it might not be able to withstand the attacks of immortal emperors, no one had ever heard of an immortal emperor who could directly enter the middle kiliacosm of another immortal emperor. This ball of light directly entered the middle kiliacosm that Ning Fan controlled. The strength of its ability shocked Ning Fan. After taking a closer look at the ball of light, Ning Fan was greatly puzzled. He also could not tell what exactly this ball of light was. This ball of light had been hovering around him without any hostility. On the contrary, it seemed to be friendly to him, which confused him. It looked like a ball of golden cotton candy. It felt a little illusory and soft to the touch. It was indestructible and did not possess any offensive power. Its form was somewhat similar to the many shadows of the broken Tao and the heaven-suppressing bell, but there were also some differences. It contained Tao power, but Ning Fan did not know what Tao it was. The only thing Ning Fan could be sure of was that this item was definitely not the manifestation of some kind of ability. It was also not a secret treasure that others used to track him. Any living beings or magic treasures that were destroyed by the heaven-suppressing bell would have their broken Tao left in it as long as they contained Tao sense. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. Could it be that this item was also one of the many shadows of the broken Tao and the heaven-suppressing bell, and it managed to escape after Sun Luo destroyed the bell? This item might also be one of the shadows of the broken Tao and the heaven-suppressing bell. However, I don't know what exactly left this shadow behind and why it is following me and not willing to leave. The shadows of the other living beings and magic treasures will disappear from heaven and earth once they leave the heaven-suppressing bell. Why can this item remain here all this time without disappearing? While Ning Fan was pondering, his expression suddenly changed. He patted his storage pouch, took out the Eastern Ocean bell and tossed it into the sky. The golden cotton candy that was hovering around him immediately showed a joyful expression and kept hovering around the Eastern Ocean bell. This ball of light is really following me for this bell. While Ning Fan was investigating the mysterious ball of light, Xianxia was standing next to the destruction beast in the starry sky near Eastern Ocean planet. She stared at the fireworks that filled the sky and was lost in thought. These fireworks are so beautiful. I really want to see them together with Sun Luo. But who is Sun Luo? Sorry for the late double update. I'll update even later today. I'll try to update earlier tomorrow. To be continued. Sun Luo was already dead. However, the series of aftershocks that he caused still tugged at the heartstrings of the cultivators in the eastern heaven. Ning Fan was already very lucky to be able to escape unscathed after being dragged into this chaos. Initially, he planned to find that Devil Chi crystal after setting off the fireworks and leave the Eastern Ocean star region to sort out his gains from this trip. However, due to the mysterious light ball following him, he had no choice but to give up on his original plan. In the profounding world, Ning Fan had already kept his ghost mask. He stood on the ground and looked at the vast sky. The Eastern Ocean bell was floating in the sky. A soft golden light ball was hovering around the bell. The golden light ball was filled with joy at the moment. It seemed to like the Eastern Ocean bell very much. There seemed to be some kind of connection between it and the Eastern Ocean bell. However, it was unclear. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. At this moment, he was absolutely sure that the reason why this mysterious light ball was following him was because of the Eastern Ocean bell. However, what made Ning Fan curious was that this light ball did not have its own consciousness. It did not have the intention to seize the Eastern Ocean bell. It came for the Eastern Ocean bell. However, just hovering around the bell was enough to satisfy it. Every time the golden light ball touched the Eastern Ocean bell, its body would uncontrollably release an ancient Tao aura. At first, the Tao aura was very complicated. However, it gradually became clearer towards the end. At first, Ning Fan could not identify the type of Tao power contained in the light ball. Now, however, he could gradually identify it. This is the void Tao power. Moreover, this Tao power is very pure and different from ordinary Tao power. Ning Fan waved his hand and the Eastern Ocean bell shrank back to his palm. The golden light ball immediately landed in front of Ning Fan and hovered around the Eastern Ocean bell. In the end, as if it was tired of hovering, it shook and turned into the size of an egg. Then, it rolled into Ning Fan's palm and snuggled tightly with the Eastern Ocean bell, holding the golden light ball in his palm. Ning Fan's expression instantly changed. The moment his palm came into contact with the golden light ball, an unimaginable void Tao power immediately flowed out from the light ball and spread across the entire profounding world. This sudden change greatly shocked Ning Fan. After all, he had also touched the golden light ball with his finger before, but nothing like this happened. In an instant, the space of the entire profounding world seemed to have frozen. The breeze stopped blowing, the clouds stopped moving, and the water stopped flowing. The falling raindrops floated in the air and did not fall. Everything seemed to freeze in that instant. The entire profounding world was frozen by that golden ball of light. In this world, Ning Fan was the only one who could move. This golden ball of light clearly contained an abnormally powerful void Tao energy, which could stop a medium-level profounding world. It should be said that this power had already far surpassed the scope of Tao energy. It's the power of Tao laws. First step cultivators would start cultivating intent power when they reached the soul formation stage. The so-called concept could be seen as incomplete Tao power. The mountain has its own meaning, the water has its own meaning, a cup of tea, a bottle of wine, everything has its own meaning. All things in the world had their own intentions because they had a Tao. First step cultivators couldn't see the existence of Tao, but they could see the intent of Tao and gradually go from real to void. Looking at the mountains and rivers in front of him, he gradually stopped looking at the mountains and rivers. Instead, he looked at the Tao contained within. Intent realms were divided into high and low levels. However, the cultivation of any intent realm would eventually turn into the pursuit of Tao. Those who cultivate the intent realm of fire would most likely embark on the path of pursuing the true Tao of fire. Those who cultivate the intent realm of lightning would most likely become a lightning immortal if they step into the second step. The second step cultivators didn't cultivate their intent but their Tao. Life immortals entered the Tao through their intent while true immortals guarded the Tao and pursued the true Tao. The ancient cultivators tried to use the Tao truth to explore the rules of Tao. Fire burns all things, rain swamps all lives, trees stand out in the forest. The 5 elements in the world had different powers. All of them were related to the rules of Tao. The rules of the existence of Tao were the Tao laws. Most of the ancient cultivators could use the power of the Tao laws to display their abilities. However, there were only a few who could truly control the Tao laws. Only cultivators who had cultivated to the 6th tribulation could be called immortal emperors. Only those who had mastered a certain Tao law could be called the sovereign immortal emperor. The Tao law was a power that was higher than the Tao truth and intent realm. It was a kind of rule power. It was a power that only the sovereign immortal emperor could completely control. The reason why the golden ball of light could stop the profounding world was because he had mastered the Tao laws of the profounding world in an instant. Previously, he ignored the barrier of the profounding world and directly entered this world. Most likely, he was relying on the power of the Tao laws. Even Sun Luo, who had cultivated the great Tao of void to the extreme, would not be able to enter the profounding world directly. However, this golden ball of light could do it. The golden ball of light on his palm gradually moved closer to the Eastern Ocean Bell as if it was looking for a place to reside in. Its light slowly seeped into the Eastern Ocean Bell and fused perfectly with it. Gradually, they became one. This action caused the Eastern Ocean Bell to emit a dazzling golden light. There was even an endless power of the Tao laws faintly spreading out from the bell. At the moment when the golden ball of light completely disappeared and fused into the Eastern Ocean Bell, Ning Fan held the bell in his hand and could clearly feel how each trace of the power of the Tao laws flowed inside the bell. With the Eastern Ocean Bell as a medium, Ning Fan finally saw what exactly the golden ball of light was. The true form of the golden ball of light was tens of thousands of threads of the Tao laws that were as thin as hair. Each of the threads of the Tao laws contained the Tao laws of the great Tao of void. After the golden ball of light disappeared, all of the threads of the Tao laws resided inside the Eastern Ocean Bell. The great Tao of void was a type of great Tao of space. It was a type of power that could control worlds. At the moment when the golden ball of light completely fused into the bell, the frozen space of the entire profounding world suddenly disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Ning Fan withdrew his initial shocked expression and stared at the small bell in his hand with a solemn expression. The Eastern Ocean Bell had already fused with the golden ball of light. Ning Fan was eager to know if there were any changes to the bell. Perhaps the power of the Eastern Ocean Bell would greatly increase after fusing with the power of the Tao laws of the golden ball of light. Ning Fan continuously made a few hand seals at the small bell, slightly activating the Eastern Ocean Bell to display its abilities. Circles of golden sound rings spread out from the Eastern Ocean Bell. The power of the sound rings was still at the level of a divine transformation realm attack. It was not much stronger than before. All of the power of the Tao laws and the golden ball of light was just sealed inside the bell. None of it was activated by Ning Fan. After several attempts, Ning Fan had no choice but to believe that the fusion of the Eastern Ocean Bell and the Golden Ball of Light did not cause any changes to the magic treasure itself. During this process of fusion, the Eastern Ocean Bell merely acted as a container to contain all of the power of the Tao laws in the Golden Ball of Light. These power of the Tao laws did not have any direct destructive power. However, they contained unimaginable Tao of void. Ning Fan held the small bell in his hand. His eyes were filled with unfathomable expressions as he pondered about various possibilities of making good use of the Golden Ball of Light. He sat on the ground and held the bell with one of his hands. He stared at the small bell in silence. After a long time, Ning Fan suddenly made a decision. He drew out a golden thread that was as thin as a strand of hair from the Eastern Ocean Bell. His eyes turned cold and he swallowed the golden thread in one gulp. This golden thread was naturally one of the countless threads of Tao laws in the Golden Ball of Light. The moment he swallowed the thread of Tao laws, a wave of Tao power of void that was far beyond what Ning Fan could withstand exploded inside his body. Ning Fan closed his eyes tightly. His body felt like it was situated in the void of billions of miles. He was the only person in the vast void. He wanted to absorb the Tao power of void in his body bit by bit, but he realized that it was extremely difficult to do so. Ning Fan's initial plan was to try to refine this Golden Ball of Light step by step and use it to increase his strength. However, he had underestimated the difficulty of refining the threads of Tao laws. After just swallowing a single thread of Tao laws, he immediately felt exhausted. The Tao power contained in a single thread of Tao laws was far beyond what a life immortal realm expert could withstand. Even a true immortal who was proficient in this Tao would not dare to absorb it without permission. Ning Fan had never studied the Great Tao of Void before. His understanding of the Great Tao of Void was still at the level of the whirlpool spatial technique. His body did not have the foundation of the Tao power of void. Thus, it was naturally extremely difficult for him to absorb the Tao power of void. The refinement of this single thread of Tao laws lasted for 10 whole days. After 10 days, Ning Fan still had not succeeded in refining the slightest bit of the Tao power of void. Instead, he suffered a lot of injuries from the backlash of the Tao power of void in his body. Ning Fan let out a long sigh. He knew that with his current Tao of void, it was impossible for him to refine the countless threads of Tao laws in the Golden Ball of Light. If he could refine all the threads of Tao laws in the Golden Ball of Light, the benefits he could reap would certainly not be small. Today, however, he could only hold a mountain of treasures without getting anything in return. After dispersing all the Tao power of void in his body, Ning Fan began to heal his injuries. After another 3 days, his injuries were completely healed. He kept the Eastern Ocean Bell in his profounding world and stood up with a sigh. Even though there were a lot of threads of Tao laws in the Eastern Ocean Bell, he did not have the fortune to enjoy them for the time being. If I gain some insights from studying the Tao of Void in the future, I can refine the threads of Tao laws in the Eastern Ocean Bell again. However, I can't do it now. I have already stayed in the profounding world for 13 days. I wonder if the commotion in the outside world has already subsided. Ning Fan still wanted to look for that devil chi crystal. Thus, he naturally did not want to continue staying in the profounding world. After remaining silent for a while, Ning Fan's figure flashed and he left the profounding world, appearing in the starry sky of the Eastern Ocean Star region. This place was extremely far away from Eastern Ocean Star. In the nearby starry sky, there were figures hurriedly flying past. Some of these cultivators belonged to the Godly Void Pavilion, some belonged to the Four Fish sect and some belonged to other Eastern Heaven forces. 13 days had passed since the end of the Great Battle. Currently, the Eastern Ocean Star region was in a state of martial law. Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow were 4 levels of martial law. Earth was the 2nd level of martial law. Foreign cultivators who enter or leave the Eastern Ocean Star region must be strictly inspected. However, Ning Fan was already in the Eastern Ocean Star region. Thus, he did not need to be inspected. Most of the cultivators who were traveling in the Star River were at the Void Fragmentation realm. Occasionally, there would also be cultivators at the 2nd step. When Ning Fan suddenly appeared in the Star River, he shocked many Void Fragmentation realm experts. However, when these people saw that Ning Fan had a mid-ghost profound realm cultivation base, all of them were filled with reverence. None of them went forward to question him. Ning Fan, however, took the initiative to step forward and stopped a void fragmentation realm cultivator of the Four Fish sect, trying to ask him a few questions. The person whom Ning Fan stopped was a middle-aged scholar at the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. His surname was Li. Even though he belonged to the Four Fish sect, his position in the sect was not high. Thus, he rarely had the chance to talk to a senior at the second step. At this moment, when Ning Fan stopped the scholar with the surname Li for questioning, he felt both nervous and excited. In his eyes, Ning Fan was a high and mighty mid-ghost profound realm old monster. Any opportunity that Ning Fan casually gave him would be enough for him to enjoy for the rest of his life. If senior has any doubts, please tell me. This junior will certainly tell you everything I know without holding back. This scholar with the surname Li had been stuck at the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm for a long time. He desired every opportunity to break through to the third heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. In response to Ning Fan's questions, he almost told him everything he knew. He only hoped that after his answers satisfied Ning Fan would grant him some benefits. What Ning Fan asked him was naturally the situation in the Eastern Heaven after the Great Battle. The Slaughter Palace did not suffer any impact from the chaos in the Eastern Heaven this time. Only a few slaughter pavilions were implicated and destroyed because the cultivation planets where they were located were destroyed by the Sanluo tribe. To the dignified Slaughter Palace, such a loss was naturally not a big deal. The Slaughter Palace also did not take any action against the chaos in the Eastern Heaven this time. Instead, they just looked on coldly from the sidelines. In the chaos in the Eastern Heaven this time, the two-star regions that suffered the greatest losses were the 9 Nether Star region and the Hongzhe Star region. The great sovereigns who were in charge of these two-star regions had fallen one after another. It was just a matter of time when these two-star regions would decline. It was not something that Ning Fan was concerned about. The Godly Void Pavilion also suffered heavy losses. It was said that before Sanluo left the Heaven Realm, he had killed many old monsters in the Heaven Realm. In addition to the 2 immortal venerables who were killed by him previously, the Godly Void Pavilion had lost a total of 8 experts who were beyond the ancient times in this chaos. The heaven-suppressing bell was also still being repaired. It was said that the next bell sacrifice would be delayed. Among the 1 million cultivators of the Four Fish sect, 80 to 90% had already left. Only 10% of the cultivators remained in the Eastern Sea Star region to help with the repair of the heaven-suppressing bell. Regarding the Godly Void Pavilion, Ning Fan was still most concerned about the little demoness. Of course, because of Sanluo, he also mentioned about Xianxia who was resurrected by the Tao Remnant. In reply to Senior's question, the Godly Void young lord is currently in seclusion. It is said that he obtained a certain treasure that can remove the residual poison in his body. As for what kind of poison it is, I also do not know. I only know that this seclusion will last for at least a year. As for the newly resurrected female monarch of the Godly Void Pavilion, it is said that on the second day after the Great Chaos ended, she left the Eastern Sea Star region on a gigantic beast. No one knows where she went. Xianxia has left the Eastern Sea Star region, huh? Ning Fan nodded his head slightly. Regarding Xianxia, he only asked a few more questions for Sanluo's sake. As for the little demoness, he cared about her from the bottom of his heart. The little demoness was currently in seclusion. It seemed like she was planning to completely remove the poison in her body. This made Ning Fan feel at ease. Then, he asked about some other questions. Ning Fan then asked about the situation of the Primal Pill Star region. Facing the Primal Pill Great Sovereign who was coveting his Yin Yang locket, Ning Fan was still unable to feel completely at ease. In reply to Senior, the Primal Pill Star region is currently in a heaven-grade martial law. Almost no cultivators are going out. All of them are busy repairing the domain gate of the Extreme Pill Sacred region. Scholarly answered respectfully. Repairing the domain gate of the Extreme Pill Sacred region? What do you mean? Ning Fan's expression changed. I also heard about it from my companions. According to rumors, the main culprit of the chaos in the Eastern Heaven this time, Sanluo had taken away a secret treasure from the Primal Pill Star region. This treasure was originally the key item to open the domain gate of the Extreme Pill Sacred region. This item was borrowed by Sanluo and was eventually destroyed, causing the domain gate of the extreme pale sacred region to be damaged. The opening time of the sacred region will have to be delayed. It will take at least 100 years to repair the domain gate. In other words, the extreme pale sacred region will not be opened within 100 years. Ning Fan frowned. It's like this. Moreover, I have received news that even if the domain gate is repaired, the number of cultivators entering the sacred region will probably be greatly reduced. Scholarly answered respectfully. Upon hearing this, Ning Fan's frown deepened. He originally planned to go to the medicine sect after stealing the Joss flames in the quicksand star region and other places to prepare for entering the extreme pale sacred region. Now, it seemed like the matter of entering the sacred region would be delayed for at least 100 years. Forget it. It's better to enter the sacred region later. The chaos in the eastern heaven this time has brought me a lot of opportunities and benefits. I need a lot of time to absorb and refine them. Besides, the other inheritance of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos is most likely in the Divine Tomb. If I'm not in a hurry to enter the sacred region, I can first obtain this inheritance. With that in mind, Ning Fan asked Scholarly a few more questions. Then, he casually gave the latter a storage pouch and vanished in a flash. Scholarly scanned the storage pouch with his spirit sense. When he saw that there were 1 million Dao crystals in it, his heart could not help but beat wildly. He could not suppress the excitement in his heart. This senior is so generous. To him, 1 million Dao crystals was an astronomical number. To Ning Fan, 1 million Dao crystals were insignificant and not worth mentioning. Ning Fan flew all the way to the outer region of the Eastern Sea Star region. His speed was comparable to old monster Duzhen's. Even so, he only reached the outer region of the Eastern Sea Star region after flying at full speed for half a month. One had to admit that the Eastern Sea Star region was very vast. Only old monsters like Sun Luo could travel across the Imperial Star region in a few steps. With Ning Fan's current speed, it was impossible for him to do so. The outer region of the Eastern Sea Star region was severely damaged. Many cultivation planets were destroyed by the residual waves of Sun Luo's magic techniques. There were even countless Divine Void Realm experts who died in this place. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with azure rain intent. Bathing in the drizzle of the starry sky, he sped towards a certain half-ruined cultivation planet. In Ning Fan's memory, after the heavenly devil who looked like Mo Luo died, the devil chi crystal that was formed from his body fell on this cultivation planet. This planet was called the Spirit Platform Star. The Star Lord was once an 8th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert. However, he died in the battle where he participated in the siege against Sun Luo. In that kind of battle, his 8th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivation base seemed so insignificant. Thus, he was not valued by the godly void pavilion. There were almost no divine void realm cultivators patrolling this half-ruined spirit platform star. This half-ruined spirit platform star was currently suffering from the suffering of the war. The spirit platform star, Slanting Moon Mountain, this mountain was originally the abode of the spirit platform Star Lord. Today, after the death of the Star Lord in battle, the star was half destroyed. Then, it was attacked by devil beasts and turned into a devil abyss of hell. Devil beasts ran amok in the mountain range of 1 million li *, 500 m per li, around the Slanting Moon Mountain. Any cultivator who enters the range of the Slanting Moon Mountain would immediately be besieged by groups of devil beasts. Since a long time ago, the Spirit Platform Star had been attacked by the local devil beasts. All along, the cultivators of the Spirit Platform Star had relied on the suppression of the Spirit Platform Star Lord to barely occupy the star. Due to the great chaos in the eastern heaven, the Spirit Platform Star Lord had fallen. There were even more void fragmentation realm cultivators who died in the battle. With the current strength of the cultivators of the Spirit Platform Star, it was impossible for them to continue suppressing the attacks of the devil beasts. Unfortunately, the godly void pavilion had too many big and small cultivation planets to take care of. They had no time to take care of such a small star at the edge. It couldn't be helped. The Eastern Sea Star region was too big and there were too many cultivation planets. The situation this time was really too serious, causing the godly void pavilion to have no time to deal with it. At this moment, at the foot of the Slanting Moon Mountain, a tall and skinny old man who wore apricot yellow Taoist robes was protecting a group of disciples and grand disciples, resisting the attacks of the group of devil beasts. This old man's name was Lu Zhou. He was once one of the 4 great guardians under the spirit platform Star Lord. His cultivation base was at the 4th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. He was the last batch of cultivators who evacuated from the slanting moon mountain. He was trying to protect his disciples and grand disciples from the group of devil beasts' attacks. Lu Zhou did not understand why the devil beasts on the spirit platform star would go crazy after the death of the Star Lord. They attacked the direction of the slanting moon mountain without fear of death, trying to occupy this area. He loved watching the stars the most. On the day when the great battle broke out, he once saw a black starlight streaking across the sky and falling near the slanting moon mountain. Perhaps, the chaos of the devil beasts on the spirit platform star was related to that black starlight falling from the sky. However, these were not the things that Lu Zhou was most concerned about. At this moment, he only cared about one thing, and that was whether he could protect his disciples and grand disciples and kill their way out of the devil beasts' encirclement. Among the devil beasts that surrounded them, there were 7 void fragmentation realm devil beasts and more than 300 void refinement realm ferocious beasts. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation base was at the 5th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. In this place, he was the only void fragmentation realm human. The disciples and grand disciples behind him were mostly low-level disciples at the nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm. The 8 void refinement realm subordinates that he brought along had all been killed in battle. He was the only void fragmentation realm cultivator. Master, you should kill your way out of the encirclement by yourself. Don't care about us anymore. I don't want to drag you down. A late divine transformation realm burly man with curly beard said to Lu Zhou with a resolute expression. Nonsense. Who do you think I am? Even if I die, I will die. How can I leave all of you behind? If I die, let's die together. Lu Zhou shouted coldly. Once again, he used his sword to repel the attacks of the group of beasts. However, he was already on the verge of death. It was unknown how long he could hold on. Grandmaster, Qiner doesn't want to die. Quickly save me. Qiner still wants to get married. She still wants to marry cousin Xiao. Why? Why isn't cousin Xiao coming to save me? Sob sob sob. A beautiful girl in red robes watched as the tide of beasts approached her again and again. The fear in her eyes became more and more intense. She was merely a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. She did not want to die in battle here. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense and distract me. The burly man with curly beard immediately rebuked the girl in red robes after hearing her words. However, his eyes were also gradually filled with despair. He could vaguely tell that even his master might not be able to kill his way out of the encirclement of the beasts today, let alone himself and the others. When Lu Zhou saw the despairing expressions of his disciples and grand disciples behind him, he let out a long sigh. He was already prepared to die. He held his sword horizontally, wanting to ignite his primordial spirit and perish together with the devil beasts in this place. At this moment, the devil beasts who were preparing to attack Lu Zhou suddenly revealed expressions of fear. They trembled uncontrollably and prostrated themselves on the ground. None of them dared to take a step forward or launch any attacks at Lu Zhou. This scene made Lu Zhou's expression change. He immediately realized that some sort of change had occurred on the battlefield. A skinny young man in snow-white robes suddenly appeared in the sky. He landed on the blood-stained battlefield just like that. When all the devil beasts saw him, they began to tremble even more violently. Stand down. Ning Fan gave a cold order. The aura force in his words was enough to crush the entire sky of the spirit platform star. The thick demonic fog that shrouded the crescent mountain strangely dissipated because of his words. All of the devil beasts immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy. In their eyes, the baleful qi in Ning Fan's body was terrifying. He was a peerless devil lord whom they must never offend. The group of beasts scattered like the tide, as if they were afraid that if they were a step slower, they would lose their lives. Lu Zhou was stunned by this scene. He was born in the eastern sea star region. Although his cultivation wasn't high, he had seen a few second-step human profound realm seniors. But among the few human Xian seniors he had met in his life, None of them could scare off the magical beasts on the spirit platform star without revealing a trace of their aura. Lu Zhou firmly believed that the cultivation of this young man in white who had suddenly appeared was higher than the human Xian realm. He had most likely reached the ghost Xian realm. When Lu Zhou thought of the fact that a ghost profound life immortal realm senior had come to this place and saved his life, he was extremely excited. Tears of gratitude flowed down his face. He kept his sword and bowed deeply to Ning Fan without saying anything. Senior's life-saving grace is like giving me a new lease on life. Junior is unable to repay this debt even if I die 10,000 times. I am willing to do everything in my power to repay Senior's life-saving grace. No need. I want to enter this mountain for cultivation. All of you are not allowed to enter and disturb me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan's figure flashed and he flew towards the Crescent Mountain. The young lady in red robes who was talking about Cousin Xiao earlier felt as if her heart was about to be drunk when she saw Ning Fan's appearance and aura. How could she still remember Cousin Xiao? If I can become Dao companions with this senior, I am willing to die. Nonsense. What kind of identity does this senior have? Is he someone whom a mere nascent soul realm cultivator like you can dream about? Don't speak nonsense. Be careful not to offend this senior. As soon as he heard the words of the young lady in red robes, Lu Zhou immediately harumphed and reprimanded her. He was really afraid. With his eyesight, he could tell that Ning Fan was a cold-blooded and heartless devil cultivator at first glance. This kind of person had a strong cultivation base and could kill as he pleased. Once he is offended, the consequences would be unimaginable. As for Lu Zhou and the others, Ning Fan just saved them out of convenience. He did not attach much importance to them. The reason why he saved Lu Zhou was because he admired Lu Zhou's determination to die rather than abandon a junior. That was all. With just a single step, he arrived at the deepest part of the oblique Moon Mountain range. There were many devil beasts in this mountain, but none of them dared to offend Ning Fan. The reason why these devil beasts were afraid of Ning Fan was not because of his powerful devil bloodline. Instead, they were just afraid of the baleful qi hidden in his body. Ever since Ning Fan had refined the ghost mask, the devil beasts in this place would never be able to sense the grade of his devil blood if he was unwilling to do so. The spirit platform star was a low-grade cultivation star. The strongest cultivators and devil beasts on the star were only at the void fragmentation realm. In the oblique Moon Mountain range, there were a total of 34 void fragmentation realm devil beasts. The one with the highest cultivation base had even reached the 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. In the 9 worlds of the lower world, a 7th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert would definitely be considered as an earth-shattering figure. However, in front of the current Ning Fan, a 7th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm devil beast could only prostrate before him. It definitely did not have the courage to provoke him. Roar. The moment Ning Fan stepped into the oblique Moon Mountain range, a 7th level Shatterer devil beast let out a warning roar. It was not warning Ning Fan, but the beasts in the Crescent Mountain range. It was warning them to hide in their own nests and not to provoke Ning Fan no matter what. Ning Fan walked along a stream between the mountains and walked all the way to the mountainside. He also heard the demonic roar, but he didn't care. The demonic beasts he encountered along the way all prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to make things difficult for him for fear of offending him. There were also quite a number of devil beasts that had transformed into their human forms. They stood in the middle of the bushes and bowed to Ning Fan respectfully. These devil beasts were the local devil race of the Ling Tai Mountain. Even though they were enemies with the cultivators of the Ling Tai Mountain, they did not dare to offend a second-step cultivator like Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not go on a killing spree on the spirit platform star. He did not harbor any enmity towards the devil race in this place. He only had one purpose in coming to this planet, and that was to obtain the devil chi crystal that had fallen on this planet. The source of the stream was a small jade-green stone pond located halfway up the mountain. There was originally a row of bamboo buildings near the pool, left behind by the cultivators who once lived here. According to Ning Fan's senses, the devil chi crystal left behind by the heavenly devil had fallen into this pool. There was no overflowing devil chi like he had imagined. At this moment, the devil chi crystal sank to the bottom of the pond. Its color was dim, like an ordinary stone, and it did not attract any attention. First step cultivators and demonic beasts simply could not sense anything unusual about the stone. The demonic beasts of the spirit platform star had gone on a rampage and besieged the Crescent Mountain range, all for the sake of the demonic chi crystal. Unfortunately, no one knew where the crystal was. What Lu Zhou didn't know was that the black meteor he saw when he was observing the stars that day was the demonic aura crystal. What the beasts did not know was that the heavenly demonic crystal that they had painstakingly searched for in the Crescent Mountain was in this inconspicuous stone pond. When Ning Fan arrived at the small stone pond, there were two little girls playing in the water. The two little girls looked to be less than 3 years old. One of them had pigtails and a pink headband. She was wearing a red dress and a red coat. The other had her hair tied up and had a big black bow on her head. She was wearing a black jacket and skirt. Her red lips and white teeth made her look extremely adorable. They were barefooted in the water. The water was just above their calves. There was a faint flow of demonic chi on their bodies. It was very faint, but it couldn't escape Ning Fan's eyes. Ning Fan could tell at a glance that these two little girls were devils. Although there was demonic chi on their bodies, it was extremely weak. It was only equivalent to the first or second level of the vein opening realm. The two little girls were originally playing in the water. When they saw Ning Fan suddenly appear, they were startled. After seeing the appearance of the person who came, the two little girls heaved a sigh of relief. The one with pigtails giggled and said in a childish voice, "Yun Yun was scared to death. Yun Yun was scared to death. I thought it was Elder, but it turns out that it was the second step cultivator that Elder mentioned. Fortunately, it isn't Grandpa. Grandpa never allows us to play in the water. He will punish us every time we see it. Grandpa said that before we reach the harmonious spirit realm, we must stay away from all water sources. Once the devil fire in our hearts is extinguished, we will lose our lives. Hee, since it isn't Grandpa, let's continue playing. Chin loves playing with water the most. Aya, should we greet this second step big brother? Let's go. Grandpa said that we must be polite when meeting guests. Let's go greet the guests quickly. The little girl with a butterfly knot on her head cheered and jumped in the stone pond. She pulled the other little girl along as they stepped on the water and ran towards Ning Fan without the slightest bit of fear. The two little girls of the devil race naturally heard the warning of the devil roar, but they didn't think much of it. The devil roar was issued by their grandpa. He repeatedly warned the devils of the Crescent Mountain to never offend Ning Fan, this second-step-old monster. Unfortunately, the two little girls in the pond were still very young. How could they understand the meaning of the second step? To them, vein opening, harmonious spirit, and second step were extremely unfamiliar terms that they couldn't understand. To them, there was no one in this world that was more terrifying than their grandpa. After all, when their grandpa was angry, he would hit their palms. Moreover, in the eyes of the two little girls, Ning Fan looked like a kind person who could be bullied by others. He didn't look like an evil person at all. Hello, big brother of the second step. I'm Chin. She's my younger sister. Her name is Yun Yun. The little girl who had a butterfly knot on her head walked towards Ning Fan barefooted while pulling the other little girl and said in a childish voice. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. Then, he looked at the two little girls in front of him with great amusement. All the devils in the mountains and plains feared him like a tiger and avoided him from 1,000 li * 500 m per li. However, these two little girls weren't afraid of him at all. They even called him big brother of the second step. It was really interesting. Presumably, these two little girls had heard the devil roar just now and knew that he had the cultivation base of the second step. However, they didn't understand the meaning of the second step at all. Aren't you too afraid of me? Ning Fan asked with a smile. Why should we be afraid? The two little girls asked back with a puzzled look. Why? Ning Fan was stunned. Then, he laughed involuntarily. That's right. Why did these two little girls have to be afraid of him? Was it because his cultivation base was high? Was it because he could easily take the lives of all the devils in this place? Why did those with low cultivation base have to be afraid of those with high cultivation base? Why did the common people have to be afraid of those who were high and mighty? It's right that you two aren't afraid of me. However, the rules of this world are wrong. Ning Fan smiled and then sighed. After hearing Ning Fan's sigh that carried a profound meaning, the two little girls wore blank expressions, expressing their puzzlement. Ning Fan did not expect the two little girls to understand him. Then, he smiled at them and said, "You two are still young. You're so young. Why are you playing here alone? Don't let your parents worry." When he said that, he originally wanted the two girls to go home obediently. However, as soon as he said that, the two girls' expressions turned gloomy. Their eyes turned red and they sobbed. Father was killed by the Spirit Platform Star Lord. Mother wanted to snatch father's corpse back, but the Spirit Platform Star Lord extracted her primordial spirit and refined it into a pill. Ning Fan's heart was slightly moved. He kept his smile and looked at the sky with a gloomy expression. The Spirit Platform Star Lord was the leader of the cultivators of the Spirit Platform Star. However, he was also the nightmare of the devil race. When war broke out, there would be orphans among the cultivators. Those who lost their parents in the devil race were also orphans. After a while, Ning Fan squatted down and wiped away the tears of the two little girls. "Are there any elders in your family?" "There's also Grandpa, is that so?" "I want to take something from this stone pond. The process might be a little dangerous. Can you two leave this place temporarily and go home to find your grandpa to avoid the danger here?" "No. I don't want to leave yet. I haven't played enough." Yunyan shook her head like a rattle drum and pouted her lips to express her objection. She had not played enough and she did not want to leave at all. "Brother, you want to take something from this stone pond? What is it? Will it really be dangerous? Do we really need to avoid it?" Xianxia did not object to it. She wiped her tears and asked carefully. "Yes. There will be some danger. I can't tell you what it is. However, I can tell you that the surroundings of this pond might be attacked soon. It's better for you to go home and avoid it. Of course, if you really don't want to leave, you can hide behind me. I will protect you." Having said that, Ning Fan stood up and looked at the two little girls with a smile. There were some hidden dangers in the Devil Chi crystal. The process of taking the crystal might be a little dangerous. Ning Fan had been repeatedly checking the Devil Chi crystal along the way. After repeated checks, Ning Fan was sure that with his current cultivation base, it wouldn't be difficult for him to eliminate the hidden devil in the Devil Chi crystal and retrieve the crystal. If the two little girls were unwilling to leave, he would not force them. To him, it wasn't difficult to protect the two little girls during the process of taking the crystal. Ning Fan didn't hate the two little girls with pure hearts. Instead, he liked them a little, even if they were born in the devil race. What he liked was the purity of the two little girls' hearts. They weren't tainted by the laws of the world. Ning Fan had always been indifferent to the difference between the three races. In his opinion, the devil was cultivation. Only those who are inclusive can control everything. The cultivation principle of the yin-yang transformation was to embrace everything that could be used. This point had long been integrated into Ning Fan's Tao sense. Just as Ning Fan's voice faded, the anxious voice of an old man suddenly resounded in the sky. "Senior, please forgive them. They are my granddaughters. They are young and ignorant. If they said something wrong and offended you, I hope that you will be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to the same level as the two little girls." As soon as the voice faded, a seventh heavenly layer void fragmentation realm red-haired old man descended from the sky, stepping on a flaming devil cloud. He was wearing a flaming armor. The moment he landed, he immediately shielded the two little girls behind him and cupped his fists at Ning Fan. His expression was extremely nervous. The chi of this old man was obviously the same chi as the devil beast that let out the devil roar. They were the same person. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. He knew that this devil was the fire devil that let out the devil roar. He was also the grandfather of the two little girls. "Grandfather, why are you here?" The two little girls asked nervously as soon as they saw the old man. They were worried that the old man would punish them for playing in the water. "Shut up. Don't ask a single question." The red-haired old man fiercely scolded the two girls. His expression was full of concern and nervousness. He gritted his teeth and said respectfully to Ning Fan, "Since Senior has something to do, I will not disturb you anymore. I will leave with the two little girls now." He was afraid. He was afraid that his two ignorant girls would offend the fiend Ning Fan and lose their lives. How could the two little girls understand these things? When they heard the stern tone of their grandfather, their eyes immediately turned red. However, they did not dare to cry. Obviously, they were extremely afraid of him. Ning Fan shook his head and said, "It's all right. It's good to have you here. You stay here with the two little girls and hide Zhang behind me. Don't move recklessly. Later, I will take an item from the stone pond. This process might trigger a strange phenomenon of devil chi. It will be very beneficial to the two little girls. Devil chi overflow." After hearing Ning Fan's words, the red-haired old man's expression changed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The so-called devil chi overflow was a phenomenon that could only be triggered after the death of a second-step devil beast. After the death of a second-step devil beast, the enormous magic power in its body would have a certain chance to turn into a devil chi overflow phenomenon. The range of the phenomenon would not be too wide. If there were low-grade devils who had yet to reach the harmonious spirit realm within the range, they would be blessed by the devil chi. Their meridians and marrow would be cleansed and they would obtain great benefits, which could greatly improve their potential in devil cultivation. Of course, the phenomenon of devil chi overflow would not appear so easily. Only a few powerful devil beasts could cause such a phenomenon after their death. The red-haired old man did not know why Ning Fan came to the Oblique Moon Mountain range. He also did not know if Ning Fan could really trigger the devil chi overflow phenomenon to bring some good fortune to his two granddaughters. He only knew that Ning Fan was extremely strong and he was not someone he could fight. He must not offend. If Ning Fan did not allow him to leave, he would not dare to leave the area of the stone pond. The red-haired old man sighed softly. He held the two little boys in each of his hands and stood Zhang away from Ning Fan's back according to his order. The two little boys looked at their grandfather who had a nervous and fearful expression, feeling puzzled. In their impression, their grandfather did not show much fear even when he saw the spirit platform Star Lord. They could not understand why their grandfather would be so afraid of Ning Fan. Ning Fan obviously looked like a harmless big brother. "What's your name?" Ning Fan did not turn around but his voice went into the red-haired old man's ears. "Junior's name is Long. I'm a devil beast of the Fire Devil clan." The red-haired old man immediately answered nervously after hearing Ning Fan's question. "Long, is it? You have already taken half a step into the 8th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm by tempering your primordial spirit with devil flames. The reason why you are stuck at the bottleneck and could not break through is not because of the power of the flames but because of the essence of the flames," Ning Fan said indifferently. Suddenly, he waved his hand. Black devil flames rushed out from his sleeves and instantly condensed into a gigantic flaming palm above the stone pond. Then, he slapped it hard. As soon as he slapped the palm, endless waves of fire immediately surged out in circles. However, they were surrounded by Ning Fan and sealed within the area of the stone pond. The waves of fire suddenly turned into black fiery butterflies. They were so fine that even the stripes on their wings could be seen clearly. The fiery butterflies rushed into the pond. Strangely, they did not have any reaction with the water. Each of these fiery butterflies had an astonishing temperature. However, they did not cause any evaporation of the pond water. "This is..." Long's eyes widened in surprise. He had never seen such an exquisite fire control technique. When two objects come into contact with each other, the one with a higher temperature would always transfer heat to the one with a lower temperature. However, the fiery butterflies that were transformed from Ning Fan's flames did not lose any of their heat. The scorching heat did not transfer to the pond water at all. Naturally, the pond water did not evaporate at all. This kind of exquisite fire control technique might not be unfamiliar to second-step cultivators. However, to Long, it was the first time he had seen something like this in his life. The reason why he could not break through to the 8th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm was precisely because he lacked the ability to control fire. The moment he saw Ning Fan's fire control technique, Long felt as if a new door had opened in front of him. This door would lead him all the way to the 8th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." This sentence was stuck in Long's throat. Before he could say it out, his expression changed greatly. He looked at the stone pond not far away with fear. When the fiery butterflies entered the stone pond, it immediately caused a huge change. Visible substantial devil chi rushed out from the stone pond in a frenzy. In the center of the devil chi, a stone with a dim light flew high up into the sky. At first, the stone was dim. A moment later, it suddenly shone with bright light and turned into a sparkling and translucent devil chi crystal. As soon as the crystal was formed, the devil chi in the surrounding area suddenly rushed towards the crystal and attached to it. Then, it transformed into a 30 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, large devil head and kept the crystal inside its body. This devil head did not have a mouth or eyes. There were 2 embryonic horns on its head which had yet to fully grow. There were also 6 bald wings on its back. However, they were still far from fully grown. Even so, the aura force of this devil had almost reached the mid-human profound realm. This is an early human profound realm devil creature. Its cultivation base is already close to breaking through the early human profound realm and attaining the mid-human profound realm. Kulong said in disbelief. He never knew that there was actually a second-step devil creature hiding in the nameless stone pond of the tilting moon mountain range. Even though this devil creature was only at the early human profound realm, it gave Kulong a feeling that it was invincible. The 2 little girls also became afraid. Even though they were insensible little children, they were still members of the devil race after all. They could instinctively feel how terrifying the devil creature in front of them was. It was even scarier than their elder and the spirit platform Star Lord. Just when Kulong and the 2 little girls were terrified, Ning Fan's calm voice suddenly entered their ears. Don't be afraid. It's just a devil creature that has reached the end of its road. His tone was filled with slight disdain. Suddenly, he raised his hand and more devil flames condensed into a palm of fire. Then, he slapped the devil creature that had just taken form. With just a single palm strike, a dignified early human profound realm devil creature was directly smashed into pieces. Devil chi sizzled and disappeared in the vast sky, killing a human profound realm devil creature with a single palm strike? How is this possible? That's a human profound realm devil creature. Kulong cried out in disbelief. The 2 little girls, on the other hand, were completely dumbfounded. They were like 2 exquisitely carved porcelain dolls, not moving at all. After killing this devil creature, Ning Fan's hand moved at lightning speed. He directly held the devil chi crystal in his hand and felt the vast devil chi within it. This crystal is a little strange. Ning Fan muttered. One half, to be continued. Ning Fan did not continue to examine the crystal. He kept the crystal and calmly looked at the vast sky. An oval-shaped crack of devil chi gradually appeared in the sky. Purple-brown devil chi spread out from the crack and immediately enveloped the land within a radius of 10,000 li *, 500 m per li. Suddenly, a gigantic devil shadow appeared in the sky above the slanting moon mountain range. The moment the devil shadow appeared, 9 purple-brown vortexes appeared in the sky. An indescribable great divine ability immediately descended on the land within 10,000 li *, 500 m per li, of the slanting moon mountain range. At this moment, in the Crescent Mountain, all the demonic creatures who saw this strange phenomenon were shocked. Many of them had heard about the phenomenon of devil chi pouring into one's head, but they never thought that they could witness it with their own eyes. Qin Qin and Yunyan's bodies suddenly became warm. Their pink and tender skin emitted a strange fiery light. A mark of fire appeared on their glabella. That was the sign of being a fire devil. The 2 children felt a warm force constantly flowing into their bodies. It was extremely comfortable, but they did not know why. Kulong, who was at the side, looked at his 2 granddaughters with surprise and joy. Devil chi pouring into one's head. It's really devil chi pouring into one's head. These 2 little girls are going to have great fortune in the future. I'm afraid it's very likely for them to break through to the second step of their cultivation realm in this lifetime. Ning Fan did not even look at Kulong. He just stared at the devil chi in the sky and shook his head slightly. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. It's still not enough. The devil chi is too scattered. I need to gather more. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and clawed at the sky. The devil chi that stretched for 10,000 li *, 500 m per li, immediately gathered crazily with the rocky pond as the center. The area covered by the phenomenon decreased rapidly. From 10,000 miles, it gradually became 1,000 miles, 100 miles, 10 miles, in the end, under Ning Fan's control, the strange phenomenon of devil qi pouring into the two children's bodies only covered a radius of 100 zhang * 500 m per li, around the rocky pond. As the area covered by the strange phenomenon decreased, more devil qi poured into the two children's bodies. Naturally, the effect of their meridians and marrow cleansing became more obvious. Kulong looked at Ning Fan in disbelief. He could not imagine that Ning Fan could not only kill a human profound devil lord with a single palm strike and induce the strange phenomenon of devil qi pouring into one's head. Moreover, he could also reduce the area of the strange phenomenon with a great ability and increase the effect of devil qi pouring into one's head. It's impossible that this senior is just at the human profound realm. I'm afraid that he has already stepped into the second half of the life immortal realm, the profound ghost realm. Mysterious ghost life immortal, Kulong's heart fiercely jumped. In his mind, the human profound life immortal was already a rare powerhouse in eastern sky, and the ghost profound life immortal was even more of a supreme existence. Xianxia could be considered the overlord of a middle or low-rank star field, even in an imperial star region like the East Peak star region. Not everyone would dare offend Xianxia. The East Peak star system was the territory of the Godly Void Pavilion. There were a total of 180,000 cultivation planets and countless large and small sects that were all under the jurisdiction of the Godly Void Pavilion. In the Eastern Peak Galaxy, sects were divided into 10 levels. The 1st to the 5th grade were forces at the Gold Core Realm or the Void Fragmentation Realm. The 6th to 10th ranks were the Life Immortals and the Eternal Immortals. In the past, the most powerful organization on Spirit Altar planet had been the Tilting Moon sect, led by Starlord Spirit Altar, an 8th Demolisher. In the Godly Void Pavilion, the Slanted Moon sect was only a 5th level sect. Only a power with a life immortal overseeing it could be classified as a 6th level sect. 1st to 5th level sects were low-level sections. The Godly Void Pavilion would normally not bother with them. 6th level sects and above had the right to select their cultivators to enter their main sect. 8th level sects and above had the right to participate in the election for the position of an elder of the Godly Void Pavilion. Ghost Realm cultivators like Ning Fan were usually old ancestor-level figures in 6th level sections. Normally, Kulong almost did not have any chance to meet an old monster like Ning Fan. Suddenly, a bold idea emerged in Kulong's mind, his eyes flashed with determination. He cupped his fists and bowed to Ning Fan. First, he expressed his thanks to Ning Fan for teaching him the fire ignition technique and helping the two children with devil qi. After thanking him, Kulong took a deep breath and said to Ning Fan, "May I ask if Senior has the intention to accept disciples? Are you willing to find a disciple and teach them your Tao inheritance?" "Accept disciples? Are you referring to them?" Ning Fan looked at the two children and asked. "Yes." Kulong was extremely excited. He could already see that Ning Fan was extremely fond of these two little girls. Naturally, he could not wait for Ning Fan to accept them as disciples. If these two children could have a Ghost Realm master, their future would certainly be limitless. "It's not a good thing to receive my Tao inheritance. Let's not talk about this anymore." Ning Fan rejected him flatly. "Senior, do you dislike their identity as the devil race?" Kulong asked with a bitter smile. Ning Fan shook his head and did not answer him. He just asked Kulong to bring the two children away. He ordered Kulong to withdraw all the devil beasts to the outer area of the Oblique Moon Mountain Range. No one was allowed to enter the inner area without permission. He wanted to cultivate in seclusion here. He did not tell Kulong that the reason why he was unwilling to accept disciples was not because of their identity as the devil race. It was just that he was unwilling to pass down his Tao inheritance of the Sea of Blood and Slaughter to them. Ning Fan had only accepted 2 disciples in his life. Both of them were because of his pill refinement techniques. He had never accepted a real disciple and imparted a real Tao inheritance to them. His path of cultivation was too cruel. It was filled with too many sins and massacres. He was unwilling to pass down his Tao inheritance, especially to these 2 pure children who had pure hearts to walk on his path of slaughter. Kulong envied Ning Fan's strength while Ning Fan envied the 2 children's innocence and innocence. He could not bear to destroy them. The reason why the 2 children's eyes were pure was not because they were ignorant. They had seen their parents die tragically and they had seen cultivators kill each other. However, their hearts were still pure because they yearned for the beautiful things in their hearts. Vaguely, Ning Fan recalled that year and that month in the all-pleasure sect. The young girl who begged him to not die also had such a pure and clear expression. Jihe, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, he thought of Jihe, Yu country, and the rain world. He thought of the ups and downs that he had gone through along the way. He thought of the women who had quietly walked past him in his life. He thought of his master, his parents, and the enemies that he had killed out of anger. The beast tide retreated from the inner area of the oblique moon mountain range according to Ning Fan's order. As the sun set, the sound of the zither of the Song of Yuren suddenly resounded from the edge of the small stone pond in the depths of the oblique moon mountain range. The sound of the zither did not stop even when it was late at night. On the second day, a cave dwelling was opened up on the stone wall beside the small stone pond. The owner of the cave dwelling was none other than Ning Fan. He decided to stay at the oblique moon mountain range for the time being to sort out his gains from this trip. Ning Fan had gained quite a lot of benefits during his journey with Sun Luo. His cultivation base had advanced to the mid-ghost profound realm and his ancient divine heart orifice had opened up to the third orifice. Not only that, he also obtained a golden ball of light that was filled with the Tao Law of the Void, a soul-refining pill, a void token and a devil chi crystal. Of course, there were also losses. The ancient devil puppet was severely damaged. It needed to be repaired properly before it could be used again. The first thing that Ning Fan needed to deal with was the soul-refining pill. It was a supreme treasure that could increase the power of his medicine soul. He did not consume the pill immediately. Instead, he first went into seclusion for 10 days to carefully comb the power of his medicine soul. Cultivating the Tao was like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. It had been a long time since Ning Fan concocted pills and used the power of his medicine soul. Thus, he was a little rusty. Tens of thousands of five-colored butterflies circled around his body. All of them were formed by the power of his medicine soul. 10 days later, Ning Fan entered the profounding world with the soul-refining pill. 1 month later, Ning Fan left the profounding world. Even though the level of his medicine soul was still very weak, it was already at the high-grade 7th revolution. 5 soul-refining pills that were at the 9 revolutions golden pill level allowed his medicine soul to break through all the way to the mid-grade 7th revolution. Ning Fan was very satisfied with the improvement of his medicine soul. However, the weakness of the power of his medicine soul gave Ning Fan a huge headache. There were 2 ways to quickly condense one's medicine soul. One was to continuously concoct pills while the other was to constantly use his battle soul abilities. Both of them could gradually condense the medicine soul during the process of continuously using his medicine soul. Ning Fan chose the latter method. He had killed a cultivator of the Pill Ancestor sect before. Thus, he also had a few kinds of battle soul secret techniques. Even though they were not strong, they were enough to temper his medicine soul. For 3 whole months, Ning Fan cultivated his battle soul technique in the inner area of the Crescent Mountain. The group of devils in the outer area often sensed the fluctuations of Ning Fan's abilities. At first, they were quite surprised. What surprised them was that Ning Fan was actually a 7th revolution pill refinement master whose grade was not low. Later on, they no longer found it strange. During these 3 months, Kulong would bring Qin Qin and Yun Yun to look for Ning Fan from time to time. It was not that Kulong was audacious enough to disobey Ning Fan's order and enter the inner area without permission. It was just that the 2 little kids were too troublesome. They insisted on coming to the inner area to play with Ning Fan. Kulong could not bear it and could only bring the 2 girls to look for Ning Fan. Besides, Kulong still had some selfish motives. In his opinion, even if Ning Fan was unwilling to take the 2 girls as his disciples, as long as he gave them some opportunities, it would be enough for them to enjoy for the rest of their lives. Ning Fan had never exposed Kulong's thoughts. Ning Fan was also really fond of the 2 little kids. Therefore, every time they came, Ning Fan would give them some pills to help them cleanse their meridians and cleanse their marrows. After that, the 2 girls would play by themselves in the small rock pond while Ning Fan would fly to the highest peak of the Crescent Mountain range, the Flying Mountain Peak, to cultivate his battle soul technique. Gradually, Ning Fan's medicine soul had already been completely condensed. Thus, cultivating the battle soul technique was no longer meaningful. He began to stay in his cave dwelling for seclusion. He held the devil chi crystal in his hand and closed his eyes to meditate. He had already checked the crystal repeatedly. Its effect was vastly different from what he initially thought. On that day, after the heavenly devil who resembled the Mo Luo Great Land died in the Sun Luo Great Land, he left this crystal behind. In the beginning, Ning Fan thought that the crystal would more or less contain some opportunities that could help him improve his ancient devil cultivation realm. However, after some time, Ning Fan realized that there was something strange about this crystal. It was not beneficial for improving his ancient devil cultivation realm, but it had other uses. The real use of this crystal was to transform into a devil head. If Ning Fan's guess was not wrong, this crystal was most likely a rare immortal or called illusory devil crystal. The air in the cave dwelling was damp and there were a lot of dark green moss growing on it. After the group of devils invaded the Crescent Mountain Range, the air in this place was filled with devil chi that could not be dispersed. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. All of a sudden, he waved his hand and gathered all the devil chi in the cave dwelling into his palm, condensing it into a black ball of light. Then, he raised his hand and made the illusory devil crystal fly high up into the sky. With a flick of his finger, the devil chi ball of light shot towards the crystal. Immediately, the crystal let out a sizzling sound and absorbed the devil chi in the ball of light bit by bit. Then, it began to change. The devil chi on the surface of the crystal gradually transformed into the shadow of a 1 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, large devil head. The body of the devil head was illusory. It had no mouth or eyes. It had no horns on its head and no wings on its back. Its cultivation realm was roughly at the first level of the vein opening realm. The crystal was kept in the devil head's dantian. Ning Fan waved his hand again and gathered all the devil chi within 100 li * 500 m per zhang, radius into the crystal. The body of the devil head became more solid bit by bit. Its aura force also increased bit by bit. From the first level of the vein opening realm, it advanced all the way to the 7th level of the vein opening realm. After pondering for a while, Ning Fan gathered all the devil chi within 100,000 li * 500 m per zhang, radius into the crystal. The body of the devil head became more solid. Its cultivation realm also advanced to the mid-harmonious spirit realm. Moreover, a young horn began to grow on its head. 6 bald devil wings began to grow on its back. Ning Fan's expression changed. All of a sudden, he raised his hand and absorbed all the devil chi in the air of the entire spirit platform star into his cave dwelling. After absorbing all the devil chi in the entire star, the body of the devil head had become completely solid. Moreover, it had grown to 2 zhang * 500 m per zhang, tall. Its cultivation realm had also reached the late divine transformation realm. Ning Fan looked at the devil head in front of him. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with the devil light of his ancestral blood. With a sway of his body, he directly flew up and appeared in front of the devil head. He raised one of his fingers and pressed it on the top of the devil head. That finger contained all the ancient devil essence chi in his body. At this moment, the ancient devil chi force of the 4th heavenly layer of the Sichuan realm swept across the entire Tilting Moon Mountain range. At the periphery of the Tilting Moon Mountain range, all the devil beasts that sensed Ning Fan's monstrous devil chi began to tremble. This time, they were instinctively afraid of the terrifying bloodline aura force in Ning Fan's body. They did not know the exact level of that aura force. They only felt that the aura force was as heavy as a mountain, making them unable to resist it. Once again, Ko Long was shocked. It was very hard for him to imagine that Ning Fan actually possessed such powerful devil blood. Inwardly, he guessed that Ning Fan's devil blood was at the king grade. He only dared to make guesses in his mind. Naturally, he did not have the courage to ask Ning Fan directly. Inside the cave dwelling, Ning Fan sent all of his essence chi into the devil head's body. After absorbing all of his essence chi, the devil head's aura force instantly rose to the peak human profound realm. His body grew to 4 zhang * 500 m per zhang, tall. Horns completely grew out of his head and the skeletal structure of his 6 wings had also formed. His facial features gradually took shape. His appearance was actually extremely similar to that of Great Emperor Mo Luo. The moment the devil head grew his eyes, he immediately saw Ning Fan in front of him. In just an instant, His eyes burst out with unimaginable fury just because he saw the enemy that he had been thinking about day and night. "I've finally found you. Junior. I'm one of the 6 great crystal slaves of Great Emperor Mo. Xianxia Mo. In the past, you destroyed 30% of my master's devil sense. Today, I will make you pay with your blood." 2 halves, to be continued. After the Devil Lord roared, he immediately took a huge step forward. His body emitted cracking sounds and his right arm immediately became twice as thick. He then slammed his palm towards Ning Fan's head. He was just a few feet away from Ning Fan and his attack was as fast as lightning. He expected that Ning Fan would not be able to avoid the destructive power of his palm. Thus, he attacked with infinite confidence to kill Ning Fan. According to the information he received, Ning Fan was just a Divine Transformation Realm Junior. That palm was enough to kill him 10,000 times. He did not know that Ning Fan was not the Divine Transformation Realm Junior in his memory and had already stepped into the second step of Tao cultivation. 1,000 leaves Devil Luo, huh? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He suddenly raised his sword and slashed at the incoming devil palm. A ray of sword light flashed and the Devil Lord's right arm was directly cut off by Ning Fan. The severed arm fell to the ground and turned into devil chi with a sizzling sound. Black blood splattered all over the ground and instantly froze into ice. That sword was Ning Fan's Dao weapon, memory-severing Dao sword. It's actually a Dao weapon. You're not a Divine Transformation Realm cultivator. You're a Ghost Profound Realm cultivator. After his arm was cut off, the Devil Lord let out a muffled groan and retreated a few zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang. He held his severed arm and stared at Ning Fan in disbelief. According to the information he received, Ning Fan was just a Divine Transformation Realm cultivator. How could he possibly be a Ghost Profound Realm cultivator? He could not understand this at all. Knowing that he was not Ning Fan's opponent now, he got rid of his distracting thoughts and made a prompt decision. He turned into a devil rainbow and flew out of the cave, trying to escape from this place. "Do you think you can escape?" Ning Fan snorted coldly. Black flames flashed under his feet and he instantly disappeared from the spot. With a single step, he went out of the cave and blocked the devil's path. Without saying a word, he slashed down with his sword. As soon as the sword slashed down, 108,000 illusory sword shadows immediately appeared in the sky. Before the Devil Lord could react, his heart was pierced by the sword shadows. His life force dissipated and he died a violent death. After his death, his corpse began to turn into devil chi and dissipate just like his severed arm. Ning Fan's expression changed. He kept the sword shadows in the sky and moved his finger at lightning speed, pressing it on the Devil Lord's corpse. Ning Fan had used the heaven sealing technique to freeze the corpse of the Devil Lord, not allowing it to dissipate into devil chi and dissipate. With a slash of the sword light, the blood-stained crystal was gouged out from the demon's dantian. With another slash, the demon's head was cut off. Ning Fan kept his Dao weapon. With a flick of his finger, he released devil flames and incinerated the corpse of the Devil Lord. Then, he brought the crystal and the head of the Devil Lord back to his immortal cave. From the moment the devil was completely formed to the moment Ning Fan killed it, only a few breaths had passed. The group of demons in the periphery of the Crescent Mountain Range could only sense the intense fluctuations of divine arts coming from the inner region. They had no idea what was happening in the inner region. Inside the immortal cave, Ning Fan threw the head of the Devil Lord onto the stone table. Then, he stared at the illusory devil crystal in his hand with an extremely solemn expression. Sure enough, this crystal was indeed an illusory magic crystal. After Ning Fan arrived at the Tilting Moon Mountain Range, he had killed 2 devil creatures that were related to crystals. In fact, the 2 of them were the same devil creature that resembled Great Emperor Mo Luo. The illusory devil crystal was an extremely rare immortal ore. If a devil cultivator obtains this crystal, he or she could use a secret technique of the Devil Dao to refine this crystal and use it to refine an illusory devil body. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, the Devil Lord named Xianxia Mo Luo was the illusory devil body that Great Emperor Mo Luo had personally refined using the illusory devil crystal. The devil body that was refined using the illusory devil crystal would not really die unless the crystal is destroyed. To the devil body, the illusory devil crystal was the primordial spirit, the heart and everything that they had. Each time the illusory devil body dies, as long as it replenishes enough devil qi, it could come back to life and continue serving its master. Sun Luo had killed this devil lord once before. At that time, the illusory devil crystal had fallen onto the spirit platform star. After absorbing a certain amount of devil qi, the devil lord barely managed to be reborn and revealed an early mortal profound realm cultivation base. It was an incomplete rebirth. As a result, he was killed by Ning Fan once again. This time, Ning Fan personally transferred devil qi into the crystal, allowing the devil lord to be reborn for the third time. Since the amount of devil qi was far from enough, it was still an incomplete rebirth. Even though the devil lord was killed by Ning Fan again, as long as the crystal was not destroyed, it would not be considered as truly dead. As long as it absorbs enough devil qi, it could still be reborn. The illusory devil crystal could be used to refine the illusory devil body. It was highly sought after by devil cultivators and could be considered as a supreme treasure of the devil Tao. Each piece of illusory devil crystal could only be refined once. If it is refined for the second time, it would be destroyed. The cultivation base of the devil body that was refined could not surpass that of the devil cultivator himself. The cultivation base of the devil body could not be increased through cultivation. Once it is refined, it would not be able to increase its cultivation base. This piece of crystal had already been refined by Great Emperor Mo Luo once. It was no longer useful to Ning Fan. However, the head of the devil lord was still useful to Ning Fan. The illusory devil body of Great Emperor Mo Luo, Soul search. Ning Fan put down the crystal. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He raised his hand and held the head of the devil lord, using the soul search and memory erasure technique. He closed his eyes and sent his consciousness into the devil lord's sea of consciousness. There were a total of 9 layers of seals in the devil lord's sea of consciousness. Each layer of the seal contained memories of different degrees of importance. Ning Fan first tore open the first layer of the seal in the devil lord's sea of consciousness and began to read this part of the memories. According to the memories, the name of this devil lord was Thousand Leaves Devil Luo. He was one of the 6 great crystal slaves created by Great Emperor Mo Luo. The so-called crystal slave had the same meaning as the illusory devil body. The only difference was the name. In Great Emperor Mo Luo's life, he had obtained 10 pieces of illusory devil crystals in total. All of them were used to refine the illusory devil body. He failed 4 times and succeeded 6 times. Great Emperor Mo Luo had another 5 crystal slaves like the Thousand Leaves Devil Luo. All of them had cultivation bases that were beyond the ancient times. The memories from the first layer of the seal came to an end. Ning Fan then displayed his ability and tore open the second layer of the seal on the Thousand Leaves Devil Luo's memory. According to the memories, the Thousand Leaves Devil Luo had borrowed the power of the Well of Contract and descended to the Eastern Heaven Immortal World from the ancient Devil's Abyss 7 years ago. The reason why he came to the Eastern Heaven Immortal World was to hunt down Ning Fan and kill him to vent the hatred in his master's heart. Currently, Great Emperor Mo Luo was being suppressed in a certain place, isolated from the world. Great Emperor Mo Luo used the bone sacrifice technique to perform a divination and found out that Ning Fan was currently hiding in the Eastern Heaven Immortal World. As Ning Fan had refined the innate ghost face in advance, Great Emperor Mo Luo could not accurately find out Ning Fan's whereabouts and cultivation base. To Mo Luo, knowing that Ning Fan was in the Eastern Heaven was a piece of good news. As Great Emperor Mo Luo was being suppressed, he could not personally come out to kill Ning Fan. Fortunately, there was an abandoned realm gate near the place where he was trapped. It was connected to the Well of Contract in the Eastern Heaven Divine Tomb. Since he was being suppressed, he could not use the realm gate to descend to the Eastern Heaven. However, the crystal slaves by his side could. Thus, Great Emperor Mo Luo decisively sent the Thousand Leaves Devil Luo to the Well of Contract and gave him the order to kill Ning Fan. Initially, he wanted to send a few more crystal slaves over. However, after one person passes through the realm gate, it would take several thousand years before the second person can pass through. The Thousand Leaves Devil Luo arrived at the Well of Contract and signed a contract with Great Emperor Xianxia. He was willing to help Xianxia once. They agreed that after the battle, the contract would be cancelled and he would regain his freedom to roam the Eastern Heaven freely. Unfortunately, the first time he helped Xianxia, he encountered Sun Luo, who was a ferocious devil and died tragically in his hands. Before he could continue to transform and be reborn, the illusory devil crystal that was the existence of his primordial spirit fell into Ning Fan's hands. I didn't expect that the purpose of this 1,000 Leaves Devil Luo to come to the Eastern Heaven immortal world is actually to kill me. Ning Fan's eyes immediately turned cold. In the past, he was almost possessed by Great Emperor Mo Luo and became his slave. Fortunately, he was saved by Lightning Emperor Tai Su. After that, he managed to destroy 30% of Mo Luo's devil sense and escaped from the calamity. On that day, Great Emperor Mo Luo had once said that he would break free after 1 million years and seek revenge on Ning Fan. To Ning Fan, 1 million years was too far away. Thus, he did not put Great Emperor Mo Luo's revenge in his heart. What Ning Fan did not expect was that Great Emperor Mo Luo's true body did not break free. Instead, he sent his crystal slaves to hunt him down. Luckily, this 1,000 Leaves Devil Luo was killed by Sun Luo once and his illusory devil crystal fell into my hands. If he really completes his contract with Shin Kong and regains his freedom, he would be able to roam the Eastern Heaven freely. With his cultivation base at the Quasi-Emperor realm, I don't know how dangerous it would be for me if he hunts me in the dark. Unknowingly, Sun Luo has helped me this time. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. Then, he tore open the third layer of the seal. According to the memory, the 1,000 Leaves Devil Luo came from the fourth abyss of the ancient Devil Nine Abysses. As for Great Emperor Mo Luo, he was currently being suppressed under the fourth Devil Mountain. As for the location of the fourth Devil Mountain, it was located at the fourth Devil Mountain. Ning Fan's expression changed. The information that he obtained from the third layer of the seal had already touched upon the supreme secret of the devil race. Just as he was about to obtain the information about the location of the fourth Devil Mountain, something unexpected happened all of a sudden. In the third layer of the seal, a certain ability that he had planted beforehand was activated at this moment. The 1,000 Leaves Devil Luo Sea of Consciousness began to burn at this moment. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan immediately withdrew his spirit sense and put away the severed head of the 1,000 Leaves Devil Luo. Just as he let go of it, the head of the 1,000 Leaves Devil Luo suddenly burst into flames and turned into ashes. As for the illusory devil crystal that Ning Fan had placed on the stone table, it suddenly broke into two halves from the center. Double defense, huh? Ning Fan's eyes immediately turned grim. After a long while, his expression finally calmed down. He did not expect that the 1,000 Leaves Devil Luo's memories not only contained the seal of the memories but also the existence of a restriction that could destroy his own sea of consciousness. That restriction was personally planted by Great Emperor Mo Luo. Once it is triggered, no one would be able to prevent the 1,000 Leaves Devil Luo's sea of consciousness from being destroyed unless their cultivation base was higher than his. The time when the restriction was triggered was not when Ning Fan tore open the first layer of the seal but when he tore open the third layer of the seal. The 1,000 Leaves Devil Luo was a dignified quasi-emperor realm being. Ordinary people would certainly not be able to capture him. Those who could capture him were at least 4 heavens immortal emperors. From Great Emperor Mo Luo's point of view, if the crystal slave was really captured by a 4 heavens immortal emperor, it would not be safe no matter how strong the seal was planted in the crystal slave's sea of consciousness. It was hard to guarantee that the crystal slave's memories would not be leaked. Therefore, he planted a self-igniting restriction in the crystal slave's sea of consciousness. When someone tries to search the memories of the third layer of the seal, they would be attacked by the self-igniting restriction. The reason why he planted the restriction in the third layer of the seal was because his intention was rather vicious. Ordinary people would usually be cautious in the beginning when searching the memories of the soul. After that, they would relax. After searching the memories of the first and second layer of the seal, their mental state would become lax and it would be easy for the restriction to launch a sneak attack. If it wasn't for Ning Fan who withdrew his spirit sense in time, it was highly likely that he would be attacked by the self-igniting restriction and lose his life. What a pity. There must be more secrets in the depths of the 1,000 Leaves Devil Luo's memories. For example, secret techniques or other things. Ning Fan looked at the illusory devil crystal that had broken into 2 halves and sighed softly. The broken crystal could no longer transform into the 1,000 Leaves Devil Luo. Since it could not transform again, it meant that he could no longer search the memories of the crystal slave. The 1,000 Leaves Devil Luo had truly fallen. Ning Fan's eyes fell upon the 2 halves of the illusory devil crystal. All of a sudden, his expression changed. He saw a speck of silver dust falling on the stone table between the two halves of the crystal. This speck of dust was extremely tiny. If one doesn't look carefully, they would not notice its existence at all. Even though it was just a speck of dust, Ningfan did not dare to underestimate its origin. It's actually illusory devil dust. Ningfan kept the silver dust in his hand with a solemn expression on his face. The illusory devil crystal was a rare immortal ore. Even Great Emperor Mo Luo only obtained 10 pieces of it in his entire life. As for illusory devil dust, it was even rarer than the illusory devil crystal. It grew in the illusory devil crystal and the probability of it taking form was extremely low. It was already very rare for 1 out of 1,000 illusory devil crystals to grow illusory devil dust. Illusory devil dust was extremely rare and its usage was also very obscure. This devil dust could be used to concoct a type of pill called life illusion pill. The grade of the life illusion pill was not high. It was just a 4th revolution pill. However, its pill recipe was extremely difficult to obtain. Even the Eastern Heaven Emperor star might not have it. Ordinary pill refinement masters had only heard of its name but did not know its pill recipe. As for its medicinal effect, it was truly heaven-defying. Any cultivator who consumes this pill would have 3 clusters of illusory flames in their dantian. Within 2 hours, every time the cultivator who consumes the pill dies, one of the illusory flames would be extinguished, allowing the cultivator to be reborn from the ashes. If the illusory flames are exhausted within 2 hours and the cultivator who consumes the pill dies again, there would be no way for him to be reborn from the ashes. Ningfan looked at the illusory devil dust in his hand and fell into deep thought. If he could find the pill recipe of the life illusion pill, he could use this dust to concoct the life illusion pill and increase his life-saving trump card. However, the pill recipe of the life illusion pill, I wonder if I can buy the pill recipe of the life illusion pill in this eastern sea star region. If I can't, I don't have to be in such a hurry. Just as Ningfan was pondering, a group of cultivators suddenly arrived on the spirit platform star. This group of cultivators had a total of 17 people. Regardless of gender, all of them were dressed in black brocade robes. 7 golden feathers were embroidered on the lapels of the clothes. This was precisely the insignia of the Godly Void Pavilion cultivators. Among the 17 of them, 15 of them were at the Void Fragmentation realm while 2 of them were at the second step of Life Immortal realm. One of the Life Immortals was a beautiful woman in a black dress. She was at the early stage of the Human Profound realm. She had a slim figure and her black hair was combed into a bun. Her appearance was quite beautiful, but the demonic aura in her eyes was a little heavy. Her nails were black and slender. The other Life Immortal was a middle-aged man with a mid-stage ghost profound cultivation base. This person had a square face and was dressed like a scholar. A green jade brush hung at his waist. The sword shadow just now had dissipated. He never thought that there would be a life immortal cultivator on this small spiritual platform star. It was a pity that he was too far away, so he was unable to accurately sense the strength of the sword light. As a result, it was difficult for him to determine this person's cultivation. I don't know if this person is a human profound realm or a ghost profound realm. If he is a ghost profound realm expert, I can exchange some pointers with him. The fighting spirit in the middle-aged scholar's eyes flashed, but it was immediately restrained. Hearing the middle-aged scholar's words, the beautiful woman in the black dress immediately covered her mouth and giggled. As expected of the descendant of the Luo clan's war monarch, fellow Taoist Luo. You're really fond of battle. Whenever you meet a fellow Taoist of the same level, you'll want to spar with them. We've met a total of 4 fellow Taoists of the Ghost Profound sect along the way. You'll have to fight each of them. My Luo family's cultivation method was born from battle. Whenever we encounter a bottleneck, we must fight with others countless times in order to break through. The middle-aged scholar said. Of the 4 ghost Xian experts we encountered, 1 was at the early stage, 2 were at the middle stage, and 1 was at the late stage. Fellow Taoist, you've won 4 out of 4 battles. Fellow Taoist, I'm sure your ranking will rise again in this year's tune competition. You'll have a good chance of winning the Void Medallion. It's a pity that the ceremony has been delayed. Otherwise, you would most likely be able to compete for the primordial spirit wine, the black-robed beauty said with a hint of regret. With my current strength, it will be difficult for me to fight for the void token. If we can break through to the late Ghost Profound realm before the tomb competition, we might have a chance to seize the token with the help of our Luo clan's combat art. Let's not talk about this matter anymore. Our priority now is to finish the mission and choose the next Star Lord of the Spirit Platform Star as soon as possible so that we can head to the next Cultivation Star. After the middle-aged scholar finished speaking, he descended toward the Spirit Platform Star and stood in the sky above a wasteland. Suddenly, he spoke in a clear voice. His voice was not loud, but it contained a great divine power. His voice spread across the entire Spirit Platform Star in an instant. I am Divine General Luo Shao of the Godly Void 4 Pavilions, Punishment Pavilion. Today, under the orders of the Pavilion Master of the Punishment Pavilion, I have descended upon this planet. By my decree, all Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators on this star must gather here within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. On the entire Spirit Platform Star, excluding the Devil Beast experts, there were a total of 5 Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators including Lu Zhou. When the 5 Void Fragmentation Realm experts heard the middle-aged scholar's voice transmission, their expressions changed. One after another, they took out their teleportation jade slips and rushed to the place where the middle-aged scholar was without hesitation. As for the devil beasts on the Spirit Platform Star, they became fearful when they heard the middle-aged scholar's voice transmission. Before the time it takes for an incense stick to burn had passed, Lu Zhou and the other 4 Void Fragmentation Realm experts had already rushed to the place where the middle-aged scholar was and bowed respectfully to him. The cultivators of the Spirit Platform Star greet the High Envoy of the Punishment Pavilion. May I know why the High Envoy has come to my star? Dispense with the formalities. The reason why I came here today is because of the death of the Spirit Platform Star Lord. Today, I will choose one of you to be the new Star Lord of the Spirit Platform Star. If any of you are willing to compete for the position of the Star Lord, you may take a step forward. As soon as the middle-aged scholar finished speaking, he looked at Lu Zhou and the others quietly. The rest of the cultivators of the Punishment Pavilion remained silent and stood beside the middle-aged scholar. As soon as they heard that this group of cultivators of the Punishment Pavilion came to the Spirit Platform Star for the appointment of the Star Lord, the 4 Void Fragmentation Realm experts were excited. They took a step forward and expressed their willingness to compete for the position of the Star Lord. Only Lu Zhou showed a mixed expression. After pondering for a moment, he finally took a step forward. Seeing that the 5 Void Fragmentation Realm experts were willing to become the Star Lord, the middle-aged scholar nodded. Suddenly, he spread out his spirit sense, which was as vast as a galaxy, and scanned the bodies of the 5 of them. After a round of investigation, the middle-aged scholar raised his hand and pointed at Lu Zhou. Even though your cultivation base is not the highest among the 5 of us, you have a firm Dao heart. The position of the Spirit Platform Star Lord will be inherited by you. This jade slip is for you. It contains a bestowment divine ability. If you practice it, even if your cultivation base is only at the 4th fragmentation realm, it is enough for you to become the Lord of a Star. As soon as the middle-aged scholar finished speaking, he took out a jade slip and gave it to Lu Zhou. As soon as the other 4 Void Fragmentation Realm experts saw that Lu Zhou succeeded the position of the Spirit Platform Star Lord and was bestowed with a divine ability, their faces were filled with envy. However, Lu Zhou sighed and kept the jade slip. After thanking the middle-aged scholar for his favor, he suddenly opened his mouth again. Since I am already the Spirit Platform Star Lord, I should do something. I have a request that I hope the High Envoy can agree to. What request? The middle-aged scholar said expressionlessly. The Devil Tide has always been a disaster on the Spirit Platform Star. In the past, the previous Star Lord could still suppress the Devil Tide. Now, there are only 5 of us Void Fragmentation Realm experts on the Spirit Platform Star. We can't suppress the Devil Tide at all. I hope that the High Envoy can help us suppress the Devil Tide. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhou bowed again and lowered his head without saying a word. Inwardly, he was extremely nervous as he did not know if the middle-aged scholar would agree to his request. The Devil Tide can't be suppressed? The middle-aged scholar frowned and felt slightly displeased. After sensing with his spirit sense, he sensed the chi of 34 Void Fragmentation Realm Devil Beasts on the Spirit Platform Star. As a cultivator of the Punishment Pavilion of the Godly Void Pavilion, He did not have the obligation to help his subordinates to suppress the chaos on the cultivation planets. That was the responsibility of the military pavilion. It was not his jurisdiction. He still had a mission to do. He still needed to bestow titles to tens of cultivation planets. Initially, he did not want to meddle in the affairs of the star. However, when he saw Lu Zhou's sincere words, he finally nodded and said, "Fine. Forget it, I'll help you destroy this star demon wave once. It's just 34 void fragmentation realm devil beasts. I don't think it will take much of my time." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged scholar flicked his sleeves. Immediately, green light spots appeared in the area like fireflies. In the next moment, the middle-aged scholar disappeared with all the cultivators in the area. They appeared outside a devil swamp at the periphery of the tilting moon mountain range. Currently, all the void fragmentation realm devil beasts of the entire spirit platform star were gathered in this devil swamp. When the middle-aged scholar and his group arrived, 34 void fragmentation realm devil shadows immediately came out from the devil swamp to welcome them. These 34 devil shadows were led by Kolong. All of them were void fragmentation realm devil beasts that had transformed into human forms. The faces of the group of devils were extremely ugly at the moment. Especially Kolong, his eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. He knew that the group of cultivators in front of him, excluding Lu Zhou and his group, were all cultivators of the 4 pavilions of the Godly Void Pavilion. The reason why these people came to the Devil Swamp at the periphery of the tilting moon mountain range was most likely to kill all the devil beasts in this place. Kolong and his group were the local devils of the spirit platform star. Even if they dared to become enemies with Lu Zhou and the other local cultivators, how would they dare to become enemies with the Godly Void Pavilion? The entire Eastern Sea Star region was the territory of the Godly Void Pavilion. In the Godly Void Pavilion, there were countless experts who could kill the devils in this place like dogs. The Godly Void Pavilion was a great force that Kolong and his group could not afford to provoke. The Godly Void Pavilion was a divine Tao force and a profound cultivator sect. To the cultivators of the Godly Void Pavilion, the devil race was a different species. They were enemies and it was not wrong to kill them. There were a total of 17 cultivators of the Punishment Pavilion in front of them, including 2 life immortals. If these people started a massacre in the tilting moon mountain range, no devil beasts would be able to survive. "May I know why the esteemed envoy has come to this place?" Kolong gritted his teeth and asked the middle-aged scholar with the mentality of getting lucky. He really hoped that there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that the other party would not kill all the devils here. Unfortunately, the first sentence of the middle-aged scholar dispelled all of Kolong's hopes. "The reason why I came here is to help the spirit platform star eliminate the devils. If you void fragmentation realm devil beasts are willing to end your own lives, I can let you go and not slaughter the low-grade devil beasts here." This middle-aged scholar liked to fight and did not like to kill. He did not like to lower his status and make things difficult for a group of low-grade devil beasts. From the middle-aged scholar's point of view, only void fragmentation realm experts were needed to eliminate the devil beasts of the spirit platform star. The rest could be handled by the spirit platform star lord himself. After hearing the words of the middle-aged scholar, the group of devils revealed a sorrowful expression. They could sense the scariness of the middle-aged scholar with their instincts as devil beasts. They understood that there was absolutely no hope of escaping in front of this person. Some of the devil beasts sighed and accepted their fate of ending their own lives. If they could use their lives to exchange for the survival of the other low-grade devil beasts, it would be a worthy death for them. However, the other group of devil beasts were unwilling to bow their heads and wait for death. One of them, who was as skinny as a devil, gritted his teeth and said loudly to Kolong, "Brother Ko, aren't you on good terms with the second step senior in the inner area of the tilting moon mountain? Can you ask him to come forward and help us mediate and protect our lives?" "That's right, Brother Ko. I heard that the second step senior is very fond of your 2 granddaughters. The only thing he didn't do is to take them as his disciples. With this relationship, he certainly won't ignore our lives," another devil leader said with a hopeful expression. "This? You can't. You can't." Kolong was quite moved by their words. How could he not want to ask Ning Fan to help save their lives? However, this feeling was instantly extinguished by him. Today's tribulation was a matter between the devil beasts of the spirit platform star, the cultivators of the Spirit Platform Star and the Godly Void Pavilion. How could they involve Ning Fan, who was an outsider? In Kulong's mind, Ning Fan was certainly extremely strong. However, he might not necessarily be stronger than the middle-aged scholar in front of him. It was even more impossible for him to be stronger than the Godly Void Pavilion behind the middle-aged scholar. Asking Ning Fan to come forward might not necessarily give him enough face to save the group of devil beasts. It might even anger the cultivators of the Godly Void Pavilion and bring about an even greater calamity which would implicate the low-grade devil beasts of this place. Moreover, Kulong was not confident that he could ask Ning Fan to save the group of devil beasts at the risk of offending the Godly Void Pavilion. Kulong let out a long sigh. Finally, he gave up the idea of involving Ning Fan in this matter. Most cultivators are selfish, because only selfish people can survive in cruel battles. Even if he asks Ning Fan for help, Ning Fan would not stand up for them. After all, there was no friendship between them, Brother Ku. You. As soon as they heard that Kulong was unwilling to ask Ning Fan for help, the few devils became anxious. However, they sighed deeply and their eyes were filled with despair. Actually, they also understood that even if Kulong asks Ning Fan for help, there was not much chance for him to do so. As for the middle-aged scholar, after hearing the conversation between the devil beasts, he suddenly revealed an interested expression and said, "Interesting. It seems like there is actually a backer behind you devils. I suppose it's that Life Immortal Realm cultivator on the Spirit Platform Star. You guys go and ask him for help. If he is strong enough, I don't mind letting you go for his sake." "No need. We would rather die. That senior does not have any friendship with us. He will not stand up for us." Kulong shook his head and rejected the middle-aged scholar's suggestion. He closed his eyes and bowed his head, waiting for death. He had already made up his mind to never involve Ning Fan in this tribulation. After hearing what Kulong said, the middle-aged scholar shook his head and no longer tried to persuade him. His expression was cold. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said indifferently to Kulong and the others. "In the cultivation world, the strong survive and the weak die. You and I have different paths. Even if you hate me, I will still kill all of you for the sake of the cultivators of the Spirit Platform Star. You guys can commit suicide now. Don't force me to do it. If you don't commit suicide after 10 breaths, I don't mind sending you on your way." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged scholar began to wait patiently. At this moment, Lu Zhou and the other cultivators of the Spirit Platform Star looked at the devil beasts who had no choice but to commit suicide. Suddenly, a feeling of sympathy rose in their hearts. However, this feeling only rose for a moment before it was suppressed by the 5 of them. They were old enemies with the devil beasts of the Spirit Platform Star. Countless of their friends and relatives had died in the hands of the devil beasts. They had also killed countless devil beasts. The grudge between them had long become irreconcilable. Kulong and the rest of the devils wore desolate expressions. Each of them raised their palms and pressed on the top of their heads. They were devil beasts after all. They believed in the concept of the strong survive and the weak die. They could be considered enemies with the middle-aged scholar and the others. Their cultivation was inferior. The other party only ordered them to commit suicide and not kill the low-level devil beasts. It was already very merciful. Just as the group of demons were about to commit suicide, 2 babies suddenly stumbled out of the demon swamp and cried at the middle-aged scholar and the others in a childish voice. "You guys are bad guys. You can't kill Grandpa. Chin Chin, Yun Yun, won't let you guys kill Grandpa. You guys are bad. You guys are bad. Shut up. Hurry up and retreat." Kulong's expression instantly became extremely nervous. He never thought that his 2 babies would run out at this moment and scold the cultivators of the Godly Void Pavilion and the Punishment Pavilion. God knew how scared Kulong was at this moment. He was afraid that the middle-aged scholar and the others would kill his 2 granddaughters and countless low-level devil beasts in a fit of anger. Being scolded by the 2 babies as bad guys, the middle-aged scholar was not angry. He only frowned. The eyes of the beautiful woman in black dress turned cold. Obviously, she was extremely dissatisfied with the 2 babies. However, she disdained to attack them. However, a few of the void fragmentation realm experts of the punishment pavilion behind the middle-aged scholar showed killing intent in their eyes. These people were profound cultivators with a very strong concept of righteousness and evil. They hated evil devils from the start and wished that they could eliminate all the devils in this place. At this moment, after being scolded by the two babies, an old man of the punishment pavilion who was at the 8th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm immediately took a step forward and grabbed the two babies with his big hand. He then shouted coldly, "Reckless evil devils. Even if they are young devils, we must eliminate all of them. Stop." Kulong's eyes were filled with anger. He was not afraid of death and he would not hesitate to die. However, he would not allow anyone to attack his family. Just as he was about to save the two babies, another burly man who was at the 9th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm instantly blocked in front of him. The man snorted coldly and threw a punch at him. With just a punch, Kulong was forced to retreat by 300 meters. Even though Kulong was not injured, he could not save the two babies in time. An unconcealable anger burned in his heart. In this anger, there was also a deep sorrow. That sorrow could only be experienced by those who were at the end of their rope. I can't save them anymore. I can't save them anymore, this thought rose crazily in Kulong's mind. He could not bear to see the two babies being torn into pieces by the cultivators of the punishment pavilion. The old man of the punishment pavilion grabbed with his 5 fingers. Immediately, 5 rays of sword light shot out from his fingers and slashed at the two babies. The two babies also felt the danger. They were so scared that they stood rooted to the ground. How old were they? How would they know what danger was? How would they know the immensity of heaven and earth? However, they were devil beasts. At this moment, they could feel the feeling of death so deeply. Just as the sword light was about to touch their bodies, a black flame suddenly flashed in front of the two babies. At the same time, a white-robed figure suddenly appeared in front of the two girls. He raised his hand and pressed it against the 5 rays of sword light. Who else could it be other than Ning Fan? The 5 rays of sword light were like dragons. However, in front of Ning Fan, they were like a child's play. They were not worth mentioning. He just raised his hand and pressed it. The 5 rays of sword light that were slashed out by the old man instantly shattered into specks of golden light and dispersed with the wind. Second step, life immortal realm. The expression of the old man who attacked the babies changed drastically. At the moment when Ning Fan crushed the sword light, he retreated without any hesitation. He could sense an indescribable cold killing intent from Ning Fan's body. How could he know that Ning Fan already had the intention to take these two babies as his disciples? After several months of getting along with them, he had developed a deep affection for them. Ning Fan was not concerned about the life and death of other devil beasts. However, he had the intention to protect these two babies. He would not allow anyone to hurt them. Evil must be eradicated. What a good evil must be eradicated. This Ning would like to know just what evil these two ignorant 3-year-old children have to speak of. Black flames flashed under Ning Fan's feet. Before his shadow disappeared, his true body had already appeared in front of the old man. Without saying a word, he pressed his finger. His movement technique was swift and his attack was fast. Even the middle-aged scholar and the beautiful lady in black dress, who were both life immortal realm experts, could not see his movement light and the technique he used. The middle-aged scholar's eyes turned solemn. His expression did not change much and he did not have the intention to save the old man. He just stared at Ning Fan's finger without saying a word. The beautiful lady in black dress was shocked. It was already too late for her to save the old man. The old man only saw a flash of golden purple light in front of his eyes. In the next moment, his life force decayed and turned into ashes under Ning Fan's finger. The burly man who forced Kulong to retreat with a punch was already terrified when he saw Ning Fan kill the old man with a single finger. He left Kulong and immediately went behind the middle-aged scholar to pray for his life. Ning Fan, however, did not even look at the burly man. In a flash, he had already returned to his original spot and stood beside the two children. He only wanted to take revenge for the two children by killing the old man with a broken 8. He did not harbor any hostility towards the cultivator who forced Kulong to retreat. He was originally a cold and indifferent person. Only the two children could arouse his compassion. Who are you? How dare you kill a cultivator of my punishment pavilion? The middle-aged scholar did not say anything, but the beautiful lady in black dress was enraged. No one in this place could see through Ning Fan's exact cultivation base. Naturally, she could not see through it as well. She only knew that Ning Fan was an early or mid-human profound realm cultivator. She thought that with her various secret techniques, she could even fight against a late human profound realm cultivator. Why would she be afraid of Ning Fan? However, just as she took a step forward and before she could do anything to Ning Fan's cold gaze had already swept towards her. Just a single look from him had caused her chi to be in a mess. Her beautiful eyes turned blood red. She was actually invaded by Ning Fan's baleful chi. After taking a few steps backwards, her face turned pale and she coughed out blood. She was already severely injured. With just a single look, Ning Fan had inflicted serious injuries on her. What kind of technique was this? She could not imagine it at all. However, what shocked her was that Ning Fan was not at the human profound realm like she had imagined. Instead, he was at the ghost profound realm. After witnessing Ning Fan's strength, how would she dare to challenge him anymore? She did not even dare to stand up for that unlucky old man. On the other hand, the middle-aged scholar no longer remained silent. He finally spoke. His eyes were filled with endless battle intent. This battle intent was only for the sake of winning the battle. It did not have any intention of taking revenge for the broken-8 old man. He had already recognized that Ning Fan was a mid-ghost profound realm cultivator. My name is Luo Xiao. If you fight against me and can withstand one or two of my moves, I will spare the lives of all the devils on this planet. How about that? The middle-aged scholar said with a friendly smile. I am not interested in the lives of the other devils. Ning Fan said indifferently. Then, he turned around and was about to leave with the 2 children. The middle-aged scholar harumphed in displeasure. Then, he flicked his sleeves and directly took out the jade brush hanging on his waist and threw it at Ning Fan. Get lost. Ning Fan suddenly turned his head. His eyes flashed with a blood-red light. Boundless red light flew out from his body and turned into a huge bloody fist. Without saying a word, he directly threw a punch at the middle-aged scholar. This punch directly turned the middle-aged scholar's jade brush magical treasure into powder. As for the remaining fist light, it turned into a strong gust of wind, forcing the middle-aged scholar to retreat 100 zhang backwards. His expression changed greatly. Suddenly, his face turned pale and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Then, he looked at Ning Fan in shock. There was also a hint of inexplicable feeling in his shock. This person and I are both at the mid-ghost profound realm. I can't believe he can actually be so strong. If this person cultivates the war god art, I wonder how many levels of divine transformation he can achieve. This person will probably be of great use to my War King Luo clan. I just don't know how high his aptitude for cultivating the divine war art is. To be continued. After he appeared, he destroyed a void fragmentation realm cultivator with a flick of his finger. He injured a human profound realm cultivator with a glance and a ghost profound realm cultivator with a punch. In just 10 breaths of time, the strength he displayed shocked all the cultivators at the scene, be it the members of the spirit platform star like Ko Long or the cultivators of Lu Zhou or the cultivators of the punishment pavilion like the beautiful lady in black dress. All of their eyes were filled with deep respect. Even the middle-aged scholar, who had the highest cultivation here, revealed an expression of extreme shock. However, there was also a hint of inexplicable meaning in his shocked expression. His name was Luo Xiao and he was a member of the Luo clan of Eastern Ocean. The Luo clan was an 8th grade force in Eastern Ocean Star region. In Eastern Ocean, the Luo clan had a pivotal position. Even those 9th grade sects that had eternal immortal venerables did not dare to underestimate the Luo clan. Firstly, it was because the clan leader of the Luo clan, Luo Shi, was the current 9th elder of the godly void pavilion. He was already a half-step into the mid-thought fragmentation realm. He had a lot of authority in the godly void pavilion. Even the eternal monsters in the pavilion had to be polite to him. Secondly, it was because there was an immortal king sleeping in the Luo clan who had been sleeping for 45 million years. Speaking of this sleeping immortal king, almost everyone in the Eastern Heaven immortal world knew about him. His name was Luo Ho. The reason why he had been sleeping for 45 million years was largely related to Sun Luo. 45 million years ago, Sun Luo caused chaos in Eastern Ocean Star region for the first time. On that day, Luo Ho fought against Sun Luo, who was in the fifth eternal tribulation with just his cultivation base of the third eternal tribulation. Both of them suffered heavy injuries. After that, he fell into a deep sleep. In the past, Sun Luo was naturally not as strong as he was now. However, he was still able to defeat all of the 5 eternal tribulations. On the other hand, Luo Ho surpassed 2 minor realms and severely injured Sun Luo. This naturally shocked countless people. With this impressive achievement, Luo Ho's name shook the entire eastern heaven. Even though he was in a deep sleep due to his heavy injuries, countless old monsters still respectfully addressed him as Battle King. That was why the Luo clan was also known as the Battle King Luo clan. The Luo clan was also known as the Battle King Luo clan. This was a ruthless person who could seriously injure Sun Luo. If he woke up, even the immortal king of the fifth eternal tribulation wouldn't dare to provoke the Luo family. The Luo clan had a secret cultivation art called War God Art. It was the technique that made Luo Ho famous. It was precisely by relying on this technique that Luo Ho was able to erupt with shocking combat strength, defeat a stronger opponent, and heavily injure Sun Luo. Very few people in the Godly Void Pavilion knew that the key to awakening War King Luo Ho was in this War God Art. Luo of his eyes and Luo his of king thought, his eyes of his eyes, Luo dragon, dragon with his eyes. Of, Luo of the profound Luo realm cultivators Luo, of, he wanted to find out how high Ning Fan's aptitude in cultivating the War God's secret art was, he Luo. He king. He of. Long of. He spirit. He of, Luo. It was. He. Fan of. Luo of, had finally. Luo. King, was. Luo of, Ning Fan turned his baleful chi into a fist and forced Luo Xiao to retreat. When he saw that Luo Xiao was only lightly injured, his eyes turned cold. Without saying anything else, he brought the 2 children and was about to leave. The beautiful lady in black dress and the other cultivators of the punishment pavilion naturally did not dare to stop Ning Fan. Luo Xiao, however, swallowed the sweet blood in his throat. His body flashed and disappeared without a trace. At the next moment, he appeared in front of Ning Fan, blocking his path. Fellow Daoist, please wait. No matter what, you have to fight me today. Just as he said those words, he also threw a punch that was extremely ferocious. It drew the great force of the entire spirit platform star and hurled it at Ning Fan's face. He did not use any ability in that punch. It was just an ordinary punch, but it carried boundless power. Luo Xiao was not only a mid-ghost profound realm cultivator but also a 4th severance immortal body refinement realm body cultivator. A 4th severance immortal body refinement realm body cultivator could match a peak profound realm enemy just by relying on the strength of their physical body. With the dual cultivation of magic and body, even if Luo Xiao did not use his trump card, he was already hard to find a match among mid-ghost profound realm cultivators. A 4th severance immortal body refinement realm body cultivator, huh? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He curled the tip of his left finger and 2 black vortexes immediately appeared under the feet of the 2 little children beside him. The black vortexes flashed and teleported the 2 girls to Kolong's side, leaving the battlefield. Ning Fan clenched his right fist and threw a punch at Luo Xiao's fist light. This punch, however, had mobilized all the essence chi of the 4th heavenly layer of the Sichen realm. In terms of physical strength alone, Ning Fan was definitely not weaker than Luo Xiao. In fact, he was slightly stronger. The 4th heavenly layer of the Sichen realm corresponded to the 4th severance immortal body refinement realm. However, it was much stronger than the 4th severance immortal body refinement realm because the devils of the Sichen realm were all ancient devils. In terms of the Tao of body refinement, ancient devils were definitely not weaker than any immortal cultivators of the same level. The force of the collision of their fists was controlled by the 2 of them. The mountains and rivers did not collapse, but the entire spirit platform star began to tremble slightly due to the shockwaves from the collision of their fists. 2 rays of fist light collided with each other in midair. Hidden energy waves surged. A moment later, Luo Xiao's fist light was the first to explode. As for Ning Fan's fist light, it suddenly erupted with destructive energy waves and smashed towards Luo Xiao. Asterisk boom asterisk another loud explosion resounded. Then, smoke and dust filled the sky. When the smoke and dust dispersed, the entire outer region of the Crescent Mountain Range had collapsed and the ground cracked. The rivers had changed their course. The devil swamp under Ning Fan's and the others' feet was also riddled with holes. Under Ning Fan's deliberate control, only the place where Kolong and the others were standing was not attacked. As for the place where Luo Xiao was standing just now, it had already become a gigantic heavenly pit that was 10,000 zhang asterisk 33 m per zhang deep. At this moment, Luo Xiao's entire body was dyed with blood. His robes were torn and tattered. He was sent to the bottom of the pit by Ning Fan's punch. He coughed out blood incessantly and looked extremely miserable. However, his eyes were not filled with fear or anger. Instead, they revealed a hint of joy. This senior is actually a body cultivator whose physical body is comparable to a fifth severance immortal body. Lu Zhou, Kolong and the other void fragmentation realm experts looked at Ning Fan with astonishment. Hee. Fellow Daoist, you have a powerful physical body. If it wasn't for me borrowing the divine art of my clan to protect myself at the critical moment, I would have most likely been severely injured by your punch. Luo Zhao's face looked a little dispirited, but his eyes were filled with intense battle intent. He leaped up from the pit and stood in the sky. He stood in the sky and looked down at Ning Fan. His eyes were like torches. His body was filled with an indomitable battle intent that seemed to be ignited by flames. He realized that Ning Fan was a body cultivator who had an extremely strong physical body. He was very satisfied with the result of this test. One should know that the prerequisite of cultivating the war god art was to be proficient in body refinement techniques. Perhaps this person is really the person that countless generations of cultivators of my Luo clan have been waiting for. Luo Zhao's eyes turned resolute. He stood in the sky and looked down at Ning Fan and said solemnly, I have no intention to hold fellow Daoist accountable for a mere void fragmentation realm cultivator of the punishment pavilion. I also have no interest in annihilating the devils of the spirit platform star. I just want to have a battle with fellow Daoist. A battle with all my strength. This is my current goal. Fellow Daoist, do you dare to accept this Luo's challenge? Step into the sky and fight it out with me. If fellow Daoist is willing to have a battle with me, I'm willing to promise you no matter who wins or loses. From now on, this spirit platform star will be under the protection of my Luo clan, the War King. The two young devils that you care about will be under the protection of my Luo clan from now on. They won't have to worry about anything for the rest of their lives. At this moment, the battle intent in Luo Zhao's eyes seemed to have materialized. An aura that could not be ignored gradually rose around his body along with a sense of arrogance. That arrogance was the pride of a combat cultivator. His words moved Ning Fan's eyes even more. This person wholeheartedly wants to fight me. His purpose isn't to annihilate the devil beasts of this star, nor is it to avenge the punishment pavilion cultivator. He seemed to have an ulterior motive, but his battle intent was upright and extremely pure. What I didn't expect is that this person is actually a cultivator of the Battle King Luo clan. Ning Fan had heard some information about the Battle King Luo clan from Little Demoness. In the flowing Sandstar region, there was once an elder surnamed Luo who was at the peak crossing Truth Realm who always protected Little Demoness. That elder surnamed Luo was a member of the Battle King Luo clan. He was also one of the 480 elders of the Godly Void Pavilion. Unfortunately, he was ranked at the bottom and he did not have any authority. This person was sent by the Luo clan to protect Little Demoness. The cultivators of the Godly Void Pavilion were usually divided into two camps. One was the Void Camp while the other was the Divine Void Camp. Both the Luo clan and Little Demoness belonged to the Void Camp. Moreover, according to what Little Demoness said by chance, the Luo clan was one of the few major forces in the Void Camp that took care of Little Demoness. Ning Fan was not afraid of the background of the Luo clan, nor did he care about Luo Zhao's promise. He even dared to kill the cultivators of the punishment pavilion. Why would he be afraid of the Luo clan? He disliked Luo Zhao's overbearing attitude and insisted on challenging him. However, considering that the Luo clan had taken care of Little Demoness, Ning Fan was not willing to harm his life even though he disliked Luo Xiao. Are you really not willing to fight me? Luo Xiao asked again. Ning Fan frowned. Finally, he made up his mind. His body leaped and flew up to the sky. He stood 10,000 zhang asterisk 33 m per zhang, away from Luo Xiao and said indifferently. If you want to fight, I will allow you to. Since you are from the Battle King Luo clan, I will naturally show mercy. What Ning Fan said was not because he was conceited. Instead, he was fully confident that he could defeat Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao was considered an expert among the profound ghost realm cultivators in the Eastern Ocean Star region. However, he was far from being invincible among the profound ghost realm. As for Ning Fan, he was already invincible among those below the Crossing Truth realm. He could even put up a fight against an early Crossing Truth true immortal. So fellow Taoist's surname is Ning, huh? You don't have to show mercy. Just go all out. Of course, I know that fellow Taoist strength is definitely not at the mid-ghost realm. However, fellow Taoist doesn't know that I, Luo Xiao, am also not an ordinary profound ghost realm cultivator. War God transformation, first transformation. Luo Xiao took a step forward. His hair, which was tied up high, suddenly scattered. His black hair suddenly turned blood red. His originally weak body suddenly became twice as tall as before. The muscles on his body began to become more robust, filled with explosive power. Behind him, the shadow of a blood-red god suddenly appeared. Tens of thousands of rays of blood-red divine light burst out from his body. The appearance of that god's shadow could not be seen. However, the moment it appeared, Luo Xiao's body refinement realm, which was originally at the 4th severance of his immortal physique, skyrocketed to the 6th severance. It was unknown what kind of secret technique Luo Xiao had used. The strength of his physical body actually increased tremendously in an instant. Blood-red scales began to grow on his body and a pair of blood-red ox horns grew on his head. At this moment, Luo Xiao's eyes were filled with an almost insane battle intent. When that overwhelming battle intent rushed towards him, even Ning Fan's expression could not help but change slightly. This is a secret divine ability that can increase the realm of one's physical body. That's right. The secret technique I just used is the secret technique of my Battle King Luo clan, which is not passed down to outsiders, War God art. Just now, it was the first transformation of the War God. Now, it's the second transformation. Roar. Luo Xiao changed his hand seal. The battle intent around his body skyrocketed again. Under this surging battle intent, his mental state was almost on the verge of collapse. However, he still gritted his teeth and roared at the sky. His body grew taller again. His muscles became even more robust. His blood-red hair began to grow longer. Blue veins popped up on his face, making him look ferocious and terrifying. After using the secret technique for the second time, the realm of his physical body had skyrocketed from the 6th severance of his immortal physique to the peak of the 7th severance. At this moment, Luo Xiao could easily defeat late ghost profound realm cultivators with just the strength of his physical body. Under the unity of law and body, he could even put up a fight against a peak ghost profound realm cultivator. War God Dao, Battle King's halberd. Luo Xiao let out a long roar. The blood-red light around his body suddenly condensed into a red crystal trident which he held in his hand. He took a huge step forward. Immediately, several blood-red cracks appeared in the vast sky. He let out a roar and threw the shining trident in his hand towards Ning Fan's direction. When it came towards him, it moved like a dragon, stirring up thousands of strong gales. This attack had clearly reached the might of a peak ghost profound realm attack. What a great War God art! It actually allowed a body cultivator with a 4th severance immortal physique to erupt with such powerful strength. Ning Fan praised from the bottom of his heart. To body refinement cultivators, this War God art was definitely an extremely powerful secret technique. The Luo clan, the War King, really lived up to its name. However, Luo Xiao's cultivation base was still a little shallow after all. Even though he used the War God art, he was still not Ning Fan's match. In terms of magic power, Ning Fan had already reached the peak of the peak ghost profound realm, which was infinitely close to the Duzhen realm. To him, even though the trident was coming at him with great momentum, it was not difficult to break it. You've lost this battle. Ning Fan said indifferently. At the moment when he said those words, he raised his hand and pointed a finger. A ray of dark golden sword light shot out from his finger. In an instant, it turned into 108,000 rays of sword light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The sword shadows were illusory and formed a formation. At this moment, all the cultivators on the spirit platform star held their breaths. It was because the sword chi of the memory-severing Dao sword was too sharp. It had locked the movement of the entire spirit platform star and all the circulation of spiritual chi. It was as if there were only countless illusory sword shadows left in heaven and earth. This was the only feeling Luo Xiao had. When the 108,000 rays of sword light slashed at him, the red crystal trident that Luo Xiao threw out was immediately shattered into specks of blood light. As for Luo Xiao himself, he was shaken by the aftershock of the sword light. He immediately spurted out blood and was forced to retreat. His body that was at the second transformation of the war god immediately shattered the vast sky with every step he took. Every time he took a step back, the shock in his eyes would increase by a little. I have already used all my strength and even used the war god art. But I was actually defeated by a casual sword attack from this man. Is this man really just at the ghost profound realm? The destructive power of this casual sword attack of his is almost comparable to a single attack from Senior Du Zhen. The shock on his face disappeared in a flash. At the next moment, it turned into a firm belief. This man's combat power is so strong that he can actually be so strong. Who else can be his match under Du Zhen? This man might possibly attain the legendary fourth transformation of the war god. Then, he will save the war king. Under the astonished expressions of the cultivators on the ground, Ning Fan calmly kept the sword shadows that filled the sky and landed on the ground without saying a word. For the sake of the little demoness, he had already fought Luo Xiao and did not take his life. However, he did not want to have too much of a relationship with the Luo clan. Just as he was about to leave, Luo Xiao dispersed his war god transformation and hurriedly landed on the ground. He wiped off the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth and forcefully suppressed the injuries in his body. Then, he cupped his fists and bowed to Ning Fan. His attitude was already extremely polite and sincere. "Fellow Daoist Ning, I have a request. Can we talk in private? To you, this is definitely something that will greatly benefit you. Fellow Daoist Ning, I have a request. Can we talk in private? This is definitely a great thing for fellow Daoist." Luo Xiao spoke with sincerity. He cupped his fists and greeted Ning Fan politely. Ning Fan halted his steps and looked at Luo Xiao thoughtfully. After a while, he nodded and said, "All right. Let's talk somewhere else." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew towards a short mountain not far away and stood quietly on the peak of the mountain. The mountain was originally 1000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, tall. However, it was reduced to a height of 100 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, due to the aftermath of the battle just now. Seeing that, Luo Xiao also rose into the sky and flew to the top of the short mountain. Lu Zhou, Kulong, the beautiful lady in black dress and the others were left behind. They looked at each other in dismay. All of the cultivators here had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. The change in Luo Zhao's attitude towards Ning Fan and his intention to befriend him could not be hidden from them. "Brother Ku, are we safe now?" A few Void Fragmentation Realm Devil cultivators asked. "I guess we're safe." Kulong carefully protected the two little kids with a complicated expression. That High Emissary Shinsu said that if he loses to Senior Ning, he will bring our spirit platform devil race under the protection of the Battle King Luo clan. Looking at his polite attitude towards Senior Ning, it's most likely true. In other words, our spirit platform devil race will not only have Senior Ning's secret support but also the Luo clan's protection. As for those spirit platform devil race cultivators, they are no match for us in the first place. They won't be a match for us in the future. A burly devil cultivator said with a hopeful expression. Kulong only smiled bitterly after hearing his words. Since when did Senior Ning support the spirit platform devil race? He's obviously just supporting his two granddaughters. He doesn't even care about my life or death. As for that High Emissary Luo Xiao, he only promised to protect the spirit platform star and take care of the two children. From the beginning to the end, Luo Xiao had never said anything about taking care of the spirit platform devil race. Protecting the spirit platform star and protecting the spirit platform devil race were probably two completely different meanings. That burly devil cultivator was full of hope, but it was probably just as wishful thinking. The faces of Lu Zhou and the other 4 void fragmentation realm experts were filled with worry. They were worried about the future of the spirit platform star. It was especially so for Lu Zhou. His eyes were filled with the deepest worry. After all, it was not easy for him to get the esteemed envoy's help to eliminate the devil tide. However, he did not expect that the devil race actually had the support of a powerful cultivator like Ning Fan. As for High Envoy Luo Xiao, he had completely given up on eliminating the devils in order to befriend Ning Fan. Fellow Daoist Lu, what should we do in the future? A few void fragmentation realm experts sighed. The strength of the cultivators of the spirit platform star was not as strong as the devil beasts in the first place. Now that the devil beasts had Ning Fan as their backer, Luo Xiao, on the other hand, had sided with Ning Fan. No matter how these people thought about it, they felt that their future as spirit platform cultivators was bleak. Perhaps, the spirit platform star would be completely controlled by the demonic beasts and become a devil star where cultivators would find it hard to live. It's already a foregone conclusion that the emissary has no intention to exterminate the devil. With our cultivation, we are powerless to reverse the situation. If things don't work out, we can only give up on the spirit platform star and ask our spirit platform cultivators to move to other cultivation planets to make a living. Lu Zhou sighed. You're talking about moving planets. How could this be? No, we definitely can't do this. The spirit platform star is my homeland. It's the burial place of my master and my friends. If I can't even protect my homeland, I'd rather die and be martyred in front of the devils than to live in this world. One of the void fragmentation realm experts with the surname Zhu said firmly. The cost of moving planets is too great. Moreover, we might not be able to move all of our spirit platform cultivators. Among the 10 of us, I'm afraid there will be 5 or 6 of us who will have to stay on the spirit platform star. If we leave, we won't be able to move all of them. If we don't leave, we will only be hunted down and killed by the devil race. Moreover, even if we move to other cultivation planets, it will be hard for us to establish a foothold in the end. Another void fragmentation realm expert sighed. Lu Zhou stopped talking and just let out a long sigh. He had just inherited the position of the Star Lord, but he was afraid that he had already reached the end. The beautiful lady in black dress stared at Luo Zhao's disappearing figure with a tight frown and remained silent. Then, she looked at the shattered mountains and rivers and the ashes left behind by the old man who was killed by Ning Fan's finger. Her heart shuddered even though it was not cold. Is Luo Xiao determined to befriend this person? I don't know if he wants to make friends with me personally or on behalf of the Luo family. In recent years, the Luo family has been recruiting second-step cultivators who are adept at fighting above their cultivation level. Almost everyone in Dongming province knows about this. From the early human profound realm to the true immortal realm, the Luo clan has never refused anyone. What is the Luo clan trying to do? The beautiful woman in the black dress was called Chen Lingfeng, and she was from a branch family of the Qin clan in Dongming province. The Qin family wasn't as powerful as the Luo family. It was only a 7th grade force in the Eastern Ocean galaxy, and only had an early shedding void patriarch. There was another point that the Qin family and the Luo family were completely different. The Qin family was a faction of the Shin Kong camp, while the Luo family belonged to the Void camp. The patriarch ordered us to pay attention to the movements of the Luo family and report anything worth reporting to the patriarch, regardless of whether it is important or trivial. I wonder if there's any value in reporting the matter of Luo Xiao deliberately befriending cultivator Ning. Just as Chen Lingfeng was pondering, a void fragmentation realm expert of the punishment pavilion behind her asked in a secretive manner. If I may be so bold to ask Lord Divine General, how should we deal with the murder of Gong Chao? How should we deal with the murderer? Gong Chao was the unlucky void fragmentation realm expert who was killed by Ning Fan's finger. How do you want to deal with the murderer? Chen Lingfeng asked with a cold smile. No matter what, Gong Chao is still a cultivator of my godly void pavilion. How can he be killed by an outsider? In my humble opinion, this matter should be reported to the master of the punishment pavilion and let him decide to send a true immortal realm senior to capture the murderer. Even though the murderer is not weak, he is nothing in front of my godly void pavilion. Evil must be beheaded. This life immortal realm expert with the surname Ning cannot be left alive. The void fragmentation realm expert of the punishment pavilion said proudly. Since you want to report this matter to the pavilion master, then go ahead and do it. Chen Lingfeng said disapprovingly. Due to the chaos in the eastern heaven, countless experts of the godly void pavilion had fallen. There were 1,000 things that needed to be done. The pavilion master of the punishment pavilion was busy with his own affairs. How would he have the time to care about the death of a void fragmentation realm junior? From Chen Lingfeng's point of view, even if she reported this matter to the higher-ups, she was afraid that there would not be any response. Ning Fan was not a kind person at first glance. Chen Lingfeng did not want to become enemies with him for a void fragmentation realm junior who had nothing to do with her. Moreover, looking at Luo Xiao's current attitude, it was highly likely that he would befriend Ning Fan. Behind Luo Xiao was the Battle King Luo clan. Luo Xiao flew to the top of the short mountain and immediately took out a formation plate. He set up an isolation formation on the peak of the mountain as if he did not want anyone to eavesdrop on the conversation between him and Ning Fan. After he finished setting up the formation, Luo Xiao cupped his fists at Ning Fan and said with a smile. The battle between me and fellow Daoist just now was actually to test you. I believe fellow Daoist has already seen through it. I can guarantee that this test doesn't have any evil intentions. Fellow Daoist can be at ease. Just tell me your purpose directly. Ning Fan said indifferently. Hee. My purpose is very simple. I only have one, and that is to hope that fellow Daoist can join my Luo clan and become a guest elder. Luo Xiao said with a smile. Join the Luo clan? Guest elder? Ning Fan's eyes flickered slightly. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, I'm not interested. As soon as he heard what Ning Fan said, Luo Xiao immediately clapped his hands and smiled. Fellow Daoist is indeed not an ordinary person. Ordinary people yearn to become a guest elder of my Luo clan, but they can't get it. Fellow Daoist, on the other hand, can easily get it, but you don't even care about it. Ning Fan did not answer him. He just looked at Luo Xiao quietly, waiting for him to continue. He did not believe that Luo Xiao was just trying to invite him to be a guest elder of his Luo clan after a long time of scheming. Seeing Ning Fan remain silent, Luo Xiao also stopped smiling and said with a serious expression. Fellow Daoist, what do you think about the war god art of my Luo clan? Do you have any plans to learn this technique? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold, but he still did not say anything. Luo Xiao narrowed his eyes and suddenly took out a ball of scarlet flames. He condensed it into a jade slip and passed it to Ning Fan. This jade slip contains part of the first form of the war god art. If fellow Daoist can comprehend something from this jade slip, you can come to my Heavenly Sea Star Luo clan and we can discuss the matter of becoming a guest elder of my Luo clan in detail. Ning Fan received the jade slip and sent his spirit sense into it. Immediately, he felt a scorching heat. The scorching heat was battle intent. This jade slip was condensed from the flames of battle intent. If one did not have a firm Dao heart, it would be impossible for one to resist the battle intent of the jade slip and read the words within. One after another, divine seal characters were gradually imprinted on Ning Fan's spirit sense. All of them were the cultivation method of the war god art. However, the order of the words in this cultivation method was messed up. Not a single sentence was coherent. Thus, it could not be used for cultivation at all. Luo Xiao looked at Ning Fan meaningfully. There were two reasons why he gave this jade slip to Ning Fan. If Ning Fan did not have the talent to cultivate the war god art, he would not be able to comprehend the key points of this jade slip. Naturally, he would not be able to understand the chaotic order of the words. If Ning Fan could comprehend the key points of this jade slip, then this cultivation method would be considered as Luo Xiao's sincerity in befriending Ning Fan. Any cultivator of the Luo clan will receive this jade slip of battle intent when they are tested to see if they have the aptitude to cultivate the war god art. In the Luo clan, my aptitude in cultivating the war god art can be ranked among the top 10 in the clan. However, when I took the test and obtained the jade slip of battle intent, I also spent a whole year to comprehend the mysteries of this jade slip. I wonder how long will this cultivator with the surname Ning take to comprehend the mysteries of this jade slip. Just as Luo Xiao was thinking about it, he suddenly revealed a look of astonishment. He saw Ning Fan holding the jade slip in his hand. Suddenly, he smiled and his eyes shot out the flames of battle intent that seemed to have materialized. At the next moment, Ning Fan clenched his fist and crushed the jade slip into pieces. The pieces of the jade slip turned back into specks of scarlet flames. Those flames were also the flames of battle intent. Each of the specks of flames turned into words of fire. They were all the words in the jade slip. Ning Fan opened his mouth and directly swallowed those specks of flames into his abdomen. Then, his eyes regained their clarity. At this moment, his sea of consciousness had successfully received part of the first form of the war god art. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled as he carefully read the contents of the jade slip. Every word and sentence made his comprehension of the Tao of body refinement more profound. Fellow Taoist actually saw through the mysteries of this jade slip with just a glance. I'm impressed. Luo Xiao looked at Ning Fan excitedly. Before this, he was still uncertain about how great Ning Fan's aptitude in cultivating the war god art was. At this moment, he was certain that Ning Fan's aptitude in cultivating the war god art was at least on par with the current clan leader of the Luo clan. It was because after the war king Luo Ho, only the current clan leader of the Luo clan, Luo Shi, could see through the mysteries of the jade slip with just a glance when he first obtained it. In the current Luo clan, Luo Shi was the only one who could cultivate the war god art to the third form. The test is over. Fellow Taoist Luo, you can tell me now, right? Since you've come to find me, just how many benefits can you promise me? And what do I need to do for the Luo clan? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold and said with a serious expression. The moment he received the jade slip, he understood that it was a test. The reason why he directly saw through the mysteries of the jade slip was to let Luo Xiao see his value. Only then would he have more bargaining chips in the negotiation. Ning Fan had already vaguely guessed that what Luo Xiao wanted was most likely related to cultivating the war god art. Otherwise, he would not purposely take out such a secret technique jade slip as a test. According to Ning Fan's guess, if he could fulfill the request of the Luo clan, he would most likely be able to obtain the mysterious war god art. He had already witnessed the mysteries of the war god art. To a body refinement cultivator, it was a supreme treasure. If he could get the chance to cultivate this technique, he naturally would not mind fulfilling the request of the Luo clan. However, there was still a precondition: the request of the Luo clan must not be malicious or too dangerous. Otherwise, Ning Fan would certainly not put himself in danger for a mere cultivation technique. Fellow Taoist, since you can complete the first test, it is enough to prove that you are the person I'm looking for. To be honest, my clan has encountered a difficult matter. Only cultivators who have cultivated the war god art to the fourth form can complete this task. I can't tell you what it is exactly. However, I can tell you clearly that this matter is not dangerous to you. You can rest assured about this. What fellow Taoist needs to do is to become a foreign elder of my Luo clan and cultivate the war god art with all your might. Your goal is to cultivate the fourth form of the battle art. Before that, the Luo clan will not make any request to you. Currently, there are a total of 122 foreign elders in my heavenly sea star. All of them stayed in the Luo clan to cultivate the war god art diligently because of this matter. If fellow Taoist can't cultivate the fourth form of the battle art, my clan will not hold you responsible for anything. You will still be a foreign elder of my Luo clan and a friend of mine. If fellow Taoist succeeds in cultivating the fourth form of the battle art, my Luo clan will ask fellow Taoist to complete a task. After that, fellow Taoist will be a distinguished guest of my Luo clan. If you have any request, as long as it is within our capabilities, we will do our best to fulfill your wish without any hesitation. Luo Xiao said while observing Ning Fan's expression. Unfortunately, Ning Fan's expression was as calm as still water, making him unable to see through his thoughts. Ning Fan quietly listened to Luo Xiao's words while pondering. Although Luo Xiao's words were extravagant, they were actually watertight. He did not reveal the request of the Luo clan at all. From this point, it could be seen that the request of the Luo clan was definitely not simple. They were unwilling to reveal the secrets of their clan easily. Whether the Luo clan harbored evil intentions towards him or not, Ning Fan could not come to a conclusion at the moment. However, even if the Luo clan harbored evil intentions, Ning Fan would not be afraid. If the Luo clan harbored evil intentions, Ning Fan would certainly make them regret it for the rest of their lives with his life-saving means. Of course, if the Luo clan did not have evil intentions, Ning Fan would not mind taking this opportunity to learn the secret technique of the Luo clan, the War God Art. The War God Art, the Luo clan. Ning Fan's eyes flickered slightly as if he was considering the pros and cons. The War God Art was truly an extremely profound body-refining secret technique. Its profundity lay in the words fight with your back to the river and defeat the strong. Only second-step cultivators could practice the War God Art. However, the progress of the cultivation of the War God Art was not directly related to the level of the cultivator's cultivation base. As long as one's innate talent was sufficient, even an early mortal profound realm cultivator could achieve the fourth transformation of the battle art. On the other hand, if one's innate talent was insufficient, even an immortal emperor might not be able to achieve the first two transformations of the battle art. The War God Art emphasized on innate talent, understanding, and control of battle intent. It was whether the battle intent in one's heart was strong enough. In the eyes of the cultivators who created the War God Art, the strongest battle intent in this world was not to win every battle and thirst for battle, but to not retreat in the face of death, to not be afraid of death and to fight to the death. The more desperate a situation was, the stronger the battle intent in one's heart would be. With this battle intent, a cultivator could exert strength that was a few times stronger than his own in a desperate situation. It could be for survival, for an undying belief, for an irreconcilable hatred, or for a reason that could not be retreated. All of these could turn into the strongest battle intent. One would not be afraid of death, would not hesitate to live, and would not be afraid of a strong enemy. Those who successfully cultivate this technique could use the four transformations battle art and borrow the flames of battle intent to exert body refinement strength that was a few times stronger than their own. That Luo Xiao was originally at the fourth severing immortal body refinement realm. However, after displaying the second transformation of the War God, he could exert the strength of a peak seventh severing immortal body refinement realm expert. If Luo Xiao could cultivate the third or fourth transformation, he might be able to fight against Du Zhen with just his fourth severing immortal body refinement realm. I've said so much. I wonder if fellow Daoist is willing to become a foreign elder of my Luo clan and cultivate this War God Art. Luo Xiao asked with an expectant look. If Ning Fan was still unwilling to accept the offer after he had said so much, then he would be greatly disappointed. After remaining silent for a while, Ning Fan finally gave Luo Xiao his answer. Through the isolation formation light, Luo Xiao could vaguely hear what Ning Fan had said. After that, Luo Xiao revealed a satisfied smile. The two of them continued to talk for a long time. It seemed like they were discussing many things. 2 hours later, Luo Xiao removed the isolation formation light and flew side by side with Ning Fan. They returned to the Devil Swamp. His expression showed that he had a pleasant conversation with Ning Fan. As soon as they landed, Luo Xiao told everyone a shocking piece of news. From today onwards, fellow Daoist Ning Fan is the new Star Lord of the Spirit Platform Star. Lu Zhou's position as the Star Lord was simply erased just like that. All of a sudden, Lu Zhou and the other void fragmentation realm experts' faces turned ashen. They looked at Ning Fan and then at the devil race. Could it be that we have no choice but to move the star? Lu Zhou's face was filled with sorrow, but there was nothing he could do. Chen Lingfeng, on the other hand, frowned. What exactly is the meaning behind Luo Zhao's order? 1/2, to be continued. End of chapter 791. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.